They had primarily encountered tales featuring frail outcasts and underdogs who met their end, only to be given a second chance through reincarnation. At first, they seemed weak, but eventually, they transformed into unstoppable forces. The tale centers on a king who accomplished many great feats during his lifetime before passing away. The cause of his death was still unknown, leaving everyone puzzled. However, once he passed away, he awakens to the world as an infant. Instead of the grand and luxurious chamber one might anticipate for royalty, he opened his eyes to find himself in a modest dwelling. His mother, Alice, was known for her gentle and caring nature, while his father stood out for his reliability and charm, though he sometimes acted a bit immature. The time period into which the king is reincarnated proves to be far more ancient than before. After spending several weeks watching everything around him, after much reflection, the king realizes he has discovered all the knowledge and experiences this world can provide. At that moment, he realizes his mistake. Later on, he finds out that magic exists in this world after witnessing his mother heal a wound with a magical ability. The trouble caused by his father. At that moment, the king comes to understand that the world holds far more mysteries than he had ever believed, and facing the truth, he admits to himself that he truly knows very little about it. As the moments slipped away, the hours quietly moved forward. Once the king manages to move on his hands and knees, he frequently manages to climb out of his crib when no one is watching. The action involved opening a book and reading its contents. He wanted to learn more about how this world worked. Since the moment he had found this hidden spot, he spent each night slipping away quietly, eager to uncover its secrets. He discovered that the world where he was born consisted of 3 main kingdoms. Deep within the heart of the forest lay an ancient kingdom inhabited by elves. Beneath the earth stretched an immense subterranean realm that the dwarves called their home. Stood as the largest human kingdom, known for having the highest population among all the regions. In both his current world and the one he left behind, a monarchy governs the people. Leadership in this place was inherited rather than achieved through merit. This indicated that in comparison to the place he once knew, this world still lagged far behind in terms of advancement. He comes to understand why technology has not progressed. Magic exists in this world. He had dedicated himself to learning the basics of magic from that moment onward. In his previous world, a mystical energy known as existed. Practitioners relied on intense training methods to enhance both their physical strength and the power of their weapons. In this world, a comparable energy known as mana exists. Unlike which can be found solely within individuals, mana surrounds everyone in the environment. The ability to manipulate mana is mostly inherited through one's genes. About 1 out of every 100 children is born with this ability, which can be applied in many different situations. The 2 primary techniques involved are known as augmentation and conjuration. Used mana to boost their physical abilities, gaining remarkable power, protection, and speed. Despite these advantages, they struggled with attacks that required greater distance. In contrast, release mana outward, manipulating their environment to suit their desires. However, in order to perform a spell, they needed to draw additional mana from their surroundings to boost the power of their own mana core. It turns out that his mother is considered a deviant. In fact, she is classified as an emitter. Deviants were an uncommon kind of mage, each possessing distinct powers, while emitters, such as his mother, focused their magic on healing through restorative mana. Based on what he had learned from his reading, the first time a mage discovers their powers usually occurs sometime between their early teens and the end of their teenage years. There would eventually appear, and the idea behind it struck him as eerily reminiscent of the center he had known in his past life. In his previous life, it was common for youngsters to learn how to meditate, focusing inward to find the bits of hidden within themselves, and bringing those pieces together to create a central point of power. However, when the young ruler attempts to use this method on his own, much to his astonishment, he succeeds flawlessly on his very first try. Before he could take any action, his mother stepped in and stopped him. The impact was considerable. The hours continued to pass without pause. 2 years passed quickly. Despite everything, Alice still senses that she hasn't completely understood her young son. She was gradually uncovering details about him, discovering new fragments of his story one at a time. She had given him the name Arthur. To her, he was the sweetest and most cherished part of her world. One afternoon, she observed her husband showing their child the basics of wielding a stick and defending themselves. Her frustration rose sharply, knowing that their child was still too young to even crawl. Alice had a passion for recording every detail of her life, faithfully writing in her diary each day. Moments such as these always managed to bring a cheerful grin to her lips. She had observed that Arthur was especially fond of spending time at the cozy row of shops located in the heart of, rather than making trips to the grocery store once or twice each week. She had developed a habit of visiting the downtown area every second day. She quietly reassures herself that her actions aren't indulging him too much. Everything was done in the name of education, as Arthur had a passion for discovering new things and expanding his knowledge. Bringing home fresh food every day was simply an added benefit for her. As she observed Arthur maturing at such a rapid pace, she often found herself imagining the person he would become in the future. She felt certain that having for a father, the child would naturally want to become an adventurer too, though concerns still lingered in her mind. She could only wish that his journey would be more successful than those of the inexperienced teens who once aspired to achieve greatness as adventurers. She often wished she could find a way to stop his constant sneaking into the study, a problem so persistent that she had even considered placing his crib right in the study itself. That choice would have to wait until a later time. Up to this point, Alice's understanding of her son had grown considerably during the last 2 years. One afternoon, Arthur gazes out the window. He notices his father getting ready to cast a spell. Shuts his eyes, focusing his mind as he tries to concentrate. His unwavering focus captivates everyone around him. Arthur's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he waited in anticipation to witness the kind of magic his father would unveil. Without warning, the small stones scattered across the ground started to rise into the air. As his father becomes completely captivated, the scattered fragments rise just a short distance above the ground, barely reaching a few meters into the air. Arthur gazes at the scene before him, a wave of deep disappointment washing over his face. He appeared visibly satisfied with what he had accomplished. Arthur remained unimpressed as he observed his father. The older man spent an agonizing 3 minutes, concentrating intensely just to move a handful of pebbles a short distance, which struck Arthur as absurd. In Arthur's mind, simply picking up the stones by hand would have been far simpler. At that moment, Alice approached and stood beside him at the window. She casts her eyes toward the world beyond the window. She notices the state of the front yard and her face changes, showing a hint of irritation at her husband's handiwork. Up to this point, Arthur has discovered that his father possesses the abilities of an. This newfound mystery makes him even more eager to understand who he truly is. He found himself imagining what kind of person he might become once his mana core finally awakened. After observing his father rehearse for some time, Arthur made the choice to withdraw from the situation. He attempts to get down from the bench. He lost his balance and had difficulty making his way downward. His eyelids drooped as he concentrated intensely, yet Alice saw this and mistakenly assumed he was starting to feel drowsy. She gently lifted him into her arms, making up her mind that it was time for him to rest. Despite his hardships, the young boy swiftly brings his small hands together, looking up at his mother with pleading eyes as he sincerely begs her for permission to continue his studies. His presence exudes such purity that it feels almost overpowering. With no other options left, Alice reluctantly agreed to what he asked. Arthur settled into his seat, facing a book so immense that it dwarfed his own frame as it lay open before him. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded from outside, drawing everyone's attention away from him. Alice worried that her accident-prone husband had possibly toppled another tree, so she rushed outside to check what had happened. This turn of events presented Arthur with the perfect chance to work on perfecting his formation. Aside from gathering information about this world, Arthur's most significant achievement up to this point was the advancement he had made in developing his mana core. For the last 2 years, he had carefully guided countless minuscule shards of mana through his body, slowly collecting them in the area just below his chest. Arthur realizes that it usually isn't until the teenage years that a manticore develops on its own. The shards inched toward the center at an excruciatingly slow pace, turning the effort into a grueling challenge that tested both physical endurance and mental strength. Despite everything, the boy's tireless determination had finally begun to pay off. He was getting closer to his destination. Only a single piece still needed to be placed. The moment he fits the last piece into place, inside the house, a sudden blast shatters the silence. With a single, overwhelming surge of force, the whole building was reduced to rubble. Stepped in front of Alice, automatically raising his arm to protect her from whatever danger might be outside. He pulled her close, shielding her from the scorching heat and flying debris with his embrace. As the dust cleared, the heartbroken pair looked around and saw that their house had been destroyed. Alice appears completely overwhelmed, her expression frozen in disbelief. Grief filled them as they hurried toward They searched through the debris, anxious to find their son and make sure he was safe. hurriedly cleared away the scattered rubble, his movements filled with urgency. As soon as he caught sight of his son, his concern was swiftly replaced by a look of astonishment. The expression shifted, first to surprise, then to awe. Amidst the ruins, their son hovered effortlessly above the ground, appearing entirely unaffected by the chaos around him. Arthur's small frame was gently illuminated by a soft aura of mana, his expression calm and undisturbed. Once the young boy finished creating his manticore, he landed lightly on his feet. At last he became aware of this energy stirring within him. He was beginning to appreciate the feeling of the within him. The trees surrounding him appeared more vibrant and lush than usual. He suddenly notices that his home lies in ruins. He remains completely unaware of the person or force responsible for the destruction. 5 years had gone by since the accident occurred. In addition to his mother guiding him in reading and writing, Arthur was also being introduced to the fundamentals of controlling and enhancing mana. In the beginning, his small frame made it difficult for him to manage. During their sparring session, both participants concentrated on practicing fundamental body movements. It hadn't been long since the last time she exercised. Arthur's father finally concluded that the moment had come for Arthur to train with the wooden sword he had been given for his 3rd birthday. Leads Arthur outdoors for training, and Arthur waits with his recently obtained wooden sword in hand. His father lifted a tree branch, instructing him to sync the rhythm of his mana with each breath. He went on to clarify that, much like the heart or lungs, the mana core functioned as another vital organ in the body. Arthur doubts that such unclear and general directions will help a child as young as 4 learn anything. Arthur positioned himself carefully, preparing to share his thoughts with those around him. He and his father exchange a series of lighthearted punches. The training match continues for a long time. Appeared to be having a great time. Arthur's irritation steadily intensifies. The boy understood that his father would not allow him to leave until he achieved something impressive. Having exhausted all other options, he mustered his bravery and struck with his wooden sword, hitting with such force that the stick in his father's hands snapped in two. Following this important decision, he quickly makes it clear that he wants to go back to his schoolwork. After the boy returned to focusing on his lessons about magic. In this world, the hue of a person's mana core reveals how powerful they are. Each core begins as black, clouded by impurities such as blood and other particles in the body. As time passes and these impurities are cleansed, the core gradually shifts to a lighter color, indicating increased purity and strength. The sequence shifts first from black to red, then transitions from orange to red. The colors shifted in sequence, first yellow, then silver, and at last white. Every stage separates into 3 distinct tones: deep, bold, and pale. Lighter colors indicated higher levels of purity and power. While the boy focused intently on his task, his mother broke his concentration by calling him inside for dinner. They gathered together and shared a meal. Arthur's annoyance intensified as his attempts to study were repeatedly disrupted. Explains the importance of Arthur finding a suitable mentor to help him advance his abilities. Alice quickly protested, emphasizing that Arthur, being just 4 years old, was much too young to take such a leap. Argued that their son already displayed impressive talent despite being so young, and he believed it would be wrong to limit his abilities. Alice, on the other hand, remained firm in her decision, making it clear she refused to let their child be sent away to a far-off city. Tried to ease her worries by pointing out that this was no ordinary city, and he vowed that a close friend he trusted would look after Arthur himself. Arthur barely listens as his parents talk, feeling drained by their constant arguing. Without warning, the group shifted their attention toward him, eager to hear what he thought about the situation. His father wonders aloud whether his son would like to move to the bustling city to learn from a proper instructor. He felt a wave of discomfort as he watched his father seriously consult a child who was just 4 years old, wondering why an adult would seek advice from someone so young. Regardless of everything, he pretends to be a child and timidly wonders if his parents could possibly accompany him together. The crowd instantly grows quiet, with not a single word spoken among them. Before long, laughter bubbled up between them. It became clear that this pair had never even considered the option of accompanying their child themselves. With the decision made, his father announced that the whole family would be traveling to city as a group. At last, the long-awaited day comes when they must depart from their home. They would not be making the journey by themselves, as a group of fellow adventurers would accompany them along the way. The boy's father offered a warm welcome to one of the adventurers. He presented his son to the group, and the young boy immediately lowered his head in a gesture of respect. He thanked them for coming along too and supporting him. The adventurer found himself drawn to the boy's behavior and had already developed a soft spot for him. He was known as, and whose main weapon was the spear. Rose entered the scene, known for her expertise in wind magic as a skilled. Among the group, she drew attention because of her noticeably large chest. The next contestant introduced was Walker, who possessed the abilities of A as well. However, his main strength lies in manipulating earth magic. Jasmine, known for her expertise with dual daggers, stood out among the. Out of all the adventurers, she tends to hold back the most. She approached the waiting carriage in silence, her footsteps soft and her demeanor reserved. The final member was Helen Shard, and who excelled in the art of magical archery. With introductions out of the way, signals that it's time for the group to continue. The group carefully packed their belongings into the waiting carriages. The adventure was set in motion. Arthur stood at the edge of his small village, feeling the excitement of setting out to discover lands he had never seen before. Their adventure pressed onward. Sun rose, signaling the start of a new day. The monsters did the same. The group of adventurers swiftly defeat their opponents. They established their campsite far within the dense forest, preparing to stay there overnight. While the group gathers around the glowing bonfire, a sense of enjoyment fills the air. Arthur appeared somewhat downcast, burdened by the monotony of the trip. Helen Shard shifted her attention to the young boy, taking a seat next to him. Her curiosity about him had grown after listening to his father repeatedly boast about his magical abilities during their travels. At the same time, observes the pair engaged in conversation. He makes up his mind to personally evaluate Sun. He suddenly scoops the small child up from the ground, giving hardly any notice before acting. He suggests settling the matter with a swift duel. Arthur found himself standing opposite, ready for a confrontation. He hesitated, uncertain whether confronting an adventurer in this way was the right thing to do. The boy glanced desperately at his father, silently begging for understanding. They search desperately for an escape. Despite everything, his father merely flashes a wide grin and energetically urges him to come out on top. Arthur felt completely defeated, unable to comprehend how his father could be so ineffective during times like this. Despite everything, his companion positions himself, ready and determined. He drew upon the memories and knowledge he had gained from his past existence. Gripping his sword tightly, he surged forward. At that moment, he found himself at the center of the commotion, surrounded by the noise and intensity of crunch time. However, remains calm and composed. Prepared to evade the oncoming strike, the character braced for action. To him, the boy disappears from sight in an instant. He vanished from sight, only to materialize again right behind his enemy. He steadied his small frame and focused his energy, allowing magic to flow into his blade. He wasted no time and launched a swift attack in his direction. Manages to evade the assault by skillfully using the move E. He counterattacked, swinging his weapon in response. The smaller opponent quickly crouched, narrowly avoiding the strike as the stick whistled harmlessly above him. He seizes the fleeting chance and hurls himself directly at, aiming a powerful blow at his ribs. The large man crashed to the floor from the force. Refuses to be defeated without a fight. He swiftly attempts to trip the boy by swinging his leg, but the other manages to dodge just in time, ducking beneath the attack and escaping harm. Despite evading the initial attack, he felt uncertain about his ability to withstand the upcoming move, which was already in motion. As expected, the moment's stick made contact with him. Force of the blow hurls the boy through the air. He touches down several feet from his starting point. His back throbbed with intense pain. Walker lightly smacks on the back of the neck, silently warning him not to be so harsh with a child. Stood in amazement, completely taken aback by the remarkable talent Arthur had just shown. He struggled to comprehend how his father could insist that he had never given Arthur any instruction at all. The father, as he often does, claims that he never taught his son anything at all. Arthur's caring mother hurried over to tend to his wounds, her hands gentle but her words filled with concern. As she healed him, she expressed her disapproval of his dedication to learning how to fight, making it clear she worried about the path he had chosen. Arthur attempts to downplay his skills, insisting that he simply learned a few techniques from observing his father and reading various books. Remained doubtful, suspecting that such impressive skills couldn't possibly come from reading alone. His curiosity about the techniques Arthur had just demonstrated only grew stronger as he watched. In time, Arthur demonstrates the steps required to execute the impressive acrobatic stunts he had shown earlier. However, when the others make an attempt, their attempt ends in complete failure. Several days had gone by since their journey to city had begun. As these events unfolded, Arthur's birthday quietly came and went. He was given presents not just to celebrate his birthday, but also as thanks for all the hard work he invested in teaching them new skills. To his astonishment, Jasmine, who was typically reserved, turned out to be one of the gift givers. At the same time, training sessions involving Adam, Helen, and his father moved forward steadily, showing noticeable improvement. Arthur was taken aback when he discovered that Jasmine had already mastered several techniques. He remained impressed by how swiftly she picked up on his guidance, particularly when she was mastering the step. Following an enjoyable time by a scenic waterfall, the group chose to continue their adventure. In time, their journey brought them to a lonely stretch of land, empty and lifeless. What lay before them now appeared barren and desolate, a sharp difference from the vibrant, green landscape they had recently departed. While the group exchanged cheerful jokes and laughter, the group made light-hearted remarks about how Arthur's father always seemed to attract mischief wherever he went. She had a knack for pulling everyone around her into chaotic situations. At the same time, Arthur attempts to concentrate on his book, yet he quickly realizes it's difficult to stay engaged. Focusing became almost unachievable. The source of his discomfort remained stuck. For quite some time now, she found herself unable to look away from him. Without warning, bandits appeared and brought their travels to a sudden halt. As the threat approached, the group prepared themselves to confront it. A hail of arrows soared through the air as the looters outside attacked relentlessly. Rose's mastery over wind magic quickly brought the oncoming projectiles to a halt, dispersing them safely before they could cause any harm. The adventurers swiftly displayed a powerful energy filled the air when each person reached for their own weapon. The character themselves for the upcoming battle. Helen quickly positions herself, ready for action. With swift movements, the character pulled an arrow from their quiver and positioned it on the bow, preparing to take aim. Despite her determination, the overwhelming horde of bandits cresting the hills made it obvious that a lone arrow could never stop the approaching threat. A large number of bandits had gathered all around them. The group found themselves surrounded on every side, leaving them with no way to escape. At last, the repulsive man comes into view. The man appeared to be the one in charge of the group of bandits. Without hesitation, the man immediately commanded his to spare the women and the child. He insisted that no harm should come to the two individuals he referred to, knowing that anyone injured would lose their value and be difficult to sell for a high price. At this crucial turning point, Arthur comes to understand that the new world mirrors his old one in unexpected ways. He witnesses firsthand that cruelty and crime persist here just as harshly as before. Regardless of the situation, he felt fully prepared to tackle whatever obstacles lay before him. He clutched his dagger with determination, bracing himself for whatever awaited him next. However, he hesitated just a moment too long. Without hesitation, his mother wraps her arms around him, enveloping him in a comforting embrace. She quietly reassured everyone of her presence, promising that everything would be all right. Another shower of arrows flew through the air as the bandits launched their next attack. Walker reacted swiftly, summoning a barrier of solid stone. With a swift motion, Stone summoned his earth magic, raising a sturdy barrier that shielded him from the majority of the oncoming assault. Despite their efforts, the group soon found themselves surrounded as the bandits launched attacks from all sides, pressing in with relentless force. Several arrows found their way through the gaps in the stone barrier. The figure moved directly toward Arthur and his mother. Rose came to the rescue, skillfully summoning her wind magic to redirect the oncoming projectiles and keep everyone safe. The bandit gang's leader stepped forward at last, descending the hill with determination to face the group directly. Helen Shard was determined to stand her ground and wouldn't allow that to happen without resistance. She let her arrows fly, successfully hitting two of them, while their leader effortlessly blocked her attacks. At the same time, is giving everything he has. He was taking out his enemies one after another, without hesitation. In one swift movement, he swiftly defeats a large group of opponents all at once. A cunning assailant attempted to catch off guard by launching an attack from behind. Helen notices it at the last possible moment. An arrow shot with flawless precision strikes him directly. The fight continued with relentless intensity. The scene shifts to who is fully engaged in the fight. He shows no hesitation as an overweight opponent attempts to ambush him, but reacts instantly, evading the attack with ease. The sequence of powerful, relentless strikes left a trail of destruction in their wake. The observers took note of Jasmine's intensity as she handled her two daggers with remarkable skill. She attacked her enemies without mercy, swiftly cutting their throats or blinding them with ruthless efficiency. A sinister figure lurking in the background snapped a whip toward Jasmine, his intent clear. However, the weapon veered off course and lashed into the leg of one of his own allies instead. Jasmine reacted just in time, narrowly escaping as a powerful and swift strike tore through the air. The relentless man showed no signs of hesitation and forced his way forward. Axe lashed out with his whip at a blinding speed, but Jasmine responded with remarkable agility, skillfully twisting and turning to evade each of his powerful strikes. Although she manages to dodge the worst of the attacks, she still receives several painful scrapes. This made it clear that she, too, had her limits and wasn't untouchable. As the fight unfolded, Arthur observed from a distance while Jasmine struggled against her opponent, who skillfully used a whip to keep her at bay. Arthur quickly realized that Jasmine was having a hard time dealing with the long-range attacks, putting her at a clear disadvantage. He comes to the conclusion that he must find a way to support her. Despite his strong desire to help, doubt fills his mind as he wonders if his small frame could ever compete with the power of a grown. Without warning, an individual collided forcefully with their carriage. Regrettably, the person in question turned out to be. He had suffered serious injuries. He stood no chance against his rival's overwhelming strength. The adversary standing before them turned out to be the leader of the bandits. Arthur hurriedly instructed his mother to use her healing abilities on. Alice, overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding her, could do nothing but sob uncontrollably, her magical abilities forgotten in her grief. Offered her a comforting smile, assuring her that his wounds were not serious and that she had no reason to be concerned. The father, filled with pride, turns to speak to his son. He insists that he is capable of holding off the leader, but he cannot do so if he has to worry about his family's safety at the same time. He tells Alice and Arthur to retrace their steps down the trail and keep running without looking back. Arthur, however, stands his ground, insisting that he is capable of joining the battle as well. Places a proud hand on his head, silently acknowledging the courage he has shown. He recognized Arthur's courage, yet pointed out that Arthur's true responsibility was to. His main goal was to keep his mother and her unborn child safe. Before has a chance to continue, Arthur makes a solemn vow, promising with his life that he will keep his mother safe. His father gives a quick nod and gestures for him to move faster. He noted that the opposing side was supported by 4 mages. The leader of the bandits begins to realize what they are planning. He devised a strategy and instructed his followers to seize the healer. Arthur immediately seizes his mother's hand and dashes forward, unwavering in his resolve to reach her. Without warning, one of the attackers sprang toward the pair. However, swiftly steps in front of him, preventing him from moving forward. Without hesitation, the character rushed forward and pinned the enemy to the ground. The mother and her son managed to use the opportunity to get away safely. A different attacker attempted to strike the pair from the shadows by launching an arrow at them. Arthur quickly detected the incoming arrow before it could catch him off guard. He swiftly swings his wooden sword in an attempt to bring it down. The force of the arrow was so immense that it shattered the sword, splitting it cleanly into 2 separate parts. The archer stared in disbelief, amazed that a young child had managed to stop his powerful arrow. As he remained preoccupied, an arrow struck him squarely in the head. Set loose by, who urgently instructs Arthur to escape, the chaos begins. While hurrying alongside his mother, the young child spots something unusual. He recalled that there should have been 4 mages present, yet no matter how hard he looked, the 4th mage was nowhere to be seen. He attempts to count them, noticing that one is already occupied with the task of crunching. Someone else appeared, covered in mud and accompanied by a shambling walker. The 3rd one contained Jasmine. At that moment, Arthur's attention shifts to a 4th person he hadn't seen before. From the crest of the hill, the figure summoned an enormous sphere of mana. The villain wasted no time, hurling the crackling sphere of energy straight toward the mother and her child. Arthur hesitated, uncertain of his next move as the situation grew increasingly urgent. Even with the use of mana as a shield, his mother would still be too slow to dodge the attack in time. Without hesitation and in the blink of an eye, the small child forcefully stomped his feet against the floor. He quickly moved his mother aside to keep her safe from danger. He hurled his dagger with incredible speed, sending it slicing through the shimmering sphere of mana. Without hesitation, the dagger plunged straight into the man's leg. The mana ball struck Arthur with devastating force, hurling him toward the brink of the cliff and leaving him badly injured. As he starts to plummet, he pulls the mage along, forcing both of them downward together. Arthur had thrown a dagger, cleverly tying it to a string made of mana. The assistance he received allowed him to drag the mage with him. Right as they are about to tumble over, the mage manages to grab hold of the cliff's edge. However, the section he grips cannot support them and breaks apart, sending both of them plunging into the darkness below. Walker catches sight of the young child plummeting toward the ground, clearly in danger of losing his life. He summoned a giant hand formed from solid earth to rescue him. It appeared that had already missed his chance. As Arthur moves downward, his eyes begin to fill with tears. His heartbreak comes not only from the fall, but also from realizing that his hope of becoming a big brother is slowly fading beyond his reach. The setting shifts to a private room belonging to a man called King Gray. Was actually Arthur. The character enters the room where an elderly man awaits. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for his place among the council members. He also acknowledges that even though his role brings him fulfillment, he occasionally finds himself longing for the recognition and honor that rulers enjoy following their triumphs. Eventually, began to wonder why King Gray had come to see him without warning. He questioned the reason that led the young man to seek out someone as elderly as he was. At that moment, Gray quietly reveals a war medal he received for his most recent triumph. After setting the object down on the table, he turns to go, announcing his decision to retire. In a society burdened by falling birth rates and scarce resources, traditional warfare had given way to individual duels, with kings taking the place of entire armies. Among these rulers stood Gray, a prominent leader defending his lands as their champion. However, Gray chose to relinquish his position not because he was weary or incapable. He had never sought to be the mightiest or to revel in perpetual fame. Ultimately, what shattered his resolve was a profound loneliness, a lack of loved ones to hold dear. Once he had lost everyone he cared about, left completely alone in the world. Given a second chance, he was reborn as Arthur, but the ache in his heart remained. No matter what he had gained in this new life, he longed deeply to go back to, willing to sacrifice everything just to reunite with those he once loved. Some time passed. Arthur slowly started to open his eyes. He found himself completely lost, with no understanding of his surroundings or any reason for his survival. Close by, he spots the unmoving body of the mage sprawled on the ground. He immediately feels his stomach churn at the horrifying sight of the mangled body. He rested under the endless expanse of sky, his body drained of all energy. A single leaf floated gently through the air before coming to rest on his face. The sudden movement startled him out of his sleep. He notices a water pouch and a sack of food resting on the ground close to him. Summoning the final reserves of his energy, Arthur drags himself across the ground in their direction. He quickly snatches the food and eats it eagerly. No matter how many hours passed, they made a point to drink plenty of water as well. Once he finished eating, he let himself fall back onto the ground, exhaustion washing over him. He felt completely drained of energy. After some time had passed, he pushed the door open. He blinked his eyes open once more and made an effort to rise to his feet. His legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground once more. Even so, he gathers the last bit of energy he has within himself. At last, he summoned the strength to rise to his feet. The very first action he takes is to retrieve the dagger from the lifeless form of the mage. As he lifts his gaze, he becomes aware of the daunting height of the cliff from which he had taken his fall. Surviving a fall from that height seemed impossible, yet he had managed to live through it. He has no opportunity to think about it any further. He sets out on his solitary journey. Without warning, a distant voice called out to him, catching his attention. The very first idea that entered their mind. A thought crossed his mind, suggesting that the deceased mage could be attempting to communicate a message to him. The mysterious voice resonated once more, this time inquiring about how his body felt. The frightened boy gathers what little bravery he has and, with trembling hands, reaches out to cautiously prod the lifeless mage, hoping to see if there is any sign of life. The voice quickly calmed his fears, explaining that this body would not come back to life, so he had no reason to be concerned. Arthur lets out a deep breath, feeling comforted by the surprising encouragement. Despite the brief moment of ease, he quickly becomes defensive again. He wonders aloud about the identity of the strange voice. The character wondered whether this was the being responsible for rescuing him from his dangerous plunge. The mysterious presence immediately acknowledges that it was responsible for rescuing him. However, when Arthur asks who or what it is, the presence only offers a vague promise that its true nature will be revealed to him in time. Arthur listened to the strange voice with growing annoyance, his expression making it obvious that he didn't trust anything it said. The voice, remaining composed, informs him that it alone holds the power to return him home from this strange place. Hearing the word home suddenly brings Arthur's thoughts back to his parents, reminding him of the family he had to leave. He also thought about the new brother or sister his mother was expecting. He remained uncertain whether they had reached unharmed or if they were safe at all. With a flood of unanswered questions swirling in his mind, he quickly becomes humble. With careful politeness, he referred to the strange figure as Mr. Voice and requested assistance in finding a way to leave this unfamiliar place. Amusement colored the voice as it noted how the formerly proud teenager had been brought down to a state of humility. It revealed an appreciation for Arthur's sharp sense of humor, but also expressed frustration about being addressed as Mr., which was not actually correct. A woman stood before him. Although cautious, she noticed Arthur's respectful tone and chose to offer him guidance. Shortly afterward, a wave of shock sweeps through Arthur's thoughts, leaving him completely stunned. He suddenly becomes aware of his surroundings, noticing every detail around him. He could see locations that were far away. Having realized this newfound understanding, Arthur began to head out of the forest. By the afternoon, most of his discomfort had faded, with just a few lingering aches reminding him that he was still healing. Arthur continued to puzzle over the mysterious magic she had used to rescue him. He wondered how she had sensed his fall and questioned her reasons for saving only him. Each attempt to find logical answers led Arthur to even more confusion and uncertainty. Without warning, Arthur notices the gentle melody of running water reaching his ears. He scrambles over an enormous boulder that stands in his way. Without any hesitation, the character veered off the path and plunged straight into the river. He savors the cool and invigorating sensation of the moment. The enigmatic woman remarked on his relaxed demeanor, drawing attention to how unconcerned he appeared. She criticizes the size of his manhood, showing clear dissatisfaction with how unimpressive his gun appears. Arthur's cheeks burned with embarrassment as a wave of humiliation washed over him. He hurriedly put his clothes back on. He paused for a moment, then resumed his journey. He carefully fills his pouch with fresh water, ensuring he has enough for the journey ahead. He made sure to consume sufficient food to maintain his energy. It was likely that he had landed close to the elves' territory, given that his fall had taken him down the eastern side of the mountain. He notices that the thick mist, often associated with, is nowhere to be found. His worries about journeying through the beast glades faded when he noticed that only harmless, small creatures wandered nearby. Despite the area's abundant mana, he finds it unexpected that no mana beasts have appeared. He wished he could remain and gather more mana, but he understood he needed to leave quickly. There was no room for delay. Returning to his parents was his top priority. Since his mother was expecting a baby, the worry over his possible death might put the unborn child at risk, so if he was still alive, he felt he had to stay by their side. After traveling for quite some time, Arthur eventually reaches the location where the enigmatic woman lives. For an instant, he confuses her still form with a pile of stones, and a wave of relief washes over him as he realizes he has located her at last. The woman hastily clarifies that she is not a living heap of stones. She insists that if he wishes to see her, he must venture down into the crevice. Arthur, not pausing for even a moment, steps forward into the tunnel, where a mysterious, dim light softly glimmers around him. Summoning his courage, he pushes aside his anxiety and takes the lead down the path. The character moved forward, stepping into the passage. He moved forward, letting out a weary breath. Without warning, the character lost their balance and collapsed to the ground. The character plummets into a seemingly endless void. The object radiated a mystical blue light, shimmering with magical energy. After a rapid descent, the character crashed forcefully onto the unyielding earth. The impact is devastating. A sharp, throbbing pain pulsed through his jaw. Despite his exhaustion, Arthur compels himself to rise. He managed to rise to his feet, but almost immediately, his strength failed him and he crumpled back down. In front of him, a tall figure comes into view. A fearsome creature stood before him, its presence so overwhelming that it drove him to resort to deception. He trembled with fear, but it soon became clear that things were not as frightening as they first appeared. The creature revealed itself to be the enigmatic woman who had been speaking with him the entire time. She moved toward him at a measured, deliberate pace. Arthur's face drained of color as terror him, his mouth gaping in disbelief. The girl warned him to keep his mouth closed, hinting that otherwise insects might find their way inside. She reached out to him, her enormous hands stretching in his direction. The situation unsettles him, causing a flicker of anxiety. With steady composure, she informs him that creating a dimensional rift powerful enough to send him back will require some time. The words lingered in the air, signaling a pause until a future moment. She encourages him to partake in the sustenance offered by the enigmatic vegetation surrounding them. Arthur lowered his head in a respectful gesture, silently conveying his appreciation before proceeding. The character moved closer to the unusual, luminous fruits that were nearby. The objects gleamed so brightly that his sorrowful reflection was clearly visible on their shiny surface. The sight of the fruits fills him with sadness, bringing back memories of sharing meals with his family. He begins to lose himself in his thoughts. The lady monster unexpectedly appears behind him, causing him to jump in surprise. Startled by the unexpected fright, Arthur accidentally squeezes the fragile fruit in his grasp, causing it to collapse. Juice sprayed across his face, covering him in a sticky mess. Later, the two of them found a place to sit and relax. They eagerly devoured the fruits. As Arthur sat down to eat, he realized the moment had come for him to take action. The creature prepared to reveal her name. The creature wasted no time in introducing herself after both sides shared their names. Arthur's first reaction to seeing was fear, but over time that fear gradually diminished. He starts voicing all the questions that have been troubling him since he regained consciousness after the fall. She looked around, confused about her strange surroundings and uncertain why she had ended up here by herself. No one seemed to know where the girl had appeared from or how she had received her injury. Most importantly, the question lingered about the reason behind her decision to rescue him. Begins by responding to the initial question he asked. She clarified that this location was a slim stretch of land lying between the beast glades and the forest. Its existence remained a secret because she had always kept intruders away. Furthermore, very few people ever ventured into this secluded area. Arthur became the very first individual to step into her territory. Now that Arthur feels more comfortable around her, he tells her she can use the nickname Art, a name usually reserved for those closest to him. Gives a small nod, signaling her understanding before she proceeds to address his next question. She reveals that she is by herself because there is no one remaining in her life to keep her company. She is surrounded by numerous adversaries, each eager to claim what she holds. During her final clash with those enemies, she sustained the chest injury that she now bore, occurring just before she succeeded in fleeing. She had her own reasons for choosing to rescue Arthur. She acknowledges feeling touched by his bravery and the selflessness of his actions. Maybe she just felt isolated and longed for companionship, reaching out for someone to share her thoughts with. In truth, she couldn't fully explain her own reasons for rescuing him from the start. She offers an apology, letting everyone know that she must leave for the evening since her injury is getting worse. She explains that it's important for her to recover so she can work on the dimensional rift the following day. Arthur expressed his gratitude with courtesy and offered her a warm farewell for the evening. As the armored figure strode off, thoughts lingered in his mind about the solitary air that seemed to surround her. Just before she departs, offers him one last important detail. Although she cannot see precisely where his loved ones are, she comforts him by saying that everyone he cares about is unharmed. Arthur stood in stunned silence, unable to find any words in response to the news. Suddenly, a surge of emotion washes over him, leaving him feeling completely overcome. Feeling reassured of their safety, joyful tears streamed down his face as a broad smile appeared, his gratitude evident for the long-awaited good news she had shared with him. With the passing hours, and Arthur often found themselves deep in conversation about a wide range of topics, whenever she took a break from working on the portal. Time slipped by, with hours stretching seamlessly into days. Weeks began to pass as the days slowly slipped by. They were almost always together, rarely spending a moment apart. Although rarely shared details about her past, Arthur gradually uncovered the true nature of her enigmatic personality. Arthur had learned, after spending time with the enigmatic woman always dressed in armor, that truly represented the idea that appearances could be deceiving. Despite the fear her looks inspired, her true nature was caring, gentle, understanding, and full of warmth. Her gentle care brought back memories of how his mother used to look after him. The person showed a soft and caring nature. She could be firm when the situation called for it, particularly whenever he made a mistake. The topic of strictness came to mind. Arthur's mind drifts back to a memory that brings discomfort. He once made it clear how much he hated the bandits who had assaulted him and his loved ones. A vivid memory of the notorious gang leader lingered in his thoughts, impossible to forget. He realizes that his mind will never find calm until he tracks down the man responsible. At that moment appeared out of nowhere, interrupting the scene. With a gentle gesture, she tapped his forehead with her finger. The impact hurled him backward through the air, carrying him several feet from where he had stood. She acknowledges to herself that his point is valid. The belief was that the bandits had earned their fate. That was exactly the reason she chose not to help the mage who had fallen with him. Nevertheless, he realizes that allowing anger and the desire for revenge to take over his heart would ultimately bring pain to himself over time. Rather than offering comfort, she encourages him to move forward with his head held high. He looks straight ahead, unburdened by thoughts of revenge. He would face hardships once more, yet he needed to guard his thoughts against being consumed by sorrow and anger. Rather than ignore their lessons, he needed to take them to heart, greet what lay ahead with optimism, and only through this approach could he find real success. Arthur found himself caught off guard, receiving advice about values and living well from a person who appeared to embody everything wicked. Although she spoke simply, her words lingered in his mind, leaving him quietly absorbed in contemplation. He hardly realizes it when she interrupts his thoughts and brings him back to the present. She reminded him that he still needed to eat the fruit she had given him. While he ate, she realizes that her injury has become more severe. She calmly put his mind at ease, explaining that he didn't need to be concerned. For her, it was common for the injury to become irritated every now and then. Even so, her thoughts remained preoccupied with something different. Based on what she knew, people typically discovered their mana cores when they were about 12 or 13 years old. Yet he had somehow not only developed his core much earlier but also mastered mana control better than most experienced mages. In response to her question, Arthur confidently claims that his remarkable intelligence comes naturally to him. Given the situation, she explains that she has a lesson to share with him. The method served as a form of meditation, allowing someone to gather mana even as they moved, and with enough skill, possibly continue doing so in the midst of battle. She shows how the technique works. Arthur stared in amazement, his fascination reaching new heights as he tried to comprehend what he was witnessing. Proceeds to clarify that humans typically perceive mana in a straightforward, one-dimensional way. In order to become skilled at this technique, he needs to begin with easy, repetitive motions and slowly build his abilities from that point onward. However, Arthur found little comfort in these vague terms. Attempts to clarify that mana beasts have an instinctive ability to develop this skill on their own. Unlike most people who typically awaken their powers at a later stage and therefore cannot handle such complex multitasking, Arthur seemed to be an exception. Given that this limitation did not affect him, with enough dedicated practice, he had a real chance at mastering the skill. The brief encouragement motivates Arthur, filling him with determination as he commits to giving his utmost effort in response. As concentrated on creating a rift, Arthur devoted himself to practicing with determination. However, his misstep sends him stumbling forward. Mastering this ability involves becoming skilled enough to handle combat situations effectively while he kept a constant stream of mana moving steadily inside herself. Despite the circumstances, he remains completely self-assured. He resumed his training, repeatedly swinging and practicing as he focused on drawing in the surrounding mana. Over time, he gradually became skilled at drawing in mana, ultimately perfecting the technique of mana absorption. He eagerly tells about his small success, his face bright with pride. It appeared that she had already worn herself out. Unable to reply, they remained in no state to give any response. Arthur's heart raced with panic at the sight of her lying motionless. Her injury appeared to have taken a serious toll on her. Blood seeped from her enormous form, gradually spreading across the surrounding space. He swiftly takes hold of her large hand. Summoning all the power his tiny frame could gather, he pushed forward. He manages to flip her large body onto its other side. He realized her injury was getting worse. As he gazes forward, he notices that the rift she has been forming is now fully shaped and prepared for passage. Reflecting on the past, he suddenly understood that throughout all this time, while she focused on building the portal, her wounds continued to deteriorate. Watching this, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. She realized she had endured hardship in her efforts to build the portal for his sake. He only realized now that the weight was overwhelming him. At that moment, quietly murmured, her voice barely audible, offering him gentle reassurance that all was well. Arthur held onto her tightly, his face wet with tears as he sobbed uncontrollably, unable to do anything else. He couldn't understand how things could ever be okay while she was preparing to walk away from him like this. Realizing that she had sacrificed her own happiness for his sake, he felt an even deeper pain in his chest. At that instant, tears streamed down Arthur's face. He weeps for a length of time he would never willingly acknowledge. For the first time, tears streamed down his face, revealing the vulnerable child hidden beneath his outward appearance. Softly points out to him that they do not have much time left to spend together. She certainly didn't want her efforts to go unrecognized because he was too busy blaming himself. Arthur struggled to understand how he could avoid feeling responsible, knowing she was giving up her own safety just so he could see his family again. Feels a sense of gratitude. Thanks to Arthur, she now has the chance to escape the lonely cave earlier than expected, and this single fact leaves her without any remorse. Before long, her form starts to break apart, gradually dissolving into a cloud of ashes. As her dark armor shattered and fell away, brilliant white wings unfurled from her back. Appeared before him, transformed into a completely new version of herself. In this moment, she appeared more like her true self than she ever had in the past. Arthur had never imagined that would reveal herself as a dragon. She acknowledges the truth, she is, in fact, a dragon, or so humans would name a creature such as herself. Despite the situation, she pointed out to him that there was no reason to linger on pleasantries. She explained that completing the portal required her true form, and since her disguise had vanished, it would not be long before her foes arrived. Just before she leaves him behind, she explains to him that she has several important things to share. She hands him an egg that shimmers with all the colors of the rainbow. Along with several of her feathers, she instructs him to use them to keep the egg warm and to hide its presence, leaving Arthur too stunned to fully grasp the situation. Without warning, she collides with him. At that instant, a sudden reaction made his clothes rip apart. Patterns slowly started to form along his skin, while offered comforting words, promising that clarity would come to him eventually. Having accomplished her task, she chooses to activate the portal. She couldn't spare enough time to create a path straight to his house, but she managed to guide him near the humans. She encourages him to move quickly and leap through the portal. As he prepared to jump, stones suddenly tumbled down from above. Acted fast, unfurling her enormous wings to shield him just in time, preventing the heavy debris from falling on him. The individual who caused all the devastation turned out to be a strange and unsettling person appeared, bearing an uncanny resemblance to. He spoke to with a formal tone, urging her to stop being so obstinate and give him what he wanted. He implied that if she cooperated, he would consider tending to her injuries. Even Arthur immediately notices that the newcomer appears remarkably. The shape closely resembled the one had assumed before. Activated a power that halted the flow of time in her surroundings. The ability to move or speak in that moment belonged solely to her and Arthur. She appeared as though she was about to share a significant secret. She confessed that she had delayed the teleportation magic on purpose because she wanted to be near him a little longer. Realizing that her actions were self-centered, she acknowledged her selfishness, but explained that she had one last favor to ask. She hoped he would agree to call her grandma, if only for this one moment. Arthur stood there, utterly confused by her words, unable to grasp what she meant. He stared at her in shock, unable to believe what was happening. Yet, as everything around them stood still and their encounter hung in the balance, he urged her to escape this place by his side. Tears rolled down his cheeks as she explained to Arthur that she was unable to go with him, before he had a chance to argue again. With a heavy heart, she musters all her strength and hurls him into the portal, her goodbye filled with both sorrow and love. As he fell headlong into the swirling rift, his body spun uncontrollably. Arthur spoke to her for the final time, honoring her wish by referring to her as Grandma. Lips curved into a soft smile in response to his remarks. She quietly expresses her gratitude, and with those final words exchanged, their journey together concludes. Arthur's journey does not end there. Instead, he finds himself arriving in the heart of a thick, shadowy forest. The area was encircled by immense, sky-reaching trees. His mind focuses solely on her, and a dull pain settles in his chest. He felt a mix of sadness, frustration, and anger. He understands that this moment marks the last time he will ever lay eyes on her. The heaviness of understanding pressed down on them, making it almost impossible to endure. He finds himself unable to do anything except let out a desperate scream. Given her absence, it was only natural that he felt completely shattered. For the past 4 months had become an unwavering part of his daily routine. His mind became crowded with memories that stubbornly lingered, unwilling to disappear. For a span that felt at once brief and endless, she cared for him with the same warmth and devotion she would have shown to her own family. Since arriving in this world, he had been missing care, guidance, and love, gifts she had generously provided him. Although everything appeared to be over, the situation had not truly reached its conclusion. While he remains sprawled on the ground, her voice gradually reaches his ears. However, he soon realized it was merely a recording. Before they separated, had imprinted the message deeply in his memory, offering him a final remnant of her presence. The recording of his voice starts to play, informing Arthur that he still has a long way to go before he can handle the complete truth. The shape of his body remains that of a child who has only recently turned 4 years old. Even though his mana core had already advanced to the stage where it glowed a deep, dark red. She reveals that she has left him with a final gift, something she has infused into him before their farewell. He possessed an extraordinary will, and his destiny as a mage would be shaped by how skillfully he mastered this ability. Arthur, however, finds it hard to appreciate what others call a gift. A storm of bitterness swirled inside him, blending sorrow, anger, and guilt until his thoughts became murky, as though she could somehow feel what he was experiencing. Completely understands his emotions at this moment. He needed to remind himself that his family was still out there, relying on him, and that his life still held an important mission he had yet to complete. Hopes that he will experience the happiness and purity of being young, eventually becoming someone both his parents and herself can admire. She ends her message by making a heartfelt vow. Once his manicure advanced beyond the white phase, she would reach out to him once more. At that moment, she planned to reveal everything to him. She said her goodbyes to King Gray before departing. Arthur immediately becomes alert when he hears someone refer to the title he held in his past life. He remains motionless, unable to move. His thoughts were tangled in a haze of bewilderment. The question that lingered in his mind was how much time had passed since she discovered who he truly was. She wondered how she had come to know him at all. At that moment, he pushes aside any thoughts about her and concentrates solely on the problem in front of him. He realized that dedicating this life solely to training for revenge would make it no different from the one before. Determined to break the cycle, he knew he had to keep moving ahead from this moment on. Before anything else, he pauses to question his own location, unsure of where he could possibly be. He unleashed his mana absorption technique, surging through the forest at an astonishing, almost supernatural pace. After sprinting for some time, Arthur comes to the realization that even with the aid of mana, his eyesight remains partially limited. One fact soon stood out: he had ventured far into the heart of forest. Despite his struggles, he could just manage to use the mana rotation technique that had shown him. He was now able to maintain his magical abilities for a significantly extended period of time. Despite wandering aimlessly for what seemed like an eternity, he remained unable to discover an escape. Had assured him that he would find himself close to other people. Up to this point, he had found no evidence of their presence. After what seemed like an endless journey leaping from branch to branch among the treetops, Arthur began to sense a new confidence, moving through the trees with the skill and ease of a monkey that had perfected the art of swinging from branch to branch. Without warning, he becomes aware that a person is nearby. He swiftly falls behind the others. Moving swiftly, the figure traveled between the trees, carefully observing each location. Beneath them, a carriage waited. Utilizing his agility, he carefully lowers himself while keeping a safe gap between himself and what lies below. He attempts to overhear the group's conversation, hoping to discover what they are planning. They appeared to be unsavory individuals, giving off an unmistakable sense of menace. The group had recently taken a woman into custody, only to discover that she belonged to the elf race. Because she was both youthful and inexperienced, people had already begun to imagine offering her a lucrative deal. Although Arthur tried to remain calm, the fury and bitterness carved into his expression made it obvious that none of his enemies would escape this place alive. Making easy money at the elf's expense was out of the question. Arthur was completely baffled by how the pigs had acquired forest hounds. He realized that obtaining one of those was his best chance to escape the forest. The topic then shifted to the fate of the slave traders. He intends to vent his frustration by treating them like a punching bag. Although Arthur is anxious to return home, he realizes he must first come up with a reliable strategy for making his way back. It was clear that confronting the slave traders before anything else would be the wisest decision. He hesitates, knowing that launching an attack without a clear plan could be fatal. Confronting the entire group directly would surely lead to his own destruction. He decides to trail behind them, making sure to remain unnoticed. He lingered in the shadows, watching closely for just the right moment, quietly building up his energy so he could attack when they least expected it. When darkness settled over the city, he knew the moment had arrived for him to take action. Arthur put his plan into action by tossing a nut inside. A tree standing close by suddenly draws the attention of the hounds, causing them to become instantly watchful and tense. One of the men urgently instructed his companion to quiet the dogs, fearing their noise might rouse threats hidden in the forest's shadows. As one of the men focused his attention on the hounds, Arthur quickly takes advantage of the moment. He decides to take action by. Figure suddenly materialized directly before the villain. With a swift motion, his hand, pulsing with mana, sliced through the air. With a swift, precise motion, he cuts across the man's throat, ending it in a single, flawless move. Once that scoundrel had been defeated, Arthur carefully searches the body, determined to claim any valuables left behind. The character selected a sharp, well-crafted dagger from among the man's possessions. At the same time, the second heavyset man who had earlier ordered his companion to deal with the dogs started to question the delay, noticing that the sudden silence from the hounds seemed unusual. He moves closer to investigate. Arthur catches him off guard with a sudden attack. He applied exactly the right amount of force. The blade slices across his throat in the same way it did to the first victim. Although only 2 opponents remained, Arthur's strength was fading fast, his body growing exhausted from the fight. Without warning, the elf girl seated inside the carriage began causing a disturbance, creating exactly the kind of scene Arthur had hoped to avoid. Both of the remaining hesitantly left behind their usual sense of security. They began to search the area, hoping to find their lost friends. Arthur remained concealed in the shadow of the carriage. However, one of the figures suddenly detected a presence and lunged forward with an attack. Arthur reacted just in time, raising his guard and narrowly deflecting the blow. The character launched a swift attack, skillfully countering by severing the man's legs completely. A sharp, chilling scream rang out, cutting through the darkness of the night. The other bandit, who had been looking the other way, suddenly noticed the commotion. He hurried back to where it all happened and saw his friend suffering on the ground, fatally hurt. The wounded man, clutching his side in pain, managed to warn him to stay alert, explaining that the kid they were up against had magical powers. The long-haired bandit grows more interested at the reference to a mage. He quickly discards his sword and chooses to rely on his own strength instead, showing a clear desire to avoid injuring the golden hen as he prepares to catch it. They considered that if kept unharmed, the boy could be sold for an even greater sum than the elf girl. Keeping his goal clear, he lunges ahead with determination. Arthur managed to dodge at the last possible second and struck back immediately. With a swift motion, a rock was hurled directly at the man's face. The stone struck the man so hard that blood began to trickle from his lips. Arthur noticed his opponent was disoriented, so he seized the moment to hurl a dagger infused with mana at him. The bandit reaches out quickly and grabs it before it can hit the ground. The attack only heightened the villain's curiosity, making him realize that the boy truly possessed some cunning and dangerous moves. The bandit drives his foot forward with great force, unleashing a fierce kick, colliding with Arthur with such intensity that the force shook his tiny body and knocked him down onto the floor. For a brief instant, Arthur lies incapacitated, struggling to catch his breath and exposed to danger. Without missing a beat, the bandit swiftly scoops the child up from the ground. Trapped firmly in the man's hold, Arthur refused to surrender without a struggle. He swiftly seizes the enemy's wrist, channeling mana into his palm, in a split second. The method results in a blast. The size was sufficient for the bandits to be left behind. His hand had been burned so severely that it was now completely useless. The bandit howls in agony, clutching his burned hand. Seeing this opening, the boy realizes it's the perfect moment to make his move. Without a moment's pause, he takes the opportunity and acts. His hand releases the knife in a swift motion, the blade slicing cleanly across the man's throat and bringing an abrupt end to his life. The bald man was the last one left, sprawled helplessly on the ground. His severed legs rendered him motionless, and he desperately pleaded for mercy, twisting in pain. Arthur had long discarded any notion of mercy when it came to people like these. Without hesitation, he made sure to eliminate every last one of them, guaranteeing that no one escaped the forest alive. After dealing with the troublemakers, he shifted his attention to the shy elf girl, who immediately shrank back in fear the moment she saw him. He softly attempts to ease her worries, offering kind words and reassurance to calm her fears. Once her emotions settled, he pressed the fabric firmly against her mouth. With her rescue complete thanks to his actions, he chooses to follow a direction of his own making. Although she feels scared at the idea of being by herself, the girl immediately grabs onto him, her eyes wide and full of an innocent plea. Arthur attempted to reassure her by explaining that, with the troublemakers now dealt with, she no longer needed to worry about them following her. He also mentioned that elves were usually protected from harm in this forest. The girl swiftly moves her head from side to side, making it clear that beasts fear only grown-ups, not children. Her parents warned her that children might be devoured by wild hounds or captured by living trees. Arthur found himself uneasy at the idea of taking on the role of a babysitter. With no other options available to him, he hesitantly inquires about the distance to her house. The girl casually replies that she has no idea. He exhaled softly, then turned and started to leave. He tried to put her at ease by explaining that he was just heading out to collect a few things they needed. Despite the circumstances, he managed to gather whatever supplies he could for the path that lay before him. They were both uncertain about how much time the task would require. He also needed to consider how they would return. Disappointment filled him as he realized they couldn't use the carriage, which would have made their travels much quicker. However, choosing that option would make them far too noticeable. He eagerly anticipated discovering the elves, hoping they possessed something that could help him return to the human kingdom. While searching for supplies, after searching through the carriage, someone discovered some clothes and offered them to the small elf. He suggests that she put on the cloak since the temperature might drop. Grateful for his thoughtfulness, the young lady smiles and he gently pats her head to show his care. Having prepared everything, they set off toward their respective homes. They moved along the path she had indicated, unsure of the exact way. Arthur learned additional details about the elf child. Found herself alone in the woods after being parted from her family. She wondered aloud whether he belonged to the human kingdom. Each time memories of that place surfaced in her mind. Her mind is consumed by the whispers and gossip that claim every man is the same. It was said that humans often acted in inappropriate ways and sometimes took multiple wives. Throughout their travels, the group filled their days with playful exchanges and lighthearted teasing. Darkness blanketed the world as evening took hold. The group pitched their tents deep within the dense forest. Arthur volunteered to stand guard outdoors, recommending that she take the opportunity to rest while he kept an eye out. After entering the camp, she prepared to enjoy a much-needed break. Arthur found himself sitting by himself beneath a sky filled with shining stars. While he pondered his circumstances, it became clear that he had intended to use this time to uncover the purpose behind this mysterious gift. However, it seemed he would have to postpone solving this puzzle until after he accompanied the elf girl back to her village. The girl stepped out and recommended that he take some time to rest too. Despite her grandmother's strict rule against allowing boys in her bed, she decides that just this once she will bend the rule. Arthur responds by assuring her that he does not feel tired. Before she returned to the camp, the girl cautioned him that drawing attention could attract more beasts. She prefers that he come indoors, believing it would be safer for the two of them, even though he is assigned to stand watch. In the end, Arthur decides to comply with what she wants. Both of them slipped under the same blanket, sharing the warmth. A new day begins. After enjoying some much-needed rest, they woke feeling refreshed. They pressed onward, moving through strange landscapes as the hours slipped by swiftly. The subtle changes in their surroundings were the sole signs that showed how far they had come. Arthur confessed to himself that concerns about his family and a strong desire to return home had left him feeling irritable and restless. Yet there was something that made the trip feel nearly impossible to endure. The unbearable pain radiated from sending sharp waves through his body. The situation would change without warning every so often. His suffering had turned into a routine part of his daily life. Each morning he finds himself unexpectedly overwhelmed by it. During their travels, a certain day stood out from the rest. The group soon realizes that a pack of wild wolves is trailing close behind them. The young man hurled the knife without glancing behind him, and the blade embedded itself in the tree beside the wolf's head. Before long, every unfortunate person in the room experienced the most terrifying shock they had ever felt. Extended her finger, gesturing toward the path in front of her. Once more, an intense and overwhelming pain surged through Arthur's chest. He darts behind a nearby tree, hoping won't witness how defeated he looks. He kept it to himself, fearing that if she knew, she would only become more anxious. Night fell once more, and the group pitched their camp deep within the dense forest. With the arrival of a new day, time continued to slip by in much the same way. During these passing days, gradually became more familiar with the once unrecognizable environment around her, a promising indication of progress. Despite their determination to continue, the group found themselves moving more slowly since was struggling to endure the strain of their relentless journey. In an effort to lighten the load she carried, Arthur decided to handle her luggage on his own. Arthur faced his own struggles as well. Even with the support of mana coursing through him, the ache intensified, making it increasingly difficult for him to conceal his discomfort from the concerned elf nearby. Night fell once more, quietly merging with the hours that had already passed. The day began once again. During their travels, unexpectedly asks for something unusual. As their bond had grown stronger, she considers whether she might be allowed to refer to him as Art, just as his family members do. The boy immediately signaled his approval, catching off guard with how quickly he agreed. Because of this, Arthur intentionally chooses to exaggerate his emotions for effect. With an unsettling tone, he expressed that it would be his greatest honor if addressed him as Arthur, despite his humble origins in the countryside. The girl reached out and squeezed his cheeks, responding to his playful teasing with a light-hearted gesture. Their playful exchange carried on, filling the air with light-hearted teasing. His attention is abruptly drawn to something unexpected. She hurries eagerly toward that way while the boy follows with clear reluctance. To him, the scenery offers nothing but endless moss, scattered leaves, thick fog, and an overwhelming number of trees. Nevertheless, the journey pressed on with a sense of honesty woven into the unfolding story. This particular journey stood out as one of the longest challenges the protagonist had encountered in the manhwa. While it played a key role in shaping his character, it also brought him nearer to the young girl. Even with a significant difference in their mental maturity, the two had noticeably deepened their bond. A new day dawned, ushering in yet another adventure through the mysterious forest. At last, after a lengthy trek, it appeared that their persistence had paid off as they found themselves nearing their destination. After she reached out and touched each of the trees that surrounded her, after a long search, at last discovers the person she had been looking for. She performed a bit of magic and unlocked the way. A green gate swung open within the trunk of the wooden tree. She gestured for him to come in after her. As Arthur enters, he immediately loses his balance and tumbles forward. Through written sentence, they made their way to the opposite side of the gate. As Arthur rises to his feet and directs his gaze forward, he gazes ahead and is captivated by a breathtaking scene. He found himself standing before an entire society of elves, and as he took in the breathtaking beauty around him, the single word that surfaced in his thoughts was pristine. Still, he sensed that even this description fell short of capturing the true magnificence of what he saw. The moment the nearby elves set their gaze on the boy, several soldiers suddenly emerged in front of them. Rather than attempting to capture him, the soldiers arrived to formally escort the royal princess, following every official procedure. Arthur stood frozen, utterly stunned by what he saw, his mind completely blank as he struggled to figure out any appropriate response. His thoughts swirl with countless uncertainties, leaving him confused and restless. He gives a subtle nod, quietly confirming that what he observes is truly happening. A knight explained that they had come immediately after realizing someone had activated the oral teleportation gate. He adds that both the king and queen have come back too. Without delay, the focus shifts to his anxious parents hurrying to her side. The woman holds the title of Queen of, and following close behind is her spouse, the reigning king of. Another prominent figure, Virion, made his entrance onto the scene. His name appeared in every history book, for he once ruled as the king of El Noir. He was recognized as the commander of the final battle waged against the humans from the kingdom. All of her relatives had come together in one place. Arthur carefully guided in the direction of her anxious parents. They greet her with affectionate embraces, sharing a moment of warmth together. Witnessing the touching display of affection before him, Arthur found himself thinking about his own parents. He began to imagine whether his mother and father would greet him with the same warmth and love when they were reunited. King faced Arthur, conveying deep appreciation, not only in his role as ruler but also as parent. To show his thanks for Arthur's help in bringing back unharmed, extended an invitation for Arthur to join them at their residence. He offered Arthur several days to recuperate, all the while anticipating the story of Arthur's homeland with great interest. Arthur noticed that although the man spoke with a steady and kind voice, his eyes revealed a different truth. By observing his gaze, Arthur could tell that the so-called request was not really a choice at all, but rather a command disguised as an opportunity. Arthur acknowledges the kindness extended to him, showing his appreciation for the offer. Without warning, seized his hand and began pulling him after her, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. The sight leaves the bystanders visibly shocked. The girl, in contrast, can hardly contain her excitement as she eagerly prepares to introduce him to all the wonders this place holds. The young man's initial reaction was filled with sheer amazement. He had anticipated seeing a grand castle upon discovering its royal status. He stood in awe, realizing that the grand structure before him offered much more than simply a place to reside. At one moment, Arthur begins questioning whether he has somehow ended up inside a fantasy story. The queen wasted no time in presenting their young visitor to the maids, instructing them to ensure Arthur enjoyed every moment of his stay. Arthur appreciated the kindness shown to him, yet he sensed it was important to clarify the events that had taken place. His parents appeared eager and ready to listen to every interesting detail. Every important member of the family was present. Several senior knights, along with others, assembled to listen to what Arthur had to say. The boy began by introducing himself as Arthur, mentioning that he came from a modest village in the kingdom of. He expressed his deep gratitude and respect for having the chance to stand before the royal family. Although the introduction feels somewhat exaggerated, Arthur understands that the conversation will stall if they continue to view him as immature. The king himself remarked on Arthur's surprisingly refined manners and knowledge, which seemed unusual for someone who said he grew up with little. This observation made everyone even more eager to hear what Arthur would reveal next. The boy began to share his story, offering a somewhat unclear account of being parted from his family after an encounter with bandits. While he wasn't being completely dishonest, he chose to reveal only part of the truth. As he continued, his tale naturally reached the moment when he met their daughter. The mood in the room changes as soon as the news is revealed. The king's face hardens with anger when he learns that was taken by slave traders, specifically by humans. From his reaction, it is obvious that he already harbors a strong dislike for humans, and this information only deepens his resentment. The boy felt frustrated that the elf king was judging all humans based on the actions of a few slave traders. With a polite tone, the young man clarified to the other that slave trading should be recognized as an occupation rather than being associated with any particular race. The boy's comment quickly results in several gleaming swords being directed straight at him. Swiftly intervened, preventing the knights from advancing. Virion listened with growing interest, wondering how Arthur had succeeded in rescuing his granddaughter from the bandits. He considered the possibility that Arthur might have pleaded with them or bargained for her release. The boy firmly rejected any accusations against him, choosing instead to truthfully reveal that he was a mage, even though he was still just a child. In the end, he had defeated the slave traders and managed to save their granddaughter. An irate knight, unable to contain his frustration, swiftly unsheathes his sword. To him, Arthur's words sound completely ridiculous, and he believes the young man is shamelessly deceiving the crowd. However, responded to the knight's rash move with a fierce, threatening stare. An icy stare cut through the darkness, stopping the overly enthusiastic knight in its tracks. At last, Arthur rises from where he had been sitting. He boldly announces his indifference to whether others trust his words. What truly matters is that he is now safe and sound. The only thing he desires is to go back home to his family in. His eyes widened in surprise when she realized that Arthur would be departing earlier than she had expected. The girl's parents are taken aback when they notice the deep empathy she shows toward him. At the same time, Arthur softly brings up the long past between humans and elves, expressing his belief that it wouldn't be suitable for a human to stay in the kingdom for an extended period. Right now, his main concern is making sure his family is out of harm's way and reassuring them that he is unharmed. The king chooses that it is his turn to address the others. He makes a short reference to the history shared by the two kingdoms and points out that Arthur was the one who rescued their daughter. Arthur had taken the time and effort to escort her safely back to El Noir. Recognizing this, the king announced that Arthur deserved a suitable reward. Before proceeding, the king revealed some troubling news. The portal that connected to the Sapin Kingdom could only be used once every 7 years, and that was during the summit held for the 3 races. The gate would not open again for another 5 years, leaving a long wait ahead. Despite this, the king gladly arranged for a team of guards to ensure Arthur's safe journey back to his homeland. He shares his hope that Arthur will remain for a while, allowing the elves the opportunity to treat him with hospitality and care as their honored guest. The king acknowledges that, although a few elves have accepted humans, many still harbor resentment from the ancient conflict. He instructs Arthur to settle in comfortably for the night, assuring him that an escort will be arranged and ready by the following morning. After some time, Arthur enters an opulent chamber that has been assigned to him. He begins by enjoying a refreshing shower, rewarding himself for his efforts. However, as he steps into the shower, pain surged from his once more, forcing him to bend over in agony. Once he completed his task, he settled onto the couch to relax. He carefully cradled the egg that had given him, feeling the weight of her trust in his hands. Without warning, someone rapped on the door. As he opens the door, appears before him, waiting expectantly. Without any hint or warning, she suddenly lunged forward and struck him in the stomach with her head, causing him to nearly choke from the unexpected blow. It seemed that she was bothered by the distant way he addressed her parents, as well as his intention to depart in the near future. Arthur made an effort to explain to the naive girl that his actions were simply out of respect, given their roles as king and queen over the whole kingdom. The truth was, he had every right to be upset. She had kept their royal heritage a secret from him until now. Firmly expresses her feelings, letting him know that she hopes he stays, since he is the very first friend she has ever had. Arthur couldn't help but break into a smile at those words. Wanting to show his goodwill, he offered a warm gesture. He casually rests his hand on her neck as if they have known each other forever and urges her to quit whining and give him a tour of the castle. Together, they began a venture through the castle's halls. Led him to the place she loved most, a hidden corner that became especially beautiful in the springtime when vibrant flowers blossomed all around. She goes on to acquaint him with an unusual species of insect called. These are grown with special care. At that moment, while she attempted to point out the glowing bees to him, Arthur became aware of a presence approaching him from behind. A small dagger was revealed. He reacted instantly, seizing the young girl and moving her out of harm's way. At that very moment, he finds himself unable to act. He seized the weapon in midair and struck back, moving with astonishing speed. The identity of the mastermind behind this scheme was just about to be revealed. Aside from her grandfather Virion, Arthur is stunned, unable to believe that her own grandfather might have tried to harm her. However, the elderly man remains composed and explains that the object in his hand is nothing more than a harmless toy. Upon examining the situation more carefully, Arthur's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he realized he had been fooled. Virion feels a sense of admiration as he observes Arthur's quick reflexes. Witnessing Arthur not only catch the small object but also immediately turn it into an advantage astonishes him. Although Virion recognizes that Arthur's control over mana is only average, he can now easily understand how Arthur managed to defeat several slave traders on his own. Arthur cannot decide if he should take offense or feel flattered, so he remains silent. Intervenes, rebuking her grandfather and firmly instructing him to stop making fun of Arthur. The old man appeared to have no plans of making fun of anyone. The real reason he walked up to Arthur was because Arthur intrigued him. It had been ages since he'd encountered anyone as captivating as this young man. Virion flung a wooden sword toward Arthur, sending it spinning through the air. Determined to test the boy's true abilities, the observer chose to find out what he was capable of. Arthur quickly takes hold of the item and acts immediately, showing no sign of reluctance. He moved it with all the speed he could muster. The attacker swung his weapon straight toward the elderly man. He swings at his target, only to discover it was nothing more than a mirage crafted from mana. Despite this, Virion feels a surge of admiration for the youngster's boldness. Refusing to yield, Arthur launched himself forward once more. He swung his wooden sword, but once again his target turned out to be nothing more than a decoy. Arthur's openness in this instant exposes him completely. The door creaked open and the elderly man seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Arthur moved swiftly, narrowly avoiding the danger at the last possible moment. He quickly sprang from where he had been standing, trying to protect himself. Even though Arthur moves quickly, he still gets struck hard by an unexpected elbow, leaving him reeling. Despite everything, the situation failed to disturb him. He unleashed his full strength, no longer restraining himself. Arthur rushed forward again, gripping his wooden sword tightly. His swiftness stood out as truly impressive. Despite his efforts, it was obvious that he was struggling just to keep up with the elderly man. The other person appeared completely unfazed, showing no signs of effort. Before long, Arthur is left exposed once again. The old man strikes, sending him stumbling backward. The object rolled farther and farther from its starting point. Hurried over to see if he was all right. The old man appeared to have suffered injuries as well before he left. Arthur at last succeeded in landing a shallow cut on the old man, who seemed to have earned it with his arrogant attitude, acting as though no one in the world could rival his skill. Virion's enthusiasm for another match was clear, but quickly ended any hope he had. She insisted there would be no rematch, and with a teasing grin, gave her grandfather a gentle pinch as a warning not to trouble Arthur any further. The elderly man responds with a gentle smile, confessing that showing leniency toward Arthur would have only left himself vulnerable to someone much younger. Meanwhile, Arthur feels a deep sense of pride, realizing just how much respect holds for him. Arthur's response clearly affects the elderly man, causing his cheerful expression to fade as he suddenly adopts a more serious demeanor. From his perspective, if Arthur genuinely regards him as a respected and noble upperclassman. Soon after, he extends an offer for the other person to join him as his student. Arthur found himself completely stunned by the surprising proposal, uncertain if the elder genuinely meant what was being suggested. The elderly man promptly acknowledges his identity, but Arthur points out that he is merely a human and expresses uncertainty about whether humans are permitted to remain in this kingdom. Assured that as long as Arthur remained his student, no one would have the courage to force him to leave. He pledged to share knowledge with Arthur that surpassed anything the most skilled mages in Sapin could provide. Although the opportunity seems appealing, Arthur refuses with courteous firmness, determined not to linger in this place when his goal is to find his parents. Upon hearing the request, the elderly man offers a new assurance, vowing to allow Arthur to reach out to his parents so they can be certain of his safety and well-being. Before providing any more details, the elderly man instructs the maids to escort so she can wash up and relax. When the two were finally by themselves, the elderly man revealed that he was aware of Arthur's struggles, specifically mentioning the intense pain Arthur had been feeling deep within the area where his mana core resided. The episodes had started to occur with increasing regularity. Arthur wondered how the elderly man possessed such extensive knowledge. Dismisses the inquiry, insisting that there's no use in discussing it. He urges Arthur to consider the true cause of his sickness instead. Before providing any further explanation, checks if Arthur has ever heard of beast wills. The phrase leaves Arthur completely puzzled, as it means nothing to him. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, memories of damaging his freshly done nails surfaced vividly. Before resuming their discussion, the elderly man presumes that Arthur must have already come across some mana beasts. He proceeds to clarify that creatures strong enough to be classified as Class A or above acquire the power to transfer their will or unique abilities to others, either to their own young or to an individual they select to form a bond with. He assures Arthur that he won't question how he came across such a formidable beast will, but cautions him that, for now, the strength inside him is causing more trouble than benefit. Arthur realized that the old man's knowledge suggested must have a beast will as well. The old man openly acknowledged the truth without hesitation. He stated that his profession was that of a beast tamer, a role he achieved by completely mastering the wild, beastly instincts within his own nature. He understood the deep longing Arthur felt to reunite with his family and make his way back home. He cautions that taking action at this moment would be extremely dangerous. The overwhelming strength of the beast coursing through Arthur proved far too much for his young, unprepared body to withstand. If no action is taken quickly, the situation will spiral out of control. The force he had gained was slowly tearing his body apart from within. Arthur stretched out and rested, beads of sweat shimmering across his face. A weighty pressure seemed to bear down on his body while he floated between moments of awareness and darkness. He gazes upon a terrifying figure that embodies all his fears and responsibilities. The pressure to meet everyone's expectations follows him relentlessly, disturbing his rest even as he dreams. The heaviness pinning him down does not come from any ghostly being. Instead, it is, sitting squarely on top of him, unintentionally making his fatigue worse. She has shown up to rouse him from sleep, eager to share the thrill of the day ahead with him. Arthur appeared to be still tired, so he summoned the shadow monster again, hoping it would let him rest for a few more minutes. As Arthur prepared for the day ahead, approached him with a question, wanting to know if her grandfather's claim about Arthur remaining with them was accurate. Arthur, however, felt uncertain about his answer. His decision to stay would be determined by the outcome of his journey with Elder Virion. Arthur made his way toward the carriage designated for his journey with the Elder, while the king and queen desperately appealed to Elder, urging him to change his mind. They argued that allowing a human to remain in their kingdom was improper and violated long-standing elven customs. The elderly man, clearly intrigued by Arthur, expressed his interest by insisting that Arthur remain with him for a while longer. Additionally, it appeared that their daughter had grown fond of him, giving them yet another reason to let him stay a little longer. In spite of the king's desperate requests, Elder remained steadfast in his beliefs. He confidently promises the royal family that Arthur will remain under his close supervision, making it clear to the entire kingdom that Arthur is being carefully monitored. Arthur's lips curled into a small smile as he watched Elder come to his defense. After climbing into the carriage, they set out on their adventure. After traveling for a considerable amount of time, Arthur began to question in his mind how much more time remained before the journey would finally end. He looked forward to meeting the enigmatic friend of the elderly man. Without warning, rested her head on Arthur's shoulder and drifted off to sleep. Waking early out of excitement had finally taken its toll on her. Being the kingdom's sole princess, was raised in an environment where she often found herself alone. She had suffered countless betrayals from both grown-ups and kids who only acted like her friends. As the years passed, she grew more withdrawn, surrounding herself with an emotional barrier to protect her heart from further pain. In just a brief period observing her interactions with Arthur, it became clear that she smiled and laughed more often than she had throughout recent years. The elderly man truly feels thankful for this and shows his appreciation. They felt thankful for the young man. Following a brief ride, the carriage gradually slows to a stop. They reached an isolated house standing alone in the vast emptiness. At this point, Arthur's interest is piqued as he wonders about the identity of the newcomer. The previous king had journeyed a long distance to this remote place just to meet his enigmatic companion. Despite his age, the man suddenly loses control, pounding on the door with every bit of strength he has and shouting loudly for the witch within to reveal herself. The woman finally appeared, her expression filled with both irritation and anger in response to bold behavior. The elderly gentleman slowly presents her to Arthur, explaining that her name is. He goes on to share that she is a longtime acquaintance and an extraordinary deviant, someone Virion believes has the ability to assist him. Though Arthur was not tall, his impeccable manners stood out. He respectfully lowered his head in greeting, showing the lady the utmost courtesy. Welcomed the group into her home as Arthur paused to consider his thoughts. Considering the reality of being an outcast, her magic, unlike the traditional 4 elemental types, resembled the unique powers his mother possessed, yet he remained uncertain about the role she would play in assisting him. Arthur tries to hide his impatience, but his curiosity grows as he wonders about his plan to help him find his parents. At last, the woman reveals that people refer to her as a diviner. Magic of this kind differs between magicians, yet her abilities are notably strong. Because of this, it was almost impossible for anyone to conceal things from her when she decided to investigate. She had already discovered that Arthur was different from others. His uniqueness was so profound that certain aspects of his existence remained hidden, even from her watchful gaze. Despite everything, she has caught fleeting visions revealing fragments of both his history and what lies ahead for him. She is also aware that his visit has nothing to do with her gift of foresight. He longed to reunite with his parents and show them that he was still alive. She tells him to tilt forward, making sure he focuses on the bowl filled with water. Once Arthur follows the instructions, the woman instantly sets her spell into motion. When Arthur finally spots his parents in the water, the chance to communicate with them will become possible, as he concentrates on forging the connection. The story transitions to focus on his parents' point of view. In that place, his affectionate parents sit together, sharing a meal. Arthur had once found great enjoyment in that activity. Without warning, Arthur's voice echoed through the air, startling everyone. The unexpected sound left them motionless, gripped by surprise. As soon as Arthur revealed that he was their son, shock overwhelmed them, rendering them completely immobile. The shock washed over them, causing their spoons to tumble from their grasp. To everyone's astonishment, Arthur confidently lets them know, through his thoughts, that he truly is their son, communicating with them mentally. He couldn't go into details at the moment, but he made sure they knew he was alive and unharmed. Despite the odds, he clung to life after tumbling from the cliff, his survival hanging by a thread. He goes on to share that he is now living among the elves in the kingdom of. However, the character makes it clear that this information must remain confidential. Arthur assures the group that they should not hold themselves responsible for the events that occurred in the past. He felt a deep sense of pride in his actions, certain that if given the chance to relive those moments, he would confidently make the same decisions all over again. He shares some information about the sickness he is dealing with. As a result, he needed to remain here for an extended period to receive treatment before he would be able to go back home. He confesses that he doesn't know if an opportunity to speak with them will come again. Since only a single woman possessed the ability to assist him in forming this bond, he had no other choice but to rely on her. He brought the discussion to a close. He pleads with his father, hoping he will protect both his mother and the unborn child. During this time apart, he planned to keep up his training and let his father know that he shouldn't be shocked if his determined son managed to win a sparring match when they met again. The thoughtful video call drew to a close, leaving Arthur's father overwhelmed as he burst into uncontrollable tears. His wife does the same. The group struggles to accept the reality that Arthur has survived. The overwhelming news that their son was still alive filled them with an incredible sense of happiness and excitement. Arthur's parents held one another tightly, their faces glowing with pure joy. Tears did not fall from the eyes of parents alone. Arthur feels just as stunned by the discussion he recently shared with his parents. Despite his nerves, he gathers his courage. He informs the elderly man that he now feels prepared to face whatever the future may bring. Following their short stay in, the group made their way back to the castle at last. The king and queen stand ready, anticipating the moment their guests will arrive. Elder and step through the grand entrance of the castle. Arthur comes to an abrupt halt as the king steps forward to block his path. The king neither holds any resentment toward him nor intends to deny him passage. He hoped to make amends. The queen herself wishes to apologize for how they acted before. Both she and her companion openly demonstrate sincere remorse for the way they first treated him. Arthur, always willing to let go of past grievances, readily seeks to restore friendships. He quickly extends his hand and greets the King of France with a firm handshake. The discussion shifted to the subject of conditions. Remains uncertain whether apologies are supposed to be handled this way. In her view, if the king and queen genuinely felt regret, they would allow her to bring Arthur out and see the city, a chance she has been longing for. Since there was no objection from either the king or the queen, nothing stood in their way, and so, in time, things unfolded as they wished. Arthur and got ready to leave for the hospital. They decided to leave and discover what the city had to offer. Excitedly points out all the special things about to Arthur. Yet as they continued their stroll, Arthur, not watching where he was going, collided unexpectedly with an elf. The elf deliberately collided with him, clearly seeking a chance to insult all humans. Once the atmosphere was established, the cunning elf wasted no time in singling out Arthur with a pointed gesture. He was reminded that despite Elder Virion's kindness, he would never truly fit in here. Although Arthur is irritated by the arrogant stranger, moves forward to challenge him herself. The elf revealed his name to be and responded to his inquiries with a smug attitude, wondering aloud how she managed to stand sharing the air with someone as ordinary as Arthur. Confident in his own status as a renowned knight, went so far as to volunteer himself for the task of personally escorting. However, Arthur swiftly shifts the mood by making lighthearted jokes. Grew increasingly furious as his carefully chosen remarks struck a nerve. The thought of anyone making fun of his knighthood overwhelms this young troublemaker. Fueled by anger, hurled his glove to the ground, signaling his demand for a duel with Arthur. Arthur had always considered this man rather foolish, but now he realized the situation was even worse than he had imagined. Quickly moves ahead, her eyes narrowing in disbelief at the boldness of the knight before her. She cannot comprehend how could have the nerve to provoke Elder's own disciple to a fight. Firmly expresses that protecting his pride is non-negotiable, a principle instilled in him since childhood. Fueled by a desire to protect his reputation, he confronted Arthur, insisting that Arthur either face him in a duel or back down in embarrassment. Seeking to intensify the situation, pointed out that, among elves, whatever Arthur chose would also impact the reputation of his mentor, Elder Virion. Arthur found himself captivated by the fierce looks painted across everyone's faces, surprised by how seriously the people here treated dueling. Full of anticipation to begin, interprets Arthur's quietness as a sign that he agrees. To set events in motion, he urges Princess to preside over the duel as the official. Despite her hesitation, ultimately consented. The moment she indicates it is time, lunged ahead, determined to strike before anyone else could react. Without hesitation, the young man clenched his hand into a fist and swiftly erased everything in his path. With one powerful punch, the blow lands with such force that spit bursts from his mouth. He tumbled backward, landing several feet from where he had stood. Arthur remained standing in place, uncertain whether defeating an opponent in a duel could truly be so simple. At the same time, showed no sign of surprise at the result, as she had anticipated that events would unfold in this way. Arthur found himself questioning if his newfound strength was real or just a lucky accident, but before he could decide, took his hand and hurriedly pulled him along. As their travels resumed, Arthur found his affection for the young princess steadily deepening. The remainder of the day proved far less eventful than the earlier encounter with. The experience offered Arthur a welcome break, allowing him to momentarily set aside his more serious concerns. Arthur and sat side by side. She wonders aloud whether he feels anxious about the challenging training that awaits him. The anticipation of tomorrow's events had already started to weigh heavily on Arthur's thoughts. He remembered Elder's warning, the words sharp and unforgettable, had made it clear that the lessons ahead would challenge him greatly. He warned Arthur that he should prepare himself for the tough trials that lay in his future. The agony caused by this merging process would be nearly unbearable, comparable to the torment of sinking into a vat of scalding tar. Arthur found himself stranded in an unfamiliar country, separated from the warmth and familiarity of his loved ones. Tasks that once seemed easy now appeared overwhelmingly difficult. Virion had assured Arthur that should he withstand the challenges ahead, remarkable rewards would be waiting for him when it was all over. In the present moment, Arthur pulls himself from his thoughts and offers a confident, reassuring smile. He explains to her that he feels excitement rather than nervousness. Arthur had traveled a great distance to reach his current point in life. He eagerly anticipated further training, reuniting with his parents and becoming even stronger. The possibilities ahead filled him with excitement and curiosity. As the first season drew to a close, Arthur stood prepared to confront any obstacles that lay before him. Time seemed to race forward, with the years passing in what felt like an instant. The scene opens with who now appears older and more grown-up than before. She had arrived with the intention of waking their son. He too had changed significantly since their previous encounter. Their relationship appeared to have changed significantly, showing clear signs of growth and development between them. In the midst of their argument, the elderly man interrupts their conversation. She instructed the group to prepare themselves for the upcoming lessons. Before any excitement could begin, she shared a brief background story. The world consisted of 4 primary elements, but more advanced forms also existed. Only mages who had achieved mastery over these basic elements could wield the more complex powers of ice, gravity, lightning, and sound. These individuals are referred to as deviants. Dwarves possess the power to control earth and fire, though their connection to these elements is much stronger than that of other races. Their unique talent lies in shaping and manipulating metal, and the most accomplished dwarves can command earth and fire so well that they are able to create and direct magma. Elves are able to influence water, wind, and earth, and their skill with these elements far surpasses that of humans. Occasionally, an elf is born with the rare gift of becoming a deviant mage, granting them the extraordinary ability to command plants. Despite their abilities, elves were unable to give rise to mages capable of mastering advanced forms of water, wind, or earth. In contrast, humans possess the talent to wield any of the 4 fundamental elements. They alone possess the ability to create unusual changes within any of the elements, and could also give rise to rare powers that didn't fit into any elemental category, such as those who could emit energy or heal others. A fragile equilibrium existed among the 3 races, shaped by the size of their populations and their collective connection to elemental forces. Arthur could only guess about the variety among their mages, so he turned to his master to see if such an explanation would make sense to those listening. Leywin paused thoughtfully before offering his response. The conversation reached a standstill and appeared ready to share her thoughts. Although she realizes that the assimilation is designed to ready Arthur's body for accepting his beast will, she thinks that he would benefit more if he exercised his body like she does, combining that effort with the use of magic. Arthur grasps why she replied the way she did. During the past 3 years, he had become increasingly aware of how their racial backgrounds set them apart. Among humans, people were seen as gifted if they awakened their abilities in their early teens, but elves often experienced this milestone by the time they turned 10. However, had reached this stage even sooner, awakening when she was only 9 years old. Since that time, she had devoted herself to studying magic with a tutor, while her grandfather also taught her how to defend herself. During one of their lessons, the elderly man teased her, wondering aloud if she was upset about being the only one to suffer bruises in training. Embarrassed but honest, the girl immediately confessed that she was, in fact, a bit annoyed. Despite how exhausting the training appears, Arthur is certain that will grow into an incredible force one day. The elderly man pauses to provide more details for, clarifying that Arthur has spent the last 3 years merging his mana with every part of his body, including his bones, muscles, and organs. Unlike who is focused on physical training, Arthur's unique approach means that, when the process is finished, his physique will surpass the strength and endurance of seasoned fighters. Focus returned to Arthur. The elderly man observes that even after 3 years of his energy remains far from depleted. With this realization, he chooses to offer the other person some assistance. After this day, Arthur would finally embrace his role as a genuine beast tamer, setting himself apart from the fortunate adventurers who only saw their beast wills as simple instruments. Virion intended to awaken Arthur's mana core by channeling a significant portion of his own mana into the boy. He comforts his younger colleague, explaining that although it may get a little hot, it likely won't be uncomfortable. The moment the elderly man starts the procedure, Arthur immediately discovers through an uncomfortable experience that it is much hotter than he expected. The agony felt unbearable as waves of scorching pain surged through his body, while the radiance shining from his chest steadily intensified, glowing so fiercely that it threatened to overwhelm his vision. Suddenly, an intense surge of energy swept across the area, engulfing everything in its path. The force hurled both the elderly man and to the other side of the hallway. After the procedure comes to an end, and the elderly man hurried over to the boy, concern etched on their faces as they reached him. Fortunately, he appears unharmed, though he looks disoriented. After seeing such a frightening show of strength, the old man's curiosity grows stronger than ever. Unable to contain his questions any longer, he makes up his mind to ask Arthur where the beast came from and whether he will become its next master. The boy explains with sincerity that a female dragon was the one who gave it to him. The old man reacts with shock and disbelief at the very mention of a dragon, as if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning. A surge of exhilaration and astonishment overwhelms him. The awareness that he has been instructing an authentic dragon tamer sends his mind reeling. After some time had passed, the boy slowly awoke in his bed. The elderly man experiences a sense of relief, grateful that no serious incident has occurred. At the same time, the boy wonders whether his powers will remain concealed, even if he decides to go away. The elderly gentleman assures them that everything will work out, but then reveals surprising news. It turns out that Arthur is scheduled to leave in only 4 months. Naturally, this revelation leaves the boy deeply unsettled. Up until now, he had believed he would remain trapped in this place for an additional 2 years. Meanwhile, the elderly man continues, revealing that a tournament involving young people from all 3 kingdoms had at last been approved. The portal located in City, part of the Sapin Kingdom, was about to open, making it possible to journey between and. This explains absence. If she had found out he was departing, she probably would have reacted wildly. At last, the moment arrived for Arthur to return to his family, even though he anticipated seeing them again. He continues to believe that 4 months is much too early. At this moment, the elderly man calmly promises that the next 4 months will be so unbearably difficult that the young man will find himself desperately wishing for them to end sooner. With his assimilation finished, he faced the prospect of even more challenging training ahead. Having finished speaking, the elderly man turns away and departs. At that exact instant, Arthur noticed his egg lying on the floor, having somehow tumbled off the couch for reasons he couldn't explain. Cracks started to appear on its surface, giving the impression that it might soon break open. Soon afterward, cracks began to appear across the surface of the shell. A small dragon suddenly emerged. The small creature begins by opening its mouth wide in a sleepy yawn. Without warning, she lost her balance and toppled to the ground. Arthur was left utterly confused, unable to grasp what had just occurred. Soon after, Arthur catches himself gazing at the adorable little one. The dragon's fondness for him became obvious to everyone. It was clear that Arthur couldn't resist the charm of the tiny creature, captivated by its overwhelming cuteness. Although the situation appeared safe at first, the dragon unexpectedly lunged forward and sank its teeth into him. The creature lets go solely because the young animal finds the taste of Arthur's sweaty, salty skin unpleasant. Arthur felt a slight sting from the bite. The burn creates a lasting scar on his arm. After the attack, the adorable child cheerfully begins to refer to him as Mama. Arthur, however, remains completely unaware of the identity of the person addressing him. Before long, he comes to understand that the presence belongs to the dragon. She was communicating with him telepathically, her thoughts echoing clearly inside his head. Arthur corrected her by pointing out that he was a boy and suggested that she should refer to him as Papa. He chooses to name her in honor of her mother. As they spent time interacting with the young child, Arthur suddenly becomes aware that the burn left by the bite is more than an ordinary wound. A strange sensation grows within him, as if the mark is forging a mysterious link between himself and the dragon. While spending a peaceful moment with, Arthur unwinds and enjoys her company. The character gradually falls asleep. He jolts awake in the middle of the night, startled by the darkness surrounding him. He glanced in every direction, scanning his surroundings. Clutched the tiny dragon so firmly in her arms that the creature let out desperate cries, clearly pleading for someone to rescue it. Appeared to have formed a strong bond with the young child. As dawn breaks, Arthur makes his way down the hallway. He observes that remains utterly captivated by the tiny animal in his possession. Meanwhile, it's obvious that does not feel the same fondness toward her. The moment arrives when the characters encounter the elderly man. Her eyes bright with excitement, shares the news with him that Arthur has recently gotten a new pet. Elder cast a curious look toward the small dragon, appearing entirely. The unusual appearance of the animal left everyone utterly confused. At this point, he firmly believes that Arthur's relentless shocks will be the end of him. In time, Arthur patiently recounts the events too, clarifying both what had occurred and the origins of. Virion explained that creatures such as typically emerge from their eggs only when surrounded by their own kind. Arthur questioned why he had chosen to hatch while he was present, and together, they concluded that it must have been because he had completely awakened just the previous day. Arthur looked at the old man with doubt, wondering aloud if it was truly important to keep the child hidden. In his opinion, hardly anyone would suspect that she possessed such extraordinary power. The elderly man nodded in agreement, yet he cautioned that there were more important matters to worry about. He pointed out that their work on reinforcing his mana core had fallen behind because of the assimilation process. Now that he had completely awakened, it became necessary for him to begin strengthening his core and mastering his newfound dragon will. Arthur wanted to know what they should do next. The old man explained that the most effective method to reach the initial level of beast will involve enhancing the strength of his mana core. You were always locked in battle. The directions now made sense to Arthur, filling him with determination to move forward. The elderly man mentioned an additional point, explaining that Arthur would benefit even further if he faced another beast tamer capable of using stages. Just then the elderly man called upon his own creature to appear. The tendrils swiftly coiled themselves around his body. He was transformed so thoroughly that he looked entirely different. Before proceeding, it is important to pause and consider the actions of the elderly man. In essence, beast tamers are a type of mage capable of utilizing special powers passed down from mana beasts. During the initial phase, called the acquire phase, a beast tamer gains the ability to tap into the natural power of their beast. Yet, the mage is able to access and make full use of their beast's special powers and traits only when they reach the second stage, known as the integrate phase. After spending many years mastering his beast will, Elder finally reached the second stage. This transformation granted him the fierce and lethal abilities of a Shadow Panther. Now strengthened by the powers of the Shadow Panther, the elderly mentor urges his student to be more vigilant, especially during moments when he approaches from behind without warning. Arthur felt a wave of unease after receiving the old man's warning. He realized that despite knowing the old man's plans, the message was clear. The old man could still catch him off guard. In a heartbeat, the elderly man disappears without a trace. Before he has a chance to make sense of what just happened, a gentle touch lands on his shoulder. Arthur spun around with remarkable speed, moving so swiftly that it caught the eye. However, when he turns around, there is nobody there. Just as Arthur begins to process what's happening, the elderly man materializes behind him once more, leaving Arthur utterly stunned by the sudden reappearance. Arthur gives up this time. The old man moved with astonishing swiftness, leaving others struggling to follow his movements, while the Shadow Panther's overwhelming presence struck fear and wonder into all who witnessed its fearsome appearance. The elderly man discloses an important flaw within the integration stage. Each time he used the ability, his body suffered significant strain. Despite witnessing the old man's swift movements, he remained in disbelief. The sheer agility was remarkable, but what unsettled him most was how could stand right behind him without him noticing a thing. It was said that Shadow Panthers had a rare power. They could control wind and sound in an instant, allowing them to move without anyone noticing. Virion signaled the end of their playful exchange by raising his sword and pointing it at Arthur. The moment hinted that the true training was just about to start. As time moved swiftly, Arthur devoted himself entirely to his training. With Virion's mentorship and his own discoveries, he succeeded in unlocking the initial stage of his dragon will. Alongside this achievement, Virion also instructed Arthur in ways to hide his beast will from the senses of other mages. Whenever Arthur is not focused on enhancing his mana core or exploring the depths of he spends his time in intense practice matches with Virion. Thanks to the effects of the assimilation process, his body has become tough enough to withstand the demanding regimen and constant training. During his free time, Arthur deliberately seeks out the simple pleasures and pure happiness that come with being young. Just as had hoped for him, he treasured these moments more deeply now, aware that his remaining time was slipping away. At last the day comes when he must leave and feels completely heartbroken. Having shared countless days side by side throughout the past few years, delivering the announcement that he would soon be leaving weighed heavily on her heart. Arthur stood prepared to depart, his belongings neatly stowed away in his bag. He carefully concealed the mark had left on him, using the feathers that had given to keep it hidden. The carriage stood prepared to transport Arthur away, and as a final farewell, the elderly man passes a pendant, decorated with the crest of house, to him. The pendant was designed to guide him safely through the forest. It became his moment to bid farewell to Arthur, yet rather than uttering any words, she just lowered her head in quiet sadness. Despite her lingering sorrow, Arthur embraces her warmly, causing her sadness to swiftly dissolve. She feels completely surrounded by the comforting heat of the hug. Tears stream down her face as she loses control of her emotions. They parted ways, offering farewells to one another. Arthur climbed into the carriage. Arthur arrived at the scene and discovered that only, along with a small group of knights, was present to accompany him on the journey. As soon as saw Arthur, he identified him right away. The boy remained completely unaware of this individual's identity. The stranger's complexion was strikingly pale. The character began to shout, bringing up the past duel with Arthur, insisting that this ordinary human had claimed victory through dishonest means. After Arthur recalls his name, he offers a courteous greeting, a gesture that gradually soothes irritation. His cheeks flushed again as his friend let slip the nickname he tried to keep secret. stood facing an ordinary human, her presence commanding attention. Even though things didn't begin smoothly. Throughout the trip, the group does their best to keep spirits high and energy vibrant. Before long, the carriage passes through the shimmering portal. The group made their way into the airborne metropolis known as City of Pulse with energy and activity. The city overflowed with crowds hailing from all walks of life. People from every career and background. The carriage came to a halt before an impressive mansion, the temporary residence of his family. Arthur stands in front of the massive doors, a sense of anxiety causing his chest to constrict. As his knuckles tapped against the door, a rush of memories from the past 3 years swept through his thoughts. He remembers the moment he tumbled down the steep hill, a frightening accident that almost cost him his life. He experienced the heartbreaking absence of a person he deeply cared about. Blood stained his hands. He endured intense and exhausting training sessions that molded him into the person he has become today. Despite everything that had come before, nothing felt as intimidating as the situation unfolding now. He swallows his nerves and waits for someone to answer the door after his knock. A maid hurried to the door in response to his knocking and swung it open. A small child, likely not yet 3 years old, stands just behind her, her lively and inquisitive eyes shining with curiosity. After what seemed like endless waiting, Alice, the boy's mother, finally appeared in view as she hurried after Young. As soon as Alice's eyes fall upon her son, she stops abruptly, unable to move. The bowl of food she had been holding suddenly fell from her grasp. In contrast, the boy. He feels a surge of emotions wash over him as he realizes that this small child is actually his sister. He paused for a moment to collect himself, then let a bright smile spread across his face. He approaches his mother and embraces her warmly, creating a deeply emotional moment between them. His mother rushes into the room and wraps her arms around him in a warm, tight embrace. The mother's tears continue to stream down her face, unable to be contained. Even the youngest child becomes distressed, tears streaming down her face as she witnesses her mother in such a state. They made sure to include in their thoughts. He was equally excited about seeing his son. The grand doors of the mansion stood ajar. He steps forward and embraces his wife, becoming part of the cheerful group hug. The family of 4 savored their touching reunion, sharing a deeply emotional moment together. The scene became so moving that tears welled up in the maid's eyes as she quietly wept nearby. After the group quieted, they overwhelmed Arthur with a flood of curious inquiries. At the same time, Young positions herself beside the others, her irritation obvious as she is overlooked and ignored. Alice observed her daughter's pout and immediately addressed it, urging her to say hello to her older brother. Understandably, the young child has yet to comprehend what it truly means to have an older sibling. After pausing briefly with uncertainty, eventually she made her way over to Arthur. Her mother softly pointed out that he was the very brother she had often described in bedtime tales. The sweet young child affectionately refers to her older sibling by the respectful title he has earned. Arthur responds with equal warmth, his demeanor reflecting genuine affection. When everyone had found their seats and the room grew quiet, Arthur began his story, starting from the very beginning and sharing it with his family. Although he had faith in their trustworthiness, he made sure to leave out a few sensitive parts as he recounted his past experiences. He described his escape from the deadly cliff fall as a fortunate mix of chance and his own body instinctively using magic as a shield. After that, he went on to narrate how he met, his days spent in the kingdom, and the period he took to heal and regain his strength. Arthur's explanation seems logical to his parents, yet finds his focus shifting to the tiny animal resting on Arthur's head. Unable to contain his curiosity, inquires about the creature. Arthur answers truthfully, recounting how he discovered a mana beast's nest where the mother was fatally wounded. Unable to help the mother, Arthur decided to look after from that moment forward. The mother, filled with worry, wonders aloud whether her son has really recovered, considering the sickness that once afflicted him. Arthur spoke with certainty, assuring her that he had recovered, attributing his earlier state to the unpredictable nature of his, which had activated prematurely. Despite his calm words, he certain details, choosing not to reveal the whole story. A sense of guilt simmered within him for hiding things from his loved ones, but he believed it was safer for them to remain unaware until he gained more power. The mention of sparks enthusiasm in his father, who eagerly asks about the current stage his son has reached. The son, however, turns the question back on his father, wanting to know about his father's own stage. Filled with pride, claimed that he had advanced to the dark orange stage 2 years earlier. They realized this accomplishment was truly something to be proud of. Arthur had never imagined that his father would manage to advance to the next stage. He firmly believed that his father had put in a great deal of effort. The man's father stands tall, allowing his self-assurance and dignity to speak for him. Responds by directing the same question toward his son. Arthur, with a note of uncertainty in his voice, explains that the color is a pale shade of red. The moment the elderly man comprehends the statement, a faint red glow appears. He could hardly believe what he had just heard. Surprise flooded his expression. After listening to his son's words, he blurted out an exclamation in disbelief. Noticing her father's reaction, became instantly interested and quickly echoed the same pair of words, mimicking him without hesitation. The mother's irritation grew as she watched the unreliable father curse openly in front of their young child. Swiftly instructs his son to join him outside, inviting him to practice sparring together in the backyard. A familiar warmth spread across Arthur's face as he watched his father behaving just as he remembered. In that moment, a sense of belonging washed over him, assuring Arthur that he had truly returned home. Without warning, a figure burst into the mansion, having just heard the news that Arthur was still alive. A family of 3 stood together, appearing to be the ones who had been looking after Arthur's relatives. Wasted no time in presenting Vincent, an old companion of his who managed the auction house, a place that was also under their ownership. Arthur, trying his best to display proper etiquette, bowed respectfully and offered a courteous greeting to both Mr. and Mrs. As rambled on, Mr. and Mrs. both observed a striking difference between Arthur and his father. For a brief instant, Vincent wonders whether Arthur could truly be related to by blood. Mrs. took the opportunity to present her daughter to Arthur, letting him know that the girl's name was Arthur, and each offer the girl a kind and welcoming reaction. Arthur's attempt to say hello is overlooked, as finds herself instantly captivated, not by him, but by the tiny animal perched on his shoulder. With the formal greetings concluded, made up their mind to go ahead with the duel that had been in the works. Upon leaving the building, the father and his son began to loosen up, extending their limbs to get ready. Mrs. insisted that her husband take a seat, leaving him with no choice but to comply. The man hesitated before doing as he was told, still trying to process the shocking revelation. He could hardly believe that a child only 8 years old had awakened and advanced through 3 stages already. In comparison, even the most talented students accepted into Cyrus Academy, who were considered geniuses despite their arrogance, were just at the dark red stage at 11 or 12 years old. At the same time, Arthur observed Vincent's suspicious attitude and felt glad that he had kept most of his abilities secret. He reminded himself that the light red stage was only the first step. With continued training of his core and by merging further with beast will, Arthur was confident that he would soon surpass everyone else. Regardless of everything else, the boy's father stood fully prepared, eager for a confrontation with his son. Unlike his opponent, Arthur stands ready, fully equipped to face the upcoming challenge. Both of them sprint toward one another with determination. Arthur stepped forward and threw the opening punch, directing it squarely at his father. Stopped his son's punch with his bare hand. Despite the odds, Arthur surprises everyone by pulling off a move so unpredictable that even his father fails to anticipate it, instantly changing the course of events. Despite the situation proves he has more than one move up his sleeve, he swiftly catches on to what his son is planning and shifts aside in time to dodge the blow meant for him. Despite the odds, Arthur successfully gains the advantage. He reaches out and seizes his father, trying to hurl him ahead. Despite the sudden movement, manages to steady himself and gracefully returns to a standing position. A brief struggle unfolds as both sides trade a series of strikes. Found himself unable to ignore how much his son's abilities had advanced. Up until now, he had restrained himself, a fact he made obvious. He cautioned Arthur that from here on out, the challenges would become much tougher. The man's hands tightened into fists. The surge of energy sparked something deep inside him, both emotionally and physically. Flames flickered to life within and around him. This unusual ability was a skill he had mastered only after advancing to the dark orange stage. Little background is necessary to grasp the clever feat just accomplished. From the moment a mage awakens, they possess unique elemental affinities, allowing them to wield certain forces more skillfully than others. Eager to discover these talents early, parents commonly invest in costly assessments by specialists to determine which magical discipline their child should pursue. In this society, possessed a natural edge, allowing them to create and control their elemental affinity from the very beginning. In contrast, possessed a quieter connection to the elements, and they could only bring those elements into the physical world once they reached a specific level of power. Since childhood, his father had pushed himself through countless battles and intense training, all without the guidance of a mentor. It was only when he reached the orange core stage that he finally managed to transform his wild bursts of mana into real flames. In Arthur's previous world, people did not possess elements at birth. Instead, mastering the elements was a conscious choice, a journey individuals embarked upon of their own free will. Talent had a significant influence on the outcome. However, because everyone could possess more than one affinity, no one was limited to a single one. Dedication and effort were also important factors that contributed greatly. For Arthur, this meant, despite arriving in this world with countless advantages, he had picked up a few clever skills of his own. Now he unleashed a hidden, crackling energy he had kept in reserve. Both competitors stood directly across from each other, fully prepared to put forth their best effort. Vincent stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape at the revelation. The knowledge that Arthur was a deviant struck him as an incredible surprise. Just moments earlier, his father had brimmed with confidence, but now that assurance had faded. After seeing what happened, it appeared that the event had a noticeable impact on them. Arthur rushed toward his father with swift determination. A lively exchange between them began, with each responding quickly to the other. They exchanged strikes back and forth, neither willing to yield. The force behind their blows grows stronger with every hit. At one moment they create a blast of such immense force. People from far-off places found themselves unable to ignore what was happening. Neither one appeared ready to back down without a fight. The battle kept growing more and more fierce, following a non-stop onslaught of powerful punches. At last managed to land a punch that struck Arthur directly in the face. Rather than feeling disheartened, Arthur becomes even more cheerful after the punch. This response is precisely what he anticipates from his father. Strikes grew more precise as he took advantage of his longer arms to keep Arthur at a distance. Despite the challenge, Arthur refused to let his opponent gain the upper hand. He swiftly crouched and delivered an uppercut so accurate that there was no possibility of it missing. Everyone who witnesses the scene stands in stunned disbelief, their mouths hanging open in shock. As one might expect, the battle had reached its conclusion. Deciding that striking his father was not needed, Arthur halted his fist before it could make contact. The father is overwhelmed with pride as he looks at his son. She pulls him close, wrapping her arms around him in a firm embrace. Arthur's ability to control lightning stood out as his most impressive and effective form of deviant affinity. Despite his efforts, the path ahead of him was still challenging, and his mastery over ice magic remained uncertain and unpredictable. He still hadn't figured out how to control sound or gravity. Arthur couldn't help but enjoy the chance to boast to his parents, even just a bit. Vincent, by contrast, is utterly drained. The events of the day have overwhelmed him, leaving him unable to cope with everything at once. As the evening approached, members of both families came together to share a meal. Remained deeply impressed by his son's remarkable abilities. Memories filled his mind of the time when Arthur, at just 3 years of age, first discovered his powers. Mrs. could hardly believe it when she learned that Arthur had truly awoken at just 3 years old. As the conversation continued, Alice added that, during that moment, Arthur had actually caused the whole house to explode. Despite all that Vincent had gone through earlier, he hadn't anticipated facing even more challenges, but now he found himself caught off guard once again. Shaking off his drunken haze, he proposed the idea of having Arthur attend academy. Despite the suggestion, Arthur appears noticeably unenthusiastic about the prospect. His father also hesitated, uncertain if this choice was the right one. To him, Arthur was still just an 8-year-old boy, and academy stood as the continent's leading school of magic. Mrs. agreed with her husband's idea, despite his slightly drunken state. She thought Arthur's remarkable abilities made him deserving of their family's financial support, so he wouldn't have to stress about paying for school. Despite everything the family had already done, Alice stood her ground and declined any further favors. Vincent explained that it would not trouble him, mentioning his frequent business dealings with the renowned director of academy. He now has the opportunity to address her himself. At that moment, the man finally breaks his silence. He appears frustrated that others are planning his future and making choices on his behalf, all without seeking his opinion. As the night grew later, everyone began preparing to go to bed. As the night grew quiet, they prepared to drift off to sleep. Arthur's parents share their deep gratitude for his safe return, their relief evident in their expressions. His parents felt immense happiness as they witnessed their son, now matured and flourishing. The revelation that their child possessed unusual abilities and might one day rank among the most powerful mages was astonishing news beyond anything they had imagined. His mother recognized this as well, but she appeared somewhat downcast as she reflected on how Arthur, having grown up so much, was no longer able to give her good-night kisses. He noticed the sincere desperation in his mother's eyes as she begged. Arthur finally gives in, leaning over to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. At that moment, the parents chose to leave. Paused once more, turning his attention back to his son. He gently advises Arthur to forgive Vincent's earlier excitement, reassuring him that Vincent means them no harm. The story then shifts to an earlier moment, recalling when Vincent proposed that Arthur consider enrolling at the academy. Arthur explained that he had only just rejoined his family that day and wanted to be with them for a while before making any decisions about leaving again to enroll at the academy. Upon saying that, Arthur exited the dining room with a courteous demeanor. Later, Arthur made his way down the hallway toward his room. Startled him unexpectedly. She notices that he is walking the wrong way and gestures for him to follow her to a more comfortable spot where they can have a conversation. After a period of quiet conversation, the group finally reached the area where the servants lived. It soon became clear that it had formed a strong rapport with the staff. The servants courteously offer them seats. While she is there, takes pleasure in eating some of the food. Her upbeat mood led too. Even the servants found it hard not to grin. A maid confided in Arthur, explaining that lady frequently slipped into the servants' quarters whenever she was under stress. At that instant, Arthur becomes aware of something he had previously overlooked. The family was known for their genuine kindness. At that moment, Arthur reacts to his parents as expected. He eased their concerns by explaining that he bore no ill will toward the family. He notices and appreciates the warmth and sincerity that the family shows. The following morning dawned, bringing with it new possibilities for the group. Arthur was roused from his sleep by his small companion. The small creature appears enthusiastic about what the day might bring, and its anticipation only grows as she notices its lively energy. Out of nowhere, Arthur's thoughts drifted unexpectedly too. He shakes off his sadness almost instantly as an unpleasant smell reaches his nose, snapping him back to reality. Apparently, Arthur would not be the only person getting a shower that day. The moment they neared the bathtub, who smelled unpleasant, shrank back in fear as she caught sight of the water. After some time had passed, the two of them had finished washing up. As they completed getting ready, there was a knock at the door. Arthur's younger sister appeared, bright and cheerful, ready to wish her older brother a good morning. It seemed their mother had arranged a shopping trip for both siblings, hoping the outing would help them grow closer and understand one another better. The younger child could hardly contain her joy, already brimming with anticipation at the idea of sharing the day with her older brother. They hurried down the hallway, eager to reach the dining hall and join their family for breakfast. After some time, the group arrives at a lively marketplace filled with merchants enthusiastically selling their wares to the crowd moving through the busy streets. Arthur felt a sense of wonder as he experienced city firsthand for the very first time. The bustling marketplace brimmed with a diverse array of fascinating goods. A certain store draws his gaze. Inside, crystal spheres gleam beside the preserved heads of strange creatures. Arthur, filled with curiosity, turns to his mother and wonders aloud about the type of shop they are approaching. Mrs. wastes no time in clarifying that the crystal balls are actually called beast cores. She goes on to describe how these magical orbs are taken from mana beasts and serve to boost a person's abilities. Still, she makes sure to mention that the power gained from these cores can differ a lot, depending on the kind and origin of the mana beast. Buying beast cores always carried risk since their prices could reach into the hundreds or even thousands of gold coins. Yet there was always the chance that a fortunate buyer could discover a beast well hidden inside. Hearing the amount of gold being spent left Arthur utterly speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. Mrs. went on to explain that her auction house often acquired a good supply of beast cores as well as young mana beasts. She encourages Arthur to examine them more closely whenever he has the opportunity. Arthur responds with a warm grin, clearly eager to accept both her kindness and the chance she presents. At that moment, enthusiastically nudged Arthur ahead, filled with anticipation to reveal a spot she had been looking forward to sharing with him since their first meeting. Before long, they reached the destination she had been thinking of, which reveals itself to be a barber shop. Arthur hesitated about whether he actually needed a haircut, yet his mother remained firm, declaring that it was well past time. To her, the state of his hair looked terrible and desperately in need of attention. The barber stood out with his eccentric personality, as if he had drawn inspiration from watching an abundance of bizarre adventure. He became noticeably more excited than usual whenever Arthur's delicate attractiveness was mentioned. Arthur felt a wave of pure terror wash over him, as if his soul were desperately trying to flee from his own body. After finishing his haircut, he finally reached the much-anticipated moment when the new look would be revealed. Arthur made his entrance to the sound of an imaginary drum roll, revealing a completely new appearance that was even more attractive than before. Even Young showed her excitement by giving her brother's new haircut her wholehearted approval. Once their brief visit to the barber shop ended, the pair made their way back into the lively, crowded marketplace. as they made their way over a certain bridge. Arthur's attention is caught by an unusual scene unfolding in the marketplace below. Amidst the bustling crowd, he observes a cluster of boys taunting and ridiculing another person. Wastes no time bringing him up to speed, clarifying that the boys in question attend academy. She mentions that putting on the academy uniform is seen as a significant mark of prestige. Arthur can easily sense, even from a distance, that these students have arrogant attitudes. From afar, it was clear just how arrogant the group appeared. Seemed to agree with this observation, pointing out that because these students were given special treatment, almost as if they were royalty, they believed they had the right to behave however they wanted. The two mothers quickly reach the pair, and the moment Alice inquires about their conversation, Arthur dashed forward with the energy and enthusiasm of a young puppy, unable to hold back his excitement. No one could quite explain why Arthur had become so animated all of a sudden, but the change brought a smile to his mother's face. She felt a quiet joy just watching her son behave like any ordinary boy once more. Mrs. experienced a sense of relief as she watched him behave playfully, a welcome change after the intense incidents of the night before that continued to linger in her memory. After some time, the group steps into a store brimming with various foods. The shop displayed an extensive collection of powerful weapons and sturdy armor. As Arthur eagerly examined every corner and shelf, his excitement was clear. The shop owner arrives and gently informs the boy that this spot isn't suitable for someone his age. With a polite tone, the owner encourages him to head out. Nearby, a smug and wealthy young man lingers, clearly convinced of his own importance. He couldn't help but point out to Arthur that these items were not suitable playthings for someone his age. The arrogant man boldly rested his hand on Arthur's shoulder, yet, without giving it a moment's hesitation, he tossed it aside, making it clear he had no regard for someone as arrogant as that. After delivering a pointed remark, Arthur started to leave, but the man, unable to handle the embarrassment of being outdone by someone younger, tried to recover his pride by responding. Before the arrogant man had a chance to boast about his status or wealth, Mrs. entered the shop, her presence instantly deflating the arrogance of the man inside. She immediately identified him as a member of the Branch family. Without mincing words, she firmly warned him that his family's right to participate in the auction house would be revoked if he continued his behavior. The moment the man registered the threat, his legs gave out beneath him, and he dropped to his knees, pleading desperately with the fear of a cornered animal. Following the incident at the shop, the group resumes exploring the town. Arthur shows his appreciation to the woman through a grateful gesture. She responds by admitting that her greater fear was how Arthur might react toward the man. At the same time, a suspicious man watched the family closely from a distance. His gaze settled especially on the small dragon among them. At last, morning light spread across the city of. After finishing their shopping spree, the group made their way back to their mansion. Upon entering, their eyes immediately fall upon the very first sight before them. The father of Vincent and Arthur sat alongside them. Vincent appeared to have been anticipating Arthur's arrival, since he had arranged for a particular guest eager to be introduced to him. The founder and director of Academy appears before them. She expresses sincere delight at meeting Arthur face to face, recalling all the praise Vincent has given the young boy. Before moving ahead, the narrator paused to highlight the esteemed reputation of the institution. Academy stands as the most prestigious institution, welcoming only those young mages who are both gifted and well-connected enough to be admitted. The place served as a launching pad for renowned intellectuals, respected guild affiliates, influential leaders, elite royal guards, and formidable military figures. Throughout history, every individual who left a lasting mark on the world had some connection to Academy. The school's reputation soared above all others, making it a legendary institution. No other academy across the continent could hope to rival its immense prestige. At the very center of everything stood the director of the academy. Arthur was meeting her face to face for the very first time. He finds himself unable to look away from her, his gaze fixed for several long seconds. The wordless exchange between them grows so tense that those watching start to shift uncomfortably, feeling the weight of the moment. At last, the older woman ends the quiet moment by reaching out her hand in a friendly gesture, offering Arthur a heartfelt and genuine welcome. Arthur, meanwhile, simply gazed at her outstretched hand, utterly uncertain of what he was supposed to do next. The correct response eluded him. Was he expected to kiss her hand or just shake it? Confusion clouded his thoughts as he hesitated, unsure of the right move. After a moment's pause, he finally chose to shake her hand. His mother intervened without hesitation, pressing her son's head down in exasperation as she offered an apology for his disrespectful actions. She informs the director that Arthur has recently come back home and remains unfamiliar with proper etiquette. Despite everything, the woman appears to possess an unusually calm and easygoing demeanor. She showed no sign of annoyance. Instead, she was quick to apologize for arriving without warning. She confessed that she found it impossible to turn down a request from Vincent, especially after everything he had done for Academy. At the same time, attention turns to. She lingered silently at the rear of the room, her downcast expression making her unhappiness obvious. It appeared that she disliked the spotlight focused on Arthur, or maybe she just didn't want him departing for the Academy under these circumstances. The scene transitions to an elderly woman who shares an interesting fact. She rarely visits someone's home to meet a possible pupil. However, Vincent had caught her attention by claiming that a rare genius was presently residing under his roof. She then faces Mrs., asking her to guide them to a clear area where she can observe the boy's abilities. While all this unfolds, Arthur attempts to slip away, claiming that he needs something to eat. However, his mother quickly puts a stop to his plan, refusing to let him leave. In time, Vincent and Mrs. guided their honored visitor through the mansion, leading the way to the elegantly paved courtyard. Arthur's honesty became clear when his empty stomach growled, and the disappointment on his face deepened as he realized that a meal was still far out of reach. Young, feeling just as hungry, reluctantly trailed behind her father, her expression mirroring his disappointment over the entire situation. At that instant, the elderly woman caught sight of the small child. She found the Manhwa beast extremely cute and wondered aloud if it belonged to his father as a contracted creature. Arthur promptly explains that is his companion, having emerged from her egg only recently. The elderly woman listens with great interest. In her experience, nobles usually buy Manhwa beasts to make contracts with them, but she admits that she has never encountered a creature quite like. Arthur goes on to describe how his mother was a creature resembling a wolf with scales and tiny wings. He recalls finding her nest when she was badly wounded and near death, having fought fiercely to defend her egg. Arthur reflects on the situation, believing that pure chance led him to discover them at that moment. Although appears unconvinced, she decides to keep her reservations to herself. After a few minutes spent making their way along the hallway, at last the group reached the grand courtyard. Once they stepped outdoors, eyes held a spark of anticipation, wondering whether Arthur would truly match the glowing reviews Vincent had given or if his reputation was exaggerated. She recalled that Vincent had told her Arthur possessed the abilities of an, but he had intentionally left out the specifics, hoping to surprise her. The scene shifts to inner musings while she studies Arthur intently. She observes that his expression remains calm, untouched by worry or fear. Uncertain, debates whether his steady demeanor comes from genuine self-assurance or if it stems from sheer arrogance. Arthur, meanwhile, seemed completely unfazed by what was happening around him. His mind fixated on just one thing, dinner. All he could think about was satisfying his intense craving for grilled fish, pushing every other concern aside. At the same time, Vincent appeared pleased with himself, certain that would be amazed when Arthur demonstrated his abilities with fire and lightning magic. He also felt reassured, knowing that wouldn't have another chance to accidentally set the courtyard on fire like before. Before Arthur could proceed, expressed her concern, wondering aloud if he truly intended to face the situation without so much as a weapon for protection. Arthur observed and noted with a calm demeanor that she clearly had no plans to draw the wand resting at her waist. To match her stance, he decided not to use any weapons himself, hesitated briefly, coming to the realization that Arthur's assessment was accurate. Her surprising reply causes her to break into a small smile. At that moment, the group chose to start the match. While Arthur trained under Virion, he was the first to reveal the fierce strength of fire and the flexible qualities of water, abilities from his original world that now appeared as real elements in this new place. Following that moment, the martial arts skills he had mastered in his past life, those rooted in the elements of earth and wind, reached their peak as well. He manipulated both the energy inside himself and the surrounding mana, blending them skillfully to produce the specific outcome he wanted. In contrast to counters, follow these essential steps to create an attack using elemental energy. Naturally, his previous experience set certain boundaries for him, when he combined spells of fire and earth. Arthur stomped on the ground with such force that the earth broke apart beneath him, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. Vincent had anticipated that Arthur might astonish the crowd, yet witnessing the spectacle firsthand still shook him deeply. Amidst the crowd frozen in surprise, only Arthur's confident sister and truly beam with excitement as they watch him command the stage. With his following kick, he launches every bit of shattered debris into the air. The wreckage flew toward the woman. The woman's lips curved into a pleased smile as she realized the boy truly impressed her. She reacts with lightning speed, shielding herself from every piece of flying debris. Arthur steadies his nerves, preparing for what comes next. A powerful explosion erupted from the earth beneath him, launching him ahead with tremendous force. He pushes past the invisible wall of air that envelops her. He raises his hand and swings it toward her face, trying to hit her. He responds with ease, skillfully turning aside the challenge. With a sudden surge of energy, she unleashed her power and sent him flying backward. Arthur responds without hesitation. He combined spells of earth and wind to create a levitating stone, which lifted him off the ground and held his weight. Force kept him from wandering without direction. Despite all the hours spent training with Virion, he still struggled to cast earth and wind spells at the same time, clenching his teeth in frustration at his lack of progress. He found this technique much harder to master than his abilities with fire and water. He lunges toward her for another attack. She skillfully summoned a gust of wind, forcing him to retreat without any difficulty. He was kept at a distance, unable to approach, not to mention having any chance of inflicting actual harm. Surrounded by gusts that whipped and twisted through the air, she stood at the center of the storm. She began reciting a strange incantation. A cluster of 3 or 4 swirling tornadoes began to form. Arthur, on the other hand, remains unfazed and quickly formulates a strategy. He gathers swirling wind around his hand, making it rotate in reverse to the tornado's spin. The moment his winds collided with theirs, the tornadoes vanished without a trace. Despite his daring action, he ended up with several painful cuts and bruises as a result. Arthur manages to achieve the goal he had been working toward. After putting in considerable effort, he finally receives praise from the elderly woman, solely due to his hard work. She finds herself truly amazed by how skillful and precise he is. She thinks he sometimes overestimates his skills when confronting challengers directly. Still, the way he handles both magic and fighting is truly impressive. As the last part of his examination approached, an additional obstacle awaited him. She swiftly cast a spell over him, then explained that he needed to do nothing more than remain awake. Whatever actions she took made it seem as if his mind was being torn in two. The technique she employed was, in truth, sound magic, an unmistakable sign of her deviant nature. Even though agony racks his body, Arthur pushes himself to endure the trial. Once it concludes, the woman beams with delight, proclaiming that he has succeeded beyond expectations. Noting Arthur's impressive talent with wind magic, she confesses to herself that she feels drawn to the idea of becoming his personal instructor. The father remained puzzled, unable to recall when Arthur had also mastered earth and wind magic. The lady is surprised when Arthur brings up his well. She realizes that Arthur might have the ability to control even more elements than she had thought. Vincent, taken aback, hurried to clarify that Arthur had demonstrated both fire and lightning magic only the day before. He had led the boy to the paved courtyard since Arthur had accidentally set part of the lawn on fire. The elderly woman is left speechless upon discovering that the young boy possesses the extraordinary ability to command at least 3 elements, all perfectly stable and without any sign of abnormality. Arthur, on the other hand, wastes no time setting the record straight, revealing that he has the ability to control all 4 elements. To prove his point, he skillfully summons a stream of water before their eyes. The woman pulls back in complete confusion and quickly steps in to steady her. Observing this intense reaction, the young girl wonders aloud about her brother's strength. Her mother remains silent, offering no reply. Let out a gentle laugh, acknowledging his impressive strength and expressing her belief that he would become even more powerful as time went on. Once the room grows quiet, Arthur admits to his family that he has been hiding his abilities from them. A wave of guilt presses on him when he notices the deep concern etched on his mother's face. Understanding that her child has concealed the truth, his mother silently wishes that honesty will guide their family from now on. Although Arthur longs to reassure her, he understands that making such a promise would be impossible for him. After everyone finishes apologizing, made up her mind to create a challenge for herself. The character requested a confidential discussion with the young man. She surrounds herself and the other person with a shimmering bubble that seems to block out all noise. No noise was able to pass through, either entering or escaping. Once they were certain no one else could listen in, the elderly woman comforted him, letting him know it was safe to share his thoughts openly. Left with no alternatives, Arthur reluctantly starts to offer an explanation. He explained that the reason he demonstrated his abilities to her was because she had 2 things he required, her authority and her connections. He asked her to watch over his family until he gained enough strength to protect them on his own. In return, he would enroll in her academy and regard her as someone who had supported him in a significant way. felt a rare stir of emotion, but it wasn't the kind she typically experienced. Witnessing this bold youngster make such a presumptuous request struck her as nearly comical. Even the king and queen would hesitate before suggesting such an unfair arrangement. Still, Arthur appeared convinced that she would agree simply to form a connection with someone so young. Despite the comparison to Sapin's rulers, he simply offered a confident smile, clearly recognizing the immense potential and worth he possessed. Even though his end of the bargain can't be fulfilled until he sets foot in her academy, he remains sure of his advantage. Arthur had once vowed to a significant person that he would make the most of his life, and he felt that enrolling in academy at a typical age would allow him to keep that promise. Felt uneasy hearing this news again. The idea of waiting 3 years for his arrival made her anxious. She urged him to share his plans for the time they would be apart. Arthur wasted no time before sharing his thoughts, confidently announcing his intention to pursue a life as an adventurer. Arthur's parents pull him aside when they want to speak with him alone. They completely opposed his suggestion. His mother's anguish overwhelmed her as she sharply scolded him. The pain of believing him lost for so many years, only to hear that he intended to risk his life once more, was too much for her heart to handle. The mere idea of him facing danger again was unbearable for her. Tears welled up in the young girl's eyes as she struggled to cope with her mother's sudden display of anger. Approached, attempting to soothe her nerves, and proposed that they give Arthur a chance to explain his point of view. Despite his pleas, his mother refuses to back down and keeps scolding him harshly. He wondered how it was possible for him to even think about that, especially after all the struggles they had faced together to reach this moment. In time, her feelings become too much for her to handle. Troubled by anxiety and hurt, her mind becomes tangled, leaving her unable to tell the difference between good and bad. At that moment, Arthur breaks the silence. He addresses the group with a steady, determined tone, letting them know he has no intention of going anywhere for a while. Instead, he shares that he's eager to stay home and spend the next few months together with everyone. Although he has only recently come back, his time of more than 3 years in the Elven Kingdom has made him feel distant from Sapin and the rest of. He longs to feel the same excitement and adventure his parents once knew during their own journeys. For him, it isn't merely about chasing danger. It's about embracing life fully, learning about his world, and pushing himself to become stronger, things he believes he can't achieve while sheltered at home. Arthur's father nodded in agreement, fully grasping his son's perspective. He reflected on his own youth, recalling how, as a newly awakened teenager, he too had longed for excitement and adventure. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, Arthur understands that Alice's worries are completely justified. The path of an adventurer, no matter how well-equipped or skilled, remains filled with peril and uncertainty. Arthur then proposes the idea of appointing a guard or overseer to watch over the situation. He could travel alongside him on his adventures. Alice, however, still harbored doubts. At that moment, surprises his wife by agreeing to Arthur's proposal. Without hesitation, she whirls around to face her husband, her hands gripping him tightly as her irritation boils over. She finds it unimaginable that he would contemplate such an idea, and the thought of him actually accepting it leaves her even more astonished. She refused to allow her son to walk away once more, especially after finally having him return to her. As the atmosphere calmed, Arthur reassured everyone that his absence wouldn't last a full 3 years. He mentioned his plans to return every few months or possibly even sooner whenever his missions allowed. Despite everything, Alice still harbors doubts and feels uncertain about what steps to take next. At that instant, walks over to her brother. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled to bear the idea of his impending departure. When Arthur noticed his younger sister in tears, a wave of panic washed over him. To reassure her, he hurriedly explained that they would still see each other often and he wouldn't be away for long periods. Despite everything, Alice remained firm in her refusal to agree. She insisted on knowing his reasons, pressing him for an explanation. She wondered aloud what could possibly motivate him to choose the life of an adventurer at this moment, especially so soon after coming back. In her view, it seemed much more reasonable for her son to finish his education before embarking on dangerous journeys as an adventurer. Arthur points out that, if he started school at this moment, he would be noticeably younger than his classmates. He reveals his desire to belong and form friendships, though he worries the large difference in age could make connecting with others more difficult. His mother, clearly concerned, immediately reassured him that returning to school could wait. She offered to assist with his training personally and planned to include in the process as well. Arthur seemed receptive to the suggestion, yet he desired something beyond mere training. He feels eager to put his newly acquired abilities to the test in real-life situations, craving the thrill of genuine combat. He seeks the freedom of an unrestricted setting, hoping to push his limits and find the challenge he desires. although he keeps these thoughts to himself and never shares them with their parents. A new day begins as morning light fills the sky. The whole family assembled around the dining table, with the family joining them for the meal. While they enjoyed their meal, the air buzzed with cheerful chatter and animated discussion. At one moment, Arthur wonders aloud about the day's intentions of the group, curious about what everyone intends to do. Mrs. explained that she and Alice had several tasks to complete in town as they got ready for an upcoming event at the auction house. She mentioned that Anne would be accompanying them and let Arthur know he was invited to come along if he wished. Arthur, on the other hand, chooses to remain behind that day. Noticing this, Vincent calls for the group's attention and asks if anyone has reached a decision regarding Arthur's proposal. Alice then explains that she has allowed him to pursue a life as an adventurer, but only if he follows specific rules she has set. Father presents the guidelines in the following manner. Arthur needed to follow 3 important rules. He would have to wait until his birthday, which was still 3 months away, before he could proceed. Whenever he went on missions, a guard would always need to accompany him. Lastly, he was required to return home for a visit at least once every 2 months. Arthur's father believes that his son has the intelligence to handle everything else by himself. Vincent understood the logic supporting the choice, yet he brought up a significant concern. There appeared to be no one with the ability to protect Arthur, based on what had been observed so far, leaving the question of who might become his guard unanswered. At the same time, the young girl entertains herself by acting like a, carefully placing 2 forks atop her head to resemble the creature's horns. Watching her playful imitation sparks an unexpected thought in mind. A broad smile spread across his face as he shared the news that the twin horns would soon return from their dungeon journey. He had just gotten a letter from the Adventurers Guild letting him know they were expected back in about 2 months. They decided that one of them should go with Arthur to protect him, and the suggestion was so sensible that Alice immediately gave her approval. Hearing about the twin horns filled Arthur with excitement, since he had been looking forward to seeing them again for a long time. Years before, the twin horns had played a vital role in bringing him safely back to his loved ones. Now, the prospect of reuniting with familiar faces like Jasmine brought a wave of excitement. Helen and Adam found themselves reunited at last, and Adam felt a surge of anticipation as he looked forward to what would come next. Arthur made his way to Vincent's office, intending to address a specific issue with him. At the same time, the women were enjoying a day of shopping together. As they spent time together outside, her companion began to quarrel. Was older than Mrs. disapproves of her daughter's behavior, frowning as she notices the way the older girl mocks the younger one. She gently taps the girl on the head. Lost her temper and retorted with frustration, accusing of always being preoccupied with thoughts of her brother. After days of pent-up emotions, she releases the frustration that has been building inside her. She acknowledges her discomfort with the way everyone is focusing on Arthur, feeling a surge of jealousy rise within her. She felt envious of Arthur, who had already surpassed most adults as a mage, while she had not even discovered her own powers. Beneath the surface, a strong desire burned within her to become a mage as well. Noticing how troubled the girl looked, Alice moved closer to offer comfort. With a soft voice, she assured that measuring herself against Arthur would only steal her happiness, and urged her to remember that everyone develops in their own time, promising this moment would arrive too. Despite Alice's comforting words, remained unsettled and wondered aloud about the secret behind Arthur's impressive strength. Even Alice found herself at a loss when faced with the question, openly admitting her uncertainty. She went on to clarify that, other than the basic sword lessons provided, they had little involvement in developing his skills. Mrs. was taken aback by the news. Although she recognized Arthur's remarkable talent, the thought that he had attained such an impressive level of ability on his own without any official instruction seemed nearly impossible to believe. She firmly believes that important details are being left out and urges Alice to reveal the truth. Alice went on to reveal that Arthur was definitely keeping secrets from them. She acknowledged that she and her husband, despite being his parents, didn't completely grasp what he was hiding. Mrs. suggests that Alice should simply question Arthur herself, mother to son, about the source of his newfound strength during his absence and his impressive sword skills that appeared even before the incident with the bandits. She believes that both and Alice are eager to uncover the real story. Naturally, Alice, being a caring mother, longs to understand every secret her son is keeping, and wonders why he still hasn't confided in them. She believes that being a good parent means providing him with support and patience, allowing him to share his feelings when he feels comfortable. Having decided to put their concerns on hold, the group continued with their tasks. They moved together along the lively, crowded streets. From afar, a mysterious person watches them closely, hidden in the shadows. Character observed the way they moved with careful attention. In a dimly lit alleyway, a suspicious-looking man approached another figure lurking in the shadows. Mysterious figure, shrouded in secrecy, gave instructions to his associate to pass along a message to Lord. The Mana Beast had not accompanied the party that day. He also explained that their efforts to follow the group had been hindered by a mage from Academy acting as their protector. Despite the setback, he mentioned that the young boy, presumed to be the Mana Beast's master, was anticipated to make an appearance at the upcoming 10th anniversary celebration at the auction house. The second suspicious man assured the group that Lord would be immediately. They realized the upcoming auction would offer them the perfect chance to make their move. At the same time, Vincent takes a seat across from Arthur. A person sits with a composed demeanor, but their presence clearly commands respect. Arthur's confident stance and commanding presence set him apart from those around him. Vincent senses an overwhelming authority in the room, almost as though he is before royalty. In reality, Vincent finds himself more anxious facing Arthur than he ever was before the King of Sapen. He observes that Arthur's attitude has changed drastically. The easygoing, cheerful boy from earlier has vanished. Instead, Arthur now carries himself with a commanding presence, revealing what Vincent suspects is his real personality. Vincent steadied himself by pushing his glasses up the bridge of his nose. He offered Arthur a courteous greeting, expressing that he was glad for the opportunity to have a conversation with him. Arthur begins speaking first, offering an explanation for why he appeared so unexpectedly. He approached Vincent to seek assistance in gathering several important items. He needed a cloak that offered protection and ideally had a hood, a sword that matched his build and could be handled easily, and a mask designed to disguise his voice. Vincent confidently explained that obtaining a cloak would be simple. However, he noted that creating a mask capable of changing someone's voice would take a skilled artificer, most likely one who specialized in sound magic or divination. Vincent came to a halt, his mind swirling with doubts. The anniversary event had already overwhelmed him with responsibilities, so he wondered why he was making special arrangements for this young boy. Despite his misgivings, Vincent realized he couldn't turn down Arthur's plea. There was something compelling about Arthur that made it impossible for Vincent to say no. Arthur felt a deep sense of gratitude for all that Vincent had done for him. Lacking the funds to thank Vincent with money, he considered alternative ways to show his appreciation. Despite Arthur's efforts, Vincent firmly declined any gesture of repayment. He shares that Arthur's father has been a tremendous support since their partnership began. Because of, and the way he has trained their security team, incidents of theft and fighting in the auction house have dropped to an all-time low. Despite everything, the boy remains determined to give something back. He has stumbled upon a new technique that could speed up his sister's awakening. Since he plans to help his sister with this method, he realizes he can assist as well. This breakthrough is a discovery he made not long ago. Vincent was taken aback since he and his wife possessed no magical abilities. Despite this, Arthur spoke with certainty, promising that he could guide their daughter to unlock her powers and one day enroll at Academy. Later on, Arthur dedicates time to refining his mastery over the beast will. Although he tried his best, he managed to hold on to it for only a brief moment before it vanished. A sense of frustration slowly takes hold of him, making him believe that everything he does is simply not enough. No matter if it was in his previous existence or the life he lives now. He understands that gaining strength is the only way to keep his loved ones safe. He begins to recall moments from a previous existence. He experienced the pain of losing someone who meant a great deal to him. Unable to intervene, the character could do nothing to prevent what was happening. He made a promise to himself that he would become stronger. His actions were driven not by a desire for vengeance, but by his determination to protect the people he cared about most. Arthur made his way back down the stairs. He comes across his mother, who has recently come back from running her errands. Her expression shows frustration, as she believes he is only pretending to offer assistance with her magical awakening. Mrs. Frustration matched her annoyance, her expression tightening at the suggestion that Arthur could be behind some sort of prank. Meanwhile, Arthur emphasized his sincerity, insisting he would never treat such a serious matter as a joke. He recalled for everyone that he had reached an agreement with Mr. As time passed, everyone found a place to relax and make themselves comfortable. Arthur found himself seated between his two sisters, prepared to reveal a surprising talent that none of them had anticipated. He started to explain that the most effective way to sense mana was by taking slow, deep breaths in a steady, measured rhythm. He put effort into making his explanation easy to understand while getting ready to show how the technique worked. Arthur begins by teaching the group how to take their first breaths using a unique technique. He shuts his eyes to show the correct way to do it. Both women immediately attempted to go after him. Achieving proper breathing posed numerous challenges for them. However, as soon as he prepares everything for the performance, Arthur resolved to test whether his idea was successful. He cautioned the others that they might notice a slight warmth spreading through their bodies, but encouraged them to keep following his breathing instructions. While continuing their steady breathing, they noticed tiny objects gradually appearing before them. Arthur instructed the group to concentrate on collecting all the white sparks in one place. The tiny lights were considered friends, and their happiness depended on being brought together. Once the training session ended, the trio found themselves completely worn out. Vincent wondered about many things, especially how this approach could assist his daughter in becoming a mage. Arthur assured him that, although the process would span several years, would be able to awaken as a mage without difficulty if Vincent could support them during the initial months of her training. Before he manages to get his words out, Mrs. abruptly wraps her arms around him in a firm embrace. As powerful emotions well up inside her, tears stream down her face as she reflects on her feelings. Arthur had unlocked a world of possibilities for their daughter, possibilities that her parents, who lacked magical abilities, could never provide. Vincent also finds himself swept up by the intensity of the moment, his emotions weighing heavily upon him. From then onward, Arthur settles into a steady routine. Each day starts with his regular training sessions. He then assists his sister, and as they move nearer to their awakening, despite his eagerness to become more powerful, he always takes care to include everyone in his company. He realized that chances like this would become rare in the days ahead. 2 months passed, and the long-awaited moment for the twin horns to appear had finally come. Arthur waited nervously by the door, anticipation clear in his stance as he looked forward to their arrival. As someone knocked on the door, he hurries over and flings the door wide open. Suddenly crashed into the scene without warning. She pulled him close, her arms encircling him in a firm embrace. He was present too. He appeared even larger than when Arthur had seen him before. Even though towered over most with his large frame, his gentle nature remained unchanged, and seeing Arthur again filled him with a wave of bittersweet memories that tugged at his emotions. Adam, on the other hand, remains his usual lively and upbeat self, radiating an equally vibrant energy. Helen, by contrast, nearly choked in response to his behavior. She couldn't help but admire how much more attractive Arthur had grown since the last time they saw each other. Jasmine was one of the quiet individuals. She also moved closer and wrapped Arthur in a firm embrace. Tears streamed down her face while she repeatedly begged for his forgiveness, blaming herself for failing to keep him safe in the past. As time passed, the whole group assembled, prepared to face whatever the day would bring. After getting ready, the men made their way downstairs, and soon after, when the entire group gathers by the exit door, they get ready to head out to the auction house. The group exited the mansion and settled into the waiting carriages. Cars and buses sped along the lively city roads, weaving through the constant movement of urban life. While the two of them sat side by side, Arthur started to recount the story of his return, explaining the events of his journey and describing all the circumstances that brought him back to the group. Adam sincerely apologized to Arthur for the hardships he faced following the fall from the cliff. They felt relief knowing that Arthur had managed to forge a connection. Even experienced explorers and high-ranking aristocrats seldom manage to accomplish such a feat. Without warning, the carriage comes to an abrupt stop, its wheels grinding noisily against the road. 2 attendants moved ahead, greeting the group and guiding them onward. Arthur stood in amazement as he laid eyes on the auction house for the very first time, overwhelmed by its grandeur. Nobles and adventurers from all around had looked forward to the grand celebration marking 10 years since the auction house first opened its doors. The event would be more than just a celebration. It was also an opportunity for visitors to look around and possibly make a purchase. Artifacts of immense value, hidden and protected for years, were finally brought out and watched over in preparation for this special occasion. Arthur couldn't help but feel a sense of awe when he first saw the grandeur of the place. While the building's exterior was impressive, the interior proved to be just as remarkable. Vincent turned to the group, emphasizing the importance of the day and urging everyone to focus and work together to avoid any errors. Steps forward with authority, organizing the soldiers and directing each one to their designated position. Arthur entered the grand auditorium ahead of the crowd, accompanied by Mrs. and Alice. The building stretched out with such enormity that over 10,000 people could easily find room inside. Arthur had once ruled as king and resided among the royals of the kingdom. Even someone as experienced as he was couldn't help but be amazed by the sight before him. Mrs. wanted to know what Arthur thought about the auction house. He replies by saying that referring to it as merely a house does not do it justice. encourages Arthur to be patient, hinting that the private viewing rooms upstairs will be worth the wait. He was about to feel an even greater sense of amazement. Just as everyone had anticipated, the private viewing room impresses with its stunning grandeur. The place features a bar where a bartender stands prepared to offer guests tasty beverages, and pressed their faces close to the glass, trying to catch a glimpse of what was happening inside. People had already begun to gather. The area is alive with activity, filled with people moving about. Without warning, a servant entered the room and let Mrs. know that the important guests had just arrived and would be there shortly. The family members stand with respectful postures. The knights carefully guided the honored visitors into the building. The visitors were revealed to be the royal family themselves: King Blaine Glider, Queen Priscilla Glider, Prince Glider, and Princess Glider. The sight of the other guests came into view. The king questioned Vincent about the reason he needed to share the room with the others. In response, Vincent promptly explained to the monarch that these people were his relatives. He clarified that he had brought them along because he recalled the king's direct request to meet his family. Vincent presented his wife to everyone and then gestured proudly to his daughter. He proceeded to present Alice, who was married to his good friend, and their 2 children, Arthur and. The king appeared relaxed and cheerful as he invited Alice and her children to rise, expressing that anyone close to Vincent was welcome among his own friends. He reminded everyone that they had gathered to celebrate a decade since the founding of this remarkable place and to partake in the festivities honoring the. Queen Glider's attention is drawn unexpectedly to the small mana beast that Arthur now possesses. Arthur promptly informs the queen that only emerged a few months prior, presenting her as his companion. The king himself noticed this development and promptly wondered aloud whether the mana beast might be his bond. Arthur confidently affirmed that the creature did, in fact, belong to him. The king appeared especially charmed by the small creature, going so far as to tickle her playfully. Observing her calm demeanor, he realized that Arthur was quite lucky to have her, since most young beasts were notoriously difficult to control, but this one behaved with surprising compliance. Arthur promptly explained that he could speak to the beast through thoughts, making their relationship more of an understanding between equals than a matter of simple control. At that moment, an elderly man with a suspicious demeanor caught the crowd's focus by asking whether Arthur was suggesting he shared an equal contract with the mana beast. Arthur paused for a moment, then confirmed it, explaining that had been the one to start the contract. The elderly man swiftly places his hand atop Arthur's, seeking to determine the nature of the connection Arthur possesses. Before the suspicious old man could carry out his plan, the king intervened, pointing out that it was inappropriate to examine someone's pet at that moment and in that setting. The man, losing his balance, nearly trips and quickly offers a sincere apology. In an effort to ease the uneasy atmosphere, Mrs. hurriedly interrupted to inform the king that the event was about to begin and politely asked him to sit down. Suspicion began to grow that the elderly man could be the mastermind controlling the group of hooded figures who had been secretly following Arthur and his relatives for a long while. The renowned auction had officially begun, drawing the attention of an eager crowd. The event's host greeted the distinguished guests, signaling the start of the occasion everyone had been waiting for. It was their opportunity to acquire the most elusive treasures for their collection. Filled with excitement greater than before, the guests erupted into joyful cheers as they celebrated together. The crowd bursts into cheers, their hands coming together in a lively round of applause, swept up by the excitement in the air. Before the event could officially begin, the host directed everyone in the audience to face toward the south. The royal family, revered as the most significant individuals in the land of, received special recognition. The audience shows them the honor and recognition they rightfully deserve. The ceremony drew to a close as the final honors were presented. The host turns his attention to the individual responsible for bringing the whole event to life. Vincent announced himself as Arthur, prompting the rest of the group to applaud his introduction. The moment brings back memories of the days when he ruled as king. He pushes the memories aside, refusing to dwell on what has already happened. Despite not yet experiencing his growth spurt, the boy was already contemplating becoming king once more. Arthur successfully finds a way to smuggle in some alcohol. No one noticed what was happening because was preoccupied with. Ahead of him, his mother stands engaged in conversation with the queen. As he studied the wand in her hand, he immediately recognized her as a magician. He still had not detected her presence, indicating that the woman was deliberately using a concealment artifact to remain hidden. He wondered if her strength was so great that it was completely beyond his ability to detect. As she studied him closely, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. Arthur found it odd that none of the older women truly caught his interest in a romantic way. Although they were nearly the same age, he passed away. He suspects that his mother's age group may have played a role in what happened. At the same time, Arthur realizes he feels no attraction toward anyone younger than himself. He found himself in an unusual predicament and believed that his chances at romance were completely destroyed, at least for now. Arthur's concentration breaks when the man approaches, already aware of Arthur's desire to buy a quality sword. Vincent presented the young man with an incredible opportunity, encouraging him to bid on the sword and even promising to handle all the expenses himself. The short sword about to be showcased was crafted by a renowned master smith, and it possessed remarkable features. When a small amount of mana was channeled into the sword, faint sparks of electricity began to dance along its blade. The enhanced edge increased the weapon's ability to slice through targets and also emitted a paralyzing effect that incapacitated anyone struck. Arthur's curiosity reached its height just as the bidding started up at a rapid pace. With such a powerful weapon on display, most of the guests became fiercely competitive, continually increasing their bids until the price soared past 50 gold coins. The value of the currency could be compared to that of a present-day house, as a single gold coin would be sufficient to buy one. Even families with modest means could get by comfortably on just a handful of copper coins. The starting price for this costly sword alone could support a household for 250 years. Vincent, channeling the energy of a tech billionaire's eccentric heir, casually questioned the boy about his opinion of the weapon. Arthur admitted his admiration for the blade, though he confessed that he preferred something less flashy and distinctive. Vincent had anticipated that the boy would respond in exactly that manner. He believes the boy has the right to pick a different option. All of Arthur's other requested items had been prepared ahead of time. He felt a surge of excitement as he hoped the voice-changing mask would be included among them. Vincent carried himself with the confidence of someone who believed he could retrieve any artifact from anywhere on the globe. Moving with determination, he managed to obtain exactly what the child had requested. Arthur felt an unmatched joy, his spirits soaring higher than ever before. Meanwhile, Vincent, displaying the caution of a mature adult, reminded the younger boy to handle the item with care. If anything went wrong, Vincent knew he would be the one facing his family's disapproval. Ultimately, Vincent's judgment turned out to be right. The sword paled in value next to the even rarer treasures that appeared afterward. Even the king couldn't help but feel intrigued by certain weapons and beast core present. He had offered exceptionally large sums and successfully acquired an A-class beast core. However, he had not yet awakened its abilities, so he remained uncertain whether the core possessed a beast will. Arthur reached upward, attempting to shake off his lingering sluggishness. He looks around in bewilderment, noticing that is nowhere to be seen. He turns to her for an answer, but she appears just as uncertain as he is. He begins examining the furniture, searching for any clues about where she might have disappeared. Without warning, he notices the adorable creature let out a frightened hiss, reacting as though someone is menacing it. Known for his unpleasant appearance, was making an attempt to. He was determined to lay his filthy hands on her. Began to cry, her face filled with terror. Arthur witnessed the scene unfold, and like any devoted pet owner watching their companion being mistreated, he was filled with the urge to lash out at the offender. However, he managed to restrain himself, reminding his temper that the culprit was a mage of the royal court. He quietly summoned to stand beside him and got ready to depart. Rather than accepting humility, remarked that someone of humble origins had no right to own such a remarkable creature. Arthur pauses, uncertain, and tries to make sure he heard correctly. A dark, unsettling grin spread across their face. The sinister mage acknowledged with satisfaction that the creature would soon be obeying her commands. The boy's anger surged, his eyes flashing with a deadly glare that dared the mage to repeat his words. Once more the cycle began. The events that led up to this moment were worth reviewing before moving forward. Vincent felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing he hadn't been able to find something the boy would truly enjoy. Arthur seemed interested only in finding a decent sword, leaving the owner of the auction house to question whether anything suitable might be hidden away in their storage rooms. His train of thought is suddenly interrupted when the king appears. Vincent felt satisfied after adding the A-class beast core to his collection. He believed that as long as the beast's spirit remained strong, everything would work out well for him. Bringing joy to the king with such a modest event gave Vincent a sense of accomplishment. The tone of their discussion shifts abruptly, becoming ominous and unsettling. Vincent became aware of an intense bloodlust, so overwhelming that the force overwhelms him, causing him to collapse to the ground. The sudden threat prompts the royal knights to leap into action, their senses instantly sharpened by the danger in their midst. Driven by a sudden sense of urgency, the king draws his sword. The character insists that the hidden assailants show themselves immediately. The royal mage lay sprawled on the floor, gripped by fear at the thought of incurring Arthur's anger. Vincent remains confused about the events that have taken place. The whole auction house bursts into confusion and disorder. After thoroughly investigating each room, the knights came up empty-handed, uncovering nothing out of the ordinary. Arthur's father instructs the group to look upstairs, and after some time passes, both the royal family and Arthur's relatives remained quietly seated, with a heavy silence filling the space between them. He reached out with his mind to connect with his familiar, silently assessing how it was doing. The knights announced that they have recently apprehended someone who had broken in. Arthur felt a chill run down his spine in response to the king's usual manner. He felt relieved that an unexpected intruder had disrupted everything, conveniently shifting attention away from Arthur's own embarrassing situation. Openly ridiculed the royal mage, amused by how flustered he became over a mere level 1 intruder. Embarrassed, the royal mage quickly tried to cover up his reaction by claiming he had simply slipped. She paused to study the boy for a moment, then shifted her gaze and walked away. The auction house returned to its usual activities as anticipation built for the unveiling of the evening's last item. The mist faded away, exposing a newborn lion from a world just beginning. The spectacle left the guests awestruck, as this particular mana beast, cared for with exceptional attention, held the promise of one day evolving into an esteemed A-class creature. Arthur felt frustrated, realizing the mage seemed to care only about and showed no concern for any of the other mana beasts. The host announced the impressive starting bid, setting it at a hefty 500 gold coins. The group decided to increase the amount by $5.50. 600. The number could reach as high as 800. At last, the king came forward and presented an offer of 1,000 gold coins, a sum twice as large as the initial bid. Naturally, the guests give up on bidding, fully aware that their fortunes are no match for the king's immense wealth. Vincent offered his congratulations and inquired about what he intended to do with his new pet. Since nurturing it demanded the expertise of a legendary beast tamer, he chose not to take on the responsibility of raising the pet himself. The king instructed to look after the unusual creature. Steps forward, determined to make his father proud by giving his absolute best. Arthur witnessed as her mother playfully joked with the child, prompting him to consider a kind gesture. The belief persisted that the royal family acted just like any ordinary family. Vincent announced that the auction was finished, his mind already drifting to how the king might react to the treasures he'd acquired. Meanwhile, the king had no intention of being patient and was ready to collect his newly won valuables alongside Vincent. Vincent intends to guide him along the path. Without warning, the royal mage unexpectedly put forth a new request, which he leaned in close to his master, quietly sharing his words. Following that moment, he fixes a piercing look on the boy, making it clear that trouble is once again brewing in his mind. Vincent leads the group down a corridor and brings them into the chamber that holds the king's belongings. He took advantage of the situation by giving Arthur the opportunity to select a quality sword, noticing the boy's fascination with the weapon. The king speculated about whether he intended to begin training with a sword. Noticing that shared this interest, the king hoped that the two might have a chance to practice together in a friendly duel one day. Opposed the suggestion, ridiculing the boy by calling him an ordinary commoner. Meanwhile, Arthur expressed gratitude for the king's kindness and maintained a respectful, modest demeanor before the royal family. The boy's father appears on the scene. She was taken aback when she realized the king was present too. Upon discovering that he himself had apprehended the intruder, the king expressed his approval by praising Captain's efforts. The king discovers that Arthur is actually the son of. He introduces as a trusted royal guard who has aided the king's family on numerous occasions over the years. Now hopes to be compensated with his sights set specifically on the boy's familiar as his reward. Arthur felt a deep sense of dread as the announcement echoed in his mind, fully aware of the direction this conversation was taking. The king announces that surrendering Arthur's creature would benefit the entire realm. Instantly recognized the trouble reflected in his son's expression. He attempts to step in and support the boy. The king has made arrangements to reward them generously and is also willing to find a skilled mage to break the bond that connects the two. Expresses regret as he submits his resignation. Insisted that his son was responsible for making his own choices, refusing to get involved on the boy's behalf. Clearly, if there were a prize for best father, wouldn't be winning it. At that moment, the king shifted his attention toward the young man, who was known to have a son. Her eyes reflected a deep sense of frustration. Attempted to light a fire, but his master intervened before he could succeed. He welcomed the child and extended the identical proposal, keeping his composure throughout the interaction. Arthur put forth his greatest effort to answer the king in a manner he believed was fitting. As he expressed his gratitude to the king, the boy politely declined the offer, explaining that no sword, no matter how magnificent, could ever replace his beloved companion. Clearly, this young man deserved the title of Pet Owner of the Year. The mage attempts to interrupt, but the king swiftly silences him. Desperate, the mage offers a rare world lion cub in trade causing to react with clear irritation. Arthur once again declined, offering an apology for his earlier lack of clarity. He remained unwavering in his choice to look after, determined not to change his mind under any circumstances. Upon hearing these words, annoyance flickered across the king's face. He believed he had acted generously, making his request with patience and courtesy. The boy still refused to move, prompting the king to repeat his request, but this time he added a stern warning to Arthur, letting him know that his patience was wearing thin. Struggling to keep his temper in check, Arthur responds to the king by posing his own question. With courage and a surprising edge, he inquires about the cost placed on the lives of the king's children. He continues by thinking that, despite being turned down 3 times, the king's stubborn pride remains unmoved. This, he realizes, is the reason behind the king's pressing question. He wonders what amount of money could possibly justify giving up even one of his children. Tension fills the air, and a heavy silence settles over the scene. Signaled the knight, urging him to take action without delay. The royal knight, filled with rage, charged forward with his sword raised, determined to strike down the boy who had dared to insult the royal family. Arthur noticed the dense gathering of mana within the knight's sword, and instantly understood that the knight intended to strike with lethal force. He managed to stay composed by controlling his own mana. Both attacks missed him as he skillfully dodged out of the way. The action caused the knight to lose his footing and stumble. He reached out and seized the knight's clenched hand. He channels all of his energy into a powerful upward punch. The blow rendered the knight unconscious in an instant, leaving even the royal mage who had commanded his death stunned by the outcome. Stopped hesitating and took matters into his own hands, fully prepared to face whatever consequences awaited him. He understood that his abilities with Arthur surpassed even those of top-tier magical creatures, fueling his intense desire and determination to claim the bond for himself. Gathering energy as he aimed to unleash a powerful beam attack. Arthur faced imminent danger, but just as the threat closed in, his family arrived swiftly to protect him. Without warning, an event occurs that causes time itself to freeze. A sudden chill swept through the crowd, leaving everyone around them motionless with shock. The mage stood bewildered, unable to understand where his powerful attack had disappeared. A single boy's call resonated through the space, drawing his focus. He considered his attempts futile, knowing that any magic relying on ambient mana would have no effect on him. With determination burning in his eyes, he fixed with a steely glare before pulling the trigger and firing at him. In a flash, he materializes beside his own body. The royal mage's arrogance had been cleverly turned into a weapon that worked against him. A single action could shatter his leg. The intense pain forced him to cry out in distress. He desperately calls out for assistance, bewildered by the sight of everyone around him standing motionless. Arthur's presence surrounded him, filling the silence with warmth and comfort, as if nothing else existed but the sound of Arthur's voice and the strength of his arms. The boy delivers a chilling message, making it clear that help is out of reach for him. Shaken to his core, the miserable mage pleaded desperately for mercy, longing to be allowed to serve as the kingdom's official. Arthur rises to his feet, nodding in agreement to what he just said. He utters just 3 words, a sharp reminder to the mage that he should remember his lowly position, much like a scolded dog. They decided to revisit the uppercut that had happened earlier. To everyone's astonishment, the king himself could hardly believe that an ordinary child had managed to defeat a skilled royal guard. He found himself questioning whether his own security might have erred. A short moment later, Arthur's body lay sprawled on the ground in another spot. Heart raced as anxiety suddenly hurt. The situation became even harsher whenever she and the others faced it together. Others began to realize. Bastian's leg bent at an unnatural angle. Tears and sweat streamed down the man's face as he desperately pleaded for someone to save him, his expression filled with terror. The sight of him in this condition filled the king with fear. The queen immediately instructed the guards to examine his condition. Some time passed after her command. Leaned over his son's motionless form to see if he was all right. The boy's mother is overcome with anxiety. She puts all her effort into channeling her healing magic. After struggling for a while, the character comes to the conclusion that there is no solution and decides to stop trying. Vincent's relatives gather around him, their tears flowing as they witness the depth of the boy's sorrow. Arthur's awareness began to slip away. After some time had passed, the surroundings pulled them back to the real world. He awakens on a bed, his head throbbing with pain. He questioned how he had ended up in this place again. He recalled with anguish the time he had used static void to inflict torment on. However, it ended up confusing his mind. He owed his use of the ability entirely to, because of her, he could briefly slip free from the flow of time. This extraordinary power belonged to him alone, a gift inherited as a legacy tamer. At that moment, there was a price to pay. He had spent many years rigorously training to reach this point. Despite efforts to control the power, the user remained unable to maintain it for longer than a few seconds before being overwhelmed by intense, agonizing aftereffects. He exceeded the allotted time and faced serious repercussions. It was also his first attempt at using the ability on someone else. He found himself burdened with yet another problem. He lay on the bed, relieved that losing consciousness had been the most serious thing to happen. The door swung open and peeked inside, her curiosity about her master clear in her eager expression. The boy's mother reacts with surprise when she discovers that her son has finally regained consciousness. She wrapped her arms around him, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as the doctor's words put her worries to rest. He had slept for 8 hours and found himself waking up far later than he had planned. The boy's reaction fills him with disappointment, which causes his mother to break down in tears once more. A sudden, intense pain shot through him, causing his mother to jump in alarm. Rather than mentioning his discomfort, Arthur shifted the focus by inquiring about what had happened after he lost consciousness. The royal family had already departed ahead of schedule. In their absence, they appointed the king's envoy to handle discussions with the boy's father. Arthur's curiosity got the better of him, and he felt compelled to find out what was happening. He assures his mother that he is perfectly fine and encourages her to take a break and rest. He instructs to remain by her side. Arthur made his way down the stairs, listening to recount the story of how his son had almost lost his life. The boy suddenly cuts into their conversation. The commotion prompted his father to hurry over and help him. He explains that the king's envoy has arrived to offer them some gold coins as compensation for the minor trouble they started. It was clear that cared little for royal matters, always choosing his family's well-being above all else. The king's envoy introduced the boy as Jasper and revealed a small pouch filled with gold coins. Faced with these circumstances, Arthur decides that pretending to be an innocent victim is the wisest choice. He offered a respectful greeting to the man and soon discovered through Jasper that the 2 guards who had assaulted the boy were immediately suspended. Remained upset, believing the king's actions could never make up for the unfair treatment he had endured. The tension between Jasper and grew stronger as a serious disagreement simmered between them. Arthur took it upon himself to settle the situation. He acknowledged that his behavior had crossed the line and assured everyone that he was unharmed, insisting there was no reason for the conflict to continue. Looking uneasy, the boy nervously asks about the royal mage who suffered a severe knee injury. Not even was spared from the king's anger, as he too faced suspension from his position. Arthur wanted to know if anyone had managed to discover the cause of his injured leg. In response, the representative explains that, according to the mage, the boy was responsible for causing the injury. Stood stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening, and reacted with anger. Meanwhile, Jasper revealed that there had been no trust in. Instead, suspicion had fallen on the knight who had gathered mana and disrupted the mage's magic. Although it seemed complicated, this was exactly the outcome Arthur had been hoping to find. As the meeting came to an end, Jasper departed, taking the pouch of gold with him and leaving the family behind. Showed no interest in getting involved and left the responsibility of managing the coins to his son. Given what had happened before, it was his own life that had been at risk. Arthur felt grateful for his father's kindness and soon drifted off to sleep. Just before departing, he offers the boy a compliment, expressing admiration for the impressive uppercut the boy delivered. The story revealed an incredible fact. This man managed to earn the title of Father of the Year not once but twice, leaving everyone amazed by his accomplishment. Arthur tucked the bag of coins into a drawer and he felt a sense of relief wash over him, grateful that everything had settled peacefully before any trouble could start. The scene brought back memories of how restricted he had felt as a child, simply watching life unfold around him. Despite any challenges, he eagerly anticipates the exciting opportunities that await him on his journey to becoming an adventurer. Arthur examined the mask he had obtained, designed to change his voice, and believed it would finally grant him a measure of freedom. He sat with his friends around a table in a lively bar, sought feedback regarding the proposal he had presented. The red-haired boy, known for his wild hair, felt annoyed about being put in charge of watching over Arthur. Due to his terrible attitude, he was convinced that Arthur could easily end his life. Everyone seemed to support the viewpoint he expressed. Lips curved into a smile. Admits that he initially thought either or Helen would step in to look after his son. The modest parents prepared to express their gratitude by offering a reward for the challenges faced. Expressed confidence to his friend, emphasizing that everyone considered each other family and would gladly support Arthur as he grew and improved. Helen also supported the plan, and none of them expected any payment, particularly because their previous raid had already provided them with ample funds. Another individual lifted their hand, signaling their willingness to volunteer. The event took place so unexpectedly that no one saw it coming. The individual in question was Jasmine, a girl who typically loathed any assignment involving escorting others. The group found it unexpected that she agreed to join without hesitation. They came to the conclusion that Arthur was responsible. Helen insisted that Jasmine was the best choice to look after the boy. Specialized in spells that affected wide areas and were most effective against crowds, which meant he would not be very useful in this situation. When it came to defending or protecting others, she knew those skills were not her strongest abilities. The boy's mother wondered aloud whether Jasmine genuinely felt comfortable with the suggestion. She simply gives a casual thumbs up, acting as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Red-haired individual acknowledges that Jasmine should take the lead, recognizing her as the soul in their group with a connection to the elements. With her unique abilities, she stands out as the ideal protector for someone like him. Although had hoped to escort the boy himself, he concedes that it wouldn't be appropriate for him to do so this time. Sensing his disappointment, reassures and encourages him to anticipate another opportunity in the future. Arthur experienced a sense of security whenever he traveled alongside Jasmine. The scene shifted ahead to the moment when the boy's family arrived at Vincent's home for a visit. Focused on her meditation, following the methods Arthur had taught her, showing she was learning to depend on herself rather than relying solely on his guidance. Arthur is convinced that too could awaken once she turns 7 or older, as long as she learns to meditate. He secretly wished that she would remain asleep a bit longer, knowing that if she woke up too early, it would draw unwanted attention. Filled with anticipation, the boy approached his father and expressed his desire to go to the auction house, hoping to finally choose a sword. Arthur's mother chooses to prepare dinner during their absence. Inside the auction house, Vincent and his wife had thrown themselves into their tasks, only to notice the pair stepping through the entrance. Arthur faced them for the first time since the incident, and as expected, they were prepared with a series of questions for him. The boy handled the situation with composure, letting everyone know through his actions that he was performing at his best. Although they appeared quite unhappy with how the king managed the situation, Vincent silently wished that something terrible would befall the guards who intervened and stirred up chaos. Too felt exactly as Vincent did. Arthur shifts his attention, choosing to steer the conversation away from its current course. He concentrates instead on the task of acquiring a new sword, a goal he deems important to accomplish before facing his upcoming application test. Vincent happily offered to guide him, although both of them ended up blocking the path. She encourages the boy to explore the area freely and discover anything that catches his interest. Arthur began to carefully examine the storage room, taking note of every detail as he searched the area. There were countless areas filled with relics scattered everywhere. The place resembled a paradise straight out of an adventurer's fantasies. At first, the boy's excitement is obvious, overflowing before he can hold it back. Within mere moments, his earlier thrill faded away, replaced entirely by a heavy sense of letdown. He had experimented with countless swords, yet none ever felt instinctive in his hands. He discarded yet another sword, reflecting that the increasing presence of in this world was likely the cause. Most of the swords and oversized weapons in the shop were far too big for the boy to use. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find a weapon that suited him. The boy curiously explored the area until he stumbled upon Batman's, amazed by the unexpected discovery. He attempted to mimic Lee's moves with the but by the end, a sense of increased foolishness settled in. His curiosity seemed piqued as she carefully looked through her surroundings. She eagerly pulls out a scabbard, her face lighting up with anticipation at the sight of her companion. He was given the chance to test out this blade. Arthur felt an unexpected sense of delight, realizing he had never imagined that his weapon would turn out to be a simple stick. He rested his hand on what everyone referred to as the stick. She immediately felt surprise when she realized the unexpected weight of the object. At that moment, he realized the object in his hand was not a simple stick but a gleaming sword. Arthur attempts to draw the sword from its sheath, but his efforts prove unsuccessful. This leads him to question whether activating its effects depends on the use of mana. He attempts to remove it, but his efforts prove unsuccessful. Eager to further explore his hypothesis, he attempted to summon a spark of electricity, curious to see whether it would respond to his connection with the elements. Ultimately, he was defeated by nothing more than a simple wooden sword, unable to figure out how to wield it properly. Arthur found himself unable to uncover any new information, feeling stuck and uncertain about what to do next until he suddenly noticed the band wrapped around his arm. He makes the choice to place his newfound. After considering the theory, the character reached for the blade once more. He called upon his abilities. At last, the boy succeeded in unlocking the weapon. The blade glows with an enchanting shade of teal, radiating a sense of magic. The boy became completely absorbed, his eyes fixed intently. He discovered that he was able to wield the weapon with impressive skill, gracefully moving it through the air in every direction. He had reached a stage where the blade no longer seemed like a weapon of battle to him. Despite his determination, he realizes that, given his present condition, the weapon's weight is more than he can handle effectively. The boy offered an apology to Vincent. With precise skill, someone attempts a shot by slicing straight through the barrel. This demonstrated that the sword not only possessed the sharpness needed, but also fit perfectly in his grasp. Arthur leaned in, examining the blade with careful attention. Upon closer inspection, she notices several letters carved into the surface. The inscription spells out Dawn's Ballad, a phrase that leaves her just as puzzled as it appears. Without warning, a surge of electricity shocks the boy, leaving his hand injured. He tries to comfort his small companion by saying everything is fine, yet inside, he remains puzzled and unable to understand the sword's unusual response. Moments later, the sword's bloodstains disappeared without a trace. He reaches down and retrieves the blade once more. He was surprised to discover just how light it was in his hands. The weapon had the remarkable ability to change its weight and balance, automatically adapting to suit whoever was using it. Arthur decided to give it a try himself and found that he could swing perfectly, experiencing no difficulties at all. The sword's blade and grip had both been reduced in size, carefully crafted to suit the boy's smaller frame. In his previous life, he had wielded countless priceless swords, yet none of them matched the harmony he now experienced with this particular weapon. Arthur himself aimed another strike at the barrel, determined to give it one more try. With one swift and accurate motion, the blade sliced through effortlessly, leaving a sharp, clean edge. This time, rather than being crushed by the heavy forces before, the barrel is cleanly cut in half. It was uncommon for master artificers to craft wands that could form a connection with their wielder. Such a weapon would adapt itself to suit the user's requirements, making it easier to control mana more effectively. Unexpectedly, the boy discovered that the sword could also form a unique bond with its wielder, much like the item he was familiar with. This revelation led him to wonder about the person who had used the sword before him. At that moment, the boy's father and Vincent appeared, looking around for him. As the evening grew later, they began to feel the urge to go home. Arthur hurried toward their own sword, grabbing a different blade along the way. He felt a surge of happiness knowing that had chosen the perfect weapon for him. Arthur's father couldn't hide his admiration when he saw that Arthur had managed to find something that suited him. Arthur expressed his satisfaction, declaring the weapon to be an ideal fit for his needs. Vincent felt indifferent, noticing that the boy had picked an ordinary sword, one so plain it would likely remain unsold at any market stall. Sliding the blade back into its scabbard, carefully examined the weapon, handling it to become familiar with its weight and balance. Vincent wanted to know what the other person thought. Highlights how the weapon's poor balance causes significant problems. Simultaneously, he considers this to be the ideal weapon for the boy. He handed the blade back to his son, his gaze shifting to the stick fastened to the boy's belt as he raised a curious eyebrow. Despite Arthur's efforts to remain calm, everything had gone completely wrong. He calmly explains to the others that he found the stick useful for practicing. Vincent feels a jolt of surprise, realizing it's the first time he has ever seen this particular object left out in the open. He examined the cane closely, then turned to his assistant, wondering if there were any records available. James responded by mentioning that a merchant had once sold the item, sharing a tale about an eccentric elderly man. The group brought in several inspectors to examine the weapon, yet each one determined it was nothing more than an ordinary cane. Uncertain, they considered whether they ought to call in a master artificer for a more thorough inspection. Arthur worried that he might be crossing a line and expressed his concern. In response, the guy gazed at him with the most pleading, innocent eyes, his pet dragon by his side, making the look even more irresistible. Vincent found himself unable to hold on to the cane any longer and handed it back without resistance. The protagonist accomplished the mission with remarkable success and secretly gained possession of a unique blade unknown to everyone else. Season have returned once again. Arthur's birthday arrives with thunderous excitement, and there's something about him that sets him apart from ordinary men. He expressed his gratitude to the group for their constant support. It amazes them how fast he has already turned 9 years old. Vincent had unveiled the highest quality treatment available for the situation. The young boy sat surrounded by attentive waiters, each one skillfully delivering plates of food to everyone nearby. The group gathered around a single table, coming together to honor the happy event. Everyone's mouths began to water at the sight of the delicious food laid out before them. The narrator warned the reader not to consume the pixels displayed on the screen. They ended up with plenty of wonderful memories together. On that particular day, the moments were captured and preserved in striking images, ensuring that everyone could look back and recall them vividly. The red-haired outcast stood outside, heavily intoxicated, loudly sharing some embarrassing tale about his pants catching on fire. Feeling deeply, quickly hides his face with his hands. Jasmine was the next to speak, using the opportunity to mock Adam by bringing up the embarrassing incident when he had been so frightened in the dungeon that he wet himself. He believed that even someone as tough as Batman wouldn't be able to give him a hard time over that story. His tale set off a wave of laughter throughout the entire party, drawing even more smiles from everyone present. Among those present were Arthur and the beloved tiny reptile. Once the dinner party concluded, the moment arrived for everyone to open the gifts. And Alice spent time getting a unique present ready for a young boy, making sure it would be something special for him. Arthur gestured for his adorable younger sister to join him as he prepared to unwrap the present. He opened the lid and discovered a unique glove inside. The gloves had been crafted through the effort of hunting monsters, then enhanced by embedding magical gems onto them. Each of the 3 gems granted a single-use healing ability that could be activated in times of need. Arthur, eager to prepare himself for upcoming missions, would find this to be the ideal present. He wraps his arms around his parents, showing deep affection and warmth. Vincent's gift was the next to be introduced. The man offers the boy an enchanted set of rings. His wife struck him hard, furious that he had taunted the child without reason. Vincent had dropped to his knees in front of a 9-year-old, which made it understandable why she felt concerned. One of the rings had been intended for Arthur, and the other was meant for his mother. The ring served as a warning device, alerting Alice whenever Arthur's mana fell to a dangerously low level. It was exactly the sort of artifact that suited someone like Alice, who often found herself overly concerned about her son's well-being. She wraps her arms around her close friend, expressing gratitude for the thoughtful present they received. The boy views the ring with mixed feelings, recognizing that it could ease his family's concerns about him. However, they always felt on edge, never knowing when the ring might suddenly activate. Adam and Jasmine stepped forward as a team, both determined to outshine the previous gifts with their own. The group tried to keep up with Vincent's reasoning, fully aware of the incredible strength he possessed. Family found something that everyone could enjoy together. Jazz noticed a sound transmission scroll, recognizing that it came with a hefty price tag. Without warning, someone lashed out with a swift kick, blaming the fool for spoiling the atmosphere. Returning to his explanation, the red-haired individual clarified how the scroll worked. He described that it enabled one-way communication, making it a perfect match for use with the rings. The process called for channeling mana into the scroll before leaving behind a recorded message, which was the sole necessity. As soon as Alice received the message, she was allowed to send a single reply. Once Arthur got her response, the scrolls would mysteriously disappear without a trace. Many people might not realize how much phones have improved daily life, but Arthur faced countless challenges just to send a single message. Arthur's application test was scheduled for the following day. His father feels a surge of excitement, eager to see what his son will achieve, while his mother's main concern is his well-being, caring little about his rank or social standing as long as he remains safe. With tears brimming in her eyes, she leans in and presses a gentle kiss to his lips. His parents' deep affection fills him with such warmth that he feels compelled to assure them he will come back. As the celebration drew to a close, the group gathered their things and made their way out together. Arthur found his gaze drawn to Jasmine, who stood out from the crowd as she offered a friendly wave. He told them farewell just as he had promised. That night, no matter how hard he tried to fall asleep, he remained fully awake. He finally understood how priceless his family was to him. Surrounded by those who cherished and stood by him no matter the circumstances, the boy felt a deep desire to protect this family and dedicate all his efforts to their happiness. This devotion became the driving force behind his determination to grow, pushing him to surpass even the strength he had once possessed as a king. The next day, Arthur struggles as he faces a difficult situation. Stubbornly resisted every attempt to get her into the bath. The small dragon behaved much like the narrator's pet cat, throwing a fit whenever things didn't go its way. Arthur feels a surge of irritation as he realizes she is pushing him away with her mana, a reaction many could understand. He summoned all his strength, channeling his own mana, and forcefully pulled her into the tub despite her protests. His eyes shimmered with tears, and an overwhelming sense of emotion filled the moment. A deep sense of betrayal washes over her as she lowers herself into the bathtub. Arthur watches closely as she drops into her seat. Once he finished his bath, he prepared himself to leave. Despite her small size, the eyes burned with anger, making it clear just how furious she was. His parents beam with pride as they watch their son don attire that makes him resemble an esteemed adventurer. Expressed his confidence in his son's abilities, cautioning him against becoming too self-assured. He reassured Arthur that Jasmine would be there to support him whenever challenges arose. Hearing this, Arthur gave his word that he would rely on her help when needed. Feels the deepest sorrow of all, her heart heavy at the thought of her brother's impending departure. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded desperately with her brother, begging him not to leave. Alice found the scene too overwhelming to look at, so she averted her gaze. Alice tried to reassure, promising that their return would not take long. Despite Alice's efforts, remained firm and unwilling to be consoled, her determination as unyielding as ever. The boy knelt down, entrusting with a crucial responsibility while he was away. He asked her to keep his parents safe during his absence. She wraps her arms around him in a gentle embrace, tears streaming down her face as she weeps uncontrollably. She explains to him the results of her training, mentioning that she is now able to notice the small lights he had described before. Kelly stands ready to defend their parents on his behalf. Meanwhile, Arthur thinks back on the past, realizing that he has missed out on much of his sister's life. Even though leaving is painful for him, he chooses to go so he can grow stronger and help his family even more. Alice wrapped her arms around him, her face filled with concern, and reassured him that everything would turn out fine, hoping to ease his worries. The touching scene ended as Alice gently reminded her son that he should never take off the ring. As Arthur's hand closes around the door handle, his parents bid him farewell, expressing unwavering encouragement and pride in their son as he prepares to depart. As soon as the door shuts, Alice begins to weep uncontrollably. Outside, Jasmine stood in anticipation, keeping an eye out for the boy. She wasn't alone, another girl, also named Jasmine, waited beside her, both of them hoping the boy would arrive soon. She wanted to know if he was finally ready. Arthur slipped on his voice-changing mask, completing his signature appearance, and from that moment the true journey was set in motion. Upon reaching the Adventurers Guild, they found themselves greeted by many individuals were actively searching for those skilled in conjuring and augmenting abilities. Felt drained of energy, even though the trip was still ahead of her. Studied the creature closely, noticing that its appearance had changed since the last time she saw it. The boy reveals that possesses the ability to change how she looks, though only to a limited degree. At the moment, she has taken on the form of a black lizard rather than appearing as a dragon. The path led to the receptionist's desk where the woman greeted the group as they entered the guild hall. Heather looks as if she is about to say something, but Jack interrupts her before she gets the chance. Jasmine simply places a note on the desk with a firm gesture. She conveyed her desire to support the boy as he attempted his rank examination. The receptionist pressed a button, then left her office. She takes the initiative and moves ahead of the others. There was a series of examinations scheduled for that day. Sponsors, however, were given special treatment and allowed to move ahead of others, avoiding any delays. The group trails after her as she leads them into a different room. He notices a group of people watching him closely. Instructed him to focus on keeping pace for the time being. The group stepped into another hallway where Jasmine, recognized as an A-rank adventurer, formally stated her wish to undertake a rank assessment. The man had learned enough about Jasmine and felt prepared to make arrangements for her. She inquired about her father, yet it was clear that Jasmine held little fondness for him. Presented himself as the manager overseeing the branch and began to explain his role. She explained that applying typically involved an inspection, followed by a hands-on test. Despite the usual process, the man decided to bypass the standard procedures for the boy, thanks to Jasmine's unique request as an A-rank adventurer, aiming to simplify things for him. Arthur watched her closely, curious if the reputation of the family truly held such influence. Now that the additional challenges had been removed, Arthur's final task was to participate in a practice duel against one of the examiners. Assess the boy, concluding that he possessed the qualities of either a combatant or someone who could enhance abilities. Normally, he paid little attention to the names of others, but his curiosity about Arthur grew due to the boy's relationship with Jasmine. Although he rarely cared to learn who people were, this time was different because of that special connection. He recalled noticing the symbol etched onto his mask. The shape brought to his mind the image of a half-note resting on a sheet of music. At that moment, he offered his name as note and extended his hand for it to shake. Both of them experienced an immediate, shared response when they first made contact. The individual assessed their opponent, recognizing their impressive combat abilities. Now that everything had been decided, the branch master instructed Mary to take charge and escort the boy to the examination room. Before leaving, he cast a quick glance in his direction. While they walked together, the boy realized something important. He understood the heavy responsibility carried by the family, and this new knowledge made him question whether Jasmine's decision to join him was influenced by that burden. At the same moment, he noticed that she seemed irritated whenever her father was brought up. At this point, her intentions remained a mystery. Mary guided both individuals along the path that would take them to the floor designated for the upcoming examination. As the boy stepped into the testing hall, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from a dazzling flash of light. An examiner skillfully avoided a series of persistent attacks from a determined warrior. Arthur watched as a group of intellectuals argued fiercely nearby. The young man believed he was living inside a comic book, so he loudly declared his moves just before making any attacks. Even the child feels a bit embarrassed for him. Since typically recite incantations, Arthur assumes that must also call out the names of their moves. Despite that, it seemed foolish to go to such lengths for basic techniques. Egghead noticed his spear had been thrown aside, and he realized his hand was gone. He found himself unexpectedly caught up in the battle. The examiner's irritation was obvious, and the examiner insulted his skills, claiming that even elderly women could handle his weapon more skillfully than he did. With those harsh words, the examiner completely shattered the man's confidence. He analyzed his own fighting style, noting that his balance between physical power and magical enhancement was off, and realizing that his attacks were so obvious that even a novice could avoid them. Despite being well into his 30s, the man began to complain with the petulance of a youngster. He was just a system clone who believed that doing 100 push-ups, sit-ups, and squats would make him strong enough. The examiner, clearly fed up with the individual, decides to make a recommendation. He suggests assigning the boy to E-class. Simultaneously, he admits that One Punch Man possesses an affinity for fire within this comic. He waved the note in front of his face. It is revealed that he has been assigned to D-class rather than the very lowest tier. Egghead turned away, his shoulders slumping with disappointment, as the scene continued without him. The next contestant was called forward to walk onto the stage. Struggled so much with climbing a set of stairs that fighting monsters seemed completely out of reach for her. She fell hard, landing flat on her face and drawing. Laughter filled the room from all sides. A certain girl believed she belonged in E-class because she couldn't walk properly. Arthur stood at a distance, quietly watching the young boy. Right away, it became clear to everyone that he ranked among the more powerful individuals present. Began to feel her self-assurance return. She boldly announced her name, making sure everyone could hear. Her expertise lay in summoning water, though. The atmosphere quickly grows uncomfortable when the examiners point out that they are already familiar with her. She is instructed to select a weapon, and someone reassures her that she will be safe if she happens to get injured. Arthur, deep in thought, considers how attain their specialties once they advance beyond the orange stage. Unlike the foolish idea of trying to control all 4 elements like some legendary figure, they dedicate themselves to mastering a single element to its fullest potential. The boy remembered hearing stories about certain who could master 2 specializations at once, a rare skill that required even tougher tests to accurately measure their real power. The professional stood in anticipation, watching and encouraging her to demonstrate the full extent of her abilities. She praised the effort as she moved her wand gracefully through the air. The spell was cast, causing water to gather and form a protective barrier around it. She found herself standing beside a stretch of water. Jasmine explained to that faced certain drawbacks, especially since they lacked the skill with mana reinforcement that possessed. Because of this weakness, typically chose to defend themselves first whenever a battle began. The examiner retaliates by casting her own spell made of mud. Its view was completely obscured by the walls of her watery enclosure. The situation resembled a turn-based fight, and its turn had arrived. She summoned the release of the mud spell, unleashing its power into the air. She comes across another spell that manipulates water. The beam twisted in a perfect spiral. The attack was directed toward but the quickly moved out of the way. With barely any exertion, the task was accomplished. The next phase of her assault proved to be more intriguing than simply confronting her target head-on. The spiral burst apart at her command, its force swallowing her whole. A dense mist rolled across the stage, enveloping everything in its path. This allowed to adjust her strategy and prepare a more powerful offensive move. She launches a rapid series of water blasts at her rival, yet, as the mist finally cleared, no one was anywhere in sight. The skilled magician had already materialized quietly from behind. She struck with her staff. Even though did not win, she found herself admiring the girl's remarkable mastery of her element. The girl's sole mistake was not preparing an additional defense for herself. Everything else had been skillfully executed. This performance secured her a spot in C-class among others her age. Arthur considers this to be highly praiseworthy. Elijah Knight was supposed to be next, yet something seemed off. The problem concerned the name they had provided. Without conducting any assessment, the distinguished examiner assigns the candidate a B-class rank. Arthur found the situation so startling that he nearly lost his composure. At last she catches sight of a boy with glasses. They were discussing that very same child. His name was announced, calling him forward. The very same overconfident youngster boldly demanded to be assigned to the rank right away. Feeling irritated by the boy's behavior, she decides to pay him no mind and instead notices that his skills focus on fire magic. Achieving a light orange color by the age of 11 was something no one had ever seen before, making Arthur truly exceptional. Arthur eagerly anticipates the upcoming competition, but considers him conceited yet. She appeared relaxed and unconcerned, showing little interest in what was happening. Believing the moment has arrived, they prepare to start. He initiates the examination. Immediately used his staff to summon a fiery circle encircling the area. He forcefully brings the staff down, striking it against the earth. He summoned a gigantic fire guardian to aid him in the fight. The examiner observed the boy's abilities and felt a sense of admiration, recognizing that his skill was fitting for someone from such a distinguished family. The flame guardian shifted its position, hovering above the examiner as events unfolded. Quietly murmurs a magical spell. The examiner felt a sense of admiration upon discovering that the boy was a suitable candidate. Simultaneously, it became clear that the boy truly possessed the qualities needed for the role. At the same time, she feels delighted to give him a lesson in humility that he will remember going forward. Using his power over the ground, he summons sharp spears of earth, directing them outward in an attempt to block and disperse the spreading fire. The examiner's reaction was ideal, since the flame guardian would soon fade away once its access to oxygen was blocked. Despite the ongoing conflict, believes the fight has already been decided in his favor. No one could recall an incident where an examiner had suffered a serious injury during the testing trials. He felt pleased to choose her as the initial example for everyone else. The boy's statement made it clear that the exam manages to block every one of his opponent's fiery attacks. Cast a spell designed to drive something away. A series of fiery bursts erupted around her, threatening to engulf her completely. He narrowly avoids the wrath directed at him. She reached out from behind, attempting to seize him with a hand formed from earth. Attempts to evade the attack, yet another hand emerges unexpectedly from his blind side and seizes him. Concentrated all his efforts on breaking the enchantment. He steadies himself, preparing for the collision. The examiner skillfully halted his boastful assault, using a sturdy shield of stone to deflect each blow with ease. The trial concludes as collapses onto the floor. The examiner shared her opinion, noting that his natural ability gave him access to an extraordinary amount of mana. At the very moment it seemed might finally gain a sense of humility, something unexpected happened. The defiant child launched another assault against her, determined not to allow the test to conclude just yet. becomes completely surrounded by blazing fire, leaving him powerless to react. He quickly moved in and intercepted the attack, clearing it away with swift precision. His anger flared when a different examiner disrupted his test. They calmly explained that had broken the rules by casting an unexpected spell after the exam had finished. Fueled by anger, the boy scorned the who had intervened, stopping his fire beams and bringing his test to a halt. Felt a strong sense of injustice, believing that the last attack was crucial to his carefully crafted strategy. He grew tired of the boy's nonsense and signaled to reveal the outcome. She recalls her assessment of his remarkable self-discipline, noting that although his inexperience stands out as his sole flaw, his abilities still easily qualify him for placement in the B-class category. Made his way back to the stands, his frustration clearly evident after what had happened. Egghead attempts to praise the boy for achieving an outstanding result. Despite being surrounded by others, grows uneasy, convinced that their laughter is at his expense. He remains seated in the room, voicing his worries aloud. He was merely a nuisance, quietly wishing that his father would arrive to save him when the moment of need appeared again. Arthur's name appeared next on the candidates list, introduced to everyone under the title of Note. He wishes him good fortune as they. The boy made his way down the rows of seats, a question forming in his mind. He wondered about the best way to confront and who had spent years honing his skills. As this thought crossed his mind, the boy carefully observed the man's movements, searching for flaws in his technique wherever a small gap appeared. The season stood before him, embodying both power and experience. He discovers that Arthur, too, is participating in the test with unique accommodations. There is no information given about his history. He prepared his sword, intending to gauge the young opponent's skills, when suddenly everything changed. Without warning, he finds himself crushed beneath an unmatched force radiating from the figure moving closer to him. The sensation was so intense that it sent a tremor through his entire body. Before the match had a chance to start, he signals for the fight to come to an end. He preferred that George not be the one to challenge this individual's abilities. Instead, George steps forward and offers to conduct the test on his own. The character cannot hide their surprise upon realizing that the branch head has chosen to evaluate the candidate personally. They struggle to understand why someone as influential and skilled as the branch head would bother assessing an ordinary examinee. George goes so far as to express regret for how reluctant he was at first. Reassures him, explaining that there is no intention to doubt the skills, as the sponsor is simply fulfilling a duty by overseeing the test, though curiosity plays a part as well. Arthur considered how he felt about the recent change. He leveled his sword at the boy, a silent display of his exceptional skill. Considered one of the most respected masters in Sapin and recognized as a double A-class adventurer, this man left no weaknesses exposed and radiated a fierce intent that anyone could sense. It became clear that never meant for this challenge to be routine. Arthur's excitement grows stronger than it has ever been before. He silently wishes the boy won't let this test bring him down. The boy gives a silent nod as he accepts the tally. Charged forward with a force that shook the ground. Arthur found himself tangled up, unable to react fast enough to match the blinding speed of his opponent. The boy skillfully blocks the incoming sword strike, then quickly shifts his position, making clever use of the terrain beneath him. He lunged forward, swinging his blade in an attempt to strike his opponent. Arthur moved swiftly, rolling and ducking to evade the oncoming attacks. Whenever Arthur attempts to strike, disappears, only to reappear behind him in a swift, unexpected attack. He catches his foe off guard by dodging the incoming blow, swiftly ducking beneath it, and immediately countering with a new move. A counterattack erupted with such intensity that it startled the branch head, leaving them momentarily taken aback. He steps back to observe the young boy, carefully evaluating the impressive skill the child displays. They dove back into the fray, meeting Arthur as their swords collided with a sharp clang. Arthur challenged his opponent, his voice steady amid the chaos. The attack swept through the air but moved quickly to avoid it. Hand brushed lightly across the boy's cheek. Darting forward from behind, the attacker struck Arthur using the handle of his sword. As the fierce battle continued, Arthur gradually became aware of the weaknesses, putting him at a disadvantage. Because his build and strength were less than those of his rival, he found himself at a disadvantage. He now felt far more anxious and tense compared to how confident he had been in his prime. Continues his assault without pause, launching attack after attack against his opponent. Arthur found his thoughts occupied by the vulnerabilities of his own body when faced with a skilled opponent who wielded remarkable mastery over mana. Spotting an opportunity, Arthur prepared to strike. He charged forward, slicing the air with his weapon. both. Their swords clashed and glanced off each other as the fighters stepped back, putting space between them once more. He noticed an opportunity as they separated. Although he possessed considerable skill, his present form quivered with uncertainty brought on by inexperience. He chose to push himself further by channeling mana throughout his body. At that exact instant, Arthur felt an overwhelming urge throughout his entire body, urging him to take action as he stood confronted. He found himself facing this incarnation of his. The only thing their body managed to do was trigger the instinct to escape, causing them to run. With no other choices left, he acted in the only way he could. Arthur's swift movements continued to surprise who found himself amazed each time his strikes failed to land. The bullets traveled at such incredible speed that there was no way he could avoid them. All he could do was hope for a slim chance to survive. He was only able to keep up in this battle because he could anticipate where they would move next. The only hope Arthur has lies in closing the gap that separates him from his rival. Displaying impressive agility, the character evaded wind bullets by rolling, lunging, leaping, and darting out of their path. At last he moved close enough to begin his attack. He unleashed a furious attack of his own. The examiners watched in amazement as the boy skillfully controlled the fire, leaving them speechless. He sliced through blasts of wind, and in doing so, exposed his own power to control fire for everyone to see. Blades met in a fierce collision, each embodying a different element in the intense struggle. Both forces met head-on, neither one having the upper hand. I believe the result of this match was obvious since the adventurer held a AA rank and possessed magical abilities that every dreamed of mastering. Yet even now, while standing before someone who is only an examinee, he discovers He begins to feel a growing sense of anxiety as he realizes he may not succeed. In total disbelief, anger erupted, and he unleashed powerful gusts of wind that completely overpowered the boy. Jasmine grew concerned for him, startled by the strength of the attack. Ranch Head, overcome by fury, relentlessly went after Arthur, refusing to allow him any opportunity to touch the ground. The young boy. He narrowly avoided the furious attack and rejoined the battle, bringing his sword down in a powerful arc. Victory was almost within his grasp, yet the decisive strike slipped away from him. The boy is taken aback by the lightning-fast casting, barely having time to react before a wind bullet hurtles straight for his head. It was solely because Arthur lost his balance and slipped that he managed to do it. Character narrowly avoided the deadly strike. At that moment, as he lay defeated, the branch master swooped down, sword in hand. Arthur swiftly moved out of the way, narrowly avoiding the oncoming threat and gaining the upper hand. He kept himself apart from everyone else. He became aware that he was being pressured with no way out to show just how powerful he truly was. No longer interested in holding back, he commits himself fully to the challenge ahead. He had already demonstrated the piston stamp to the branch master, but the upcoming spell stood as a true work of art, designed to complement the earlier assault perfectly. Piston Stamp surged forward with explosive energy, closing the distance to stand mere inches from the man's face, prepared to take action. He prepared to deliver the final strike to defeat his adversary. At that instant, realized he had made a serious mistake. In any ordinary circumstance, Arthur would have taught him a lesson on the spot. However, the other boy's arrogant outburst and stubborn refusal to admit loss made Arthur choose to take the high road. A sudden burst of wind pressure erupted from him, strong enough for others nearby to sense it. Even those sitting in the stands were included. The masked warrior steadied himself, his gaze locking onto the adversary before him. His feet rose above the ground. The winds completely surrounded him, swallowing him up within their powerful embrace. Attempts to leap forward in an effort to save him. Arthur no longer cared about restraining himself. He and the narrator had grown apart. The character reflected inwardly on the differences between lightning magic that came from outside sources and the kind that originated within oneself. According to the book, mastering internal lightning is a challenge far beyond the abilities of most ordinary mages. However, he feels a deep sense of opposition at this point. Arthur infused his whole body with a surge of crackling lightning magic. He believes that his superhuman reflexes will allow him to avoid any obstacle that comes his way. Ready to end the battle while empowered by his heightened abilities, Arthur is caught off guard when his opponent unexpectedly lets something loose, leading to a sudden shift in the confrontation. He found himself confused by the events that had just occurred. He slid his sword back into its sheath while Apollo looked on. For pushing the testing too far. The boy had managed to stay clear of the smoke, which explained his actions. They recognized why the boy was eager to keep a lower rank, realizing that he had deliberately hidden his true skills until the battle was almost over. Arthur shared the same goal, searching for the right assessment. Considered Arthur's abilities and, even with a conservative estimate, ranked him no lower than B rank. The other candidates stood frozen in shock, unable to comprehend the boy's incredible strength. Burned with intense anger, his face flushed and fists clenched, while Elijah watched him with a look of admiration and awe. Questioned within himself whether he truly accepted how things had turned out. Despite any uncertainties, the boy seemed unharmed. He gives a nod, signaling his approval. In response, Aroy acknowledges him. Jasmine, moving with urgency, rushed over to see how the boy named George was doing. He announced that the examination was over and instructed everyone to pick up their cards at the desk. Arthur responded. He could be seen walking away, and after some time had passed. The branch master sat in his office, deep in contemplation, his mind occupied by pressing matters. One could witness an unmatched resolve shining in the boy's gaze, so intense that it was unmistakable. At this point, the situation began to make him uneasy. The examiners requested an urgent meeting with their leader to understand the situation. Instructing them firmly, the person asked for the door to be closed tightly. Both individuals responded to the command. And George struggled to understand how 3 fearsome B-ranked candidates had appeared that day. Their loud protests were abruptly silenced when intervened, bringing their attention back to the presence of the powerful contenders. 6 months earlier in City, the events that had unfolded remained fresh in their memories. That moment marked a significant turning point. It was the era when the inaugural competition among the 3 races commenced. Nods in agreement, sharing that he had just learned about the recent change in the guild's rules that now allow elves and dwarves to join. He has a data book containing information about today's selected examinees rested in George's hands. Curious about the candidates, someone wondered whether each of the 3 came from a separate race. Came to the conclusion that was actually a half-elf, and from his own observations he suspected the boy had once been an elf slave as well. His family, too, carried a notorious reputation for how poorly they raised the mages within their home. Nonetheless, the boy stood out from others of his kind, possessing the rare ability to command fire magic even though he was born an elf. At just 8 years old, he discovered his powers and chose the life of an adventurer, hoping to grow stronger through real battles. Although the family used beast cores and elixirs to help him improve, their efforts eventually reached a limit. Then, something unexpected happened. That left Elijah Knight a figure even more enigmatic than. Nobody knew where he came from, though it was certain he had spent much of his early life with the dwarves. The records clearly stated that he had been dispatched from the kingdom of to serve as their envoy among the humans. However, wondered aloud, curious about the reason he had been allowed into B class without taking the entrance exam. It was revealed that Elijah had only just awakened, yet someone highly respected had already praised his abilities. Even with his recent emergence, his powers were acknowledged with great confidence. His curiosity grew as he wondered about the boy's mysterious abilities. At last, for the individual concealed behind a mask, there existed. There was no information available about him, except for the boy had ties to the family, making it clear he was not an envoy for either the elves or the dwarves. Felt genuine satisfaction watching Jasmine introduce such a promising talent for sponsorship. Hearing the mention of the family, renowned for producing some of the strongest fire mages, leaves him completely at a loss for words. He believed that it offered a logical reason for his ability to use fire magic. The branch master planned to reveal this information to everyone in the near future, but for the moment, he chose to keep it private. At this point, he firmly cautions the others against talking about the matter until the official announcement is released. Both the examiners depart but remained deep in contemplation, his mind occupied with memories of his battle against the mysterious masked. She was certain that George's judgment missed the mark entirely. The true source of the boy's strength was not his magic, but his remarkable skill with the sword. His impressive abilities stemmed from this talent alone. The boy appeared uncomfortable within his own skin. As he matured, it became clear that handling him would only become more troublesome. She felt glad that in addition to dwarves and elves, a human student now had the opportunity to grow powerful as well. He felt a surge of excitement as he looked forward to the new age. Meanwhile, in another place, an elf appeared. A thoughtful golden-haired girl found herself lost in memories of Arthur when she suddenly noticed another girl's presence. The scene offers a brief look at the connection between the boy and his pet. She felt genuinely relieved knowing that he was back with his loved ones and receiving the kindness he deserved. Meanwhile, she couldn't hide her envy toward and felt that he was treating the other girl with far too much kindness. She behaves intensely, driven by her desire to be the only friend Arthur has. Although she refers to the other girl as a friend, her actions reveal a deeper possessiveness. She fell onto her bed, filled with regret about her actions. She often worried that he hadn't enjoyed himself when they spent time together. Still, it frustrated her how he always acted as if she were still a child. Despite this, the way she looked after him over the years had brought happiness in its own way. A moment of yearning was suddenly interrupted when an elder struck the door. Her grandfather, often called the old man with the pillow, burst into her room without so much as a knock, cutting her off mid-sentence, but this time felt different. A man stood outside prepared to agree to a marriage proposal from Arthur. He made an attempt to. The intent was to calm the young child with some light-hearted amusement. There was a chance that she could enroll in the same school Arthur attended. Joy and excitement welled up inside her, overwhelming with the thought that she might attend the same school. The idea alone seemed almost more than she could bear. The mother explained that her grandfather was well acquainted with the guild's director, who happened to be searching for an elemental talented in all 4 branches of magic. However, the task of enrolling in school proved to be rather complex. The group drew attention to the upcoming continental tournament and felt motivated by the opportunity to participate. Negotiations had begun to allow members of their species to receive training alongside humans at the academy. The director brought up that Arthur would be enrolled for 3 years. This meant that by the time he joined the school, she would have already achieved senior status over him. Julia's parents encouraged her to put in her best effort during training, reminding her of the importance of the task ahead. Their goal was to join the ranks of those who would shape the future. Jazz shifted the focus to Arthur's perspective. He wonders whether he is managing well. Roy's mind wandered back to the moments of the battle, the events playing over in his thoughts. He took pleasure in recalling each part of the confrontation. The person appreciated it deeply and found themselves filled with curiosity. The story questioned whether the leader of the guild might have some kind of relationship with Jasmine, the mysterious black. The girl with the distinctive hair felt reluctant to confess the truth. Her father holds a strong bond with the guild and is among those he knows personally. Without warning, the woman at the front desk announces that it is Note's turn. As Arthur continued on his way, the remaining candidates found themselves questioning whether the boy was truly as young as he appeared. The account of his recent duel had at last arrived, and the boy received an adventurer's card as a token of congratulations and reached out to take it. He picks up the card and notices something unexpected. He could feel the support of his new fans as they cheered him on. Believed the others were wasting time with their jokes and wished they would focus on their training instead. Jasmine. She revealed her own card to him, making it clear that he was now counted among the adventurers. The boy begins to feel a sense of pride in himself as some time passes. Choosing the name Note as his new identity, he escaped the ordinary routines that most commoners faced, simultaneously. At the same time, the battle with the branch head taught him several important lessons. He had devoted countless hours to studying how magic worked in this world. Reflecting on his efforts, he realized he had become quite skilled. His determination flows through him, guiding his every action. Afterward, he refined his mastery of multiple elemental powers. Ever since he had come to this place, his fascination with his abilities had grown so strong that he started to ignore everything else. He focused on honing the skill that set him apart from everyone else during earlier times in his life. In his past life, his attention was consumed solely by perfecting basic skills. However, in this new world, he discovered that boundaries no longer held him back. This situation left him uncertain, forcing him to choose between improving his magical abilities or focusing on mastering the sword. The boy. His train of thought comes to an abrupt halt when he accidentally collides with Elijah Knight, the same student who managed to secure a rank B without demonstrating his skills in combat. Was the subject of Elijah's question. The person behaved in a dismissive manner, believing that everything was fine. The newcomer becomes part of the small group, silently questioning whether. Arthur sensed that, as a B ranker, there was an important aspect he had yet to experience. He challenges by bringing up his attitude and responds by pointing out his own nature. She warns the boy not to let their shared class make him overly confident. Even within the group, a hierarchy existed. He severely misjudged Arthur's skills and ranked him at the lowest level. As he departed, he still considered Arthur to be a decent person. As made his way out, he intentionally collided with him, making the situation even worse. She saw him as nothing more than a typical background character, offering nothing original or interesting to the story. To Elijah, the boy vanished so quickly that he seemed almost like Batman. Arthur turned to Jasmine, wondering if they ought to collect his first quest from the board. She paused to consider. Despite recognizing his abilities, Jasmine believes that spending time on such a task is pointless. Determined to pursue a different approach, she devises an alternative plan and takes action. He guided him toward a gateway that opened into the beast glades, which demanded. Both adventurers displayed their permits to the guards, with Arthur leading the way. They had already organized all their luggage, allowing them to walk straight in without any worries. With complete confidence, they stepped into the portal. It was time. Upon entering, they found themselves greeted by the breathtaking sights of Nature Beast Glade, where the beauty of the natural world unfolded before their eyes. The calmness of the surroundings felt unusual to him, yet the tranquility made sense since they were still within the well-traveled region at the foot of the mountains. It is revealed that adventurers of lower rank often visit this place to complete basic training exercises and collect resources for minor quests. Monsters of lower ranks often produced fluids that proved valuable in crafting potions and elixirs, leading to an endless demand for these creatures through various quests. The boy was completely overpowered by a skunk during their encounter. Stepped aside and continued forward. He spotted a creature that resembled a fox and sprang away from her position. Looked at his body. Desiring to devour the creature, someone begins to pursue the fleeing beast. Jasmine, unfazed by the situation, casually mentions that the concentration of mana is higher in this region, making occurrences like this fairly typical. Their bond feels more natural now, and she encourages him to keep going. Jasmine urged the group to move quickly, knowing the journey to their first stop would last an entire day and extend into the night. She increased her physical abilities, silently wishing the boy could match her pace. He felt a rare emotion and questioned whether this was similar to what parents felt when they watched their children head off to school. He had. The little baby brought countless cherished memories into their lives. Saying farewell, even just for a short time, proved to be difficult. They wished for safety during their absence, knowing it might take some time. Arthur eventually succumbs to fatigue and falls to the ground, unable to continue any longer. If had not shared her mana rotation technique, no one would have been able to keep up with Jasmine's remarkable endurance. She found herself genuinely surprised by the boy's strength, which exceeded her expectations. She urged the group to pause often and rest well between their efforts. Carefully, she positioned the sticks and then borrowed the child's fire powers to ignite them. By nighttime, Jasmine grew concerned about its well-being. Meanwhile, Arthur stayed connected to his bond and reassured everyone that nothing major had occurred so far. Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief. It made sense that his connection felt trapped within the confines of their room. For this reason, Now they were truly enjoying themselves. For a while, everything felt light and carefree. Time moves forward until Arthur finally gathers the courage to voice a question that has been on his mind. He is curious about the reasons behind Jasmine's choice to become an adventurer, watching her closely. The boy observed her quiet response. He questioned whether he might have revealed more than he intended. In reaction, she confesses that her true motivation was the urge to break free from her family. Arthur's assumption seemed logical, and this only increased the seriousness of the situation. Meanwhile, Jasmine. He could tell right away that she had already given herself away through her reaction. The flame house plays a significant role in the large-scale war being waged against the elves. The house had a reputation for nurturing exceptional mages of every kind, and its mastery over fire stood unmatched by any rival. Many people claim that fire stands above all other elements in terms of strength. Jasmine gained her abilities before anyone else, which led everyone to expect great things from her. Because of this, Jasmine felt a deep sense of pride in herself. The test results showed that she had no ability to control the fire attribute, and from that moment, her family started to treat her as inferior. She manipulated the wind with her magic, her expression marked by clear disappointment. Nearby, the boy absorbed the book's contents, mirroring her mood. He lets out a furious roar, unable to accept how limited their viewpoint is. To him, relying solely on the elements to build a hierarchy among mages seems completely irrational. After all, no single element stands out as the ultimate choice in every situation, since each one serves its own unique purpose. He understood this. The response a moment ago lingered in the air. Jasmine burst out laughing at Might. He felt a flush of embarrassment, while Jasmine remained unaffected. It was surprising to see him lose his calm, especially since he was usually so collected. He noticed this and assumed it was due to experiences from his previous life. Then, one day, something changed. At that time, he struggled with a significant weakness. His pool, which worked much like the world's mana core, was far less powerful than that of most people. He had been forced to push through and survive in his former world, and this was exactly how he had handled things. The world operated by different rules, where people were born with control over the elements. Jasmine, despite being at the dark yellow core at her young age, found herself rejected by her own family because of it. She was left feeling unwanted among those who should have cared for her. Jasmine had never felt the same joy or warmth from others as he had. She shook her head, insisting that she had only been a victim in the situation. People constantly sought methods to make themselves seem better than others, and she had come to terms with this reality as part of being human, at this particular instant. At that moment, the boy noticed Jasmine's smile, a rare softness replacing her usual distant demeanor. For the first time, she seemed fragile and real to him. The chick. The stick burst into flames, prompting her to act quickly. Reaching out, she took hold of Arthur's hand so she could draw upon his strength. He used his water magic afterward. After extinguishing the flame, they chose to rest, preparing themselves to lie down once more. Jasmine initiates the discussion, her emotions clearly visible as She was overwhelmed with guilt for taking on the role of guardian, knowing she stood apart from everyone else. She was unlike. She believed herself to be kind-hearted, even though she lacked the warmth and expertise that made others so easy to approach. She should not take on responsibility without thinking about how Arthur feels. Jasmine's unexpected tenderness caught him off guard. To bring his attention back, she cast a gentle wind spell. He made a conscious effort to avoid teasing her. He disagrees with her viewpoint, convinced that volunteering was her decision. He feels grateful that she isn't afraid to speak up and set things right, something he needs more than ever at this moment. At that moment, a new smile spread across her face, her expression brightening. The boy. He suggests that they should get some rest for the night. Jasmine had been awake for some time, experiencing an odd sensation. When she spoke with the boy, it felt strange, almost as though she was not addressing a child at all. The boy, however, remained silent. She receives no reply and figures he must have fallen asleep already. However, from Arthur's point of view, he did hear what she said but found himself unable to answer honestly. The next day arrives. Arthur soon joined the group as he approached. He found himself trapped in the most terrifying experience of his life, witnessing. Appeared completely out of place, almost otherworldly, prompting someone to push her aside. It soon became clear that the creature before them was not. Instead, it was a hideous monster named Jasmine. She awoke before the boy and offered him a morning greeting, acknowledging Arthur's presence. He felt annoyed that she hadn't roused him earlier so he could assist with the chores. Jasmine had fulfilled her responsibilities, but he had already lost consciousness. Regardless, events continued to unfold. She believes it would be wise for them to have a meal at this moment. Arthur comes to the conclusion that inviting to join him for food would be a good plan. What truly frustrates him is, amusingly, she had managed to track down and capture the same unattractive creature she had encountered before, ensuring she had something to eat. She manages well independently, yet they still choose to include her. Jasmine finished her breakfast and prepared to leave. She revealed that her reason for bringing Arthur to this location was to challenge him in battle, something Arthur had never anticipated. He felt a strong desire to. He decided to challenge his opponent, hoping this would help address the weaknesses in his own fighting stance. Although his body failed to respond as it should, she noticed the change. During his confrontation with Arthur, observed some impressive strength. She agreed with the previous statement and wondered aloud what was being referred to. They intended to direct their attention toward that particular subject. Jasmine unsheathed her sword, stating her intention to assess his strength before assigning any missions. She instructed him to channel his mana exclusively into his weapon. Arthur began to read. Only in January were speeches dedicated to the sword given. Jasmine surprised him by insisting that he fight with his actual sword. The boy was. Jasmine realized the truth by observing his personality and practical use of equipment, leaving him shocked that she had discovered it. Reacting quickly, he reached out and grabbed. The stick is picked up and the character moves after Jack. Jasmine took the initiative. Finally, the boy draws his sword, catching her completely off guard. He moves into. Unsure of how to challenge her, he hesitates, prompting her to react. Although they shared similarities on the surface, the two fighters differed in fundamental ways. The combatants stood prepared for battle, as anticipation filled the air. It had been a long while since Arthur had engaged in combat without relying on mana reinforcement. The battle The scene opens with him displaying a forceful attitude toward Jasmine. She intercepts his strike using both of her blades and immediately counters. Each strike was met with careful analysis and thoughtful evaluation. The character lunges ahead with a thrusting motion, a move that serves a dual purpose. She managed to skillfully avoid the attack. The battle continued. Experience had validated the worries he carried from his last battle. He found he could endure. Arthur struggled to match Jasmine's relentless barrage of attacks. He moved back to create some space between them, but suddenly, he noticed that she was moving forward once more, her weapon poised for another attack. Arthur soon realized that focusing solely on magic had been a mistake. He was suddenly forced to defend himself with all his skill as a swordsman, finding no chance to attack. Jasmine took advantage of this aspect of his personality more than ever before he encountered. He struggled to manage without the aid of magic, pushing himself so far that fatigue almost overwhelmed him. By the end, it seemed that the magic he wielded had turned into something he depended on, almost like a crutch he couldn't do without. Arthur could not go on in his weary condition. The match was surrendered, and as a result, Jasmine delivered her decision. She placed great importance on. He observed his techniques, noticing that each movement appeared abrupt and awkward. He receives compliments for his natural ability at the same time. Arthur noticed that she was restraining herself significantly, which further supported her earlier judgment about his abilities. Jasmine thinks that his strength has only increased as he's gained experience during his teenage years. On the other hand, Arthur is unwilling to wait for that much time to pass. Jasmine believed that the purpose of his training was to improve his swordsmanship without relying on mana. The boy must be out of his mind if he believes he can make it through dungeons without using mana. He asserts with confidence that closing the gap will take him just 2 years. 2 years passed swiftly after the boy made his bold announcement. During a guild meeting, members began to discuss rumors about it. Several well-known masked swordsmen moved around in a cautious circle. Among them, one man stood out. He, the rumor, recalling how his friend had once joined forces with him, the sword. Jasmine set out on her journey accompanied by the boy named Jasmine. All she knew about him, based on what her acquaintance had shared, was that he lacked any magical abilities, yet something about him remained uncertain. Not a single person is prepared to accept those statements as true. Many people believe that the masked swordsman possessed the powers of N. In their eyes, every individual in the world seemed remarkable. Rumors had spread about the man who managed to conquer dungeons by himself. The idea fascinated everyone. Even those who had reached the rank of B-class found themselves facing tremendous difficulty with this task. For that reason, no one dared to attempt it lightly. It would be easy for anyone to assume the boy was just a normal swordsman who lacked any magical abilities. Jasmine's presence at his side suggested he had received significant help, a realization that was clear to everyone. Many began to doubt the masked swordsman's abilities, convinced that the stories circulating were actually connected to Jasmine, the brute. The intoxicated brute believed he could challenge the masked swordsman whenever he pleased. Still, Arthur's identity as Note had suddenly gained significant attention, turning into a major topic of interest. Various stories began circulating as a result. There were discussions about his role as Jasmine's personal apprentice, although it was widely agreed that the podcast covering it was of poor quality. Any chance of that happening appeared impossible as well. The group remembered how the boy had been assigned to B-class right from the start and had only just been promoted to a class not long ago. The situation weighed heavily on their minds. After watching him handle his drinks, the guys assumed he had reached a class status from all his practice. This NPC. He felt a deep sense of regret over remaining a C-class adventurer, unable to advance for 3 long years. He could see why Turman, known for his strength, felt so annoyed as he. He was considered a B-class as well. Many struggled to come to terms with the presence of the masked swordsman, unable to face their own shortcomings. The situation fascinated him. The door swung open, allowing a lone warrior to enter the room.
The masked swordsman appeared, and Turman, seeing his chance to prove his dick was massive, slammed his drink down and eagerly grabbed his weapon. His friends, who shared a single collective brain cell, urged him to calm the fuck down. Turman hurled insults at Arthur, who ignored his existence completely and just walked past him. Enraged at being snubbed, Turman swung his blade in a cowardly, lethal strike aimed at Arthur's blind spot. His strike hit absolutely nothing but air. It was unclear if the boy dodged like a god, or if Turman was just that fucking incompetent. Arthur's icy glare turned and chilled the big man to the bone. It was a look that promised a world of pain. Turman, seething with rage, charged his sword with some sparkly wind magic, determined to actually hit something this time. Arthur evaded every single pathetic swing with insulting ease, not even bothering to unsheath his own blade. Finally, Arthur's patience snapped. With a swift, brutal motion, he severed Termin's fingers from his hand. The man collapsed, screaming in pure terror as Arthur's chilling presence silenced the entire room, suffocating the adventurers with its sheer pressure. Completely unfazed, he asked the terrified waitress for a sack of rations, gathered his shit, and walked out, indifferent to the screaming fucker he had just humiliated and maimed. Arthur, smooth as sandpaper, nonchalantly blamed the slow service. Jasmine's keen eyes immediately spotted fresh blood on Arthur's mask, but he just lifted it to reassure her he was fine, as if that explained the impromptu blood splatter. That afternoon, Arthur penned a heartfelt letter to his parents. He apologized for ghosting them for 2 years, recapped his adventures, and expressed excitement to see, hoping Vincent wouldn't be too rough on her before she joined the academy. Amusingly, now her senior, he vowed to get even stronger, probably still salty about losing that last arm wrestling match with his dad. Having recently advanced to the light orange stage, Arthur credited Jasmine with refining his wind magic so it didn't suck anymore. While he coached her in swordplay, they basically just taught each other how not to die. True to his word, this was his last dungeon quest before trading in the chaos for the soul-crushing boredom of school. He sealed the letter with heartfelt affection, intent on sending it soon. Jasmine assured him that sending a letter was safer than risking his family's presence at the perilous dungeon. She asked about Little Bond's presence, but Arthur revealed telepathic communication had become quite articulate. She had told him that she would reunite with him when she was ready, had ventured around to sought strengthen for herself before school began, prompting Jasmine to refocus on their mission. She and Arthur hurriedly pressed on, only to be inconveniently paired with irksome Party, the brat who riled Arthur last time. A burly, mustached leader eagerly steps forward to introduce group, genuinely thrilled to meet the famed masked swordsman in person. Reginald Bastion, in a class warrior, boasts about his party skills, though Jasmine and Arthur are well aware of prowess. Reginald introduces Creel Masser, a water attribute serving as their defensive shield, Elijah, and a class warrior with earth powers, and Oliver, an arrogant healer in a class. Samantha Tempest, an elegant A-class water, joins them. She told Arthur how she had dreamed of meeting the legendary masked swordsman. The charismatic leader has just ascended to the rare AA class and will command the team in their upcoming dungeon raid. He asks Jasmine and Arthur to introduce themselves. Jasmine asserts her prowess as an AA class specializing in wind magic, cementing her role as a reliable team force. Arthur, revealing himself as an A-class warrior with fire magic, surprises Samantha, who didn't expect the masked swordsman to wield elemental powers. Arthur casually reveals he has chosen not to use his magic for personal reasons. Inquires about their gear, asking if they possess a dimensional ring for luggage management. Both shake their heads. Asked if he could help out, but was hit with a big fat no. Oliver told that his inventory is full of Samantha's things, but Elijah's storage is open, so he agrees to help. Arthur is secretly amazed by Elijah's dimensional ring, a rare and costly relic forged by the legendary mages of Cyrus. These rare artifacts could fetch thousands if they were to be sold in open market. Arthur's grateful smile makes Elijah blush. Preparations completes. The group enters into the dungeon's damp depths, urges everyone to stay alert upon reaching the first level. Was by the lack of monsters in the supposedly dangerous dungeon. Cautiously, the group navigates the silent cavern until a falling rock seizes their attention. Gazes up in horror at swarms of grotesque lurking on the ceiling, thinking how these pesky little things would really haunt them to death. Jasmine swiftly shields Oliver as Creel erects a defensive barrier, orders the team to form ranks as they descend. Oliver swiftly casts healing spells to halt worsening injuries. Elijah hurls earth spears at the monsters as fiercely slices through them, but they soon realize their energy is being wasted. Like the dumbass, he unleashes a fire cyclone, taking down the remaining in one strike. Frustrated by the need to conserve mana, questions if grasps the situation they were in. Being the little bitch that he has said, that he saved everyone's asses just now, so what was the problem? Dismisses the debate and urges the party to move on before more beasts return. Arthur remembers the dungeon teeming with immortal undead creatures, thwarting adventurers from retrieving monocores. Monsters relentlessly swarm adventurers in the rewardless dire tombs. Navigating the dim corridors, recalls the route from his previous exploration. Arthur feels assured of their purpose and direction in this perilous place. Asks Elijah to carve handholds for the steep ascent. The party collaborates, scaling the handholds until everyone ascends to the upper level. Table. Told the group that the last time he was here, he had only reached the second floor before retreating, making everything beyond uncharted territory. Suspects the secret to this endless rebirth lies close by. Creel boldly claims he's ready to risk everything for his prize. Vows fair reward for the mission's completion, guiding the team deeper until Arthur abruptly lunges to shield Samantha from a hidden threat only he perceives. Samantha remains composed as others wonder why he didn't warn them about the traps. As shocked, he confidently claimed there were no traps during his last visit. Oliver inspects Samantha, who reassures him she's fine, then shifts focus to Arthur as he inspects the projectile. Arthur declares the trap an attack by a mana beast, alarming the group to the escalating dangers, urges heightened vigilance as the dungeon's unpredictability looms. Venturing deeper, the team reaches a strange, red, smoky zone. Quickly realizes the scene differs from his memory. Not the steam, but a denser force unnerves him in the cave. Arthur told the group that the sensation enveloping them isn't heat, but a powerful pressure. Entering the volcanic chamber, they are surrounded by countless geysers when suddenly, the entire cavern shakes violently, leaving everyone bewildered and alarmed. Even is baffled by the sudden quake. An enormous erupts from the ground, towering over them in terrifying glory. The healer panics as swiftly commands Creel to act. Creel, undeterred by his size, springs into action, conjuring a protective water sphere around the group. The shield grants them time to strategize. Is shocked by the unprecedented power of the mana beast, while Creel is equally perplexed by its sudden appearance in the dungeon. As the men argue, the launches its attack but unexpectedly retreats underground, suggesting they are no longer its target. The arrogant healer insists on advancing to investigate the artifact, ignoring repeated warnings to stay put. Even Samantha finds his actions absurd. He confidently strides away from the team. Arthur's senses were telling him that there was danger ahead. Urgently, he orders to create a heatwave barrier and seizes Brawl by the collar. Under pressure, casts the barrier just in time. Aims near Oliver. The attack erupts with a forceful geyser that engulfs and incinerates him instantly, just as Arthur is about to warn him. Samantha swiftly conjures a water barrier to control the explosion. Stands frozen in horror as the group stares at their healer's charred remains. Arthur quietly collects Oliver's mana crystal from the debris and hands it to Samantha, directing her to insert it into her wand. She swiftly complies as Arthur urges a quick retreat. Even Brog can't deny the urgency. Staying means certain death for them all. Racing for the exit, the party faces their monstrous foe once more, blocking their path. Urgently commands Creel to raise another water barrier, but the now fiercer worm prompts Elijah and Samantha to unleash a joint stun attack. Elijah unleashes his stone serpent grasp to halt the beast. The impact is minimal, startling even their leader. Swiftly changes strategy, rallying Jasmine and Reginald for a joint attack. Energized by fire, he directs Jasmine to distract the creature, setting up Reginald for the final strike. Should this fail, Arthur and Will launch further attacks. Charges in, slicing the worm with blazing blades. Jasmine unleashes precise strikes, wounding the monster. Reginald bashed the shit of the monsters with his giant hammer. All the while, the little bitch remains paralyzed by fear shitting his pants. With no fire spell proving effective, Arthur decides his only chance is to unleash his fire's full potential. His blade ignites in fierce orange flames as he charges, landing a critical slash that shatters the worm's teeth. He told Jasmine to press the attack. She retaliates by ripping into the creature's other side, the combined assault making the worm roar in agony as blood gushes from its wounds. Commands to strike again, but the worm abruptly burrows underground, takes pride in their safety and effort. While Jasmine told everyone to hurry, saying that they need to get the fuck away from here as soon as possible. Was still high on his overconfidence, saying that the bug must have their power and was possibly gone for good. His overconfidence crumbles as the earth trembles violently again. Arthur is horrified to realize the worm's real strategy was to drive them into the path of another deadly eruption. The team swiftly erects barriers for protection. Jasmine can shield Arthur, but at the cost of leaving vulnerable. Arthur boldly sacrifices himself to protect, conjuring a timely, fierce wall of fire. As the eruption subsides, retaliates in fury, shoving Arthur aside in a childish outburst. Unfazed, Arthur turns his attention to, gravely injured after sacrificing part of his arm to shield his teammate. Samantha averts her gaze from the horrific wound as screams in agony. Arthur wields his blade while his friends frantically work to stopping the bleeding. Cries out while Arthur swiftly takes action. With him stabilized, Samantha moves in to heal their leader. Masked swordsman Creel, ever kind, sits by Arthur and offers him a cherished sandwich to lift his spirits. He told Arthur that he always carries these sandwiches for tough times like this. Arthur eagerly roasts the sandwich with fire magic, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Even Creel can't resist a bite of the warm version. Sharing a quiet moment over a lovingly prepared meal, Arthur reflects on Creel's fortune in having such a devoted partner. As silence envelops the duo, chaos erupts as blames their injured leader. Enraged by the loss of their leader and healer, unleashes his fury, declaring he sacrificed his arm to save Samantha. Is berated for failing to raise a defense, but Arthur, his patience spent, interrupts with a sharp retort, dismissing skills as an ore. He sees only a liability weighing the team down. Storms off in frustration as Reginald calmly advises their leader to rest. With gone, Arthur confronts Brawl, demanding a final decision. Reginald thinks for a while and said that the damage is not that great, so the team remains battle-ready, but the leader is critically injured. Arthur insists on a clear response. Brawl, teeth clenched and eyes locked, declares his unwavering resolve to complete this final dungeon raid. Samantha expresses her doubts, aware that battling one-armed is nearly impossible. One of the top insists he can still contribute without being a burden, yet he urges Arthur to lead the team, trusting the boy's capability amid uncertainties. The team swiftly endorses the leadership shift. Arthur took the command, ordering a 1-hour rest. After a brief rest, the team presses on, but fresh obstacles constantly catch off guard. The tunnel ahead was always clear. Reginald's weapon slices through the air, yet barely scratches the surface. Harnessing the earth element, he unleashes a powerful blast. Jasmine taps his shoulder, readying her, and proposes they combine their attacks despite the small spiral outcome. Unleashing a dual assault, they break through the tunnel's barrier, forging a new path. Blinded by a sudden brilliant light, they unexpectedly stand in an unfamiliar forest. Arthur quickly realizes something is amiss. The ceiling stands firm despite the absence of support pillars. The forest blooms with vibrant flowers and serene resting spots. Creole suddenly announces his drowsiness, despite their recent rest. Arthur urges the group onward, his instincts warning that something is amiss. Creole hesitates, yet Arthur's instincts remain on high alert. Jasmine glimpses a cloaked figure and briefly falls into a trance, snapped out by a sudden loud bud. Creole drops his weapon, eyes locked onto something. He saw his late wife appears in the distance. He sprints to her, ignoring his teammates' urgent pleas. Arthur races after him but couldn't catch up to him. Jasmine stops Arthur, revealing the mist's illusionary manipulations that heightened his senses. Arthur swiftly gathers everyone, revealing the mist's mind-altering effects. He instructs Samantha to create a water barrier to counter the illusion. Samantha nods as she quietly inquires about. Reginald somberly discloses that perished long ago in a dungeon raid, and that he and Broad personally laid her ashes to rest, making this impossible. Reginald urges a swift search for Creole Testing's patience, furious at senior members for abandoning formation despite the strict plan. Arthur turns to Jasmine, who trembles as he asks if she saw anyone too. She confesses to seeing a mirage of her father. Seeing her struggle, Arthur comforts her, promising everything will be alright. She offers him a sincere smile, and feeling encouraged, Arthur requests her wind spells to clear a path through the mist. She conjures 2 wind orbs and drives 4 of magic. Arthur orders Samantha to lower her barrier as Jasmine releases the Banshee's Howl, a precise wind blast carving a path forward. Clearing the path, the group is shocked by massive vines that suddenly appeared, untouched by Jasmine's wind spell. Strikes first, igniting crescent ember flames to scorch the vines. To his dismay, the vines swiftly regenerate, leaving the fire's impact fleeting. Arthur commands Reginald to shield B as they prepare potent spells. Arthur infuses his blade with mana, signaling and Jasmine to strike together as they all fiercely slash through the vines. Trapped briefly, Arthur unleashes a vortex slash to escape. Channeling more mana, he unleashes a powerful attack, halting the vine's regeneration. Seeing success, he urges to scorch his weapon, but is shocked as charges in, swinging wildly without a plan. Arthur watches, who, losing his composure, fights with the desperation of a man ready to die, eyes on Jasmine. Arthur notices her handling things smoothly and hurries to aid, who is soon utterly trapped. Arthur frees him, asking if he truly plans to waste his life here. Arthur implores him to fight wisely and survive, as they still rely on him to conquer the dungeon. Downs a mana potion and unleashes his full power with a flame spell. The attack, though weaker, spreads wider and ignites easily. Arthur is truly impressed by newfound prowess. Reginald warns Elijah of the oncoming vine, but swiftly regains composure, shielding Elijah. This allows Elijah to cast an earth spell, cracking the ground and trapping the vines as they sink into the fissure. Together, their magic halts the plant monster, allowing Samantha to cast her spell and find their missing teammate. Samantha unleashes Aqua Siphon, her unique skill to draw water from the surroundings. In this battle, she deftly drains moisture from the vines, making them shrivel and weaken. Despite the spell's success, Samantha collapses in exhaustion. Arthur swiftly catches her and praises her cleverness in turning a utility spell into a weapon. Their relief shatters as the mist surges back toward the vines. But vines in an instant, as if nothing had. Even this little shit was shitting bricks now out of fear. Arthur realizes the vines absorb the mist under relentless attacks. Arthur turns to find the vines twisted into a colossal eldritch nightmare towering above him. Arthur's sword drops as terror paralyzes him before this monstrous nightmare. Ripped by terror, Samantha instantly concedes, realizing the Elderwood Guardian legend is a horrifying reality. Everyone loses their hope. Just then, Arthur notices the fool has snapped once more. Reginald's eyes widen in disbelief as he faces the insurmountable threat of an S-class mana beast. Horrified, they see Creole as a vessel, his life force fading while he cries for his lost wife. The team is frozen in despair. Helpless, the Elderwood Guardian crushes Creole underfoot as Reginald screams his friend's name in anguish. The monstrous colossus unleashes a chilling roar from its layered, death-promising mouths, while Reginald, consumed by fury, snaps as if witnessing his best friend's demise. Arthur realizes this madman will be destroyed if he attacks the monstrosity. Arthur urges a retreat, but Reginald, consumed by rage, hammers him aside, deaf to reason. The man encases himself in stone, becoming a living fortress. A fierce battle ignites as the colossal giant unleashes a swirling vortex of vines towards him. Arthur urgently commands Elijah to shield Reginald, but the monster's onslaught shatters the barrier instantly. Jasmine clutches Arthur's hand, urging him to escape from the formidable beast. Arthur remains conflicted, his heart bound to his comrades. Elijah's barrier teeters on collapse as he sacrifices his life force to sustain it. Arthur recalls his promise to the team, while Jasmine, teary-eyed, implores him to honor her vow to his family. Jasmine clings to Arthur's promise as the barrier shatters, vowing to protect him at any cost. Reginald endures the assault, cursing the monstrous plant as he rises. Arthur knows retreat is wise, yet refuses to abandon his friends. Jasmine reluctantly agrees and readies herself to support him. Reginald clashes fiercely with the vine-clad Colossus. Reginald's golem armor shreds the beast's vines, drawing a scream of agony. Meanwhile, them team was busy dodging the vines. Reginald swiftly slices through the approaching vines from behind. Still, the monster ensnares him tightly. Arthur clutches Samantha's frail form, commanding Elijah protect Jasmine, ensuring her escape, which becomes their top priority. Arthur turns back to face the motherfucker that made their life. Terror engulfs them as they witness Reginald ensnared. Arthur asks to burn the vines and rescue their teammate. This little bitch aims his fire staff at Samantha Arthur, throws his body in the way to protect her, causing the spell to pierce Arthur's body. The story flashes back to unveil Divine's earlier attack on. Struck down, he swiftly recovered, realizing their hopeless defeat. Spotting the exit within reach, he watched his teammates battle fiercely for one another, but as Wake's family pride surged, clutching his staff with resolve to survive the cursed dungeon. Aimed at Arthur, he fired at close range, sending Arthur hurtling away with devastating abdominal injuries. Jasmine, horrified, rushes to shield him, tells her to stand down, then seizes the moment of distraction to unleash another fierce beam of flames, striking her forcefully. She collapses to the ground, is cornered as coldly targets Elijah with his staff, ready to burn him down at the slightest movement. Elijah asks what the fuck he is doing, but little bitch sees his life as superior, expecting his teammates to gloriously sacrifice themselves for his escape. Faces the crystal. Elijah, fueled by rage and determined to uphold his reputation, is poised to demolish. Before he acts, the Elderwood Guardian strikes him down, leaving the team teetering on the brink. The monstrous plant relentlessly tears into them, leaving their conditions critical. Elijah rejects this as his end, summoning his remaining strength to rise and forge ahead at the critical moment. The AA-class hero arrives with his sword ablaze. Flames engulf the vines, shielding Elijah. Once a leader, he now embodies the protector he was meant to be, fiercely guarding the young adventurers from death. The monstrous plant roars, yet the blazing hero marches forward, his resolve unshaken. With a fiery blade, charges fiercely, leaping to deliver a wrathful, scorching strike on the towering beast. Amidst the battle, Elijah shifts his focus to Arthur and Jasmine. Desperate final attack cleaves the Elderwood Guardian in two. But this motherfucker started regenerating almost instantly, and within he was looking down on everyone with his terrifying gaze. Trapped, he sees the creature's tendrils closing in, his fate undeniably sealed. Meanwhile, Arthur gasps for air, blood trickling from his mouth. His mask slips away as his dimming sight barely catches Elijah kneeling beside him. Elijah eyes Jasmine, both incapacitated, then fixes on the crystals, seeing only one desperate path, yet doubts survival. Arthur taps into his final reserves and unleashes the ability. Entering Phase 2 of the Dragon's Awakening, his mind races back to the land of elves where relentless training unleashed his latent power. He first unlocked the Acquire phase, enabling a momentary detachment from time and space using Thinate powers. Despite depleting his mana and leaving him weak, Arthur's second breakthrough, a feat spent decades mastering, was miraculously achieved in just 3 years. This marked the integration phase. With his body transforming and hair shifting in color, this newfound power emerges. A fully grown dragon now, she defies her papa's plea to stay back, sensing his distress and soaring toward him, prepared to retreat to Vincent's if needed, but wasn't having it as she rushed to Arthur's side. Believing he'll return, she yields to his words as he limps toward the eldritch creature, climbing a boulder with determination. Overwhelmed with emotion, he casts an ice spell, channeling all his focus to freeze the S-class beast and launching the first strike, reminiscent of during Arthur's integrate phase, aiming to swiftly end the battle and reduce the backlash. With potent ice magic, he temporarily freezes the vines, but they shatter through, forcing him to cast Absolute Zero, immobilizing the creature and giving him time to channel 3 elemental powers into one devastating strike. Purple lightning surges from his palms, obliterating the beast's head and disintegrating the vines. Victory comes at a cost as he collapses, blood streaming from every wound. Mission accomplished, his life fading and distant while his family confronts their own destiny. Collapses from intense training, tucked into bed under watchful eye when suddenly a glowing ring fills both parents with dread. His mother desperately hopes it's a malfunction, not a real warning. In the dungeon, Arthur awakens in agony, blood in his throat, as Elijah urges him to shatter the crystal in his glove. Elijah complies, unleashing healing magic that frees Arthur's frozen hands. Despite the relief, Arthur's mind races back to betrayal and the traitor's abandonment, then shifts to worry for Jasmine, gravely injured and vulnerable. Elijah stabilized her burns, but internal injuries endangered her life. Arthur urged using the second crystal, and Elijah obliged, healing her significantly and sparking hope for a swift recovery. Arthur recalls the childhood pain evoked by his mother's gift. While noticing his recovery, heads back to the dungeon, only for Arthur to urge her to concentrate on her training now that the threat is over. He gently reinforces the command as the connection fades. Elijah checks on Arthur, who jokes about running a marathon despite his frail state. Elijah is surprised to discover the masked warrior is his peer, while Arthur mourns his lost mask, but is relieved Elijah found his sword. Arthur deeply respects Elijah's selflessness, but Elijah humbly insists leaving would equate him to. Elijah's curiosity sparks as Arthur reveals his motive, a promise to protect and never turn away. Intrigued by Arthur's mature perspective, they ponder his past. As the dialogue unfolds, Arthur learns he's been unconscious for over a day. Facing the weight, he decides to connect, offering his hand with a smile, introducing himself as Art. This gesture sparks a new friendship, with Elijah reciprocating and sharing his heritage. Arthur had deduced this from his metal manipulation skills, which included the shelter upheld by the Elderwood Guardian's corpse. Though few can summon metal from thin air, a dwarf can. Elijah admits his secret is out, leading him to ask Arthur why his hair turned white and eyes glowed purple. Arthur agrees to explain if they exchange secrets. Elijah reveals he is from the kingdom, raised by Elder Radius who spoke little of his parents, leaving him with faint childhood memories. His life was calm until a power surge knocked him out, and he awoke surrounded by metal spikes, prompting Radius to urge him to travel the continent without explanation. Elijah confesses his abilities remain a mystery, feeling an unsettling pull linked to his mysterious origin. As Arthur prepares to share his story, Jasmine's loud snore interrupts with a sleepy murmur, making both boys laugh. Elijah, realizing the mood, apologizes for being too serious. Arthur, unfazed, reveals his mastery of 4 elemental magics, specializing in augmentation with ice and lightning, leaving Elijah in stunned disbelief. He was sure he'd lost the title of the weirdest one. Arthur reveals his markings are from being a beast tamer who released his companion in battle, leaving Elijah stunned, especially since Arthur is only 11, a year younger than him. Despite his lack of pride, Arthur can't suppress a grin as they laugh at each other's quirks. Battling residual pain, he uses the last healing gem on himself just as Jasmine awakens. Seeing his dire state, she rushes to him, guilt-ridden, apologizing through tears. Arthur's gaze softens, assuring her it's okay, embracing her, and affirming his choice to stay and fight. He notices her fragility in his arms and exhales a pained breath, heightening her worry. Jasmine urges Elijah to fetch their supplies from the storage ring. Grateful for her emergency kit, she bandages Arthur until he resembles a mummy, healing wounds and lifting spirits. Assisted by friends, Arthur rises as they ready to return. Stepping out of Elijah's metal shelter, the outside is entirely frozen. Arthur inquires about other survivors, only to discover that and Reginald perished, dimming hopes of any escapees. Jasmine's inquiry about Samantha burdens him with guilt. Elijah admits he encased her in metal before they were separated, uncertain if she survived. Arthur questions her destiny. Desperate for escape, he hunts for the S-class beasts buried in the icy ruins. Elijah, determined to find her, channels his energy into the earth, invoking the Earth's pulse spell. It emits signals to detect life nearby. Fortune strikes as he spots Samantha, prompting a quick dash with Arthur and Jasmine in pursuit. Elijah soon spots the metallic cocoon he encased around her on Earth. Prizing it open, he calls out, finding Samantha battered and burnt. Elijah reaches in as Arthur told him that these injuries were caused by the vines and were extremely fatal. Arthur is relieved she's breathing, though her fever is worrying, but thankfully she was. This was a good thing, otherwise her survival might have been uncertain. Elijah wonders if unconsciousness is a blessing, as Jasmine gently lifts her, suggesting they head back. Arthur scans the area for the beast core, but his search is futile. The ground trembles beneath their feet. Elijah braces for battle, but Arthur swiftly intervenes, sensing the danger. The dungeon's ceiling shatters, revealing in her majestic form amid the falling debris. Arthur is awestruck by her fierce transformation. Fondly licks Elijah's face, tousling his hair as he reacts in surprise. Perplexed by a 4-limbed wyvern, he soon discovers it's something else entirely, a genuine dragon. Arthur introduces her, as while telling everyone to keep meeting her to themselves. Jasmine is unfazed by Smith's affection, but Elijah is astounded by Arthur's immense power and his dragon companion. They quickly hops on too. Arthur urges Elijah to climb aboard, and they escape the boss lair, landing safely outside. Elijah quips about why they didn't unleash this beast from the beginning. Samantha awakens on the ground, glimpsing Arthur unmasked for the first time. Finding him even more appealing, Arthur gently urges her to rest and recover. He reveals securing the beast core and preserving his shattered mask, both bringing a rare smile to Arthur's face. He proposes sharing the core sale profits, but Jasmine flatly declines. Everyone shared the same thought. Arthur deserves it more than anyone, declining any share. Arthur argues the core immense worth, yet Samantha insists he takes it. Grateful for his courage, they entrust the core to him. He expresses gratitude for their trust, checks Samantha's pulse one last time, and urges Elijah and Jasmine to seek help, as Elijah leaves his emergency bag with Arthur to ensure he's ready. Arthur discovers a mana scroll among the supplies and seizes the chance to reassure his parents with a message. With the message sent, he finds peace knowing they'll be there when he returns home. Arthur questions swift growth, suspecting it stems from devouring numerous beast cores. She confirms, revealing her relentless hunt to attain this formidable form. Intrigued, he inquires if she can still transform, and with pride, she shifts back into the tiny lizard he remembers. The familiar companion climbs up, and he gently strokes her head. Reunited but weary, Arthur's injuries worsen as he awaits help. He trusts the newly secured beast core will stabilize him until then. Leaning back, he recalls the name. Who came from a family of assholes. He recalls the stunt he has pulled, causing death and almost destroyed their party. Arthur wanted to slap his stupid face, but leaves it for the future. The rescue team swiftly arrives and aids the group. Samantha races to the hospital, as is pronounced dead. Arthur heals as his companions relay the harrowing tale to the... Arthur's frustration mounts as the guild delves deeper into their report, despite his exhaustion from reliving the trauma. Grants a brief respite until awakes, ushering chaos with his guard's intrusion. Jasmine and Elijah were ready to end this chapter today, but Arthur gestures for them to wait, pretends innocence as irritation mounts, questioning how they survived and accusing them of sacrificing someone for their escape. He casually tosses around Samantha's name, then labels as a mere pawn. At the height of tension, Arthur's blade slices part of Seer. Immediately protests, playing the victim while Arthur stands, eyes blazing with fury, dominating the room with his presence. Despite warning, Arthur calmly steps forward, retrieves his blade, and feigns misunderstanding. Trembles, frozen in fear. Told his assistant to take to the infirmary as Arthur asks for a private moment with the... Jasmine and Elijah hesitantly emerge, fearing for his life, as cautions Arthur against provoking the... Arthur's stance is resolute, as he coldly questions stability to shield from his impending transformation. Calmly states he's safeguarding Arthur and his people, warning that acting now endangers Jasmine, Elijah, and others linked to him. The family refuses to remain quiet, and formidable half-brother is beyond Arthur's current strength. Recognizing his wisdom, Arthur accepts the truth and confidently presents his terms. Knowing the guild can't afford to reject him, pledges his support. As Arthur exits to meet Jasmine and Elijah, they show relief about survival, but Arthur shifts the mood by admitting his hunger, leaving unease beneath their smiles. Arthur and face the jury. After reviewing the reports, they conclude betrayed his party, stripping him of his rank and banning him from adventuring forever. Reluctantly, he hands back his card. Arthur remains unfazed by the lenient punishment, convinced deserved harsher consequences. The panel scrutinizes Arthur's actions against, considering the threat to the family. Their ruling, ban note from the city until finishes at the academy, a decision Arthur secretly wanted despite his feigned objections. The jury upholds his adventurer status for his honor and courage. He must stay away while he's in town. Fears notes hidden identity, suspecting danger. The panel agrees to record Arthur's identity secretly, with only a few aware, keeping it from the family. Cedes and protests, but nobody listens to him. Leaving, he warns Arthur to keep his distance. But was not in a mood to play. He shot a death glare, storms off in anger, while Arthur, on the verge of being escorted out, is personally led by the panel's head. Through a secret passage, once the door shuts, it's revealed the entire scenario was a premeditated plot. Arthur appreciates their persistence, yet the court warns the truth won't stay hidden from the family indefinitely. Arthur, however, promises his vigilance beneath the facade. Another secret passage opens, hinting that this favor might demand repayment one day. The masked swordsman nods, promising never to forget their support. The elder acknowledges warning about Arthur's fearsome nature just as he opens the door and is joyfully tackled by, with Jasmine and Elijah waiting nearby. With everything settled, it's time to return home. Elijah told them that he wanted to visit Samantha before leaving. Arthur advises against it for himself, but urges Jasmine to check on her later. At the gates, Elijah realizes their paths will soon diverge. Recalling Arthur's outsider status, he extends an invitation to hang out before school starts. Elijah bristles with irritation as he explains a school, never having imagined attending one. Arthur's plan comes as a surprise. Arthur reveals that joining the academy is a strategic step to advance in rank. Elijah doubts his eligibility, but Arthur assures him he'll handle all financial and social hurdles. Elijah just needs to appear at the school gates. Arthur instructs Jasmine to take Elijah home, as he needs to handle other issues. Elijah agrees, citing his presence at the academy and expressing gratitude to Arthur, whom he proudly calls a friend. Once they depart, Arthur confronts for hiding, thanking him for successfully manipulating the judge while keeping in the dark, thus managing the situation for now. Arthur tells that despite resolving the chaos, a great warrior's life was still lost. Declares peace, tossing Arthur a hefty gold pouch as a farewell gift. Money that transforms lives. Trouble seeks Arthur only if he allows it. His only worry is if Saw, who answers by transforming again, showcasing her dragon abilities. Later, Arthur adjusts his hair and enters a magic shop to buy a dimension ring. He feigns ignorance as the shopkeeper cautions about the high cost. Arthur casually unveils his gold, leaving the man speechless. He invests his gold in a ring, just large enough for a sword and beast core, with his preparations complete. Lost in thought on the way to Hellsday Manor, he ponders his 2 years under a new identity, gazing out the window and contemplating academy life ahead. Night falls as he returns home, met by tearful glare and mid-souter, sentence scolding for his prolonged absence. Arthur beams, embracing her tightly, proud of her growth, yet suddenly dreading the day she might start dating. A shiver races down his spine. His parents embrace him warmly, quips that his son's hair is the only thing gaining strength. His mother hugs him tightly, overjoyed he's safe as they tease each other. Vincent and the others warmly welcome him back. While Arthur showers, he discovers a letter from Jasmine. She embarked on a new mission, guided by a terse, emotionless letter. Like her, he regrets missing the chance to say goodbye, but at least he knows where she is. Vincent excitedly announces sneering 1-year milestone at Academy. Arthur feels relieved. Vincent thanks Arthur for his unwavering support, while Arthur hints at a future request, eager first to hear tale of the dungeon. Arthur hesitates, then unfolds a gripping tale that visibly shakes Vincent. He astonished them by single-handedly defeating an Elderwood guardian. Arthur inquires about his father's progress and learns, remains trapped at Dark Orange despite ongoing mana purification. Arthur hurls the leftover beast core to him, saying, though the core remains potent and could aid his breakthrough, hesitates to embrace such a prized gift. Stunned by Arthur's decision to part with a lucrative S-class core, Arthur desires his father to catch up. While noticing Arthur's progress to Light Orange, vows to surpass him in their next spar, fueling their ongoing rivalry. Elijah finds tranquility in a shower, interrupted by Arthur's abrupt entrance with pajamas, unfazed as Elijah slams the door. Arthur inspects his mask, reflecting on the past 2 years. Notes she's now taller than him as Elijah asks why she took so long. Arthur reveals he was aiding Vincent in securing Academy sponsorship. Elijah is ecstatic to finally become a student. Arthur is eager to learn and push his limits, acknowledging that his powers may make school dull, but finding the opportunity to explore Elijah's dual affinities exciting, especially since lightning drains his mana and ice remains challenging despite a beast's will. Concerned about handling, Elijah is reassured by Arthur, who intends to delay revealing his true identity. Elijah is surprised by Arthur's restraint regarding the family. Amidst teasing about a pillow wall, Elijah nervously asks about finding a girlfriend at the academy. Arthur jokes he'll end up with a nerd girl, while Elijah retorts that Arthur's charm will attract many girls. Arthur counters that they're not his type, and both eventually drift to sleep. Arthur awakens to Vincent's news of meeting Gideon, a brilliant and respected inventor. He was currently out of town, but was scheduled to return in 3 days, allowing a brief detour before they meet everyone in the city. Arthur nods, pondering if something significant is happening downtown. Vincent announces that the 3 royal families will make a major public declaration in the city square. Vincent's time with Arthur moves him, and he eagerly anticipates the meeting with Gideon, ready to leverage his past life's wisdom. Appears reminding Vincent of a meeting prompting his swift departure. Reveals to his father that he's advanced to the solid orange stage and hands over the intact beast core, noting its unusual resilience despite absorbing all its energy. Arthur ponders deeply, his meditation interrupted by the looming shadow of the beast. Acknowledging the core's retention of the creature's will, he contemplates beast wills, spiritual imprints from potent mana beasts conferring great power. Driven by curiosity, Arthur tests merging the Elderwood Guardian's will withs but finds them incompatible and repelling. That's why I couldn't fully absorb the crystal. It all hinges on compatibility. Arthur knows the perfect recipient for the core and starts pondering his well-being. The days pass as he trains and cherishes family moments. Storms in one morning, fed up with his sleep talk and body slams him awake for breakfast. Arthur teases her as a brute, and she retorts, reminding him not to skip the meal. Arthur and Elijah explore the town's shops despite Arthur's empty pockets. Elijah wisely manages his savings. Arthur dispatches to accompany Elijah as he visits the inventor. Arthur and Vincent reach Gideon's. Arthur halts abruptly, questioning the foul stench assaulting his nose. Him simply notes, it's easier to ask what's not causing it. Gideon finally emerges, resembling a decaying corpse untouched by water for decades. His anger fades upon noticing Vincent's guests. Irritated, he grumbles about the royal messengers pressuring him to share his expertise overseas. Arthur questions why anyone would bother, further souring the man's mood. Gideon inquires about the boy, who introduces himself as Arthur, an admirer of Gideon's work. The inventor dismisses apprentices, but Vincent explains Arthur's voluntary arrival, prompting Arthur to present a sketch to solve Gideon's travel problem. Gideon initially dismisses the drawing as childish until he spots the innovative steam engine design, an idea so fucking out of the world that couldn't even imagine it. He quickly skims through it and finds that there was something missing. Arthur confesses to Gideon that he's crucial details, promising to disclose them once their deal concludes. Gideon, realizing Arthur's uniqueness, sets aside his annoyance and instructs him to find something suitable for his intellect. Hims unveils a lustrous ironized diamond, boasting 5 times the mana capacity for its size, according to the inventor. Yet Arthur stays indifferent. Gideon unveils more treasures, including a secret mirror unseen by others. Arthur dismisses each item with such indifference that Gideon almost drops and shatters the mirror, saved only by Hem's quick catch. Vincent looks on, stunned, as Arthur continues to reject the premier creations of a world renowned. In despair, Gideon unlocks his deepest vaults to unveil his greatest treasures, protests their purpose. But the old man, frustrated, ignores him. The butler arrives with 2 ornate boxes holding royal pendants. Arthur inspects one and instantly recognizes the phoenix worm silk. Stunned, both men in the room, even Vincent's unaware of them. Gideon reveals the phoenix worms, as rare as dragons, are S-class mana beasts known for self-preservation, inspiring the pendant's creation. If something were to go wrong, the pendant creates a shield, then uses its mana to teleport the wearer to their subconscious sanctuary once broken. Intrigued, Arthur inquires about its activation count. Gideon confesses uncertainty, but shares he used 5 rare phoenix cores, estimating each pendant can safely activate twice. Arthur ponders gifting the pendant to his mother or sister, recalling its royal lineage. The inventor affirms the royal houses supplied the cores, but now he shows little interest in them. Arthur's invention and the boy's true motives are what truly matter to him. Arthur pretends it's a birthday gift for his sister, but Gideon sees through the act. Arthur demands to his true intentions before revealing more of his design. Gideon told him that he'll learn during the public announcement. Arthur demands the unvarnished truth, not sugar-coated announcements. Gideon wonders if the boy would cancel the deal, but Arthur, smiling defiantly, ignites his drawing, ready to burn it if needed. Gideon concedes, allowing the determined boy to claim both pendants. Last year, royal families began to consider a second continent beyond. Arthur is stunned, while Vincent, privy to insider rumors, is caught off guard by their confirmation. Arthur demands proof, and Gideon, slightly miffed, insists they have the evidence to back their claims. He told him that they found a rare artifact linked to a beast years ago, a creature camouflaging so flawlessly it appeared invisible. Vincent is stunned, questioning how it was discovered. Gideon thinks how an adventurer by sheer luck accidentally killed the beast while targeting another, leading to the artifact's recovery. Even he couldn't grasp its full complexity, with its purpose known only to the royal families. Arthur's threat to destroy the blueprint provokes Gideon to unveil the artifact's purpose. It captures motion and still images with perfect precision. Vincent asserts it's sufficient proof, yet Arthur doubts, noting even Gideon, the top artificer, couldn't figure it out. Gideon defensively claims that if he can't decipher it, no one on this continent could have made it. Arthur argues that claiming another continent exists solely because of Gideon's failure is foolish. Gideon reveals the artifact holds records of all 3 kingdoms, hinting at its otherworldly origin. Arthur stays calm, while an agitated Gideon warns of the peril if powerful mages and inventors lie beyond. Arthur takes it anyways, valuing facts over speculation, confident that his steam engine will reveal the truth. Later, Vincent notices Gideon's unexpected joy after getting the blueprint. He struggles to envision a steam engine powerful enough to propel a ship across the sea. Arthur said society's dependence on mana neglecting technology's potential, while Vincent rambles on irrelevantly. Arthur marvels at trading harmless tech for powerful weapons, yet the discovery of a new continent thrills him even more. Telepathically informs she's coming. Elijah wraps up his shopping and joins the group. Eager for the kingdom's unification news, Arthur suspects its link to the second continent's discovery. Vincent upped the announcement until they suddenly encounter a disturbing scene. A boy is brutally kicked and mocked for his short stature and mana use. The bully orders him to release his mana, and when he refuses, he starts beating him with a pipe. Elijah swiftly tackles the attacker, ensuring the injured kid's safety. The asshole then slaps Elijah. Vincent proposes alluring the guards, but Arthur stops him. Just then, a thug spots the Dwarf Kingdom symbol on Elijah's uniform, changing the mood instantly. They claim he's shielding his own and yank his hair. Elijah struggles in the fight. Arthur's approaches with murder in his eyes. Meanwhile, inside the royal carriage, Prince bristles at the low-profile journey, deprived of his parents' presence. The guard assures him of impenetrable security, subtly noting Princess' desire for discretion. Decided to attend solely due to interest. Quips that it's a miracle she survived in the royal household, suggesting she'd be overwhelmed by books without him. She retorts that she's only there because his first choice cancelled. Dismisses it and laments leaving his rare, untamed lion-type mana creature behind, seeking views on his beast. But she wasn't paying him any attention because she's already fixated on someone. At the plaza, Vincent, in a panic, leaps between them, fearing Arthur is about to commit murder. Bull taunts him as an old man, striking a nerve as he strives to protect the kids. Arthur calmly calls his name and politely asks him to move aside. Vincent shivers, realizing that those punks are doomed. A green-haired fool swings his pipe, only to be floored by a single crushing blow that leaves the others paralyzed with shock. The strides forward, overconfident in his noble sword technique, boasting of a generational move. He attempts to deceive Arthur with a sudden feint, launching an ultra-fast lunge. Arthur effortlessly sidesteps, then smashes the kid with a mono-enforced pipe, shattering it with a powerful blow. Arthur steps forward, fists clenched, ready to end the fight. The leader mocks him and prepares his trident's fist technique, but as Arthur draws near, his calm, deadly blue eyes strike fear into, reminding him of his father's presence. Despite this, charges only to be met with a brutal punch that floors him. Bleeding and determined, he channels magic for another attempt. An icy shield materializes, deflecting the blow entirely. Princess steps forward to shield them. Her sudden arrival stops the chaos, freezing the scene just as demands answers. Panicked, the bullies drop to their knees, pleading for mercy. They insist they were peaceful, until Arthur suddenly attacked. Elijah attempts a defense, but interrupts, declaring they were the true victims. Elijah quietly aids the dwarf boy, while sees his injuries and immediately detects the bully's deceit. Her brother believes them, and starts interrogating Arthur about the truth of their claims. Arthur dismisses the oblivious with indifference. Seeing this, the bullies believe Arthur was done for. The royal escort blocks Arthur, ensuring he properly addresses the prince. Arthur seizes the knight's hand and was ready to break it in half. The knight admits his harsh language flares up against nonsense, but Arthur's strong grip unsettles him. Vincent swiftly intervenes, clarifying that Arthur accused the bullies of lying. Can't believe Vincent is here. Vincent says they stumbled upon the scene on their way to the announcement. The dwarf boy's bloody cough reveals the truth. Can't overlook the fact that someone's gravely injured. He turned to the bullies and asked them for their identities. Declares himself as House Trident's first son, causing to pause, aware of their significant support to the royal family, despite being the aggressor. This causes to hesitate. Tries to speak, but her brother intervenes. Advises making peace and moving forward, noting no serious injuries and urging against escalation. Confident in his father's wealth and influence, anticipated this, proving himself untouchable once more. Arthur refuses to let it go, quickly asking Uncle Vincent about the communication scroll. Upon grasping the situation, Arthur promptly contacts the director of Academy, prompting to scoff. Irritated and expecting Vincent, thinks Arthur looks foolish for involving someone so high-ranking. Her tone shifts from cold to warm, flirtatious upon realizing Arthur is speaking, leaving everyone else behind. Arthur reveals Trident and his group are racially bullying students and wielding deadly magic in the city. Panic strikes the offenders, making them nervously glance at each other, feigns ignorance, casually asking what he did wrong, sparking a flicker of hope in him. Convinced her allegiance is to his family's wealth, he discreetly threatens to leave the academy, believing alone might convince her. To his shock, unhesitatingly sides with Arthur, instantly declaring the expulsion of and his group. The prince approaches Arthur to apologize for his earlier judgment. He confessed to acting impulsively, not embodying the dignity of a true prince. Arthur regrets losing his temper, but the prince admires his resolve, expressing relief that those troublemakers from House Trident are finally gone from the academy. After talking, the prince returns to the carriage, remarking on Arthur's oddity, acknowledging his strength yet sensing deeper layers beneath. His sister, suddenly distracted, stands up and invites Arthur for tea once they're back at school. Arthur, with no reason to refuse, calmly accepts the invitation. Behind him, Elijah watches, jealousy barely concealed, as the typically aloof princess shows genuine interest, leaving him and the prince equally stunned. In the heart of city, a curious crowd awaited a life-altering announcement about a newly discovered continent, but was thinking about something in his mind. Arthur was troubled by the idea that another land had been secretly studying, using disguised mana animals and strange recording devices, and he questioned his drive forward to expedite connection to this distant continent. If these people constituted a genuine threat, securing Sedge, even by a preemptive strike, may be critical. Lost in thought, his mother sensed his unease and asked if something was wrong. He quickly reassured her with a smile that all was well. She warmly assured him she would always worry, but never hinder his pursuit. Arthur wanted to tell her that she has nothing to worry but couldn't lie. He thanked her softly, filled with gratitude. Suddenly, mages conjured a radiant screen above the crowd, offering a clear view as the king took center stage alongside other leaders. The king addressed the crowd, recognizing the enduring human-elf conflicts and the dwarves' role as mere business allies. They resolved to abandon this mindset. Over the past few years, he and fellow leaders tirelessly pursued continental unity, notably opening adventuring parties to all three races 2 years ago. Last year, Academy brought together students from and fostering connections through shared education. Arthur was troubled by the idea that another land was secretly studying, with disguised mana animals and strange recording devices, and he questioned his desire to connect to this distant continent. If these individuals posed a genuine threat, securing Edge even through a preemptive strike could be critical to foster cooperation for the continent's survival and future growth. The crowd erupted with enthusiastic approval, clearly supporting the message. Elven King stepped forward, honored to partake in this historic moment, echoing the Human King's words. Despite their growing unity, much within its borders remains unknown. Untamed lands loomed, highlighting their limited knowledge, but his announcement was crucial. They had found undeniable proof of another continent across the seas. The crowd erupted in frenzy. He reassured them, confirming the continent's existence despite lingering questions. They were stunned to discover that the enigmatic land had also tried to contact, despite neither possessing the technology to close the gap. Amidst the shocked murmurs, the king urged unity, declaring pride in their shared homeland despite differences, hoping future generations would embrace this bond. He questioned the crowd's belief in the vision, and after a moment of silence they erupted in applause, affirming their support for the future. A groundbreaking initiative was unveiled, steering a new era of exploration and alliances. 6 exceptional individuals were appointed by the royal families to protect and represent the continent, chosen for their courage, wisdom, strength, and leadership. The 6 lances emerged as symbols of unity and guardians of future. Each was given a unique ring that represented their function and was known across the continent. The identities were revealed. Earthborn and Baron. His name startled the audience, freezing Elijah in disbelief. Arthur tensed, reliving unpleasant memories of his brother's betrayal and escape from justice, now exuded power and prestige. Arthur sets aside his worries for the day, focusing on his little sister's birthday. Dressed sharply, he's every bit the gentleman, ready for the celebration. When insists on joining, he gently advises her to stay back, hinting at potential spies at the party and avoiding unnecessary risks. He assures her someone will return with food. Spirits soar with that simple assurance. With cheerful farewells, the night bursts to life as guests flood the mansion with music and chatter. Arthur, poised at the entrance, greets everyone with his usual charm, catching the eye of a girl's mother who nudges her daughter to ask him for a dance. Elijah, nestled in a corner, charms a pretty girl with a lunch invitation. True to form, Elijah fumbles, spilling his drink all over himself, causing the girl to awkwardly step back. Arthur swiftly averts his gaze, sparing his friend further embarrassment. The evening's highlight emerges. Smother playfully covers her eyes and leads her into the living room, unveiling a surprise gathering of loved ones. Arthur steps forward, inviting his sister to dance, is clearly taken aback. The father signals the musicians, and as music fills the air, the siblings begin their graceful dance, captivating every guest with their flawless and emotive performance. Amidst the festivities, Gideon, the ever-inventive genius, unexpectedly arrives. He's here to discuss business, even at a birthday party. The scene cuts outside. A lavish royal carriage halts at the estate, remains inside, ensuring Smomant shines undisturbed. She discreetly sends her servant to deliver a gift, allowing the family their time. Meanwhile, inside, Gideon pulls Arthur aside for a private conversation. Arthur, already cautious, questions if the trip was solely for council matters. Gideon shakes his head, admitting that he brought a gift, but more importantly, that the council has approved Arthur's blueprint, and that building has begun. The ex-monarchs now refer to themselves as the council. Arthur congratulates Gideon on his well-deserved triumph, but Gideon dismisses fame and fortune as mere tools, seeking something more valuable in the council's reach. Gideon's admirers swarm him, granting Arthur a second of until arrives, breathless and apologetic for her delay, to which Arthur reassures her swiftly. Acknowledging her hectic schedule as student council secretary, he warmly greets her, noting how long it's been since they last met. Now standing face to face, notices Arthur's new height, and they start catching up, with Arthur admiring her progress from sneaking meals with the staff to thriving its top academy. Playfully glares, thinking he's teasing her about her past escapades. Arthur sincerely acknowledges her growth, observing the intrigued gazes of the boys around her, gets flustered and told him that she doesn't have a boyfriend. Arthur, oblivious to the hint, chuckles and offers to vet any guy she brings home, cautioning he won't be easier to impress unlike his father. His face falls, stunned by Arthur's continued oblivion. Gideon arrives, bows, and gracefully departs, offering them privacy. Gideon mocks Arthur for his constant female company, highlighting genuine interest and questioning his intentions with her. Arthur calmly suggests that feelings stem more from gratitude and a hero complex than true affection, saying that she'll realize this in time. Gideon dismisses Arthur's, redirecting the conversation to his true intent, securing Arthur's mind with the council's resources. Arthur regretted giving the steam engine plan since he didn't want to interrupt natural evolution. Gideon, seeing untapped potential, feels Arthur has bigger aspirations. Exhausted, Arthur asserts unequivocally that he has no desire to pursue personal goals. Gideon quickly suggests a compromise, periodic consultations in exchange for unwavering support, as Arthur's supplier of artifacts and resources. After a moment of deliberation, Arthur agrees, sealing their agreement with a handshake. "Thank you." Amidst the birthday gifts, eagerly unwraps each one as Arthur's attention is drawn to a peculiar package. Eagerly tears open the oddly shaped package, revealing an exquisitely crafted elven bow and arrows with a folded letter beside them. Arthur reads the letter while admires the elegant weapon. Arthur remains puzzled over the sender, but we know it's his future, extends her hand demanding the gift from her brother. Arthur grins, unveiling two small jewelry boxes, one for their mother. Discovers the phoenix feather necklace Arthur received from Gideon, an enchanted pendant meant to protect them in Arthur's or their father's absence. Mrs. appears shocked by the extravagant necklace, as their father calmly reveals only two exist on the whole continent. Arthur tenderly clasps the necklace around his neck, wishing her a heartfelt happy birthday. The scene transitions to a high-security facility exclusive to council members, where Arthur walks alongside Gideon with special access. Amidst their casual conversation in the facility, Gideon casually notes Arthur's recent, quietly passed birthday. 4 months had swiftly passed since celebration. Despite the delay, Gideon gifts Arthur a small box. Arthur thanked him for making it for him. Gideon dismisses it, saying that it's nothing in comparison to Arthur's assistance with the steam engine project. He mentions a persistent concern. Did Arthur hide 2 elemental affinities, hinting he might secretly be a quadri-elemental mage? Arthur's confirmation hits like a punchline, leaving Gideon breathless as he realizes the bracelet he gifted was meant to suppress half of Arthur's magic. Bewildered, he questions Arthur's timing, to which Arthur smirks, revealing that impressing Gideon increases his chances of freebies. Gideon, stunned by the earth-shattering revelation, demands proof, which Arthur eagerly offers. The shipyard's rapid progress leaves Arthur in awe. The ship was almost completed. Gideon boasts that by the time Arthur starts his first day of classes, they will be ready to set sail. Alone now, Arthur marvels at Gideon's incredible speed. In just a few months, Arthur is struggling to comprehend the construction of a steam-powered ship. He abandons informal training after becoming aware of the dangers of the continent. Armed with Gideon's artifact, he decides to improve his wind and earth magic to match his fire and water abilities. Arthur, lost in thought, collides with a burly man carrying two women, a mere local thug. Arthur opts to walk by discreetly, but the man seizes him by the head, crossing the line. Arthur initially maintains his composure, ignoring the taunts, but physical contact pushes him over the edge. Arthur's lethal glare halts the man, suddenly cautious of his provocation. As the man brags about teaching at academy, Arthur freezes. With a flick of his wrist, he drops a pendant at the man's feet, leaving him stunned. The brute didn't notice Arthur taking it. Speechless and shaken, the guy watches Arthur walk away. Arthur arrives home and skillfully calms the chaos as his sister and tackle him, lifting them gently with a breeze of wind magic. He asks about their parents' whereabouts, and replies they're in the living room with Elijah, examining a package from Academy for both Arthur and Elijah. Arthur discovers his official uniform, feeling the weight of his journey from lost child to king, baby, and now Academy student. As dawn breaks, Elijah attempts to rouse him by poking his feet, prompting to leap onto Elijah, leaving clawed marks on his cheeks. Arthur rises to get ready for school, while Elijah stands dressed and waiting. Buttoning his uniform, Arthur is questioned by Elijah about his choice to attend academy as a scholar mage, rather than pursuing battle magic. Arthur seeks deeper magical knowledge, but Elijah warns that choosing a scholar's path might clash with more combative mage students. His anxious Arthur might hospitalize half the students for disrespecting him. Arthur shrugs, vowing to behave. Sulks over breakfast, clearly unhappy about not attending the academy yet. Her brother's uniform only fuels her desire. Arthur and Elijah get ready to leave after breakfast. Arthur warmly hugs his parents, playfully ruffles hair, and reminds everyone to wear the pendants he gave them. His mother and sister proudly flaunt theirs. His father, eager for inclusion, asks if his son has any final words for him. Arthur smirks, warning him not to torch the house during training. Arthur arrives at the bustling Cyrus Academy, where students converge from all sides, some on magical beasts that captivate onlookers. A senior commands the crowd to line up before the grand white building for the entrance ceremony. Students must attend and approach the front desk individually to check in. Arthur approaches the registration desk, leaving the receptionist speechless at his rare wind and earth affinities. She quickly regains composure and signals him to proceed. In the packed auditorium, Arthur and Elijah weave through the buzzing crowd to find two seats. As they settle, Academy chairwoman takes the stage. Her piercing gaze locks onto Arthur, punctuated by a knowing wink. With a snap of her fingers, the room falls silent. Arthur is stunned by her commanding presence, not from doubt in her strength, but from witnessing such influence firsthand. She apologizes for the abrupt silence, joking about her voice not carrying as far at her age. After her introduction, she skips the usual formalities, noting this moment calls for a personal touch. Proudly, she reveals the Academy's record enrollment of elves and dwarves, choosing to welcome students through representatives of their unity. She gestures to the entrance, urging applause as the Academy Student Council strides onto the stage. The first three members arrive quietly. The moment the final member enters, the atmosphere transforms. She magnetizes the crowd, lights up with excitement, prompting a smile from Arthur. Finally emerges her mere presence, commanding respect and admiration from the entire hall. Rumors swirled about her year-long mentorship under director at the Academy. An unprecedented event, as the director has never mentored anyone before. Talent speaks for itself. Steps forward and congratulate the newcomers on their admission to the continent's top magical academy. As a fellow first year, she offers her year-long observations of the academy's structure, emphasizing both academic problems and persistent biases against scholar mages. She emphasizes that if minor uniform differences can cause division, racial differences could be even more divisive. She urges students to abandon inherited prejudices and draw inspiration from the royal family's unity in forming the council. Her heartfelt speech earns thunderous applause, leaving Arthur stunned as proudly calls her mama. He mentally notes to inquire later. Elijah is clearly smitten, while Arthur remains unsurprised by this irresistible charm. Once the ceremony ends, students flood outside for fresh air. A nearby commotion erupts. Students taunt a dwarf over his height. Elijah, exasperated, intervenes. Arthur observes from afar, contemplating the immense task faces in eradicating such behavior. Nicholas, a human bully, taunts the dwarf until challenges him to a pride-defending duel. Nicholas instantly agrees, revealing a magical artifact in his uniform that activates a dual barrier, intriguing Arthur with its genius for creating safe combat zones. Elijah cheers wildly for Bronze and Boar as Arthur coolly assesses the match. Nicholas reveals himself as a dark red core mage. Is a black core, lunges with his axe as Nicholas swiftly conjures duel. A remarkable achievement for his core level, proving he's both skilled and well-trained. The dwarf stands firm, his axe slicing through attacks with formidable might. Nicholas attempts a sneak attack, but swiftly counters with nimble footwork. Nicholas resorts to a dirty trick, blinding the unyielding dwarf by kicking debris into his eyes. Nicholas ends the duel with a decisive blow the instant the dwarf stumbles, as the magical barrier falls. The match ends, but he stomps over, breaks the dwarf's arm, and as the victim lies defenseless, Elijah seizes his moment to become the hero of his dreams. Just as he's about to intervene, Arthur casually calls for the student council president, leaving Nicholas startled and searching. Elijah glares at Arthur, frustration boiling as his heroic moment is snatched away, heightening the awkward tension. Nicholas seizes Arthur, his irritation evident. Arthur calmly asserts that the duel is over, and anything further crosses into bullying. Shoving Arthur aside, Nicholas storms off, muttering petty insults. Arthur dismisses the words and starts to leave, but unexpectedly spits on Nicholas's neck as he walks by. He snaps, fury boiling over, ready to explode. Arthur deflects blame to the real culprit just as the student council enters, changing the atmosphere. The vice president then addresses rules, conduct, and the academy's strict no-discrimination policy. Its mind drifts, consumed by thoughts of Arthur. She couldn't find him at the ceremony and began to doubt his attendance. Director confirmed Arthur was on campus, yet the thought of him missing the speech left her anxious and uncertain about their reunion. Should she play it cool or be friendly? What if he finds her first? These thoughts swirl until the vice president interrupts, checking if she's okay and suggesting to cancel their meetings. Dismisses him, insisting she's fine, then notices Arthur casually observing the scene. The vice president meets her gaze and starts the briefing. That redhead is Nicholas Frum. He was a standout student last year, while the boy next to him seems to be a freshman, likely a commoner, absent from noble family gatherings. A council member spots Arthur, her eyes sparking with recognition. Both girls immediately sense that Nicholas is about to do something profoundly stupid. This motherfucker has no idea he's poking a goddamn dragon. Steps up to confront Nicholas, questioning his intent to use his magic. He immediately shits his pants, claiming he was just finishing a friendly duel with when some random first year just happened to intervene. Arthur gives a cheeky little wave while steps in, demanding the actual fucking story. Gives the side eye, asking if she knows this chaotic dumbass. Puffs out her chest, proudly announcing Arthur's dad has been serving her family forever, basically screaming, "We're family, bitch." Arthur casually drops that they've been living together, sending Brain into a blue screen of death as she pictures all the scenarios that entails. While she's lost in horny confusion, the vice president finally decides to do his job, demanding an explanation from Nicholas and reminding him that drawing a weapon outside a formal duel breaks academy rules. Nicholas, still trying to save his pathetic ass, insists he was just trying to spook the kid, not actually hurt him. Utterly unimpressed and completely spineless, Clive decides to just let it slide for now, shows no mercy. She asserts that Nicholas broke academy rules, warning him that it could mean suspension. Had he actually harmed anyone, she warns, expulsion would be the least of his fucking worries. Finally admitting defeat, Nicholas mumbles a pathetic apology for being an angry little shit. Arthur ignores him so hard it's practically an art form, while calmly informs Nicholas that his fuck-up is going on his permanent record, and he should piss off before things get worse. As the losers retreat, immediately turns on Arthur, pissed that he caused a scene on day one. She remembers director mentioning Arthur's wish to stay under the radar. This isn't helping at all. Disappointment floods Arthur's space. He argues she's judging from a brief encounter, stressing he never meant to fight but remains firm, insisting he should have anticipated the consequences. Arthur holds his ground, pointing out that the dickhead Nicholas was about to rearrange the dwarf's entire face. Without his intervention, that poor dwarf would be a smear on the pavement. Elijah, sensing the incoming shitstorm, tells Arthur to just let it go, reminding him kinda has a point. Done with being misunderstood by every single moron in this goddamn school, Arthur just turns and walks away. The vice president, feeling his tiny authority threatened, sneers, asking if Arthur was raised in a fucking barn. Arthur sighs. Fed up with being belittled, Clive confronts Arthur once more. Arthur unleashes a powerful pressure, freezing everyone in place. Before anyone can process it, Clive is launched into the fucking stratosphere, flailing like a cartoon character. Rushes to his side while the others watch in shock as he groans on the floor. Fed up with the chaos, he silently walks away. Even dares not intervene, as his frustration lingers heavily in the air. After fucking up spectacularly, paced her dorm room. Her brain was a dumpster fire of guilt, and what the fuck was I thinking? Guilt and confusion were having a goddamn cage match in her head. Sure, she was just trying to stop Arthur from getting himself booted out on his ass for being a reckless dumbass. But maybe, just maybe, she'd overplayed her hand like a complete amateur. Still, the frustration clawed at her insides. But that was something that she had to do. He was holding a weapon, and her brain, being the traitorous bitch it was, replayed Arthur mentioning he lived with. Little tidbits stung more than on the fucking eyeball. How the hell did that even happen? Did this dude just collect roommates like they were fucking? None of this shit made any sense. Her entire world was spinning off its axis, face planted into her pillow. Letting out a scream, she squarely blamed that old hag director for saddling her with this student council president bullshit without this stupid-ass title. She could have jumped the guy, not given him a goddamn lecture. Instead, their reunion had all the grace of a car crash. Just then, a knock at the door signaled the arrival of Clive. He'd seen her looking like a zombie during their meeting and decided to play the concerned puppy. Still radiating fuck-off energy, told him she was fine. Clive, still shitting his pants from the earlier beatdown, just had to bring up Arthur again. His little pea brain couldn't compute how a freshman had the balls to speak to her like that. He even offered to go snitch to the director, but his patients had already left the building. He shut that shit down hard, telling him to drop it before she dropped him. As his pathetic footsteps faded, she collapsed onto her bed, completely drained. Everything had gone to shit so fast, and to top it all off, Arthur had the audacity to grow up into a handsome motherfucker. He just knew he was going to be catnip for every girl at this goddamn school. That thought alone made her want to suffocate herself with her pillow, letting out another muffled scream of pure agony. Meanwhile, Arthur and Elijah finally dragged their asses to their dorm after trekking across a campus the size of a small country. Academy wasn't just big, it was a fucking labyrinth of stone paths and endless buildings designed by someone who clearly hated feet. Elijah was still geeking out over the sheer scale of the place. Laya, ever the observant one, started poking the bear about body slamming the student council's second in command. Arthur just grumbled, admitting the dumbass was still on his mind, but there was more to the story. Normally, he wouldn't give a flying fuck, but something about Slexshire had gotten under his skin. The bitch if it was, she wasn't wrong, which only made her words hit harder. Maybe it was just because it was her, a thought he immediately tried to yeet into the void. Arthur told himself, it is what it is, but his brain refused to shut the fuck up. A knock at the door pulled him out of the conversation. Arthur opened it only to find Good Sky, the director of Academy, standing there. Her appearance was unexpected and commanded immediate respect. Elijah, stunned to see her up close, bowed deeply in awe, greeted him kindly recognizing him by name, and mentioning Vincent, which made Elijah beam. Arthur welcomed her in, and Elijah quickly excused himself, offering to bring drinks from downstairs. Accepted the offer with a smile. Once they were seated, she gently reminded Arthur, as always, to call her by her first name. Arthur, in return, gave his usual firm refusal. Expression shifted as she studied him. He noted the change not just in his bond, but in Arthur himself. Hermana's senses told her something was missing. She could only detect wind and earth attributes. Arthur held up his hand, showing her the artifact Gideon had crafted. It was the seal that masked his other two elemental affinities. Ava soft sigh, a mixture of disappointment and understanding. She had hoped to boast about having a rare quadra-elemental student under her guidance, but she respected Arthur's reason. Arthur opened up and explained he had made a dangerous enemy during his time as an adventurer. For now, it was safer to hide his full strength, and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Understood the weight of what he said. Referring to that little bitch, she remarked that calling such a powerful and influential person merely troublesome was bold, and made her wonder what kinds of enemies Arthur would eventually face in the future. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle at her ominous tone. It wasn't the kind of thing most people said to a 12-year-old, laughed with him apologizing for sounding so grim. Arthur shifted the topic towards something that had been on his mind. Wanted her help with something more specific. He explained his wish to take higher-level monotheory classes, particularly those focused on deviance, and not to attract unwanted attention he would still attend classes meant for his age group. But his curiosity about deviant man and manipulation had grown too strong to ignore. He had hit a wall in his understanding, and unlike the other forms of magic deviation, magic was something his past world had never known. That alone made it fascinating and urgent for him to master. Listened with an amused smile. She had expected this from him. She agreed without hesitation, which caught Arthur off guard. He stared at her thinking, that was too easy. Just then, the dorm door burst open, and stormed in yelling dramatically as he accused Arthur of being rude to the director. He scolded him for daring to question her kindness, but waved off the moment and admitted she did have an ulterior motive that silenced the light. And she told Arthur about the student council, a body that maintained order and represented the academy's best. But this year she had decided to create something different, something more direct. A group that didn't just protect the school's rules, but enforced them. Arthur blinked, confused. He asked if this kind of role was even suited for a first-year student. After all, he wasn't even officially a battle mage yet, but didn't care about anything, and simply told him that it's her school, her rules. Arthur didn't like the idea of it, so he told her that he'd skip extra theory classes, and rather he just learn from books in the library, but he was not getting out of this so easily. Grinned as she told him the books on deviance weren't available too, and even most needed to prove themselves as actual deviants before gaining access, which she noted Arthur currently couldn't do. Arthur had no options left but to give in Elijah still standing to the side. Couldn't help but feel like he was watching two old friends having a casual argument. Battle Mage simply reminded him her school, her rules. Arthur quickly backtracked, added more to her offer. The disciplinary committee wasn't just for rule enforcement. It was built with strong individuals in mind. Arthur would get teammates. He could spar with peers who could match him in strength, maybe even push him. To sweeten the deal further, she promised him private access to a restricted training facility on campus. Arthur leaned forward. He was thinking something that she had said the disciplinary committee members were chosen for their strength. So naturally, a question followed in his mind, but before he could ask her, told him that he has nothing to worry about, as despite pressure from House to assign a seat on the committee, she had turned them down. Arthur finally agreed, but with one condition. The training facility she mentioned, better be man or rich, told him that it already was. With a snap of her fingers, she tossed a set of custom-made uniforms toward him. Arthur caught it and stared at it silently. She told him that she had this uniform prepared before coming here, and the fact that she knew Arthur would agree annoyed him more than it should have. It was another sign. She knew exactly how he would do. Arthur stared at the uniform, admiring the smooth and crisp fabric, and the embroidery bore the crest of the disciplinary committee. Before leaving, told Arthur to reconcile with Tess, saying holding grudges against one's childhood friend wasn't a good look. As the door closed behind her, Liger froze as he heard that he turned to Arthur dumbfounded, asking him, what the heck is she talking about? Later, as they walked together toward, the conversation resumed. Arthur tried to explain, saying that he always wanted to tell him, but it just never came up. Elijah, being Elijah, tried to brush it off, but just then he thought about his own childhood friend, a girl named Garth. Arthur humored him, pretending to admire this imaginary girl. Though his deadpan reply made it clear, he saw right through the nonsense. Liger was unable to keep back as he began listing Arthur's unintended entourage, including Princess and now Princess. What was Arthur's next plan for charming the gods? Arthur any flirting and claimed he hadn't done anything, but that just made things even worse as Elijah began teasing him, saying, if Arthur has been attracting female attention without effort, that meant he possessed supernatural charisma or pheromones. Laja, who was now clinging to him, expressed a strong desire for the same powers. Their compatibility stemmed from their shared eccentricities. Arthur noped the fuck out of there, clearly not wanting to deal with his bullshit. Just then, he noticed something. For some reason, everyone was just staring at them, talking something among themselves. Arthur turned. Instead, I seem unpopular. As they quietly grabbed a table in the far corner of the dining hall, trying their best to ignore all the looks and whispers from other students. They got their food and started eating peacefully, hoping nobody would bother them. But that peace didn't last. A group of cocky battle mage students walked right up to their table. Their leader, who was acting super arrogant, loudly introduced himself as Charles I their eye, from a famous noble family, clearly thinking they'd be impressed. Instead, Elijah just gave him a confused look and butchered his name, calling him from the Raven Poop family, which made Arthur burst out laughing so hard he couldn't stop. The insult definitely landed, because all the students nearby who were already listening and started snickering. This made Charles slam his fist on the table, demanding respect and reminding them of his noble status. But that only made everyone laugh even louder. Getting more and more pissed off, Charles turned on Elijah, accusing him of throwing away a chance to hang out with someone important all because of Arthur. He just couldn't get why Elijah would defend someone so beneath him. But Elijah stood his ground and yelled back that he'd never team up with someone who insults his best friend. He said they were all students at Academy, and no major, title, or family name gave anyone the right to look down on someone else. Charles just sneered at the whole idea of equality, calling it a bunch of political nonsense and empty words from the student council. He said reality was different, and that he was about to show Elijah how different it was. Without any warning, Charles swung his hand at Arthur, but he was immediately hit with a sharp shock, as his own arm was thrown backward by some invisible force. He stumbled back, totally confused and unable to figure out what just hit him, since he hadn't even seen Arthur move. Not willing to accept it, Charles charged again, this time putting mana into his punch. But before he could hit him, Elijah jumped in front of Arthur to shield him. Arthur, who was watching everything closely, knew he could probably protect himself with magic, but Elijah couldn't take a hit like that, and the situation had gotten seriously dangerous. Just as Arthur was about to make a move, a powerful surge of strange magic filled the air, and without a word, thick vines exploded from the ground, wrapping tightly around Charles's arms and legs, stopping him in his tracks. He froze in panic and stared in horror at the vines, which were strong and pulsing with mana, and he couldn't break free. No matter how much he struggled, everyone was shocked to this. Arthur turned his head, saw a figure standing silently near the entrance. While the vines still held Charles tight, Arthur paused to think about what to do next, knowing that using magic himself would just get him and Elijah into trouble. But then, a mischievous idea that didn't need any spells popped into his head. Charles was red with fury, screaming threats and yelling about his noble status, basically ready to go cry to his mom. But suddenly something changed. Heavy, oppressive feeling coming from Arthur made Charles freeze right where he was, as the air around him seemed to get heavier and more dangerous. Arthur stepped closer, his voice cold and clear, and talked about how arrogant noble kids always beat their chests, showing off their names and status, but only end up bringing shame to their families with actions just like this. But Charles didn't back down, insisting that putting trash in its place was something to be proud of, not something to be ashamed of. Legia, who was watching this all go down, got really tense because he could feel that Arthur was about to snap, and even though he wanted to help, he wasn't sure what to do or if he even should. When Arthur raised his hand, which was faintly glowing with mana, Charles just scoffed, thinking he was untouchable while he was tied up, but Arthur wasn't planning on attacking him physically. He didn't need to. In one quick motion, Arthur yanked Charles's pants down, and the effect was instant and brutal. For a second, Charles didn't even realize what happened, but then he looked down and reality hit him. His pants were down. Gasp went through the room, and then came the laughter, sharp, loud, and echoing from every single table as students burst out laughing at him. Charles's face turned beet red as he screamed at everyone to stop looking while trying to wiggle out of the vines. But Arthur just turned around and walked out of the room. Elijah, still laughing to himself, looked after him and followed. Later that night, Arthur was outside, the cool autumn air hit him, and he could see his breath as he stepped away from the building. Where he saw sitting a few feet to his left, a presence calm but impossible to miss. Arthur smiled and walked over to her, and gave her a nod to thank her for what she did, and even though didn't say anything at first, look in her eyes showed that she knew Arthur hadn't actually needed her help, but he thanked her anyway because she had saved him, and more importantly, Elijah from getting punished. After that, they just stood there in a long, heavy silence, both of them not sure what to say but not wanting to leave either. Arthur thought to himself, thinking, how should he go about this situation? He leaned over, wanting to, but it turned out both had the same idea at the exact same time. They leaned forward to bow an apology, but just ended up headbutting each other hard. Both tests, and Arthur grabbed their head. Laughing through the pain, Arthur joked that he might have cracked his chin. He looked over to see how Tess was doing, elder forehead grumbling that it really hurt, and pointed to where it was already swelling. Arthur gently asked if she was crying, and in response, he just leaned against his shoulder, her chest rising and falling with her uneven breaths. As he did, Arthur patted her on the head. In that quiet moment, admitted something she'd been holding back for way too long. She thought Arthur hated her. But Arthur promised her that even if he got angry or they fought, he would never hate her. Voice got softer as she admitted what was really bothering her, saying she didn't want Arthur to be mad at her, not now and not ever, her words trembling with how honest they were. Arthur felt the weight of what she said and accepted it, admitting that this time he was the one who was wrong, and that he knew she was just looking out for him and he shouldn't have lashed out like he did, but didn't let him take all the blame, confessing that she had made a mistake too by calling him out in public and letting the pressure of her new title cloud her judgment, explaining that she was still learning how to be the student council president and how to balance her duties with her friendships. Their moment was cut short by the sound of footsteps rushing toward them, and Elijah came running in. Already mid-sentence and clearly excited to tell them what happened after, Charles Ravenpoop got free from the vines. For the second he saw wrapped up in Arthur's arms, he just froze, his mouth hanging open and his voice disappearing. With an awkward chuckle and a mumbled excuse, Elijah spun around and darted off, but not before giving Arthur a knowing glance. Not wasting any time, enthusiastically leaped into his lap and began licking her cheeks. Making Arthur chuckle, he then stood up and offered his hand with a small smile, and this motherfucker was killing it with that smile, and asked her to go for a walk with him. Two of them wandered across the quiet academy grounds under the moonlight, with a cool breeze washing over them. Broke the silence first, still trying to process everything she'd heard about Arthur's adventures, her voice filled with a mix of wonder and a little bit of envy. Arthur mentioned how he never realized Director Goodsky and her grandfather were so close, which finally explained how she knew so much about him. In response, admitted that her own relationship with was a key reason she became her disciple, though Arthur gave her more credit, saying her talent was the real reason. Eternally, however, thoughts were spiraling as she walked beside him. She noticed everything from the confident way he carried himself to the strength in his steps. He had clearly grown, not just in height or strength, but he was more composed and focused. Just looking at his face brought back old memories and made her feel jealous of a girl named Jasmine who had been with him during his adventures for the past 2 years, wishing she could have been the one to see the world with him. Arthur picked up on her silence and asked if something was wrong, but she just brushed it off with a nervous laugh, and in what felt like no time at all, they were already back at the dorms. Just as it was about to head in, Arthur stopped her, reached into his coat, and pulled out the faintly glowing beast core of the Elderwood Guardian. He simply held it out to her, explaining it was a gift to celebrate her becoming a dual elemental mage. Was so overwhelmed that she froze and tried to refuse something so rare and valuable, but Arthur insisted it was the perfect gift for her and was meant for her. Before she could argue, he smiled, told her to get some rest for the big day ahead, and walked off, leaving her completely speechless. Stood frozen at the entrance, clutching the core tightly as warmth filled her chest. Done that, he would so casually give her something so precious that meant the world to her. Later, Arthur carefully opened the door to his room, trying not to wake Elijah, only to jump back in surprise. Liger was wide awake, sitting upright and wrapped in a blanket like a cocoon, staring him down with bloodshot eyes. Startled by the theatrics, Arthur muttered in disbelief, but Elijah was dead serious, pointing to a spot across from him and demanding that Arthur sit down and explain what he had witnessed earlier that night. Feeling cornered, Arthur gave in with a nervous chuckle, getting ready for the interrogation. Elijah, using a despair-filled theatrical voice, brought up the moment he saw, whom he dramatically called the lunar goddess, lean her head on Arthur's shoulder. The nickname confused Arthur at first, but Elijah explained with dramatic flair that the students at Academy called her that because she was beautiful and radiant, but seemed as distant and unreachable as the moon. And somehow Arthur had managed to touch that moon. He had even started to snuggle with the idea, but before Elijah could ramble on, Arthur, having had enough of the theatrics, chucked a pillow right into his face and told him to get some sleep, which made Elijah give up with a dramatic sigh and fall back onto the bed and surrender. Next morning came quickly, and Arthur was already dressed and fastening the shoulder strap of the knife that signified his role on the disciplinary committee. He made his way to the auditorium through a back entrance. He straightened his shirt and vest to look presentable, although he was tired and a bit nervous. As he stood in front of the gate, he was also curious to see what the most powerful students at Academy were really like. The second he opened the door, a massive roar blasted him, blowing his hair back and forcing, who had been sitting on his head, to cling on tightly so she wouldn't fly off. In front of him stood a huge beast, about 6 feet tall on all fours, which would have terrified most people. But to Arthur, it just looked like a giant kitten trying way too hard to be scary compared to its dragon form. Just then, a student, who was clearly amused but also a little disappointed that the test failed, peeked out from the side. Arthur asked if it was a prank to test his nerve. Student, a 4th year named, then questioned if Arthur's position was earned through his skills or some kind of hidden connection, leaning in to cryptically mutter something about blood not lying. That left Arthur confused for a moment. Just brushed it off as an old saying, and offered his hand, which Arthur shook while formally introducing himself, and his bond, who had just whopped the giant kitty's ass, making his expression flicker with curiosity as he wondered what sort of beast could make the giant creature they used for the test so docile. Just then, a loud, brash voice echoed through the hall, criticizing the committee for lacking real men and calling the new guy another delicate, pretty boy. Arthur thought he recognized the voice from his chat with Elijah, and muttered the name Helgarth. But a muscular, aggressive girl quickly snapped back, demanding to know who he was talking about and introducing herself as a first year like him. When Arthur, caught off guard, tried to laugh it off and shake her hand, she slapped it away and told him he was too stiff. Before he could even process her intense personality, interrupted and called them to join the others, explaining that Director Goodsky hadn't told anyone much about Arthur, so everyone was naturally very curious. Just then, the girl looked back. Clearly bored by them, and not giving a fuck about their conversation, she grabbed Arthur by the hand and slammed open the door, telling everyone that last member of the group was finally here. Arthur followed her into a huge, formal-looking room where other students were waiting, and among them he instantly recognized. Broke into a huge smile seeing, playing on top of the giant kitty. B2C was really Arthur, explained that had used his bonded beast to try and intimidate Arthur, though it had clearly failed. He asked if it was the same world lion from the auction they'd met at, and confirmed it was, saying they had formed an equal contract after the beast reached A-class. With a genuine smile and a handshake, officially welcomed him to the disciplinary committee. Surprised, asked if they knew each other, to which just chuckled and said it wasn't just him. At that moment, a soft voice came from the stairs, and Arthur turned to see the familiar figure of Princess descending, who greeted him calmly. Arthur respectfully greeted her back by her title. She nodded, accepting his greeting just before she could say something. Another voice called out with some playful sarcasm. So this tall elf named the Third came up to Arthur, and even though he seemed ancient, he had a vibe Arthur recognized. It took a second, but then Arthur remembered this younger, mischievous elf from his trip to the kingdom. The Grin, Arthur called him, which made turn bright red. He quickly told Arthur to use his real name and show some respect since he was a few hundred years older than him. Arthur couldn't help but poke fun, bringing up that one time he knocked out with a single punch, calling it a good memory. This just got more irritated, and he accused Arthur of doing it on purpose. Just then, a strong and graceful girl with scarlet red hair named stepped in, introducing herself as a 6th-year battle mage student and the official leader of the disciplinary committee. The name made Arthur think of, and when he asked, confirmed was her uncle who started training her as soon as she awakened, which is where she got most of her fighting style. Arthur was pretty impressed, but tried to play it cool, and a tall, lean student with sharp eyes and a cold, arrogant voice introduced himself as Maxwell and immediately threw some shade at Arthur, questioning why he was even recruited, then extended his hand for a handshake. Thinking it was a simple handshake, Arthur took his hands, but dude had shady motives behind it, and suddenly, Arthur felt his body get incredibly heavy, cracking the ground beneath him. He realized was a rare type of mage who could control gravity. Thanks to the power he got from Stragon Will, Arthur used his mana to stand firm without showing any weakness, staring right back at him. This shocked everyone. The guy finally let go, saying that Arthur wasn't bad. A whistle broke the tension as, joked that Arthur was more than just a pretty face, teasing that when tried the same gravity trick on, the elf had fallen flat on his face. Super embarrassed, defended himself, saying it wasn't a fair comparison between a fighter like Arthur and a magic user like himself. Before things could get heated again, clapped her hands and took charge, telling everyone to get ready because it was the day of the Club Rush announcement. This would be the disciplinary committee's first official introduction to the whole academy. When Arthur asked what he needed to do, told him not to worry about preparing anything. The student council would do all the talking. All they had to do was walk in and look intimidating, which Arthur figured would be pretty easy with a giant and a beast-like guy named on their team, and agreed as she called everyone to get moving. It was time to show the entire student body what the disciplinary committee stood for and what fresh hell awaited anyone who broke the academy's rules. Later, an announcement declared the formation of a new committee, handpicked by the director herself. His crew was tasked with enforcing discipline and maintaining peace, basically acting as the new sheriffs in town. As spotlights blazed, the student council formally introduced them. and the disciplinary committee made their grand entrance, looking ready to hand out detentions and cracked skulls. Everyone looked at them with surprise. Later, when Arthur stepped into the classroom, whispers followed. Some students murmured about his looks and his cuteness, while others wondered how a first-year punk landed a spot among the academy's enforcers. A few didn't care about the politics, they just found the new guy to be their type. Arthur, the dense motherfucker, took a seat near the back, completely oblivious. Elijah leaned in with a grin, clowning him about his sudden popularity and the black uniform that screamed, "I'm important." Arthur, still adjusting, humbly replied he hadn't expected the attention. Before he could finish his thought, the classroom doors flew open, and a man with an air of authority strode to the front, slamming a folder on the podium. A sharp thump silenced the room. This was Professor. Arthur instinctively scanned the man's mana and found nothing, which was the universal sign that this dude was on a completely different level. Introduced himself as the instructor for fundamentals of mana theory, and with a smile told them they wouldn't be bored. He dove straight into the core differences between and, explaining how it long held an edge, due to their natural efficiency at absorbing mana. But then came the twist. Explained that as mages hit higher core stages, a well-trained who actually worked on their body could surpass A. It wasn't about starting advantages, it was about not being a lazy piece of shit. Then asked his students, who do they think would have the advantage, the mage who trained his body and core, or the one who only trained his body? At that, the classroom stirred. Few students, their egos clearly bruised, shot their hands up to challenge the point with recorded duels, encouraged the debate by the time the bell rang. The students left with new questions, their minds a little more open. As they packed up, Elijah reminded Arthur they'd meet for lunch, and the two friends parted ways. Moving through the crowded hallway, Arthur could feel the weight of countless gazes on him. Some recognized his face, others the distinct black uniform of the disciplinary committee, whispering as he walked with calm purpose toward his practical mana manipulation class. Once inside, he saw that the class was empty, so he took a seat and waited as students trickled in. Soon, him also in her black uniform. She asked to sit beside him, and Arthur silently shifted his bag to make space, approached to check if she was mommy material, but before the piece could settle, an obnoxiously loud voice echoed through the room. Then the oldie waltzed in, announcing himself like he was the main character of a shittier story. He pointed dramatically at Arthur, calling him rival, greeted with a ridiculous flair, and then plopped down right beside Arthur. Arthur just raised an eyebrow. Dislike for him had been painfully obvious before, so why the fuck was he suddenly acting like they were best buds? Before he could puzzle it out, the professor entered, and Arthur immediately recognized him, Geist the drunkard from the streets. This time, the dude wore light armor and a wide, shit-eating grin. He clapped his hands, declaring the class would be all practical, hands-on learning. When Geist's gaze landed on Arthur, his smile twisted into something sharper. The humiliation from their last encounter was still festering deep down, and Arthur could see it in his eyes. Geist welcomed the committee members, hinting that the class would benefit from seeing what their protectors could do. Arthur saw the bait, immediately thinking what kind of idiot would fall for that well. He got his answer real quick, but before he could react. The glory-hounding dumbass shot to his feet and volunteered, proudly declaring he would represent the committee and demonstrate their strength. Arthur resisted the urge to sigh, thinking, of course, this clown would jump into the spotlight. Geist's grin widened. As he accepted the challenge, he set up an arena-sized mana barrier, reminded everyone he was in who would only use long-range attacks, a clever way to cover his ass if he lost, and the duel began. He then gave the go-ahead, wasted no time raising his wand, and activate a domain-level spell. It was impressive, a high-tier spell meant to show off. Water surged around him, and a massive serpent of water coiled protectively around him, but Geist wasn't fazed. Cold blue flame ignited along his arm. Seeing that blue flame, Arthur thought at least this drunkard wasn't all talk. That flame meant real danger. Geist shot a fireball. That collided with the water serpent as it did steam swallow the stage. Moment later, a fireball streaked through the mist directly toward. His face went pale as he hastily formed a weak shield around him, but it wasn't enough. The fireball, though no bigger than a fingernail by the time it hit, burned a hole straight through his uniform and sent him stumbling backward. He landed hard, soaked, and utterly humiliated. Geist emerged from the smoke, still smirking, casually juggling two more fireballs. Accepted his defeated. Arthur, watching with narrowed eyes, knew this had been more about ego than education, and that motherfucker's grin told him everything he needed to know. And sat down. Arthur gave him a nod of reassurance, knowing despite the embarrassing loss he had shown skill. Geist, however, turned to the class with a smug look and asked for another volunteer, his eyes lingering on Arthur, and Arthur began to move. But was faster, she volunteered to go next. To surprise the elf, but she just rose from her seat and started heading to the arena. Arthur knew that this matchup was against. Who was ice type, she would clearly have a disadvantage against Geist, who had a fire type. Geist greeted the princess, telling her how it was an honor to fight against her, while also saying not to hold the result of this duel against him, nodded in agreement, and without a word, she drew her staff. At the moment Geist clapped his hands, igniting a flicker of fire, ready for the battle. To wasted no time and acted quickly, conjuring ice javelins. and shot out with incredible speed. Geist caught them midair with his flaming hands, melting them instantly. He praised her, but she didn't acknowledge him, instead conjuring 5 more spinning javelins. As they flew, Geist responded with a defensive spell of his own, blue flames that floated around him like spirits, and then launched a fireball at her. Arthur recognized it instantly. This was same deadly spell had once used. Just as the javelins closed in, he willed them to shatter midair, turning her attack into a storm of 1,000 sharp shards of ice aimed directly at Geist. The professor admired her strategy, thinking it was a cute move, but he believed it still wasn't enough. With a sharp command, Geist unleashed his blue flames, sending streams of fire surging toward. He didn't react, didn't even flinch, focusing entirely on her final spell. She was basically ignoring the "don't get set on fire" rule to build a giant ice tornado around the professor. But things soon turned ugly as Geist lost his control and shot deadly fireballs straight at her. Arthur got up from his seat, seeing this shit was going too far. Arthur moved without a second thought, but things just got even worse. Geist realized it late, was too focused on offensive, that she didn't put up a barrier to protect herself. Seeing this, he canceled his ember wisps, but the fire streams were still rocketing toward the princess at full speed. This shocked everyone, and Geist was scared shitless. But thankfully, our boy Arthur had scooped in to save the day. When the steam cleared, he was standing between the professor and the lingering flames, while Geist continued being an asshole. Arthur turned and told the professor, that his reckless game had gone on long enough and called him out on his control, his voice steady but sharp. Geist, trying to save face like the lying sack of shit he was, insisted everything had been under control and that he would cancel the attack. But Arthur knew better. He'd seen that spell before, and knew ember wisps couldn't be recalled once fired. Since was unharmed, he couldn't just deck the professor, so he made a decision. The offer 2 takes place, requesting the demonstration continue. Guy smirked and agreed. Since was done, she got up and started heading to her seat, after quickly checking if was okay, to which she thanked him and replied that he didn't have to step in. Arthur smiled and then turned to face the professor with murder in his eyes. Geist gave him the choice of combat method, but Arthur refused to play his games, telling him to fight however he wanted. Shocking everyone watching, that indifference only fueled the professor's irritation. He went to grab his sword, while Arthur got ready for the battle. Geist grabbed his sword, lit it up with blue flames, and charged at Arthur, his blade coming down hard, but Arthur was ready. The attack cleanly, controlling the leftover fire with wind mana. Geist attacked again, faster and more aggressive, but Arthur splendidly, and effortlessly dodged every attack. Clearly getting pissed off, Geist tried to insult him, calling out the committee for only dodging, while cranking up the heat. Arthur meanwhile calmly responded, "Why should I attack at all, especially when the esteemed professor can't even land a single fucking hit?" The words cut deep, and Geist's forced smile vanished as his expression twisted in anger. He started weaving spells into his movements, his sword strikes becoming unpredictable and laced with fire. Cast Flame Pillar and a blue inferno erupted right under Arthur, but he hit by inches without even flinching. Geist charged again, his blade slicing through the air, but Arthur leaned back, narrowly avoiding the attack, and recovering his footing with a quick tap of his hand. Not letting up, Geist leaped high into the air and came crashing down with his sword. But Arthur slipped past the strike just as it slammed into the ground. A few students whispered nervously, wondering if they should get the director. The duel had gone way past a simple demonstration, but Arthur had no intention of backing down. In a blink, he was done playing defense. He closed the distance, mana swirling around his blade, delivered a clean, precise strike aimed right at Geist's throat. The professor, shocked out of his arrogance, jumped back farther than he needed to, bead of sweat finally appearing on his temple. Meanwhile, Arthur flared up. The message was clear. "Playtime was over, motherfucker." Arthur then flared up, throwing insults at him, which naturally pissed off Geist. Arthur didn't pause for a goddamn second. With explosive speed, he shot forward like a missile aimed right at the professor's smug face. Every swing of his sword was a blur, leaving visible streaks in the air, each one sharper and more refined than the last. The sheer force of his assault started pushing Geist back, step by agonizing step. From the sidelines, Elfin watched in awe, realizing Arthur was forcing the seasoned professor into a full-blown retreat. Even the walking ego had to admit that Arthur was operating on a completely different plane of existence. As Geist neared the edge of the arena, the flames on his sword flickered and dimmed like his career prospects. Seeing his opponent on the ropes, Arthur decided to end it, and charged at him. He used a flicker of earth magic, causing the ground beneath Geist's next step to collapse just enough to break his rhythm. The professor, being inexperienced, recovered almost instantly, but that brief fuck-up was all Arthur needed. Every trail of wind left by his earlier strike suddenly activated, and the arena filled with dozens of wind blades. Shooting forward from all directions, Arthur's attacks accelerated until his sword vanished into a blur, his speed surpassing anything the students had ever witnessed. Protective barrier around the arena couldn't handle the sheer chaos. Cracked and flickered violently until, with a loud snap, it shattered completely. A final stray blade of wind slipped through, grazing the professor's neck and drawing a thin line of blood. Overwhelmed and outmatched, Geist fell to the ground and rolled out of the ring. His mana protected him from serious injury, but he lay flat on his back, his face pale and his confidence utterly shattered. Arthur stepped forward, planting his blade firmly in the ground right beside Geist's neck, the message clear. Then, withdrawing his sword, he looked down at the man who had tried to humiliate him and spoke with a calm, chilling respect, thanking the professor for his guidance, just as the bell echoed through the academy. As the match ended, he looked to see Ilfin's reaction. He saw walking away, having left the room without a word. Arthur stepped out of the classroom quickly, making his way through the hall. Wanting to catch up, Arthur picked up his pace, but a firm hand grasped his shoulder. The proud elf gave Arthur a nod of approval, a pathetic attempt to keep his dignity intact after his earlier trouncing. He admitted Arthur's performance was impressive, what he would expect from someone he now considered a rival. Arthur, not wanting to be an arrogant prick, returned the compliment, acknowledging Sefford and saying he would have done better if he'd known what kind of spell Geist was packing. Laughed, puffing his chest out and claiming that if he'd known the professor was going to be such a tryhard, the result would have been different, maybe even a victory for him. Right on cue, slowed and turned to face them, her sharp gaze locked directly on Arthur. She asked him what her mistakes had been during her duel. Arthur, a bit hesitant but honest, told her plainly that her main mistake was prioritizing her final spell while completely forgetting about the basic need to not get incinerated. Her expression was unreadable for a moment, her silence heavy. Then, after a pause, she gave a slight nod, accepting the criticism, and turned away without another word. Sensing the mood had just died, let out a small, awkward laugh, gave a quick goodbye, and disappeared down another hallway, leaving Arthur alone. The halls began to fill with students again. Perched on his shoulder, tilted her head, sensing something was off, Arthur patted her on head to clamber down. Arthur gave a small smile. Deep down, he was frustrated. Even though he had completely outmatched Geist using only his wind attribute, he realized just how far he still had to go. This current level of strength wasn't enough, not for what was coming. He needed to get a hell of a lot stronger. Arthur trudged to his next class, Basics of Artificing, hoping it would be less of a headache than swordplay or whatever the hell mono manipulation was. This subject was at least new, and he was morbidly curious if it was just this world's fancy term for the kind of tech he knew from his past life. He slipped into the classroom, a sea of unfamiliar faces chattering away in their little cliques. Just as he settled in, he heard a voice. The girl his age shuffled over. She quietly asked if the seat next to him was taken, and Arthur, figuring she wasn't a threat, told her to go for it. She thanked him, still staring at the floor, and mumbled something completely incoherent. Arthur leaned in, pretty sure he hadn't just been cursed, and asked her to repeat it. He got flustered, finally introducing herself as, before her brain completely short-circuited, and she blurted out a request to be his friend. She thought Arthur would think that she was weird. But now our dude just extended his hand, thinking he could at least make an acquaintance out of this walking social anxiety pamphlet. His face got all red. She nodded, agreeing to be an acquaintance, and reached out her hand, her palm feeling like fucking sandpaper, before she yanked it away, apologizing for her callous skin. Arthur just raised an eyebrow and showed her his own sword hand, which was basically a landscape of hardened leather from years of training. For the first time, she seemed to relax. He told her he was genuinely jealous. Because Wallace's hands were made for breaking shit, hers were for creating it. He seemed surprised, admitting she'd never thought of it that way, before a sly grin crept onto her face as she pointed out how mature he sounded for a 12-year-old. He reminded her they were the same age, but she just laughed, saying it had been a while since anyone treated her like a kid, especially after she invented the projection display artifact. Arthur's brain came to a screeching halt. This nervous wreck of a girl was the prodigy behind one of the most popular new devices. She was basically a fucking legend. He gave her a nod of pure respect, but just turned the compliment right back around, teasing him. Or being the mysterious freshman with a weird fox thing on his head and the balls to humiliate a professor. Before he could retort, the classroom door burst open with the force of a hurricane, and the familiar, booming voice of Gideon filled the room. Professor strode in like he was on a goddamn runway, calling his students plebeians and demanding they feel honored by his presence. His eyes scanned the room with a disgusting amount of pride until they landed on Arthur, at which point he clutched his face in a display of theatrical shock, so fake it was insulting. Arthur just shook his head, already done with this motherfucker's drama. Lecture began, but instead of teaching anything useful, Gideon launched into a highlight reel of his own career from 20 years ago, and another groundbreaking discovery from 17 years ago, and another achievement that had apparently revolutionized something or other. Arthur groaned internally. This dumbass was more interested in stroking his own ego than actually teaching, and this class was officially going to be a long, painful ride. Just as Professor Gideon was about to climax in his self-congratulatory monologue, the fucking window creaked open. Then Olive Green Owl flew inside like it owned the place. It flapped its wings once and landed squarely on Arthur's shoulder, perched regally on his head, let out a low growl, clearly pissed that this feathered intruder had invaded her personal space. The owl, an absolute professional, just ignored her and started grooming itself as if getting death stares from a divine beast was a regular Tuesday. Gideon, ever the drama queen, spotted the bird and immediately recognized it as a summons from director. Seizing the opportunity for more theatrics, he loudly announced that Arthur was being the privilege of hearing the rest of his life-changing lecture, a statement so full of shit it was almost impressive. The class chuckled at the professor's meltdown and gave Arthur a knowing look that screamed, "I told you so," a silent reminder that news at Academy traveled faster than a magical plague. As Arthur walked out, he could hear and the owl bickering like an old married couple, and he shot a mild glare between the two, internally sighing at the prospect of refereeing their stupid rivalry for the foreseeable future. He arrived at the director's office just in time to see storming out with an expression that could kill small animals, slamming the door behind her. That was definitely not a good sign, hesitating for a moment, and slowly pushed the door open, half expecting to walk into an ambush. Inside director welcomed him with a serene smile that did absolutely nothing to calm his nerves. The owl flew off his shoulder to rest on a window behind her, watching silently like a feathery bodyguard. Assuming he was in deep shit for the duel with Professor Geist, Arthur immediately started explaining himself, but gently cut him off, clarifying that this wasn't about him publicly humiliating a faculty member. Arthur was completely baffled. If not that, then what? Hit him with her mischievous smile and asked him to guess. And Arthur had no fucking clue what the Lady Dumbledore was cooking, and dropped the bombshell, calmly asking how he would feel about becoming an interim professor for the practical mana manipulation class. Hallway extended on and on, the path running deep through its length. He caught sight of Princess Catalan stepping out of the director's office, a clear look of displeasure on her face. Arthur's stomach tightened with a sense of unease, hinting that something crucial was underway. He leaned into the room with careful steps, his tone respectful as he asked if the director had called for him. Her irritation was clear for anyone to see. With a hint of hesitation, they signaled for him to enter and sit. As soon as Arthur settled into the chair, he dove into a heated rant about his awful encounter with Professor Geist. Before he could continue, Goodsky interjected, explaining that Geist wasn't the reason for the meeting. After a short pause, she caught him off guard with an unexpected question, asking what he thought about stepping in as a temporary intern professor for the practical mono manipulation course. A wave of doubt rushed through Arthur's mind almost instantly. She found herself thinking about the precise words Cathian must have chosen to bring about this sudden suggestion. She chuckled as she lightly cautioned him, tossing out a joke about not enchanting both princesses. The last thing they need is an all-out war breaking out between elves and humans. With a heavy sigh, Arthur, clearly fatigued, made an effort to shift the focus back to the matter at hand. It was made clear he was nothing more than a student, barely through his first day. The question lingered, how could he handle the responsibilities of both roles at once? Unshaken, Goodsky clarified that her role as director granted her the power to act entirely at her own discretion. There have been past cases where exceptionally talented students took on teaching roles, especially in introductory courses. Arthur leaned forward and asked about Geist's fate. At their meeting, she broke the news that he was no longer in his post. The decision wasn't prompted by Arthur, but by the formal investigation she began as soon as she found out what had occurred. Geist was backed into a corner with Princess Kathleen's help. She acknowledged that the level of distress the princess showed earlier was something she had never witnessed before. Arthur couldn't shake his confusion. Why had she, of all people, picked him for the job? She gave a casual shrug and said the opportunity had presented itself, and in her eyes, he was the perfect person to take it. She made it clear that, on this occasion, she had no secret agenda, only the intention to help him boost his public standing. While the students might bear a grudge against him, she vowed to offer her support if everything began to unravel. Ultimately, it's up to him to decide, but she stands behind him with quiet encouragement. It pushed him to evaluate whether he was truly making the most of his time. He eventually agreed to the proposal, knowing full well that blending in was no longer an option. His reply brought a smile to Sky's lips, one that showed quiet satisfaction. Watching him depart through the window, she couldn't help but dwell on the unsettling feeling he always managed to leave her with. Arthur Leywin proved more challenging to engage with than any royal figure. She looked to Javier, silently asking what he made of the young man. True to its wise nature, the owl beast answered at once, wasting no time at all. The speaker made it clear Arthur was exceptional, urging her not to underestimate him just because he was young. As she continued to question him, he remained composed, offering careful responses to her growing list of inquiries. Javier calmly explained that it all came down to Arthur's link with Sylvie, who, as it turned out, wasn't a fox at all, but a dragon. Cynthia was left speechless, having been entirely unprepared for what had just happened. Javier remarked that in time, Sylvie's abilities might grow to exceed his own, perhaps by an extraordinary extent. He warned her never to make the mistake of turning Arthur into an enemy. Should she offer him loyalty and respect, he could be her most formidable ally. But should she turn on him, he had the potential to become the force that would fracture the continent itself. The next scene unfolded in the cafeteria, now buzzing with life and noise. Catching sight of Arthur in the distance, Elijah shouted his name to draw his focus. He waved him over, inviting him to join the group. As they got comfortable in their seats, Elijah gestured to the girl across from him and introduced her as Charlotte. The scene pointed out that she was a student in his chain casting course, widely recognized for her outstanding abilities. Sylvie looked at Arthur's chicken steak with unmistakable yearning in her eyes. With a gentle motion, Charlotte reached for the fluffy being, intending to caress its velvety fur. Sylvie hissed sharply, making Charlotte jerk back in surprise. Elijah chuckled awkwardly, then mentioned the talk going around stories of Arthur besting a professor that had only fueled his growing fame. Arthur shrugged it off and verified the rumor, explaining that he was now serving as the professor. Elijah's surprise was so great that he spat out his drink, drenching Arthur with a sudden spray of water. A slight look of frustration showed as he brushed his face. Elijah shifted the conversation, telling Arthur about his shopping trip with Charlotte downtown and extending an invitation for him to tag along. He respectfully refused, making clear that his schedule was packed with 3 more classes and a strong desire to participate in the advanced lessons. Unbothered, Elijah opted to continue by himself. She promptly refused the invitation, making her decision clear. It was obvious that Arthur, not the shopping, held her full attention. As she got ready to leave, her warm farewell was meant only for Arthur, while Elijah lingered behind, feeling a pang of disappointment. Arthur's friend cast a glance in his direction, speculating if he might be able to win her over. Arthur's sly smile carried the conviction that the other deserved better, and he was sure they'd discover their perfect match in time. Later, Arthur took a relaxed walk around the academy's grounds. Wherever he walked, people found themselves unable to look away. Suddenly, a well-known voice pierced the stillness. He shifted his gaze and noticed Claire standing alongside Prince Curtis. They closed in on their target, steadily shrinking the gap. Among the throng of people, members of the student council moved through the crowd, engaging with others. Before long, Tessia noticed Arthur standing nearby. Moments later, Tessia realized that Arthur was standing just a short distance away. Her attention shifted to Claire, who was holding Arthur close with an unwavering grip. A sudden rush of energy surged through Tessia's body. Without slowing down, the person walked right past the rest. Oblivious, Claire failed to notice the tension slowly building around her. Arthur managed to pull away at last and paused, trying to regain his breath. All at once, the character sensed a vile presence nearby, one that felt disturbingly familiar. Something about it compelled Lucas to move closer. The instant they see him, a wave of emotion crashes over them. The entire scene stirred a flood of discomforting recollections. His hands clenched into fists, trembling with fury. Just as it happened, the courtyard shook as a towering flare-hawk came diving down from above. The figure in the hawk's grasp turned out to be Professor Glory, the expert in team battle mechanics. Torch wasn't just any bird, it was the creature bound to them by contract. Something in Arthur's gut told him something wasn't right. With effort, she reached inward to tap into her abilities. At that moment, their eyes found each other and didn't waver, an unspoken connection forming between them. Everything was so intense, it felt like their heads might split from the pain. It was obvious she was holding back, concealing her strength the way experienced mages typically did among students. As she began approaching, Arthur caught the smile on her face, warm yet puzzling in its intent. She approached Arthur with a cheerful demeanor, seemingly excited to meet her new teammate. Whispers rippled through the crowd of students nearby, each wondering aloud if he was the one meant to teach them. Taking control of the situation, Professor Glory clarified the truth. Arthur was a disciplinary committee officer, and starting now, he would also be acting as the interim professor for practical mono-manipulation. Even though it was only a temporary role, she made it clear how important it truly was. They were stunned, completely thrown off by the idea that someone so new had reached that level. They stood in shock, unable to believe that a newcomer had already risen so far. Glory reminded everyone that Arthur had earned his position by defeating the previous professor, and that the director fully trusted in his abilities. Amid the growing enthusiasm, a single student let out a scoff, their expression making it clear they weren't convinced. The achievement of defeating a professor felt less impressive, given that the professor was only an ex-adventurer who likely wouldn't have been offended by the challenge. Sensing the challenge hanging in the air, Glory was amused and chose to welcome it with interest. The moment had arrived to see if any student wished to step forward and challenge Arthur. As the girl spoke up, all eyes turned to Arthur, the intent to challenge him unmistakable. With a calm tone, Arthur expressed his appreciation, though he gently recalled Director Goodsky's suggestion to take it slow on his first day. Glory paid little mind to his words and waved the warning aside. In the upper division, there was no place for favoritism. Anyone hoping to teach had to prove they were up to the task. She faced the crowd and asked if they agreed, prompting a chorus of enthusiastic cheers from the students. The character was clearly excited to kick things off with something fun. Glory suggested a game of War and Conquest, but the students responded with little enthusiasm. Prince Curtis suggested an alternative, a team mock battle featuring all 3 disciplinary committee officers on one side, designed to build their teamwork and camaraderie. The concept caught Glory's interest right away. Eagerly, Clive put both his and Princess Tessia's names forward for the opposing side, but Tessia hesitated, conflicted about challenging Arthur. Glory was so caught up in her excitement that the thought of backing down never crossed her mind. The teams, however, were clearly uneven. Taking a confident step ahead, Lucas Wake offered to be part of the student council's side. Glory, a standout first-year student, embraced the chance to join without a second thought, seeing it as a perfect opportunity to test his skills. Wasting no time, Professor Glory instructed the 6 to take their positions. As they moved into place, with every biting comment, the atmosphere between Arthur and Lucas became more charged. As Arthur stepped into the role, Lucas felt the sting of disappointment he had truly believed it was his. But in Arthur's eyes, it was clear Lucas had never been considered for it in the first place. The teams began getting ready for the match. They were all dressed in their designated sparring attire. As Arthur struggled with the weight of his bulky protective gear, without hesitation, Tessia stepped forward to help him. He jabbed at her jokingly, asking if it was truly fitting for someone of her royal status to be involved in this. She pinched him firmly, signaling for him to speak more softly so no one could overhear. Having helped, she reveals how much she dislikes pretending they don't know each other in public. With his usual honesty, Arthur remarked that pretending to be strangers was no longer required. Tessia, taken aback by his candidness, was surprised, feeling the comment was somewhat irrelevant now. According to Director Goodsky, Arthur was someone who chose to stay unnoticed. Arthur shrugged off the matter casually, admitting he'd already drawn attention. Still, he felt comfortable as long as the true extent of his powers stayed hidden. With the moment between them turning more intimate, the remaining details no longer seemed important. Without warning, Glory showed up, leaving everyone shocked and leading to Tessia reacted by pushing Arthur back, as if he were an unwanted presence encroaching too close. The two sides were now positioned opposite each other, and Glory stepped up to set the ground rules. After 30 minutes of combat, a comprehensive assessment would take place, with the disciplinary committee facing an initial disadvantage. Curtis and Claire had received traditional training, unlike the student council team which featured 2 freshmen. As the king, Arthur's elimination would result in defeat for his entire team. Created with precision by talented artificers, the gear served to measure the damage endured. Upon hitting the set point, the gear sounded a loud, high-frequency alert. Choosing to overlook the alert and press on with combat or magic could mean removal from the course, or possibly expulsion. Glory cautioned that the equipment could only do so much. True protection came from mastering mana, and failure to do so could lead to severe consequences. In a fluid movement, she set the match in motion. Curtis approached Tessia head-on, driven by unwavering resolve. He decided against lingering, certain Tessia would stand firm. Curtis understood that delaying her for as long as possible was valuable, even if winning was out of reach. Holding his wand firmly, Lucas approached Arthur with confidence. In a swift motion, he created his own weapon, ready for what lay ahead. Though he kept it to himself, Arthur hoped Lucas had matured at least a little during his time at Xyrus. Nothing about him had changed. He was exactly as Arthur remembered. They stood eye to eye, defiance in their stance, both bracing for the inevitable showdown. Lucas held back his strike on purpose, choosing instead to spit out taunts. Arthur released a powerful surge of mana, catching Lucas off guard and forcing him to stumble back. Glory observed from above, a knowing smile on her face, as if everything was unfolding just as she had foreseen from Arthur. The sheer power Arthur unleashed was so striking that even the other fighters on the field paused to take notice. Tessia showed no sign of surprise. It was exactly what she had always expected. In time, Arthur revealed this concealed side of himself. He walked ahead, every movement infused with calm certainty and unmistakable self-assurance. Something in him stirred. Lucas was driven to retaliate. At his command, flames erupted, forming under the force of his will. The move he was executing was the infamous Inferno's cage. Reacting swiftly, Arthur harnessed his magic to call forth a rushing wind, meeting the attack head-on. The fall came to a graceful stop as he landed without the slightest stumble. In a fluid burst of movement, Lucas positioned himself for yet another offensive. Luminous fireballs swirled around Arthur, forming a radiant shield that surrounded him. Lethal projectiles revolved around him, forming a threatening ring of destruction. A number of fireballs suddenly shot toward the onlookers, crackling with heat and force. The two moved in perfect sync, slipping between the attacks with practiced finesse. Unfortunately, as he advanced, his footing slipped for just a moment. His movement set off a trap, culminating in a violent detonation. Fortunately, he slipped past the danger, untouched by the explosion. Lucas chuckled at the turn of events, continuing to hurl taunts at Arthur without pause. He had no choice but to rely on his speed and reflexes to avoid being burned. The sight of his difficulties left her feeling increasingly anxious. Arthur offered a calm reassurance that he was fine, then asked her for an update on the situation. Arthur calmly assured her of his well-being before shifting his focus to the current situation. Claire, unwavering, met the irritable man's intensity with equal resolve. With a sense of relief settling over him, Arthur turned his focus back to Lucas. A single glance at his adversary told him the truth. His opponent possessed a far greater pool of mana. He noticed it seemed much larger now than it had back when they were adventuring together. It caught him off guard, yet he pressed forward undeterred. He moved forward, intent on narrowing the gap. Once again, he was pushed into retreat by a relentless burst of blazing force. The stifling heat pressed down on him, made worse by his inability to wield fire or water magic. The longer the fight stretched on, the more Arthur feared his mana would run dry before it ended. A sudden explosion erupted, hurling him backward with force. Smirking with quiet satisfaction, Lucas felt vindicated for never joining the disciplinary committee. In his own words, he'd rather walk away from the academy than serve alongside someone he viewed as utterly ineffective. Like Arthur, it soon became clear that Arthur was in far greater trouble than he'd originally expected. His plan was to harness wind magic with enough force to push back the fire. Though he searched for an opening, no moment presented itself to cast a powerful spell. An idea slowly took root, sparked by something he remembered. The true nature of wind magic lies beyond raw power. He imagined the possibility of controlling the oxygen surrounding the fire, effectively smothering the flame. The concept carried with it an undercurrent of danger. He wondered if he could pull it off quickly. The narrative questioned if achieving his aim would sap so much strength that simply breathing afterward might be difficult. The looming dangers felt overwhelming and unavoidable. The unknown challenges ahead sparked a thrill of excitement within him. He came to the academy with one goal: to confront the unknown and become stronger because of it. High above the fray, Professor Glory observed with sincere respect for Lucas's impressive display in battle. His adept handling of Inferno's cage caught her completely off guard. The spell, complex and deeply rooted in flame magic, was one that most mages struggled to comprehend for years, yet he wielded it with a precision that defied expectations, especially from someone so young. What truly shocked the observers was the sheer volume of mana he wielded, an amount nearly rivaling that of a silver core mage. The pace at which the new generation was advancing stirred a complex emotion within her, equal parts sorrow and quiet joy. It was becoming clear that experienced fighters like her risked being left behind as the younger generation surged forward. In spite of it all, watching students like Arthur stirred a quiet sense of hope within her. Unlike most dual-element mages, his arsenal of spells was surprisingly limited. His exacting technique and refined command of mana easily offset any perceived limitations. Initially, her interest was only mildly stirred when she heard a freshman had bested a veteran adventurer like Geist. But then, as soon as Arthur let loose that formidable force, those around him were instantly struck by its intensity. She had no uncertainty about how he managed to accomplish it, leaving her to ponder about the kind of life he must have experienced. Achieving that degree of proficiency at his age was undeniably impressive. Suddenly, her attention snaps back to Arthur, and she notices something out of the ordinary. He stood frozen in place, appearing utterly detached from his surroundings. It looked as though he was holding his breath, completely still. As the fireballs closed in, she instinctively steeled herself, certain he was about to be badly burned. Moments before the flames could touch him, they vanished into thin air. The unexpected moment drew her in at once. She signaled to her beast to descend, wanting a closer look at the unfolding scene. Observing from above, she recognized that Arthur's power wasn't ordinary wind magic. It was refined control over the atmosphere itself. Such a powerful casting occurrence was now in motion. The task demanded an extraordinary level of focus and understanding. Creating a vacuum was an endeavor attempted by only a handful of mages. Drawing oxygen from the air required absolute control and unshakable concentration. Because of the immense difficulty in hitting a mobile target, this form of air manipulation was often restricted to a controlled radius or remained close to the caster. Even in the thick of the fight, Arthur continued to hold the vacuum around his body, an incredibly difficult feat under such pressure. He was performing the feat effortlessly, despite its difficulty. Watching him not only attempt but succeed at it silenced her completely. Inside the arena, Arthur used a subtle vacuum shield to neutralize the fire before it reached him. While the idea sounded simple in theory, its execution was anything but. Although his uniform was already damaged, he knew it wouldn't hold up under much more strain. He believed that the moment he cracked Lucas's magical defenses, the tide of the battle would finally turn in his favor. Lucas was clearly losing patience. His rising exasperation etched across his face. He was at a loss, unable to figure out how Arthur maintained such protection without employing obvious wind spells. Each failed strike only served to fuel his growing frustration. Resolved to end it, he conjured a colossal guardian forged from fire. Flames crackling across its body, the golem stormed at Arthur with unstoppable momentum. Unafraid and composed, Arthur welcomed the escalation. It pleased him to see Lucas reveal his strongest move, but just as he readied himself for the attack, just as he moved forward, a sharp burst of magic erupted, halting him without warning. Sensing the dark pressure in the air, Selby swiftly warned him of the looming danger caused by the nearby monopresence. In his urgency, Arthur didn't have time to pinpoint the source of the sound. The fire golem barreled toward him, its fiery body set to slam into him at any second. The impact sent him flying, his body tumbling helplessly across the ground. Fortunately, he managed to shield himself just in time, narrowly avoiding a direct blow. The creature lunged forward again with sharp, aggressive speed. With a familiar move, Arthur distorted the flow of time, making every second stretch unnaturally. He tried to advance, but the toll of previous attacks had left him noticeably weakened. Every second counted, and he was keenly aware of it. With each strained breath, he fought against the torment, compelled by the urgency of saving Tessia from harm. It became clear that the intense mana sensed earlier was, without question, originating from Prince Curtis himself. An overwhelming power had just erupted, its full intensity bearing down on Tessia alone. It wasn't just the sound of the alarms that disturbed them, but the relentless frequency and jarring intensity. She suddenly became aware that she stood defenseless, lacking any kind of magical protection or shield. In that moment, she realized just how defenseless she truly was. Summoning the last of his strength, Arthur launched himself ahead, acting in the nick of time. He moved in an instant, positioning himself as a shield between Tessia and the incoming attack. He pulled her close, arms wrapped tightly around her, bracing for impact and prepared to absorb the full force of the blast himself. He knew the pain would be intense, but in his mind, the result made it all worthwhile. A step back in time reveals how Tessia came to be caught in such a perilous situation. In the midst of her duel with Prince Curtis, her attention briefly drifted to Arthur. In that split second when her focus wavered, Curtis wasted no time in launching his advance. Her quick response allowed her to ward off the strike effectively. The irritation on Curtis's face made it clear he felt slighted by her lack of earnestness in their fight. With graceful ease, she evaded his strikes and deftly used his momentum to her advantage. His every move only served to emphasize his lack of finesse by comparison. In the moments before she unleashed her decisive strike, with every pulse, a sharp sting echoed through her chest, as if her freshly painted nails were marking the tempo. Her efforts paid off as she pushed Curtis away, keeping him at a distance. The uneasy feeling lingered without fading. Hesitant about the events unfolding, she made an effort to ignore the growing unease. Formulating a strategy, Curtis called upon his creature greater to aid him. He started to unleash the strength of his inner beast. She detected an intense increase in the mana swirling nearby. Her reaction was to unleash a burst of earth magic. The earth sent up roots to impede Curtis, but he responded with swift grace, clearing them with a smooth jump. Everyone could tell she wasn't quite herself this time. She struggled to control the mighty energy of the Elderwood Guardian coursing through her. For a fleeting moment she considered yielding, but her steadfast pride would not permit defeat. As student council president, retreat was simply not an option for him. Pulling his entire mana supply, Curtis channeled it completely into his next move. A lion-shaped blaze erupted violently, letting out a roar that split the air. She faced the full force of a tremendous explosion rushing her way. By now, her eyes were losing focus, becoming increasingly blurred. An intensifying pain radiated from within her, pulsating with every beat. Before losing consciousness, her final sight was the fierce, unstoppable wave of fire advancing toward her. The blast echoed across the training grounds, shaking the arena with fierce intensity. Professor Glory felt an oppressive weight in her chest, gripped by the unsettling thought that her actions had come too late. With urgency, she advanced toward the explosion, her sight blurred by dense smoke and scattered fragments. As the surroundings came into sharper focus, before her lay a scorched terrain littered with burning roots. While scanning the scene, she spotted Arthur lying over Tessia, his back blackened and still releasing wisps of smoke. He had shielded her from the blast with his own body. As students rushed to assist, Glory took immediate control, directing them to gather the rest of the team without hesitation. The teacher wasted no time in directing a student to carry out a damage assessment immediately. When he finally came to, Arthur was lying in the academy's infirmary, wrapped in bandages from head to foot. Every inch of his body pulsed with a constant aching pain. An irate Sylvie sat firmly on his chest, her eyes blazing with unspoken reprimand. Her tiny paw rested boldly against his forehead, a silent assertion of dominance. Silently, she wept, crushed by the fear of how close she came to losing him. At first, a flicker of confusion danced in Arthur's eyes. At first, the expression sharpens, but moments later, it softens with warmth. He apologized for worrying her and admitted to acting recklessly. He promised he would stay by her side, unwavering and ever present. In that exact instant, the door opened, and Director Cynthia Goodsky stepped in, checking on him and asking about his condition. His attention drifted past the room, fixed on another person, as he quickly voiced concern for Tessia. She reassured him that Tessia was making remarkable progress and would soon be fully healed. He was fairly certain of the cause. It was the beast will that had taken hold of her. When he spoke of it in passing, the director's demeanor shifted sharply. She stiffened, then asked how he knew about it. Arthur admitted that he was the one who had first bestowed the beast will upon her, and felt it was only right for him to help her assimilate it. Still, uncertainty lingered. He wasn't sure he could manage it in his present state. Goodsky admitted that Arthur had already gone above and beyond. She took ownership of her failure to be more present for her disciple during such a crucial time and sincerely thanked Arthur for all he had done. She explained that she'd already reached out to the royal family as well as his, and suggested he use the trip as an opportunity to rest. Having made up her mind, she turned and left the room. Tessia stood just outside the door, wavering in uncertainty. After a moment of silent hesitation, she decided not to disturb him and quietly walked away. Before she could take her leave, Goodsky caught her attention with an unexpected offer to have some dessert together. With no justifiable reason to refuse, Tessia gave a reluctant nod of agreement. She realized she wasn't ready to face Arthur just yet. After a short silence, the character suggested they resume the conversation another time. Arthur slowly awoke, drifting back in the depths of sleep once again. Blurred shapes of familiar figures began to form around him. Just for an instant, it mirrored the moment he had first awakened in this new life. His mother leaned in gently, her voice tender with worry, as she asked how he was feeling. Arthur gave a weak smile, apologizing for having caused them such a scare. Even in his current state, Ellie didn't hold back from teasing him. With a trace of amusement, Arthur fired back at her sarcasm, playfully calling her a mischievous little troublemaker. It was their father who revealed Ellie's true emotions, noting that she'd been more worried than even Alice. Arthur tried to downplay their concern, urging them to focus instead on the other person involved in the incident. While the others laughed freely at the situation, Alice alone stayed silent, her expression unchanged. The character stood frozen in horror, the thought of disappearing into the wild pressing heavily on their thoughts. At that moment, the arrival of Tessia's family eased Alice's worries, bringing her a sense of relief. It was clarified that Arthur hadn't actually taken a life. Instead, he had risked everything to save Tessia. They remained rooted to the spot, Reynolds and Alice both visibly stunned. Before the noble elves of Eleanor, the protagonists stood, a blend of reverence and uncertainty in their gaze. The group was introduced to Tessia's grandfather, the former king. Overwhelmed, Tessia's flustered state showed plainly on her face. Reynolds and Alice exchanged a look, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding. Without hesitation, they set about formulating a plan. A creeping unease began to take hold of Arthur, sending a wave of nervous tension through him. Tessia felt the comforting warmth of Arthur's mother's gentle grasp as she spoke of how often Arthur had mentioned her. A gentle blush colored Tessia's cheeks as her face lit up with warmth. Drawing near, Alice spoke in a hushed tone, her words meant only for her companion's ear. The sudden remark caused the poor girl's face to flush a vivid shade of red. Her grandfather stepped into the room, his gaze settling on Arthur as he asked about his recovery. A wave of inner turmoil washed over Arthur as he grew increasingly uneasy about the cryptic scheme his parents appeared to be plotting. With a teasing smile, the Elf King jested about Arthur potentially becoming his grandson-in-law someday. Tessia's expression made it clear she was completely overwhelmed. She apologized, guilt evident in her tone, explaining she had meant to visit alone. The fact that her actions had led to his hospitalization deeply troubled her. Arthur, unaffected, gave a light shrug and told her he welcomed the visit. In his eyes, her safety was the only thing that truly mattered. Ellie, however, held back, unsure whether to embrace Tessia. She found herself under a cold, piercing stare from the sibling of the one who had risked everything to protect her. The two girls exchanged a few words, slowly uncovering details about each other's lives. He brings up the detail that Ellie had received flowers on her birthday. It was something Tessia had gifted to him herself. The elf's face brightened with happiness, clearly pleased that her gift was appreciated. True to her steadfast nature, Ellie stood firm without a hint of hesitation. In an attempt to spark some drama, they playfully questioned Arthur about whom he found more appealing. Never one to miss a chance to stir the pot, Arthur made a mocking remark about their looks, calling them both unattractive, prompting a chorus of frustrated groans. Arthur shifted the conversation with ease, turning his attention to Tessia's well-being. Her grandfather noted that the integration of the beast's will was progressing more smoothly than expected, even outpacing Arthur's own advancement. Questions still surrounded the manner in which Arthur first obtained the core of the Elderwood Guardian. Arthur, his tone steady, claimed he had slain the beast alone. Yet, just as more was about to be said, one by one, visitors formed a quiet line, eager to check in on Arthur's recovery. The group was composed of the Vincent family and Elijah, who had come along with them. It was said that a steady stream of visitors came to see Arthur throughout the day. A sense of intrigue showed as the character asked about the recent events. A few individuals expressed genuine concern. With a questionable mixture in hand, Gideon appeared, the potion looking so volatile it might do more harm than good if Arthur took a sip. After a short visit, Gideon took his leave, a satisfied smile lingering on his face. The thought crossed Arthur's mind that he needed to head to the training room, where gear was being specially forged for him at Goodskye's request. After a moment, Arthur calmed himself and allowed sleep to take him once more. The creak of the infirmary door opening stirred them from their sleep. This time, Tessia entered the room alone. Arthur's face lit up with curiosity as he asked whether her assimilation was complete. She responded that she'd been told to get some rest. Arthur quickly asked if she was still experiencing the same pain she'd felt before. An unexpected laugh escaped Tessia's lips. The person, having narrowly survived, was taken aback that even now their worry remained fixed on her. Arthur found himself chuckling along, unable to resist the moment's humor. The scene stirred a vivid memory of the day he saved her from bandits when they were just children. Arthur tried to adjust his position, but a jolt of pain tore through him, forcing him to remain still. Without hesitation, Tessia moved to help him sit up, her actions quick and sure. With a comforting tone, he told her not to worry, insisting that he was doing just fine. She nodded in quiet agreement, but her expression turned solemn as she admitted there was still an apology she needed to make. Arthur repeated, his tone resolute, that there was no need for her to be sorry. In a sudden, unannounced motion, Tessia moved nearer to Arthur. In that brief moment, Shannon leaned forward and kissed him, as if time itself had momentarily stood still. Beyond the door to Arthur's room, Tessia fought to maintain her composure, her emotions threatening to spill over. The weight of reality hit her, and a deep blush quickly spread across her cheeks. It suddenly dawned on her, she had just kissed him. As the weight of her very first kiss sank in, her thoughts spiraled into chaos. With wide, startled eyes, she locked eyes with the image staring back from the mirror, eyes filled with uncertainty. The character cautiously attempted to reenact the recent event. A tangled blend of awkwardness and bafflement stirred within her. Collapsing to her knees in defeat, she acknowledged she may have crossed a line. It dawned on her that things between them could now be tainted with awkward tension. To save face, she debated re-entering with a forced smile, pretending the whole thing had been a joke. They paused briefly, drawing in a deep breath to regain their composure. Taking a long breath, Tessia forced herself to think clearly, piecing everything together with measured logic. They paused briefly, drawing in a deep breath to regain their composure. He often kept his emotions guarded, and it became clear to her that she'd need to be the one to reach out first. Privately, she listed each advantage she held: her wide acclaim, her brilliant mind, and the impressive magical skill few could match. Though her tone carried a trace of awkwardness, her words came out with clarity and purpose. Bolstered by a fresh wave of confidence, she turned and made her exit. Amid the chaos, Arthur remained frozen on his bed, stunned and struggling to make sense of what had just occurred. The memory echoed in his thoughts again and again, so vividly it felt unreal. Stunned into stillness, he was quietly consumed by a growing unease. His thoughts ran wild, consumed by the terrifying possibility that kissing a 13-year-old might have landed him in serious legal trouble without him even realizing it. Reality snapped him back to the present, reminding him that, physically speaking, he was actually at a similar stage in life. The norms of the society dictated that engagements or marriages at that age were not only accepted, but expected. To add to that, the kiss had been her initiative, not something he had started. That lingering thought refused to fade, and in exasperation, he slapped his own forehead. He winced, releasing a quiet groan as he tried to calm his teenage body, which was still reeling in a haze of confusion. Sometime later, he eased down onto the mattress, his gaze lingering on the ceiling above. He winced, releasing a quiet groan as he tried to calm his teenage body, which was still reeling in a haze of confusion. In the academy's crowded passageways, the announcement traveled fast. Classes were restarting the next day. Whispers spread to the academy about a new professor. What made the tale unusual was that the supposed instructor was a first-year student who had earned the position by besting their own mentor. Signs pointed to Arthur stepping into the role of instructor for the first time in an official capacity. Thrown into chaos, the teacher lacked both a clear plan and the tools required to conduct the class. He chose to rely on instinct, trusting that things would eventually fall into place. His mind lingered on Tessia and her ongoing assimilation of the beast will, a subject he had been avoiding ever since their kiss. The update reached Virion that she was stable and showing progress. Yet, with his return to Eleanor looming, he couldn't afford to dwell on it for long. With the fervor of a mad enthusiast, Gideon stormed onto the scene, eager to show off his newest inventions. Tessia's continued struggle to merge with the beast will lingered in his thoughts, an issue he'd been purposefully sidestepping ever since the kiss. Gideon performed well beyond what anyone had anticipated. They unfolded the training chair, readying it for use. The scene opened up to reveal a wild, rugged expanse of land. Overhead, a colossal metallic construct shimmered beneath the light. Arthur's attention was drawn more to the synthetic environment than to the robot itself. Gideon wasted no time before launching into a thorough breakdown. The apparatus was called the Training Operator and Blast Inductor. The name was conveniently shortened to Toby. The design of the structure allowed it to endure powerful spells, boasting durability on par with a dark orange core mana beast. Driven by curiosity, Arthur stepped forward, eager to put the device to the test. Gideon proudly declared the object's durability, insisting that not even his most potent spells could shatter it. Without a hint of urgency, Arthur called forth a fiery fist, flames swirling effortlessly around it. With ease, he thrust his fist through the structure, punching a hole straight through it. One mighty strike was all it took to reduce Toby to a heap of mangled metal. Words failed Gideon as he stood motionless, overwhelmed by the moment. With a composed expression, Arthur remarked that reinforcing the robot's protection was essential. At a separate location, under the leadership of Lance Barron, a team of explorers ventured into The dungeon was tightly sealed, its depths haunted by eerie, skull-faced wraiths lurking in the shadows. Their vivid colors and overwhelming energy radiated with astonishing intensity. As he looked over the fabric in his grasp, Barron's expression grew increasingly troubled. They quickly understood that things were far more complex than they had anticipated, possibly more than they were equipped to face. Returning to the academy, Arthur was once again deep in the midst of intense training. With fluid precision, they shifted from one elemental force to another, casting a range of diverse spells. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat, the character made use of specially augmented training tools. Drawing on both his physical prowess and refined swordsmanship, with practiced precision he disassembled the machines completely. In the midst of training, an unfortunate mishap led to a fractured leg. Arms and legs were wrenched free, the scene drenched in brutal chaos. Gideon's attention was fixed on Arthur's state, prompting Arthur to admit he wasn't at his sharpest and felt unusually slow. Gideon turned to the others, eager to hear their thoughts. Arthur began his feedback by recommending joint reinforcements, highlighting how easily they gave way under pressure. Gideon admitted that the machines were built without any magical offensive capabilities, tailored specifically for a standard augmenter. It was difficult to place Arthur under any standard category. He was more like a force of destruction in motion. Yet he pushed things even further by the choice to challenge the upgrades made to Toby's mana defense system took both Gideon and Goodsky by surprise. He detailed how the artifact depended solely on one thin layer for its protective function. As soon as the stronghold was compromised, its exposed vulnerability could no longer be hidden. He proposed using a series of smaller, overlapping mana plates that could regenerate faster. The revelation astonishes them, leaving Goodsley in immediate disbelief. With newfound urgency, they hurried to notify the Mage Guild about this promising advancement in defense mechanics. Gideon, meanwhile, found himself alarmingly near to. Arthur felt a surge of excitement, as if he had just uncovered the solution to all the challenges in his research. Elijah, with a mischievous grin, interjected to remind Arthur that he was on the verge of being late for his initial class of the day. Arthur moved unsteadily through the hallway, still feeling the effects of his earlier training session. Engaging in a battle with 2 enhanced Tobys at level 7 left him utterly exhausted and aching all over. He felt his grasp slipping away. Cain accidentally collided directly with Catherine. The observer quietly examined him, choosing not to speak much. His smile was a response to her composed demeanor. Together, they made their way into the classroom. In the bustling halls, students were already whispering excitedly about various rumors. Half of the group felt a mix of doubt and annoyance. The students questioned why they had spent so much on tuition only to be instructed by a seemingly inexperienced first-year student. Some individuals watched with a sense of fascination, eager to witness Arthur's potential downfall as he attempted to take on the role of a teacher. Meanwhile, Fifi, his former adversary, silently offered him her best wishes. Aware that the day's events promised to be anything but ordinary, Arthur entered the room accompanied by Princess Kathleen. As she entered the room, every student turned to look at her, their mouths dropping open in astonishment. The crowd unanimously believed that the theatrical entrance had been meticulously planned. The students were inspired by their new teacher's presence and felt compelled to leave a strong impression, particularly because he was accompanied by the kingdom's princess. In reality, Arthur hadn't orchestrated anything and found himself equally astonished. Despite his inner turmoil, he expressed gratitude to Kathleen and reassured her of his well-being, yet internally he felt a lingering doubt. She silently settled into her chair. Arthur found himself moving forward as others stepped back, leaving him in the spotlight. He identified himself as a member of the disciplinary committee, the son of 2 powerful mages, an attentive older brother, and the newest addition to the teaching staff. The class immediately erupted in chaos, with students vocally expressing their objections. The students were unwilling to believe that someone in their first year possessed the necessary skills to instruct them. Their frustration reached a point where they seriously contemplated lodging a formal complaint with the academy, accusing it of squandering their valuable time. Arthur shifted his gaze towards Sylvie, coming to the conclusion that it was his responsibility to address the issue of her current attitude. He hoped that the headmaster had been present to give a proper introduction, sparing him from the hassle. A sudden burst of energy propelled one of the students onto the stage with enthusiasm. The air was thick with confidence and a touch of conceit as the individual stood unfazed, daringly confronting Arthur for the coveted role. The boy boasted that he could secure the title by overpowering his opponent. The rest of the class erupted into cheers, enthusiastically encouraging him and repeatedly chanting his name. Arthur cast an unimpressed glance toward him, questioning the seriousness of his statement. In a composed and unwavering tone, the speaker instructed Lester to take a seat. The directive swept over Lester like a tidal wave, causing him to reel backward in shock. Quickly recovering, he addressed the speaker with deference, calling him Sir. The students remained in their seats, utterly shocked by the events that had just unfolded before them. Arthur firmly established his position as the professor, regardless of whether others approved or not. The teacher made it clear that anyone who felt out of place could choose to depart at any time. He generously extended a hand to assist those interested in transferring to another class. Those who wondered how someone like him had secured such a position found an open invitation to linger and discover the answer. Noticing that nobody was departing, Arthur considered it a victory and proceeded to begin the initial lesson. The teacher informed the class that the day's lesson would focus on a hands-on activity centered around the control of mana. The teacher inquired of the class about the most effective method to extract mana from the surroundings. A student lifted her hand into the air. Natural mana gathered itself into the core, allowing it to be molded into various techniques from there. Arthur found value in the well-considered response and decided it would serve as a useful starting point for his next steps. The narrative delved into the distinctions between augmenters and conjurers. The narrative unfolded by concentrating on the manner in which they consumed their prey. Mana flowed through channels in various ways. Conjurers summoned mana by directing it through their veins. Augmenters directly channel the energy into their core. The inquiry led to a more profound contemplation. Both types had the ability to absorb mana, yet it was solely the augmenters who utilized it to construct their core. The statement sparked deep contemplation among the students. When the same girl shared her belief, she suggested that conjurers typically do not focus on enhancing their physical abilities. Arthur concurred with the notion, elaborating that conjurers ought to handle mana with finesse, avoiding excessive dependence on their innate abilities. The thought arose once more, leading to another point of consideration. If conjurers indeed expend less mana, then perhaps the mana core might not be the most dependable indicator of their true strength. The students, now completely absorbed, started generating their own thoughts. Arthur looked out at the gathering, seeking 6 individuals who possessed affinities for elemental powers. The group was split into 2 sections. Conjurers took their place on the left, while augmenters gathered on the right. He instructed everyone to demonstrate their simplest spellcasting abilities, specifically without the aid of wands. The students followed the instructions without hesitation. Each of them began to craft their own spells. Arthur gave clear orders to the augmenters, directing them to unleash their spells. The conjurers were instructed to draw the essence into their own beings. The idea seemed utterly absurd to every one of the 6 individuals. Arthur's lips curled into a smile, suggesting he anticipated an exciting event on the horizon. As expected, the augmenters were unable to unleash their spells. The conjurers found themselves unable to take in their own power. Kathleen herself was unable to completely handle it. Despite the efforts of many, she was the one who managed to get the nearest. Most of the group expressed their dissatisfaction, deeming the assignment both unachievable and futile. Only those with advanced augmentation skills possessed the ability to cast spells from a distance. Arthur quieted the entire room by conjuring a basic spell of wind, effortlessly launching it as a distant assault. The students laughed, mocking the situation, as they pointed out that such behavior was typical of someone using orange core. Arthur chose not to contest. A much more powerful whirlwind of air was released instead. A powerful impact left a gaping crater in the wall. He then calmly inquired whether they still considered it normal for someone of his stature. The demonstration he executed was flawed, yet it successfully conveyed the intended message. The young man settled into the chair, and the volunteers were invited to accompany him if they truly wished to understand his methods. As the class concluded, the students sat in their seats, overwhelmed and murmuring quietly among themselves, uncertain about his true abilities and suspecting that he might have resorted to deceit. Arthur remained indifferent, showing no concern for the situation at hand, relishing the sole genuine advantage of being a professor, which was finishing the day ahead of schedule. Sylvie darted after a butterfly, her eyes fixed on its delicate wings fluttering through the air. The situation concluded with a humorous and chaotic tumble. Out of nowhere, Kathleen reappeared, catching him off guard and causing him to jump in surprise. He humorously claimed that he was engaged in a profound discussion with his imaginary companion. Kathleen settled into the chair next to Arthur, who silently pondered what might be troubling her this time. She expressed her admiration for the way he had taught earlier. He felt a faint smile form on his lips. Suddenly, an unusual hush enveloped the two, as both remained wordless. With a sudden sense of urgency, Kathleen leaned forward, his movements swift and deliberate. She admitted that there was something significant she needed to share with him. Arthur quickly begins to hope fervently that she isn't going to follow in the footsteps of the elf Tessia. He understands that such a situation could ignite a conflict between their kingdoms, all due to his involvement. Instead, she bows her head and offers a heartfelt apology on behalf of the royal family. Reflecting on the events of the auction house, she couldn't help but recall her father's behavior. She felt a deep urge to own up to the errors committed in the past and a hurt that was inflicted during that time. Arthur felt a rush of surprise as he realized she still remembered the event from 4 years ago. That day, she found her trust in her father faltering. Arthur attempts to convey that an apology from her is unnecessary. Kathleen emphasized the significance of the matter, believing it crucial due to the bond of their friendship. Arthur lifted an eyebrow with a hint of amusement, jesting about their current situation. She explained to him that embracing someone freely indicated a strong bond between them. In affirmation, it was indeed the case. She declined without making a sound. People had consistently judged her for her true self. Despite being undeniably one of the most powerful individuals around, this man was often regarded as a mere joke, and yet continued to roam about behaving in a completely silly manner. The sound of her laughter was an uncommon melody, a rarity that seldom graced the air. Arthur moved closer, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he playfully remarked on her chilly and regal demeanor. She quickly diverted her gaze and mentioned how impressive she found his lesson to be. The narrative highlighted how 2 spells, both intended to act as wind bullets, could appear remarkably distinct from one another. Arthur, sensing the similarity in the situation, shifted away cautiously. Meanwhile, Kathleen, aware of her intent to gather information, attempted to hide her motive, her mind swirling with panic. He noticed it and rose to his feet. He explained to her that it would be unfair to give his top student an advantage. He turned and walked away. As she savored the moment, a gentle smile spread across her face. Sylvie caught her in the act and laughed mischievously, her giggles echoing with a hint of devilish delight. Later on, Arthur was observed having a conversation with a student from Gideon's class. Without warning, Gideon felt a surge of annoyance. In a fit of anger, a sharp smack resonated through the air. A layer of chalk dust settled into Emily's hair, causing confusion to ripple through the group surrounding her. Watson is prompted by him to clarify details regarding an artifact that emits light. Without hesitation, she expressed her regret as the other person began an elaborate discourse, revealing the depths of their intellectual enthusiasm. Following the conversation, Arthur felt a twinge of irritation as he realized that Gideon had already started assigning them projects. Bill Watson felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of lending a hand. She discloses that she has a collection of LPAs prepared and set aside. Arthur found himself captivated by her presence, expressing his admiration by calling her a lifesaver. Despite this, Sylvie subtly attempted to encourage him to abandon his irresponsible ways. Elijah dashed forward with urgency. The conversation centered around a communication from the director. Arthur casually introduced Emily, adding a lighthearted comment that she might just be the type of person Elijah would be interested in. He'd always joked about ending up with someone nerdy, and now it seemed that his prediction was coming true. Elijah suddenly recalls the true purpose of his visit. Arthur was instructed to make his way to the training room. Arthur continued on his way. Tessia was discovered seated quietly, immersed in a state of meditation. Silly hurried forward and wrapped her arms around her. Tessia extended a warm and friendly greeting to him. Arthur glanced around, bewildered, as he noticed the absence of a director. It became clear that the headmaster had played a trick on him by summoning him to a place where he wasn't present. Tessia appeared slightly embarrassed as she inquired about whether they should initiate the assimilation process. The task required serious effort and a natural alignment with elemental forces. Typically, it takes a group of mages, each possessing a similar elemental affinity, to effectively counter the beast's natural resistance. Having mastered all 4 basic elements, Arthur found himself capable of directly supporting her. The object functioned as a reservoir of mana, while the task at hand involved addressing the challenges faced by the Elderwood Guardians Corps. When the process finally concluded, both individuals were thoroughly drained of energy. And to clarify, there was no hidden meaning behind this exhaustion for anyone who might think otherwise. The group appeared weary from their rigorous training session. As their conversation began to calm, Tessia hesitantly inquired whether Arthur remained upset with her for attempting to make a romantic advance. He was taken by surprise, yet he insisted that he wasn't angry. After the incident, she inquired about the reasons behind his avoidance of her. Arthur attempted to remain composed and evade the conversation by feigning that he wasn't the suitable partner for her. Tessia easily discerns the insincerity behind the feeble justifications. She mentioned to him that there was no need for them to get married or take any such steps. She longed for progress in any way possible. Arthur attempts to lighten the mood by humorously acknowledging the significant progress they have made. She had transformed from the spoiled brat he once knew into someone entirely different. Tessia felt a surge of frustration building within her. She attempted to engage him in a genuine conversation, but he continually dismissed her efforts as if they held no significance. Turning away from him, although he excelled in every task and exuded immense self-assurance, he only experienced self-doubt when confronting his own emotional vulnerability. She accused him of concealing his true feelings behind a facade of insincere emotions, urging him to be more genuine. She pointed out that he behaved similarly with Lilia, accusing him of being the immature one in the situation. Arthur stood in place, absorbing all the unfolding events, and it dawned on him that he could have made a significant mistake. Tessia had unfortunately caught wind of the earlier conversation, adding to the gravity of the situation. He found himself unable to offer any explanation, as disclosing his past life was simply not an option. During a subsequent training session with the newly acquired artifact, the words she spoke lingered persistently in his thoughts, even as he effortlessly handles the magical device. The character performed a fiery kick towards his opponent. The dummy's head threatened to spin out of control as it teetered precariously. As the confrontation reached its climax, the protagonist prepared to deliver a decisive strike just before reaching the artifact. After expending all of its mana, the entity gradually deactivated. Sylvie cautioned him against pushing himself too hard, reminding him that his recovery was still in progress. He assured her of his well-being and gently patted her shoulder. A nod was then given. Upon opening the door, they were met by the sight of the teacher with striking purple hair standing before them. She inquires about the situation between him and the elf, noting that both of them had missed class. Upon glancing into the training room, they were utterly astonished by the level of devastation within. Arthur explained to her that he had been training by himself. Tessia was nowhere to be found, indicating that her assumption had been incorrect. Despite everything, she extended an invitation to him for her upcoming class. The group approached him with their request, and after considering it, he gave his consent. The revelation that an entire training facility had been dedicated to a single student truly astonished her. She speculates about the intense routine he must be following to require such an elaborate setup. As she continued to observe him, her curiosity grew increasingly stronger. During class, Arthur found himself drifting into a daydream. Chabs was barely awake as laughter echoed around him, with others throwing playful jabs in his direction. However, he remained indifferent to it all. He longed to gently stroke his daughter's hair, and that's exactly what he did. Sylvie remained wide awake, her attention completely absorbed by her training. She moved quietly, embodying the stealthy brilliance that defined her. The professor's voice pierced the fog of his thoughts, abruptly drawing him back to the present moment. With a warm demeanor, he extended a friendly welcome to Arthur upon his return. After being away for an extended period because of an injury, Arthur expressed his regret for having missed numerous sessions and for his delayed start. The professor dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand and inquired if the student was willing to discuss his knowledge regarding the intricacies of spell formations. Arthur rose from his seat and provided a lucid explanation about spell formations. He described how they utilize simpler spells as their foundation, employing the same fundamental principles but applying them in varied manners to produce distinct results. Impressed by the response, Maynard seized the opportunity to begin his lecture. He introduced an unusual concept that allowed people to access one another's thoughts. The statement suggested that the world would descend into chaos. The merest hint of suspicion could transform an ally into a foe, or even acts of kindness might be misinterpreted as hostility. In a world shaped by such conditions, the mages emerging from that environment would be nothing less than formidable beings. Sylvie found it amusing because she and Arthur seemed to possess an uncanny ability to understand each other's thoughts. To her, this made them ideal illustrations of perfect compatibility. Maynard was curious about the differences among mages and wondered why some relied on incantations while others did not. A certain student proposed that chanting became unnecessary once a spell was fully mastered. The professor contended that the concept of mastery was rather ambiguous. He explained that chanting served as a tool for mages, aiding them in concentrating and forming their spells by harmonizing their intentions with their mana. The importance lay not merely in articulating words, it was about honing the vision within one's mind. In an attempt to ensure the spell worked precisely as planned, he humorously contemplated the scenario of someone declaring their love to an individual who truly despised them. The response was expected to be intense and filled with emotion, potentially manifesting physically. It was suggested that even love could act as a spell, unleashing a significant effect. Arthur's mind wandered once more as he pictured how Tessia might respond if such an event were to occur. The entire class erupted into laughter, and Arthur couldn't help but look up to Maynard, appreciating his combination of intellect and humor. The professor concluded his explanation by noting that those mages who mastered their thoughts and mental imagery consistently produced the most effective spells. In a realm where thoughts were as accessible as open books, those individuals would become the most formidable mages of all. As the lesson concluded, Arthur found himself feeling unsettled, his mind preoccupied with the events involving Tessia. The impact of her words lingered in his mind, baffling him as to why they were so unforgettable. Sylvie agreed with her perspective, asserting that she was merely expressing the truth. Many people had disliked Arthur during his days as an adventurer, but he had never let it bother him. Sylvie playfully suggested that the pain he felt was because he truly liked Tessia, though he couldn't bring himself to acknowledge it. Arthur found himself increasingly irritated as the young child persistently confronted him with blunt truths. He came to an abrupt halt, sensing that something was amiss. A group of students attempted to sneak up behind him, foolishly believing he would remain unaware of their presence. It was undoubtedly Lucas and his troupe of jokers. Sylvia felt a wave of irritation wash over her as she observed them. They made an effort to appear strong and unyielding. Arthur didn't wait for a word to escape their lips before he began to roast them. Lucas forcefully pushed aside one of his own teammates and confronted Arthur directly, getting right up in his face. The accuser labeled him a coward for fleeing from their confrontation and insisted on uncovering the secret behind his survival. Arthur spoke nonchalantly about a tiny opening he used to sneak away. Lucas was seething with anger as he sought to uncover the mystery of how Arthur had managed to escape the Inferno Cage spell unscathed and rescue Tessia. Arthur, with an air of nonchalance, dismissed the gesture with a casual wave of his hand, expressing that inquiring in such a manner was impolite. He then leaned in closer, making it clear that he felt no obligation to a troublemaker. Lucas reasoned that Arthur likely employed an artifact, with possible assistance from Sylvie or Tessia. He found himself unable to entertain any other possible explanations. An imposing figure, one of the other henchmen, stood out with his large frame, simple-minded demeanor, and closely cropped hair. The character began to express intense frustration, accusing Arthur of also taking Cathian away from him. He argued that the disparity in their ranks should have naturally kept them separated. Another student advised him to relax, noting that he was actually harnessing mana right there on school property. The man was already on the verge of losing his composure. Lucas decided to abandon his companion, choosing to avoid entanglement in the chaotic situation. Arthur insisted that he had no intention of seducing anyone. The deranged clown was unwilling to accept the truth. His thoughts descended into a whirl of delusion, convincing himself that Kathleen had already fallen in love with him. Lucas could see that the man had completely lost his mind. Sylvie let out a low growl as an ominous feeling crept over her, suggesting that something more troubling was on the horizon. Arthur became acutely aware that the individual was releasing an extraordinary surge of mana. His body trembled and his eyes blazed with anger. The deranged individual suddenly lunged forward, intent on ending Arthur's life on the spot. Sylvie felt her muscles tighten as she prepared to step in, but Arthur held her back was the name that stood out in the conversation. The character swiftly strengthened his magical barrier to fend off the assault. At the very last moment, he managed to evade the impending danger. In an instant, the urge was completely destroyed by the impact. Arthur raised his voice, pointing out that the individual had just assaulted a certified teacher right on the school grounds. However, the frenzied fool had stopped paying attention altogether. Lucas and his gang observed the scene, their expressions filled with a sense of self-satisfaction. The individuals insisted on their lack of involvement, thus ensuring they wouldn't be held responsible. Lucas felt indifferent towards the fate of the clown. Arthur faced a tough decision. Either he would fight back and risk expulsion, or the clown would end up causing him harm. In any case, Lucas considered it a victory. As he departed, he left Arthur with a reminder to prepare for their upcoming battle. Suddenly, their world shifted. The ground erupted once more, unleashing a relentless onslaught of sharp earthen spikes. Harnessing the power of wind magic, he effectively cleared away the debris. The young man watched in surprise as the other person rushed toward him with the speed and determination of a diving bee. Arthur raised his shield just in time to deflect the incoming blow. He found himself taken aback by the sheer intensity of the force. It was unusual for someone at the Orange Core level to exert such power. The man seemed to be unleashing mana with an almost frenzied determination, all in an effort to overwhelm him. Arthur contemplated the possibility of releasing his seal, aiming to apprehend his target without resorting to lethal force. Before any action could be taken on his part, Sylvie felt her patience slip away completely. In a single, fluid motion, the action was executed flawlessly. The impact rendered the deranged individual unconscious. Arthur glanced at his companion and understood that her outburst was a result of his momentary hesitation. Another member of the disciplinary committee hurried over, eager to understand what had just transpired. While Arthur swiftly provided a detailed explanation of everything, the girl knelt down beside the unconscious child, her eyes narrowing as she observed the peculiar markings singed into his spine. It became evident that he had fallen prey to the same curse they had encountered previously. Once the situation came under control, Manhwa was taken away to receive medical care. Arthur couldn't resist inquiring whether other students had exhibited similar symptoms. In response, she confirmed that indeed there had been another student who had lost control while Arthur was recuperating in the medical ward. Despite Arthur's curiosity about the markings, she remained silent, withholding any further explanation. She indicated that it was necessary to notify the rest of the team for the time being. Before stepping inside, she instructed him to personally relay all the information to the director. Upon entering the room, they found themselves surrounded by new sights and sensations. Arthur could hardly believe his eyes as he beheld the presence of two of the continent's most formidable mages standing before him. Beside him, the girl with red hair appeared as though she had just encountered her heroes. The characters Lance Baron and Lance Aelia stood directly in front of the observers. In a moment filled with pride, Director Goodsky introduced the two individuals, highlighting them as among the most exceptional talents of their generation. The girl struggled to conceal her excitement as she eagerly shared her dream of becoming a lancer one day. Baron remained focused on completing his transaction with the draw, not sparing a single glance in her direction. The director makes his decision and exits the room. Alia offers words of encouragement to the girl, expressing her hopes for the girl's success. Tears of joy almost well up in her eyes. As the two lances departed, both Arthur and Sylvie felt an undeniable certainty in their bones that these two individuals were, without a doubt, the most formidable people they had ever been close to. With the room falling silent once more, Goodsky shifted her attention to Arthur, requesting a comprehensive report from him. Arthur, prepared to offer an explanation, was equally curious about the sudden appearance of two of the Empire's elite without warning. Goodsky nonchalantly brought up that Baron had once been a student at the academy and was merely there to talk about his younger brother's admission. Though she had wished for their visit to extend, with more conversation unfolding, she tried to set her curiosity aside. She concentrates her attention on the incident involving Lucas and Marcoy. Arthur meticulously recounted the events, focusing particularly on the unusual surge of mana and the subsequent loss of control experienced by Marka. As he spoke, Goodsky appeared visibly concerned, particularly at the mention of the peculiar symbols adorning the child's back. The thought lingered in her mind, unspoken, suggesting she wasn't quite prepared to voice it yet. She finally came to the realization that Claire had been correct all along. This situation was not unique, and undoubtedly more students were afflicted by the curse. She remained unaware of the number of occurrences or the reasons behind them. Despite the involvement of researchers from the Mage Guild, answers eluded them, leaving only an ever-growing list of questions. Arthur fell into silence as he came to understand the profound depth of the situation. Goodsky instructed Claire to enhance the frequency of patrols, placing particular emphasis on conducting them during the nighttime hours. She expressed her gratitude to Arthur for his swift recovery. Recognizing the necessity for any assistance they could secure, it became evident that every bit of help was crucial. With the conclusion of the meeting, she made her way back to her office. Feeling the weight of uncertainty, the character questioned the wisdom of involving students in such a perilous situation. Despite her apprehension about the potential repercussions, she understands that making sacrifices is unavoidable. They found themselves pondering why events were accelerating more rapidly than anticipated. Beyond the confines of the building, the world stretched out in its vast openness. Arthur and Claire went their separate ways. The observer noticed Baron reprimanding his younger sibling. Arthur found himself taken aback as he witnessed Lucas being brought down a notch. In the presence of his older brother, the guy's arrogance held no significance. In that instant, Arthur recalled Caspian's cautionary advice, which was that he should refrain from confronting Lucas until he possessed the strength to also stand against Baron. The weight of reality struck with considerable force. Given the current circumstances, Arthur found himself with little hope of success. Before he has the chance to grab his weapon, Aaliyah materializes unexpectedly, pressing a blade against his throat. The unexpected encounter left him startled, as he wondered why intense animosity seemed to be directed at a simple lance. The statement highlighted the fact that keeping weapons inside a dimensional ring could lead to moments of hesitation and delay. Arthur sheathed his sword, clarifying that his emotions were not directed at her, explaining that they had never even met before. Aaliyah held a different opinion. She noted that she could perceive his hidden intentions and acknowledged that despite his potential, he knew that any confrontation with Baron would be futile. Arthur came to the stark realization of just how outmatched he truly was by them. When he inquired about Aelia's strength relative to Baron, she teased lightheartedly, using her hands to dramatically illustrate the disparity in strength. He felt a twinge of disappointment when he realized there was no laughter in response. She acknowledged that she was the least powerful among the lances. Despite Baron's perceptiveness, hers was even keener, enabling her to halt his actions with remarkable swiftness. Arthur expressed his admiration for her with a respectful compliment. Alia appeared to be thoroughly enjoying the conversation. She even went so far as to pat his head, mentioning that he reminded her of her younger brother. The person would have been about the same age as him if they had survived. With a heartfelt farewell, she departs. Following day, whispers and stories spread like wildfire throughout the camp. The classroom buzzed with students engaging in hushed conversations, their words tinged with shock over the surprising event that had unfolded. Sylvie muttered to herself, puzzled by the human fascination with gossip. Arthur nodded in agreement. Upon arriving, she entered the room where the disciplinary council meeting was being held. In the room, tension was etched onto every face. Claire revealed the shocking news that Manhwa had passed away the previous night due to an uncontrollable loss of mana, which the medics were unable to halt. The mysterious markings on his back were directly responsible for his condition, even as he lay unconscious. Kathleen reported that the investigation revealed no significant discoveries. The family chose to keep the few things they learned to themselves, unwilling to let any information be disclosed. A member of the committee forcefully brought their hand down onto the table, making a loud, decisive noise. The characters slammed their fists on the table, feeling a surge of frustration for being kept uninformed. Claire deftly redirected the conversation toward the subject of Arthur's return. The situation underscored the necessity for more rigorous patrols and enhanced security measures. Following the conclusion of the meeting, they all pondered whether any of the proposed measures would genuinely make a difference. Arthur found himself teamed up with Theodore for patrols, their partnership arranged due to the mismatch in their schedules. Feifei proudly displayed his latest invention, a tool capable of functioning like a miniature radio, allowing for actual communication. Arthur found himself taken aback, while Kathleen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It was surprising to everyone that Kai had chosen to take on the responsibility of patrolling such a vast area of the campus by himself. Arthur couldn't resist teasing her, pointing out the amusing contradiction between her expressions and the things she said. Feifei concurred, noting that Kai typically shied away from responsibilities, making his current actions undeniably suspicious. Arthur wondered aloud if the situation involved Theodore in any way. He pondered the reason his brother Curtis had declined to assist with the trolls. Katya nonchalantly introduced her own shocking twist into the conversation by revealing that she had told him something significant. The girl and Arthur stood together, her statement leaving Arthur in utter disbelief. It was clear that she hadn't grasped how absurd her words might seem, depending on one's interpretation. The classroom buzzed with the energy of a new term beginning. Arthur was eager to discover if anyone had successfully tackled the question he had posed to them. The debate centered around the idea of whether the color of mana genuinely represented a mage's actual power. Feifei swiftly interjects, offering the textbook response. It was commonly believed that the hue of an individual's metacore served as an effective indicator of their strength. Arthur swiftly dismissed the idea without hesitation. They described it as an oversimplification, further clarifying that assessing strengths based on mana cores could be deceptive. The evaluation disregarded crucial elements such as strategic planning in battles, the speed at which someone could respond, and their overall awareness during combat. He likens it to the assumption that someone is an exceptional fighter solely based on their muscular build. Possessing great strength can be advantageous, yet it doesn't necessarily elevate them above a warrior with a more slender physique. Lin's student questioned him, seeking to know if there existed any alternative method that could surpass the effectiveness of measuring mana color. Arthur did not hesitate to deliver a response that was both brutally honest and straightforward, instructing them not to waste their efforts in attempting to assess individuals in such a manner. He issued a caution about the perils of underestimating others, noting that such a mindset could be risky. He explained that an individual with a seemingly weaker foundation might still pose a significant danger, depending on their combat approach. The notion of going easy on an individual simply because they appear weaker defied all logic. In the midst of battle, the safest path involves taking every confrontation seriously and proceeding with careful consideration. As the discussion came to a close, Arthur addressed the class. The training drill from the previous session was set to be repeated. After class, he appeared visibly intoxicated. He eventually loses consciousness. He was abruptly awakened by a letter from Gideon. A new version of Toby had been constructed for him to evaluate. Arthur felt a pang of guilt as he hurried into Professor Glory's classroom, realizing he was late once again. She dismissed his eagerness with a gentle wave, insisting that he was still on the mend and cautioning him against exerting himself too soon. Instead, she suggested he simply observe from the sidelines. He felt a sense of relief knowing he wouldn't have to confront Lucas immediately. Arthur leaned back in his seat. Sylvie was left to rebound on her own. The elf was taken aback to find the small fox approaching Tessia. Arthur received a piercing glance. Before taking a seat beside her, he positioned himself. He attempted to speak, but Tessia interrupted him, insisting that explanations were unnecessary. She realized she had acted impulsively and, feeling a tinge of regret, offered an apology. Arthur reassures her that her previous words were indeed correct. He realized that he had made a mistake regardless of the outcome. The ability to control emotions eluded even someone like him. Tessia acknowledged her own missteps, admitting she too had spoken out of turn. Per Jelm. Arthur confessed that he had been the one deliberately steering clear of her the entire time. Instead of fleeing from the situation, he takes responsibility and expresses his regret beforehand. He directly informed her that it wasn't possible for him to be in a relationship with her at that moment. It was as if the sound of her heart breaking could almost be heard. Turning away, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Arthur, however, leaves her with a small glimmer of hope. He suggested that he might consider the possibility when they were older in the future. She informed him that he shouldn't count on her patience. The young man boldly claimed he understood her abundance of choices, but his statement only elicited laughter from her. After a moment of hesitation, she reaches out and lightly pokes him. She wondered aloud if she could at least rely on him to refrain from flirting with others while making such a confession to her. Arthur repeatedly assures everyone, emphatically promising that he will not do it. She acknowledges and comes to terms with the current state of their relationship for the time being. As he rose to his feet, he advised her not to linger. He bent down and placed a soft kiss on her forehead, hoping it would serve as an apology for everything that had happened. Following the kiss, Arthur becomes completely immobilized, resembling a statue, barely managing to function due to the overwhelming embarrassment. It was as if a single kiss had completely upended his entire world. He pondered why the current lessons seemed to revisit older materials so frequently. In the classroom, a curious student posed an insightful question, inquiring about the reasoning behind the behavior of elements. Naturally occurring forces like gravity and lightning existed in the world, while mana did not share the same inherent presence. The teacher enthusiastically delved into the topic, explaining that it was a significant enigma that had baffled mages for generations. Some theorized that unusual elements emerge only when certain mysterious conditions were satisfied. In contrast to the fundamental elements, mana did not manifest in the natural world in the same manner. Fire stood as a rare anomaly since it also required a catalyst to naturally ignite. Fire holds a prestigious position among basic forms of magic due to its unpredictable and unruly nature, which closely resembles that of deviant magic. Arthur came to the understanding that the class was lagging in the curriculum. The real source of his swirling thoughts was Tessia's response to the moment they had shared. The character was spiraling into her unique form of panic. The sensation of joy seemed to ricochet back and forth. The mere act of receiving a kiss on the forehead brought about an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Lost in her emotions, she found herself gazing at her own reflection. The character began to envision the appearance of their future children. The sole connection they had formed at this point was a small, singular kiss, while at the same time events were unfolding back on campus. A group of foolish individuals busied themselves with spray cans, covering walls in colorful graffiti. The walls were defaced with graffiti targeting elves and dwarves, deliberately inciting animosity. Arthur stumbled upon the scene, catching them in the midst of their actions. As he approached, his sudden presence startled them so intensely that it felt as though their very souls had leaped out of their bodies. When a girl makes an attempt to strike him, with a single, powerful kick, she was effortlessly knocked aside. The character stumbled forward and fell flat on the ground. The crowd criticized him for striking a girl. Arthur responded with a detached falsehood, claiming he supported the notion of gender equality. With a composed demeanor, she began to gather the energy needed for a wind spell. Her expression remained polite as she inquired whether the other person genuinely wished to discover the consequences of meddling. In the midst of the bustling school hallways, a patrol member apprehended yet another student. Regrettably, neither of the items displayed any identifying marks. There was no evidence of any connection to a curse. The second officer escorts the group to the administrative office. After the others departed, Arthur and Sylvie were left to complete the patrol by themselves. Sylvie was both weary and famished. Arthur offered reassurance, explaining that they were nearly finished with the task. As they approached the area where Kai was on patrol, Sylvie became aware of an unexpected surge of mana. Arthur swiftly guides her to concealment behind a nearby pillar. From afar, he notices a man whose mana spills out, leaving damp footprints in his wake. As anticipated, the ominous symbols were etched across his back. Arthur chose not to confront the individual. Instead, he opted to follow him discreetly, hoping to uncover the destination of his journey. However, just as everything seemed to be going smoothly, a student, unaware of the situation, shouted Arthur's name, completely revealing his disguise. The suspect disappeared from view. Arthur seethed with rage at the man who had destroyed everything. Kai arrived with irritation etched across his face, clearly more concerned about his territory than he was about the recent escape. Upon entering the scene, one character began inquiring about Theo's whereabouts. In response, Arthur clarified that Theo was currently accompanying the other two students to the office. The absence of coverage in their patrol area was apparent. In that very moment, the daggers in their hands began to emit a radiant yellow light. The situation indicated that Theo had inadvertently set off the alert signal. Kai instructed Arthur to see how Theo was doing. The task of tracking the suspect was placed in his capable hands, as Arthur painted a vivid picture of the man's appearance. In a fleeting instant, Kai's face shifts to one of suspicion, suggesting he might have deliberately sabotaged Arthur's mission. Arthur and Sylvie sprinted directly ahead. The direction was aimed at Theodore and his companions. Arthur slowly began to realize that Theodore's head had been struck with a bat. The impact of the strike carried an intensity that seemed far beyond that of a normal hit. After he had safely guided the children to the administrative building, he remembered suddenly being caught off guard by an unexpected attack. Locating the children would be straightforward, given they were all students. What left him more perplexed was the possibility that a third individual might have attempted to step in. The idea held some merit, considering it was almost inconceivable that Theodore could be rendered unconscious with just one blow. Arthur started to entertain the thought that an individual such as Manhwa could be responsible for the attack. The issue lay in the fact that Theodore had no opportunity to see the attacker before losing consciousness. Arthur recalled that Kai had an injury on his arm. Theodore was truly curious about the whereabouts of Arthur, who seemed to have vanished without a trace. Due to the absence of concrete evidence regarding the enigmatic figure he believed he had seen, Arthur decided to remain silent. The other committee members appeared puzzled as they considered Arthur was merely stepping in on Kai's behalf. He was much stronger and more reliable than his outward appearance suggested. The next morning, Arthur considered the outcome of their search efforts, realizing that both had concluded without uncovering a single lead. His thoughts remained unsettled, still lingering on that disturbing meeting. He caught himself caught in a whirlwind of overthinking, causing his project to unravel into chaos. Gideon appeared suddenly, causing a jolt of surprise, his expression showing clear disapproval. Arthur struggled to generate another revolutionary concept. Observing Arthur's far-off look, someone inquired about his troubles. Arthur confessed that the topic at hand concerned committee issues. The thoughts had consumed him to the point where they entirely occupied his mind. The student found himself lost in thought throughout his initial pair of classes. A girl with a nerdy demeanor accidentally brushed against his shoulder. She unveiled a collection of glowing artifacts that she had obtained for him. His expression brightened with happiness as Sylvie came to the realization that the man was almost certainly playing unfairly. In Professor Glory's class later, the students engaged fiercely in simulated combat exercises. Arthur stood at the edge of the scene, watching intently. He remained perplexed by the fact that Lucas had merely been suspended for what had happened earlier. Sylvie found herself engulfed in boredom, her thoughts longing for Tessia's company. However, she knew that Tessia's presence would be essential later that evening in the training room. Sylvie felt a wave of relief wash over her at the news that patrol duties were no longer required, as she had always loathed them. Approaching Arthur, Professor Glory sank to the ground, worn out from fatigue. She conveyed that the council had reached a decision to prohibit trips to the safe dungeons, which she had always enjoyed visiting with her students. Arthur's curiosity about the journey began to increase. Glory suggested that they might venture into a dungeon of an even lower tier. For someone of his exceptional skill, it was a task that presented no challenge at all. As the day drew to a close, Arthur and Tessia concluded their assimilation practice, utterly exhausted. Perfect wrote. Arthur proposed that they unwind by the poolside. As they sat side by side, their eyes rested on the broken remnants of the Toby artifacts, while Arthur carefully assessed Tessia's well-being. The inquiry was made regarding whether her beast, Will, had been the source of any recent rejections. Fortuitously, nothing concerning had occurred, providing a great sense of relief. He strongly advised her to notify either the director or himself if any issues arose, given that her grandfather was currently absent. Tessia extended her limbs and confidently reassured him that she would manage just fine. In an ideal scenario, her assimilation could be completed in just a few weeks. With any luck, they might even succeed in advancing her core to a more advanced stage. Arthur's expression transformed abruptly. A mischievous elf splashed water playfully. He responded by playfully splashing water back. The character expressed regret for assisting in calming her down. The two of them engaged in a lively exchange of water splashes, continuing until both felt at ease. As her hands moved closer, they were on the verge of touching, poised to create a tender moment. Tessia's cheeks turned a bright shade of red. The silence shattered when Director Goodsky looked utterly exhausted, the toll of numerous battles clearly etched on her features. Tessia hurried over to see if she was okay. The director insisted that she was unharmed, explaining that she had only engaged in a sparring session at the guild. Arda's expression turned into a frown as she recalled that she had an appointment with the council. Goodsky mentioned that she had made a slight change in her route. Tessia couldn't shake off the feeling of unease, worried that the elderly woman might be pushing herself too hard for someone of her age. Goodsky understood their concern and assured them that he would exercise greater caution. The request was made to utilize Arthur's training room for the evening's class lesson. Arthur nodded in agreement, having finished his practice session for the day. Upon exiting the room with Tessia attending to him, the realization dawned quietly upon them, suggesting that the director was concealing something. He concluded that it wasn't his role to delve into the matter. The following day, Arthur found himself trudging through his classes, each step feeling heavier than the last. Elijah observed Arthur's weary demeanor and speculated about the activities that might have led to his fatigue. His return was delayed due to attending a social club event. Elijah stood with pride as he unveiled his plans to become a member of the Chaincasting Research Club. Arthur's curiosity piqued as he pondered the reason behind the man's peculiar behavior. He couldn't help but feel repelled, speculating that perhaps this man had experienced harsh rejection in the past, which now drove his apparent desperation. Elijah passionately expressed his belief that this stage of life was perfect for experiencing romance and adventure. His bold declaration came to an abrupt halt when the professor intervened. The entire class burst into laughter, ridiculing the boy for prioritizing matters of the heart over his academic pursuits. Even Arthur became part of the scene, while Elijah sat there, feeling the sting of embarrassment. The professor altered the atmosphere in the room by bringing up the recent sorrowful event of a classmate's passing. The students were cautioned about the deadly risks that came with pushing magic beyond its boundaries. The most skilled mages and medics continued their investigation into the mysterious events surrounding Margwa. However, there was one undeniable truth. He had pushed his body to channel magic well beyond its natural limits. The pressure exerted on a manicure could be as harmful as ripping a muscle, potentially causing lasting harm or, in uncommon instances, resulting in fatality. A girl raised a question, wondering why Markoi had not survived even though he had used mana elixirs. The professor acknowledged the validity of her argument, yet he elaborated that exceptions could invariably be found. His objective was to warn them about the concealed expenses associated with external enhancers that boost mana capacity. The use of these aids frequently resulted in harsh side effects, such as the leakage of mana. Arthur paid close attention, yet he couldn't shake the thought that Marquaz's strange actions were still a mystery, just like the enigmatic curse markings that adorned his back. In the next scene, Arthur entered his classroom and extended a warm greeting to all his classmates. The teacher chose to offer subtle clues regarding the resolution of the exercise he had given to the class. The initial student summoned by the teacher was Lester, a once boastful and unpleasant individual whom he had put in his place on their first encounter. Lester felt a chill of fear run through him, anticipating that a punishment might be imminent. Meanwhile, Arthur instructed the class to picture a battle in their minds. In the scenario where Lester encounters a formidable adversary, the strategy of an Augmentor would be to steer clear of engaging in close quarters. Instead, they would opt to launch attacks from a distance, utilizing their arsenal of spells. Arthur reached for a folded piece of paper, confidently asserting that it was a spell. The wind carried the object off his hand, but it dropped to the ground before it could reach Lester. Arthur proceeded to demonstrate the solution he had explained previously. The paper was transformed into a ball, which was then propelled through a pipe with a forceful breath. Aiming directly at Lester's broad forehead, the action unfolded with precision. Arthur's clever hint hit its mark, causing the whole class to erupt in laughter. He proceeded by presenting a hint specifically meant for those who practiced magic. The scene transitions to focus on Lance Baron and Lance Alea. Alea initially believed their assignment was supposed to take place in Eleanor alongside Lance Aya. However, to her surprise, they were called in ahead of schedule by Lance Var. Farron conveyed that a pressing issue had arisen concerning a dungeon located at the edge of the Beastglades, which he had recently encountered himself. The action was swift and efficient, leaving no room for delay. The narrative introduces the character known as the Third Lance. A girl with white hair settled into her seat, her hair flowing around her. Without engaging in formal greetings, she immediately delved into an explanation regarding the council's decision to alter their mission. The reason, she stated, was due to a recent discovery in the depths of specific dungeons, where evidence was uncovered suggesting the presence of mages originating from outside the Decath continent. Alia stood up abruptly, her mind racing with the realization that the existence of another continent had only ever been whispered about as a mere rumor. Baron discloses the most troubling aspect, which is that this unfamiliar territory possesses extensive knowledge about them. Meanwhile, they remain completely in the dark about these outsiders. He inquired of Ver whether they had verified the material they discovered. Upon examining the cloth they had retrieved, she confirmed that it contained mana unfamiliar to Dakathan. Baron detected the presence of mana as well, and was curious about the specific spell that had been placed on it. Ver informed everyone that the spell had been deactivated, rendering the cloth useless. She then shifted the conversation to a different topic that concerned Alia. A scroll was unfurled, its contents detailing the occurrences of giant bloodworms spotted across various regions within the Beastglades. Alia wondered aloud about the concern, noting that bloodworms were not uncommon. Ver shared his observations that the worms had begun altering their typical tunneling routes. This unusual behavior suggested the possibility that the foreign mages were concealing themselves within the most secluded dungeon chambers. Ver remembered his attempts at investigating the matter, though he had not succeeded. Consequently, Ver decided that Alia should undertake the mission by herself, ensuring that no one would hinder her progress. Baron had intentions of delving into the depths. Ver permitted Alia to choose Lance Mika if she desired. Alea, however, stands firm in her decision, showing no sign of wavering. Lives hung in the balance, prompting her to take swift action without delay. The scene shifts back to Arthur, who lets out a wide yawn. He witnessed a member of the disciplinary committee being hurled with great force. Princess Kathleen made a valiant effort to rescue her brother. Freezing him with ice proved to be just as harmful as hurling him against the wall. Theodore surged forward with determination. Curtis suddenly found himself struck by a powerful gravitational force. Arthur had not yet mastered the bell. Curtis found himself disarmed, his weapon slipping from his grasp. In that moment, his opponent's opportunity burst forth explosively. A massive column of fire erupted, creating a barrier between them. The maneuver was so ingenious that even Theodore found himself genuinely impressed. The commencement of the 5th training round was announced. Under Claire's guidance, Kai skillfully manipulated threads to hold everyone in place, ensuring their safety for the upcoming class. Arthur observed the unusual magic for the first time, intrigued by the way Kai manipulated strings. After the battle concluded, Claire decided to convene a meeting. In her explanation, she conveyed that Arthur, Curtis, and she were planning to leave the campus for a journey to the Beastglades. They had also ensured that patrol schedules were organized to account for their time away. Kai took it upon himself to sign up for additional patrol duties. Seife trailed closely behind. Dordrea found herself compelled to step forward, unable to resist the unseen power guiding her actions. In the scene, there is an arm intricately adorned with strings. He made a lighthearted remark about wanting to spend time with her, and Dordrea consented, provided that she was given something to eat. As the meeting concluded, Arthur found himself halted by someone considered his rival. An advisor cautions him about the potential dangers awaiting him beyond the confines of safety. Arthur, unbeknownst to many, had already achieved the esteemed status of an A-rank adventurer. Arthur skillfully sidestepped. He approached Claire with curiosity, inquiring about Kai's magic, and speculated whether his wires concealed any mana attributes. Before he could receive a response, Kai emerged into view, delivering an ominous warning to Arthur. Claire intervened in their conversation, reminding everyone about the upcoming class. In the training room later, Elijah was diligently honing his skills, observing the assaults directed at level 7 Toby on Earth. The intensity of the attacks was evident. The individual adeptly evaded. Elijah finally managed to gain control and held the other person firmly against the ground. Toby was the one who suddenly, the character prepared to release an immense burst of fiery energy. Arthur found himself compelled to step in and rescue him. Elijah was taken aback to discover that the artifact possessed the ability to wield flames, while Arthur confessed his own ignorance of this fact. The person speculated that it might be a clever ruse devised by the inventor. Elijah harbored a deep affection for the craft of artificing, despite the limitations of his feeble magic. Arthur ridiculed him for studying magic merely to catch the attention of girls. Elijah makes no attempt to refute the statement. Arthur extended his hand, offering a wooden sword to the other person. He was advised to grasp the fundamentals of melee. In addition, this was meant for the girls. Elijah launched into an aggressive assault, driven by anger. Arthur deftly evades the attack. Elijah's remarkable skills and abilities caught the attention of those around him. The stance was poised and the footwork precise. He believed he possessed a natural talent for swordsmanship, which he thought would be even more formidable when paired with metal magic. Arthur eventually takes advantage of an over. As the opportunity presented itself, victory was achieved. Upon extending his hand, an unusual sensation was triggered. Elijah's emotions swirled within him. Confusion and pain clouded his thoughts. Arthur felt a wave of concern wash over him. Elijah dismisses the concern, explaining that it is merely a headache. The character departed to freshen up. Arthur stood at the edge, his heart heavy with concern as he contemplated whether to wave goodbye. The worry lingered in his mind. Over the next few weeks, a sense of tranquility settled in, creating a period of calm. Exhaustion weighed heavily on Arthur, causing him to doze off during his classes. The pressure mounted as the mid-cycle exams approached. Arthur struggled to stay connected with each of his classes, experiencing the same challenge in his own classroom. With the guidance of his instructors and the aid of various relics, his abilities continued to improve. Arthur always remembered the purpose that had initially brought him to school. He discovered a sense of tranquility by savoring the simple, daily experiences shared with his beloved ones. The sole anticipation that filled his days was this one thing. Arthur and Elijah strolled together. Suddenly, Glasses Boy halted in his tracks, his mind drifting off into a distant realm. For several days now, the situation had remained unchanged, yet Elijah showed no desire to discuss it. He avoided the question by attributing it to his upcoming exams. The journey to the Beast Glades was approaching swiftly. Elijah wished that Arthur would exercise caution during his training sessions with Tessia to ensure he stayed in good health. Sylvie had intriguingly noticed the peculiar irritation he harbored towards Arthur. Someone else had experienced the same emotions. During a subsequent session of his assimilation training alongside Tessia, Arthur was pleased to share that her mana core was stabilizing at a remarkable pace. She felt optimistic about what lay ahead. With just a flick of the boy's finger, their hopes were swiftly shattered. He hoped she wouldn't become too conceited, knowing that she was only at a fraction of her full strength because of the ongoing assimilation process. Arthur found himself in a predicament, unable to harness his most potent elements for his impending journey. However, his situation differed from others. Unlike Tessia, who was constrained, he had the ability to remove his limiters whenever he chose. She felt frustrated because he constantly treated her as if she were a child, even though she was actually a year older than him. Instead of offering an apology, the brother firmly reiterates his stance to her. During her childhood, she often felt an overwhelming terror due to the presence of the beasts. Ortasia becomes increasingly flustered. The girl leaped onto him with surprising agility. She was prepared to unleash her fury upon him with a vengeance. Arthur was relieved when a surprise visit rescued him just in time. The statement referred to Tessia's grandfather. An observer stood in awe, amazed at how quickly the couple had grown so close. The elf pauses briefly too. She suddenly becomes aware that she is, in fact, perched upon his body. Feeling a sudden rush of embarrassment, she quickly jumps back. Arthur rose to his feet, curiosity evident as he questioned Varian's unexpected presence. Considering Varian was likely to be overwhelmed with meetings at this hour, Varian kept up his playful taunting, using his provocative comments to tease Tessio. The mischievous antics of the little elf prompted it to impart a valuable lesson to him. Varian felt uneasy about the upcoming dungeon expedition because Arthur would not be present. He intended for the boy to help Tessia at least until the following day. The young man declined the invitation as he had plans to meet his family that evening before his departure. The grandfather believed it was an excellent plan to bring Tessia with them. Arthur stood defiantly in the open, clutching a massive cross, firmly denying any such claims. He understood that his parents would lose their minds if such an event occurred. Arthur's efforts to bring her home rendered all his earlier complaints meaningless. The family eagerly opens the door, thrilled to discover the presence of the two individuals standing there. Arthur found himself puzzled as he pondered how the news of Tessia's visit had spread so quickly. The family, anticipating the occasion, had already wrapped gifts in readiness for their visitors. Upon their arrival, Alice greeted them warmly and invited them inside. Ellie eagerly anticipates the moment she can demonstrate her impression to Tessia. From a distance, he looked out over the scene, his heart full of affection for the people he cherished. A smile spread across his face as he stepped inside. In that delightful instance, the narrative took a turn towards a more ominous direction. Lancelia ventured alone along the diverging path within the dungeon. Very's suspicion about the bloodworms proved to be correct, as it was impossible for them to change their course independently. The arrangement of the tunnels suggested a specific pattern. He deduced that their paths were inevitably steering them toward the Grand Mountains. Alia comprehends the reason for her disagreement. Suddenly, she sprinted forward, choosing the path on the right. Approaching the precipice, she abruptly halts at the cliff's edge. A stone tumbling from above caught the attention of the enormous two-headed giant, causing it to react. The creature was a serpent of Hades, yet bore unusual colors and horns that set it apart. Surprisingly, it stood sentinel over the tunnel, a behavior that contradicted its typically solitary and fierce nature. Leia carefully handed over her report to Vari, addressing From within the tunnel, an unusual amount of mana emanated, reminiscent of a serpent's presence. She surmised that this might also be the origin connected to the deviant mana beasts. Before moving forward, Aaliyah calls for assistance. Vari planned to deploy 50 battle mages to a nearby area, advising her to stay ready for further instructions. The dinner table was set with care and precision. Vincent Hellstay consistently returned home in a drunken stupor, never changing from his usual foolish state. Lilia playfully mocked him. Their mother elaborated on the depth of Vincent's longing for his daughter, a feeling that had grown ever since he had made the difficult decision to send her away to the academy. Lilia felt a deep sense of embarrassment as it dawned on her that she had become the subject of ridicule, rather than the council president. Her curiosity was piqued by Tessia's sudden disappearance. Arthur mentioned that she had stepped out to get some fresh air, and his mother had trailed after her. As Ellie drifted into a deep sleep, Arthur turned to his father and inquired whether he would carry her upstairs. He simply transferred her lifeless form over to her brother. She insisted that Arthur should be the one to complete the task, expressing how much she had missed him. Outside, Alice and Tessia were relishing each other's company during their meeting. The elf thoroughly enjoyed spending time with Vincent and Reynolds' family, providing them with pleasant companionship. Alice believed that the situation had been more embarrassing than anything else. Upon hearing her own suggestion, a laugh escaped her lips. In the quiet of the moment, the characters sipped their tea. Tessia, filled with curiosity, inquired whether Alice felt any concern about Arthur's upcoming dungeon raid scheduled for the next day. The woman, much like any caring mother, found herself unable to suppress her concern for her son. Possessing remarkable strength, he stood out among others. Alice possessed the unwavering belief that her worry for Arthur would persist, even if his strength surpassed the might of lances. The unpredictable nature of a dungeon brought with it an ever-present sense of fear. She expressed her regret for having disrupted the atmosphere. Tessia brushed away her emotions. She wished for Alice to understand that she was prepared to go to any lengths to safeguard him, just as he had done for her. Interestingly, the scene unfolded with an unexpected twist that caught everyone's attention. Alice, a devoted daughter herself, couldn't bear the thought of her taking such a risk, knowing how deeply her own parents would worry if she ever found herself in danger. Tessia's safety was her utmost concern, taking precedence over all else. Arthur's abilities to manage his own well-being are trusted wholeheartedly. As the air grew colder, she suggested they move indoors. Tessia expressed her desire to linger outside a bit longer and conveyed her gratitude. In the following scene, Arthur gently tucked his sister into bed. Ellie's eyelids fluttered open, revealing the darkness that still enveloped the night, and her initial realization dawned upon her. The young woman was concerned about her brother's departure. Arthur acknowledged her worry, but stated firmly that he would leave by morning, even though his sister hoped otherwise. There wasn't anything he could do to extend his current visit, though he planned to come back for a week-long stay after the field trip concluded. Ellie expressed her desire to listen to a story meant for the night, hoping that she would tell it. Arthur expressed his apologies, explaining that he also needed an early start the next day. His sister continued her persistence, urging him to share one with her. Arthur resigned himself to the situation and settled down beside her, ready to continue recounting the tale of how he became a professor. He tried to recall the exact point where he had paused. Arthur recounted the tale of how he had come to Princess Kathleen's rescue during her time of greatest vulnerability. Ellie couldn't help but recall her as the king's daughter, and felt a pang of jealousy knowing her brother made a living by rescuing princesses. The young man eagerly continued recounting the tale of how he had boldly confronted the professor, daring him to a duel. Ellie playfully suggested that his actions were all for Shanoff's benefit. Arthur recounted the events of how he outsmarted Professor Geist. The director of the academy offered him the opportunity to join their staff as a teacher. He was initially resistant and continued to refuse, but eventually he understood that accepting her proposal would grant him certain advantages. The facility included a secluded training room, offering him additional time to hone and perfect his skills. Ellie was curious about his teaching skills and whether he spent time in the training room with his friends. Arthur found himself in a situation where he needed to clarify everything. Unfortunately, his explanations only led to a flurry of additional inquiries. Morning light had already spread across the sky. Arthur was conspicuously absent, not even present in his own room. Reynolds believed he had risen early that morning to make breakfast. They made the decision to look in on Ellie. Upon seeing both of their children fast asleep, a smile spread across their face. Arthur had endured a long night, tirelessly responding to an unending stream of inquiries. The setting transformed. The eagerly anticipated field trip was finally about to begin. Miss Glory called everyone together and directed them to split into groups. Arthur instructed young Sylvie to go hunting while the adults were occupied. The dungeon, being of a low level, presented no significant threat. Sylvia consented and bounded off, requesting her master to notify her should any complications arise. Arthur found it hard to comprehend that he had to handle a situation involving Lucas, of all individuals. The haughty mage proudly displayed his skills. The adventurous character with a seasoned background exuded an aura of toughness. Arthur delivered a stinging comment about the revocation of his opponent's license, shattering his confidence with just a few words. Lucas placed a firm hand on Arthur's shoulder, inquiring whether jealousy lurked within him. Arthur, however, remained composed, responding that he had merely stated the truth. Lucas readied himself for the impending battle. Another student suddenly spoke up, emphasizing the crucial need for selecting a team leader. Lucas confidently believed that the role would be his. The group, with no dissenting voices, collectively decided to appoint Tessia as their leader. Due to her role as the student council president and her abilities as a mid-level conjurer, she held a significant position of influence. Lucas seethed with anger. Professor Glory gestured to the students, reminding them to advance and keep their strategies in mind. The group arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Glory instructed the group to adhere to their formation and continue reinforcing their mana. The atmosphere within was surprisingly chilly, necessitating the use of mana for warmth. Despite the circumstances, Arthur remained unaffected due to his integration with Sylvia. Tessia stared in awe at the radiant crystals that sparkled before her. Glory described the location as the Widow's Crypt, a dungeon of low rank where they intended to explore only the first 2 floors. Confronting creatures of mana with no more strength than that of snarlers. The mere thought of snarlers continued to send chills down the spines of students, as these creatures were both formidable and grotesque. Curtis observed that they ought to have encountered some by this point, yet there was an absence of anything. Claire also thought it peculiar because the guild had imposed limitations on who could enter. The lack of recent activity signaled that no adventurer had ventured deep into the area for some time. Her once radiant confidence began to waver. The leader cautioned the group, urging them to remain vigilant. Lucas expressed his frustration regarding the absence of monsters. Another student was curious about whether they would venture into the lower levels. Glory staunchly declines. The group mentioned that they intended to document their discoveries and then depart. Curtis stood as the embodiment of midsummer. As he walked, he unexpectedly collided with a moment of triumph. She stood paralyzed, terror gripping her as her eyes took in the scene before her. Upon spotting the sudden emergence of a massive pack of snarlers, she promptly commands withdrawal. The students trailed behind. As the power of mana coursed through Glory, it surged with vibrant energy. The scene depicted the act of cleaving creatures into separate pieces. The creatures lacked individual strength. The increasing number of individuals and their concerning actions were cause for alarm. Having successfully navigated through a narrow passage, Glory came back to express her worries and announced that the trip had come to an end. Without warning, Lucas, exuding arrogance, discharged a shot that whizzed threateningly close to her neck. The character remained steadfast, showing no intention of leaving just as the situation began to heat up with excitement. Interest began to ripple through the other students as well. Curtis and Claire proposed the idea of remaining behind to focus on their training. Arthur observed a rare moment of hesitation in Glory's demeanor. Glory remembered that even the Lance teams were looking into the strange occurrences in the dungeons. She thought it might serve as a valuable learning experience, especially since the Snarler creatures were classified as E-class and could be handled safely under her supervision. She nodded in agreement. The characters were directed to divide themselves into separate groups. In a firm tone, she cautions Lucas about the consequences of any further missteps. The panel depicted a stern warning that such behavior was unacceptable. Tessia assumed leadership over Arthur's team, placing him in the vanguard due to his skills in close combat. Clive and Roland positioned themselves to guard the back. Lucas stood in the middle, forming the shape of a diamond. Lucas approached the task with apparent ease, as if it were merely a simple game. Arthur skillfully sidesteps any potential conflict. The scene depicted a tense situation, highlighting the presence of approaching troublemakers. Roskilde made a light-hearted remark. Arthur approached the creature with confidence, and with a swift motion he sliced through it effortlessly. The team was urged to close ranks and strengthen their formation. Arthur Shred faced his adversary. Lucas cast a series of wildfire spells. Tessia skillfully ensnared the creature using a powerful gust of wind. The figure swiftly severs the head from its body. Glory noticed their ability to. Unused to the demands of extended battle, they found themselves unprepared. In the chaotic environment, more snarlers continued to appear. She issued an order for everyone to fall back. Amidst the turmoil, Arthur Rossfield observed the objects around him with a keen eye. With a sense of urgency, she dashed forward, determined to rescue him from the threat of being attacked. Understanding that time was limited, he focused all his energy into one powerful and destructive blow. He revealed a technique that had been unusable against Toby, uttering the words, "Burst Blade." With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful gust, slicing through and destroying the entire swarm. In the midst of his endeavor, he sustains an injury to his right arm. As the feeling of relief takes hold, a new wave of horrors begins to surface. The snarling creatures soared to the sky, their roars echoing like the cries of demons. On this floor, the presence of queen snarlers was something that should never occur. A powerful force surged upward from beneath the surface. The spark of glory catches fire. The scene depicted a pair of blazing swords, each one mirroring the other in their fiery intensity. Two queens were intercepted simultaneously. The character effectively pushed back the adversaries before making a deep cut. She instructed the others to concentrate on finding a way to escape. Despite his injuries, Arthur managed to inspire the students to defy their limits. As the situation unfolded, a voice urgently beckoned for Delphine to lend her assistance. As Tessia and her companions advanced, they provided protective cover, moving steadily toward the blockade. Arthur instructed Delphine to close the breach, assuring her that he would protect her while she worked. She narrowly avoided being caught off guard by an unexpected assault. Arthur swung his sword, cutting down the beast, and reminded her to keep her attention on the task at hand. With unwavering determination, she resolved to move forward. The character known as Fiend initiated her magical incantation. Arthur, along with his team, fortified their positions at the front, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Tessia summoned a powerful wind vortex, sweeping away multiple adversaries in its path. Delphine completed the task of crafting her seal. The exit was obstructed by scattered debris. Arthur braced. With a single, powerful motion, he swung his arm, causing the massive boulder to shatter into countless fragments. Delphine was given the opportunity to adjust the pieces. Despite their efforts, the path ahead remained obstructed, not yet fully cleared for their escape. Arthur understood that they needed to make a breakthrough with a single, decisive move. As he moved through the scene, a sudden, pungent odor captured his attention. Without any prior indication, an unexpected scent filled the air, revealing itself as smoke gently rising. The reason suddenly becomes evident to him when he, Lucas, was recklessly unleashing his fire magic against the creatures, causing the flames to block their only escape route. The dungeon became engulfed in dense clouds of smoke. Arthur urgently warned the group to cease casting fire spells, fearing they would suffocate before any monster could defeat them. In the absence of AIR, all their endeavors would prove futile. As the tension in the air thickened, Sylvie instinctively felt the looming threat and quickly assessed the situation. Arthur, aware of the urgency, communicated the unfolding events to her and instructed her to soar towards the entryway to observe and relay the scene outside. Her detailed account ignited afresh. Arthur had a concept forming in his mind that included Curtis. He told Curtis to employ World Howl to remove the blockage. Curtis found himself without the necessary mana to cast such an enormous spell. Deprived of his beast, he faced a formidable challenge. Arthur advanced with a determined stride, a strategy clear in his mind. He instructed Curtis to pivot and ready himself to embark on the initial stage of their plan. As Delphine returned to assist her companions, she focused on holding the monsters at a distance. Once they found themselves alone, Arthur took a deep breath, preparing himself as he initiated the process of channeling mana transference. The notion had been deemed obsolete by many over the years. However, his unique ability to wield a rare quadrille mental affinity allowed him to mimic various elemental types and fine-tune their proportions with remarkable accuracy. Mastery might be distant, but the effort put in remains worthwhile. Arthur's arrogance and carelessness weighed heavily on his mind as his mana surged into Curtis. He believed that his strength would ensure that nothing could ever go wrong. Curtis experienced a sudden rush of energy and strength. The creature within him struggled but ultimately permitted his progression into the initial stage. With a surge of energy, he released World Howl, demolishing the blockade in one fiery explosion. As turmoil unfolds, the way to liberation becomes clear. Professor Glory wielded her weapon with unyielding power, swiftly slicing through the monsters that dared to stand in her path. Despite possessing her deviant glass shards, she found herself struggling against the relentless snarlers of the Queen. Arthur observed Tessia struggling to remain upright, her balance precarious. In the most unfortunate of circumstances, a painful throb pulsed through her core. He hurried to her side, puzzled by the sudden presence of two queens in that place. Creatures that were only supposed to be classified as B-class at most were proving to be no match for someone of Glory's caliber. Yet, despite her prowess, she was visibly struggling. The earth beneath their feet began to tremble suddenly. Bowles and Arthur were present. Glory's expression contorted into a mixture of emotions. A sense of hopelessness fills the air as a terrifying creature makes its appearance. Its form exuded a sinister venom and emitted an aura of darkness, resembling a living nightmare. Glory instructed the students to run away, yet before she had the chance to act, with a sudden and overwhelming impact, she was forcefully thrown, barely managing to hold on to her. Another powerful strike swiftly follows, slicing through the air with the sharp edge of a blade. The creature's attention was wholly captured by her, drawn to the fragments lodged within her form. She steadfastly refused to allow it to target her students. Claire urgently implored everyone to flee at once, her voice filled with panic, but Arthur stood firm, unwilling to abandon the situation. The teacher distributed the tests, watching the students prepare to start their assignments. Curtis desperately begged for him to cease his actions. Arthur paid no heed to those around him as he conjured blue flames that scorched through the air. The revelation of his formidable strength left everyone in shock, as his capabilities had remained hidden from them until that moment. Glory found herself taken aback as she witnessed a new elemental affinity emerging right in front of her. Despite her anger at his defiance of direct orders, she silently berated him for coming back. Arthur wore a smirk as he confidently revealed that he was not only a student but also a professor. Before the fierce confrontation began, the monster unleashed a powerful blow upon the ground, causing a catastrophic tremor. The force propelled both him and Glory across the chamber. Arthur swiftly noticed that none of Glory's assaults had managed to penetrate its tough exterior. Understanding the necessity of his intervention, he took action. Though hesitant, Glory accepted his help, while her thoughts lingered on whether the others had managed to escape unharmed. Arthur turned his head slightly, his gaze meeting Lucas's eyes directly. A menacing figure with eyes burning with fury, resembling a wild creature on the brink of attack, stood before them. After turning away, they confirmed that everyone else had already retreated. Glory reignited her flames, determined to prevent the creature from following them outside. She knew they needed to weaken it just enough to ensure their escape. Arthur requested a brief moment to gather himself, and Glory managed to secure those precious 10 seconds for him. The battle erupted into a fierce confrontation against the monstrous entity. He had never anticipated that Arthur possessed the abilities of a tri-elemental mage. Observing with incredulity, he witnessed the astonishing feat of someone channeling 3 different affinities simultaneously. The character's abilities were formidable, yet there was an inherent limitation in his strength. He commanded her to step aside and then bellowed his spell with a fierce intensity. Bladestorm unleashed a mighty swing with his weapon, channeling an overwhelming force that ripped through the monster. The creature roared in pain, its skin blistering and tearing away. The devastating assault shattered Arthur's body. His arms were a mess of broken bones, each fracture a silent cry of agony. Before he has a chance to regain his composure, the creature strikes aggressively. Glory swiftly pulls him to safety and urges that they withdraw immediately. The sharp edge of his sword remained lodged deeply in the surface, within the chest of the creature. Despite the circumstances, they chose to run away. The creature erupted from the dungeon entrance, leaving him paralyzed with terror. A venomous object punctured Arthur's leg with precision. A sharp claw tore through him, sending waves of agony surging through his entire being. With steely resolve, Glory raised her sword, preparing to make her last stand. As her gaze locks onto the ominous creature, its eyes shine with an eerie mix of yellow and purple. Arthur detected an overwhelming surge of danger and urgently called out for her to retreat. Unfortunately, the cautionary words arrive after any chance for prevention is past. The earth shuddered and burst apart in a ferocious explosion, unleashed by the creature's surge of untamed power. Arthur was hurled forcefully into the depths of the crumbling dungeon. He hurriedly attempted to conjure a wind spell to soften his descent. A colossal rock crashes against his head. His awareness faded away, and his body descended into the shadows. The depths enveloped him as he struggled to regain consciousness. Struggling against the harsh fall, they summoned an earth enhancement to withstand the impact. His mana was depleting rapidly. Driven solely by his unwavering determination, he clung to life. As the moment approached when it would inevitably come crashing down, anticipation hung in the air. He returned once more to harnessing the power of the wind. Every ounce of remaining strength was dedicated to crafting a swirling torrent. The storm's fury begins to abate, its intensity gradually diminishing. He plummeted just enough for a hard collision with the stone beneath him. With his body shattered, he clung to life by the thinnest thread. Arthur gradually began to recover his strength. He compelled himself to rise, holding his head that throbbed with pain. His gaze settled on the blade resting just a short distance from him. Sylvia's creature, Will, was the sole force keeping him in motion. Utilizing his abilities to regenerate and sharpen his senses, he limped over to his weapon and picked it up. The harsh truth swiftly dawns upon them. To emerge from the depths of this profound chasm would require more than just determination alone. He carefully examined the area, searching for a possible way through. He stumbled upon a narrow passage where the soft echo of running water whispered through the air. In his worn and weary condition, he trailed after He continued on his path until the sound of a waterfall's roar welcomed him. As he continued forward, he maneuvered stealthily behind the group on stage. The characters suddenly stopped in their tracks, becoming completely still. The scene unfolded with an eerie atmosphere, revealing a vast graveyard strewn with the gruesomely dismembered bodies of unfortunate adventurers. The air was thick with the oppressive stench of death. The subtle sound of a cough heightened the already tense atmosphere. Amidst the wreckage, an alert individual attentively followed the source of the voice, urging it to resound once more. Upon discovering the truth, his heart breaks into pieces at the sight before him. Lancelia's body lay in a horrific state, her legs missing and her torso impaled with ruthless force. Once a mage of esteemed white core, she now found herself engulfed in a pool of her own blood, recollections of their previous meetings. Disbelief seized his mind as he collided forcefully with the other person. He fell to his knees and brushed off his head. With the last remnants of mana, she desperately attempts to heal herself. Her eyes, clouded and milky, revealed that she could no longer see him. Softly, he spoke to jog her memory, reminding her that he was the boy she had encountered back at the academy, the one who had brought back memories of her brother. A glimmer of recognition crossed her mind as she pondered over his unexpected presence in this place. Before she could utter another word, her mouth filled with blood. Arthur, desperate, pleaded with her to stay silent and attempted once more to tend to her injuries. Despite the tremor in her fingers, she managed to grasp his hand firmly. She softly begged him to cease his actions. Both participants understood that the battle was already beyond their grasp. Struggling with a surge of frustration, Arthur expressed his remorse for letting her down and for not being strong enough. Desperately longing for any fragment of strength that could rescue her, Alia merely offered a feeble shake of her head. The turmoiled anger and sorrow churned within him, his mind swirling in a relentless spiral as he pondered the relentless power capable of so ruthlessly destroying a mage with a white core. As she struggled to catch her breath, it became clear that her continued existence was driven not by compassion, but by a thirst for revenge. There was a desire from someone to ensure she lived just long enough to endure the consequences of her audacity in causing him harm. Using the last bit of her strength, she manages to exert pressure on a tiny stone landed in his palm, beckoning him to move nearer. When he complied, her broken core emitted a faint glow. Arthur found himself swept into the depths of her past as fragments of memory enveloped him. The scene replayed vividly in their mind, capturing the moment when the battle mages charged in and effortlessly vanquished the serpent. Encountering a mysterious figure cloaked in black, they felt their blood run cold at the mere presence of this intimidating silhouette. Death loomed like a tempest, swiftly engulfing the scene as bodies were pierced and fell in a chaotic rush. The man remained perfectly still, his posture unchanged, as the lifeless bodies dangled around him like eerie decorations. His visage was a terrifying nightmare, adorned with menacing horns, and his voice oozed with malice as he presented Alia with a grim choice: either engage in battle and face certain death, or betray her companions to ensure her own survival. In alignment with her character, she opted for conflict. Despite her defiance, she could do nothing as she watched helplessly while her squad was mercilessly slaughtered right in front of her. In a brief moment of victory, she struck out with her vines, causing one of his horns to fracture. Her former lover cemented her anguish as he attacked her with brutal accuracy. The arm was wrenched violently from its socket. The sharp object pierced her repeatedly. The phrase depicted a scene where she was suddenly ripping away her own being. The sinister act involved tearing at her legs and blinding her, casting her into a perpetual void of darkness. There is no script provided to rewrite. Please provide the text that needs to be rewritten in third person. The cries of her men echoed through the emptiness. Arthur felt a wave of intense agony wash over him, causing him to retch when the vision finally concluded. Bile scorched his throat as Alia murmured an apology. Understanding that no individual should have to suffer through such terror, it was nevertheless necessary to reveal the truth. Arthur felt a sense of relief as he realized he could now bear her truth to those who needed to hear it. She makes a solemn promise to herself that the memory of her hardships will endure. As her composure shattered, her voice quivered with genuine fear, pleading for survival, driven by the universal dread of death. A sense of helplessness gripped his chest tightly. Rage consumed him as he tenderly cradled her shattered form in his arms. In hushed tones, it was conveyed that his presence was undeniable, and he was determined not to allow her to leave. Fate, however, had a harsh streak. With a gentle exhale, the last breath leaves her body. The character held tightly onto a recollection of times that had been more joyful. Holding her unresponsive form tightly for the final time, he recognized that his present strength served merely as a delicate barrier against the challenges that awaited him. Her fingers moved gently over her cheeks. Wiping away the stains of blood, he carefully preserved her remains in ice. A figure lay encased within a frosty tomb. A solitary flower was gently placed upon it. She vowed to dispatch others to bring her back. The courageous individual standing alongside her. His eyes moved across the graves he had painstakingly crafted, eventually landing on Sylvia. From the depths of the shadows, a figure appeared, moving silently while observing everything with a keen and watchful gaze. Arthur attempted to force a faint smile while quietly assuring everyone that he was fine. Despite the silent facade he maintained, his heart was a cacophony of conflicting emotions. With everything stripped away, there was nothing remaining. He climbed onto her back as she soared into the sky. A dungeon, originally designed as a place for training, had instead turned into a somber graveyard of broken dreams.
The boy heard, convincing himself that there had been a purpose behind death. After laying the fallen warriors to rest, he discovered that multiple demons existed, not just a single one. He couldn't tell exactly how many there were, but it was obvious they pursued their own purpose. It reminded him of his previous encounter with one inside's cave. The demon appeared to desire either or control over the entire continent. Even with mastery over 4 elements, Arthur realized that in his current state, he was far too weak to stand a chance against such an opponent. He lifts lifeless, bloodied form into his arms, a realization settling over him that from this moment forward, he cannot afford the comfort of indifference as the threat of war looms ever closer. He gently cleans her face, realizing deep inside that he must grow even stronger than he was before. The boy surrounded her with a layer of ice using his magical powers. Before departing, Arthur gently placed a flower by her side as a token of remembrance. He made it clear that once he escaped, he would make sure others came to bring her back. It wasn't only her, every one of the others shown had also been laid to rest by him personally, each grave dug by his own hands. He glances over his shoulder and notices, standing just beyond the corner. Arthur indicates that he is fine, despite the fact that the day has been overwhelming for him. He decides that it's best for them to leave now, since there isn't much left for them to accomplish in this place. Soared upward, leaving the ground behind as she launched herself into the sky. Leaving behind what everyone referred to as a low-level dungeon meant for practice, they moved on. He made his way toward the entrance. The guards halted Arthur's progress, but their demeanor shifted once they recognized him as Arthur of Academy. The guard notices that he is coming back after the violent event that the other students had mentioned. Without hesitation, he orders a nearby guard to quickly deliver the news to both the Academy and the Guild. Apparently, preparations were already to assemble a group dedicated to rescuing the boy. The guard considered bringing a healer to assist the boy, but Arthur interrupted, insisting that he simply wished to go home at that moment. Arthur made it clear that he preferred to wait until the next day before informing the Academy about what had happened. The guard realizes the situation and decides to release him. The boy returned to his house in the following scene. He stood in front of his home. He understood that the people waiting inside were likely extremely anxious about his safety. While considering entering, Arthur realizes that doing so would require him to discuss everything openly. At this moment, he feels so delicate and vulnerable that he believes stepping inside is more than he can bear. He picks up Lance's badge, her final words echoing in his memory. Trapped in that place, the unfortunate girl endured overwhelming fear and isolation, clinging desperately to her desire to survive. He believed that there was a possibility for her to start over, just as he had been able to do. Because he had chosen not to enter, appeared without placing any demands on his son. He observed the stunning aurora overhead, noting how its brilliance seemed especially near due to the city's presence. Realizing the fear his son must have experienced, invites him to take a moment and unwind in a comfortable spot. He also points out to Arthur that her mother is unable to cure serious injuries. Just like him, she still carries old wounds that time has not healed. He preferred that Arthur not carry the weight of pushing himself too hard, understanding that everyone faces their own personal struggles. He demonstrates his dedication, concern, and encouragement toward his son. He insisted that he would stand by Arthur through everything, but only as long as Arthur emerged victorious in the end. Imparts advice that everyone present could benefit from following. He believes that life is made up of many small struggles instead of one endless fight, and he thinks it's okay to feel exhausted and defeated every now and then. Upon hearing those words, Arthur's eyes filled with tears and a sense of defeat washed over him. The sound of his father's voice was the sole source of solace, encouraging him to rise again and persist until victory was his. In this way, the night quietly drew to a close. The following day, Arthur watched the Academy closely as arrived, having summoned her himself and deciding to leave at home. The director feels pleased, knowing he is making the most of his downtime. Arthur planned to visit the shops with his family later for that reason. As approached, concern filled her face as she tried to find out what had occurred. She is already aware of part of the situation, having heard about it from Glory's point of view. Arthur shifted his attention toward her, simply revealing battle tag as an answer. The woman suddenly felt a surge of terror and hopelessness. Accepting it was out of the question for her, Arthur assured everyone that had truly passed away, leaving the rest of the team stranded on the ground floor as well. Good Sky becomes aware of the risks involved in the current situation. The sight of a fallen lance made it clear to everyone that their foes had already arrived. Pressed Arthur for information, anxious to find out whether he had witnessed the cause of the incident. Rather than admitting the truth, Arthur chose to deny having seen anything. The director recognized how grave the situation was and decided to notify the council about it. She believes the situation has surpassed what Arthur can handle, and now only the Lances are capable of dealing with what remains. The boy earnestly wishes she is correct and silently longs for them to handle the situation. Arthur and his family wandered through various stores, enjoying themselves as they explored the many options available during their shopping trip. Insisted on leading them through a variety of shops, pulling them along as she explored each one. The boy looked around with interest, wondering if there was somewhere nearby where he could purchase supplies for his training. She assumes he is referring to potions and suggests that he check out the store nearby. Alice considered joining the group, yet seemed completely captivated by the shop they were currently visiting. Arthur decided everything was fine and stepped away, letting the others enjoy themselves for a bit. Leywin, who felt confined by the situation, was left behind as Arthur considered her an offering for their mission. He moved through the bustling crowd until a small grave catches their attention, its surface marked by a wilted, damaged flower lying nearby. Memories of the past event rush back into his mind as he takes in the scene. Despite his hesitation, Arthur continues on his way, passing by without stopping. Soon, he arrives at the shop where he expects to purchase the valuable elixirs he needs. He finds himself deeply unimpressed, suspecting that the shop might actually specialize in selling poisonous substances. Inside the room, the boy is startled to realize he hadn't noticed the elderly man standing right beside him. The elderly man playfully mocks the boy, then pleads with him to make a few adjustments. Arthur found himself questioning what circumstances had caused this man to reach such a state. Despite everything, he assists him with the courtesy expected of a true gentleman. The boy, acting a bit too eagerly, unintentionally gave the trickster a silver coin. However, just as he reaches for a copper coin, the elderly man had already disappeared a while ago. Arthur feels a wave of anxiety wash over him as he realizes his money is gone. To his surprise, he discovers a ring filled with magical energy and starts to suspect that the shopkeeper might have given it to him as a challenge. Arthur reached for the handle and pulled the door open. The sight of that same scoundrel standing inside the store left her reeling with disbelief. He shouts at the other boy, accusing him of taking the coin and pretending to be someone he's not. The clever elderly man agreed to let him pick any item he wanted without payment, as long as he exchanged it for the coin. Arthur scanned the area around him, unwilling to believe that anything he saw could possibly be equal in value to the silver coin he had just misplaced. He struggled to keep his patience in check, repeating to himself that showing respect to his elders was important. He looks around the shop, noticing layers of dust and signs of age everywhere he turns. The old man never makes an effort to clean it, convinced that it's perfectly acceptable just the way it is. Arthur began searching the area, eventually noticing a feline-like creature that immediately fled as soon as it caught sight of him. He opened the small ring box and questioned whether the cheap-looking item inside had any real value. Without warning, Arthur swiftly moved aside, narrowly escaping a jet of water that shot out from the ring. He set the item aside, his frustration growing as he realized he had to scrutinize a supposedly worthwhile purchase. Finally, plummets from above and lands squarely on his head. Arthur felt relief knowing she had made it through, but the younger girl was clearly upset about being abandoned. The elderly man spots his animal companion and stops in his tracks, stunned by its appearance. Arthur waved his hand in the air, trying to bring his friend back to reality. The boy searched but came across nothing that interested him, so he simply wished to have his coin returned. The shop owner believes that his ability to judge items is quite poor. He threw a valuable item to Arthur and hurried away. Without offering any reason, she quickly ushered him out of the room. As the door clicked closed, the boy caught sight of the same cat he had encountered earlier. He goes back to his family, empty-handed and feeling that nothing he saw was worthwhile. Notes that the place is constantly packed with people, making it certain that he will always come across something valuable. However, the way she described it differed from what he had actually experienced. They chose to return to that exact frustrating location once again. What once stood as a dilapidated shack had now transformed into an impressive mansion. The story shifts focus to the mage whom everyone likes the least. Arrived at the meeting place seeking out a particular person, the group's leader expressed happiness that had decided to join their gathering. The haughty mage swiftly interrupts, making it clear that he has no desire to associate with what he considers a circus of fools. He explains his presence is solely to represent Charles and admits that nothing he has seen has managed to impress him yet. The members of the group referred to him as a mutt behind his back. grew furious, yet he had no chance to react before the group's leader unleashed a savage blast of fire that instantly reduced the man to ashes. Had planned to follow suit, but he was taken aback when he realized the spell contained no trace of mana. He is curious to learn additional details about the cult, especially the reason behind their request for his assistance. It became clear that these individuals were also responsible for secretly giving drugs to the students. The leader made it known that his ambitions extended far past the boundaries of the academy. Despite his determination, several obstacles blocked his path to achieving his ambitions. He required the support of stronger mages and happened to be among those who fit the bill. Unlike the other nobles in the group who behaved poorly, stood out as someone with potential. He questioned whether, too, was unsettled by the academy's ideals and purpose. Couldn't stand having to attend classes alongside classmates he considered far beneath his own abilities, certain he could overpower them whenever he wished. The arrogant nobles standing behind him also failed to deserve any of his attention. Also has little patience for following others' commands, prompting him to quickly make his exit. From their exchange, the masked leader concludes that truly embodies the arrogance and sense of superiority commonly attributed to powerful mages. He suddenly unleashed a stream of words that left him completely paralyzed. Bringing up Arthur's name ignited a deep fury within. The leader continued to assert that although initially showed remarkable talent, he also relied heavily on elixirs for his growth. In the end, all that pampering proved useless when had to face Arthur in battle. Now overcome with anger, resorts to using force. The masked leader makes his harsh situation feel even worse. It became clear that Arthur had never revealed the full extent of his abilities until now. He was all too familiar with this reality. He grew furious as he watched the boy rival Professor Glory's abilities and defeat the monster using his own powers. At last, grew curious enough to wonder who was hiding behind the mysterious mask, orchestrating everything from the shadows. The man modestly reveals his identity, claiming he is simply a supporter eager to assist the city. He assures that this agreement will bring him a straightforward advantage. Felt a surge of irritation and grew increasingly curious about the length of time he had been watched by the other person. The man announces his intention to strike out on his own, declaring that his upcoming actions will inevitably destroy the fragile unity among the three races. At present, he had the Academy's director and the entire council cornered, leaving only a short wait before he put his plans into action. All that remained was to assist in tying up a few unresolved matters. Among these lingering issues was none other than Arthur's own presence. The fire mage admits to himself that defeating Arthur is impossible, especially since Arthur has hardly tapped into his true power lately. He had no intention of consuming the same drug that had taken. The masked leader explained that the drug would affect differently, since possessed greater strength than the overweight man who had already died. The abilities that would soon be bestowed upon him promised to surpass anything he had ever known before. Hopes to push Arthur hard enough that Arthur will unleash all of his power. The masked warrior acknowledges that humans instinctively value their families and those they care about most. The individual best suited for this situation happened to be. The princess stood at the forefront, serving as the council president. As an elf guiding a group of humans, she faced disapproval from his loyal supporters. He describes a vivid scenario too, directing him to injure so severely that Arthur would be forced to unleash all of his abilities. A strategy stirred something deep within him, filling him with an intense excitement. The scene comes to a close, shifting the focus to Elijah Knight, who appears for the first time in a while. His eyes reveal signs of fatigue and tension. Arthur opened the door, and Elijah immediately wrapped him in a warm, affectionate hug. The young man gave his friend a reassuring pat, making it clear through his actions that he was not someone who could be taken down easily. She amusingly likened him to a cockroach that simply wouldn't give up. Elijah and Arthur engaged in a quiet exchange. Obviously, the director had reassured Elijah directly, advising him not to be concerned about Arthur's well-being following the recent event. Despite his efforts, Arthur found himself unable to pause his actions. He soon discovered that everyone was safe, however, was said to be in the training room along with her grandfather. Elijah suggests that he should go and see how everyone else is doing. Arthur realized he ought to respond, yet much like before, he felt too vulnerable to face any questions. He asks Elijah to deliver a message for him, letting everyone know that he is doing well. In the end, Arthur places his trust in Elijah and his group, expecting them to follow his example. They bump their fists together, a silent gesture that captures the strength of their friendship, and in that brief moment, everything feels right between them. Arthur leaves the room and his unfortunate friend collapses onto the bed, weighed down by anxiety. Arthur quietly slipped away, fully aware that both the director and Virion were preoccupied with their own responsibilities. Immediately sensed that was in trouble and reacted with alarm, feeling a surge of urgency to help her. Arthur dashed into the training room and was immediately engulfed by a thick cloud of smoke. Hoped the boy would offer his assistance. However, there seemed to be a strange sensation coming from his ring, causing a slight burning feeling on his finger. Arthur watched as struggled, completely consumed by the power of her beast will, while her grandfather desperately tried to rescue her. Since had come back from the dungeon, her behavior had not changed at all. Her inner beast's determination was fiercely disrupting the assimilation process, forcing her body into resistance. From these observations, Virion realized that the Elderwood Guardian they encountered was not like the others. Despite the completion of the assimilation process, danger remained. The substance had significant mutations which led to new complications. Arthur began to fear that what he had done could have put in danger. The ring on his finger began to shine, responding instantly as an unexpected event unfolded. A vine lashed out at Arthur, its movement swift and deadly, intent on ending his life. Though the strike nearly found its mark, he managed to evade it, escaping with only a minor scrape. The vines lashed out wildly while Arthur moved swiftly, doing everything possible to avoid their relentless strikes. Monstrous shapes surged up from the earth, separating Virion from Arthur and trapping him within their grasp. The elderly man silently questions whether the young boy is managing to cope. Arthur seemed fine on the surface, yet he couldn't shake the growing sense that was genuinely angry with him. The vines gathered together, twisting tightly until they formed large, pointed drills covered in sharp spikes. The creature launched another attack, aiming to smash Arthur beneath its weight. He skillfully avoided every attack, all the while gesturing to keep Virion safe during the chaos. The group remained determined to protect under any circumstances. Right then, he questioned whether removing the vines would cause any problems. To his astonishment, the sphere he had obtained from the elixir shop began to move by itself. The character extends their hand and slips it through the tangled vines of the cage. A yellow light shone from the sphere as it released from the captors, lifting her into the air while the glowing orb merged into her abdomen. Her hair transformed into a pale green shade, a clear sign that the assimilation was now complete. Arthur gently lifted her and laid her down on the ground. Although Virion could not fully grasp the situation, he recognized that the young boy had rescued her. Slowly opened her eyes, confusion filling her mind as she realized she was lying on the floor. Her eyesight clears, allowing her to see her two cherished companions standing before her. She hurried over and wrapped her arms around Arthur in a warm embrace. The elderly man, hoping for an embrace, instead finds himself reduced to dust. Felt a surge of joy upon realizing that her beloved had survived. Arthur continued to beam at her, his cheerful expression unwavering. At the same time, Virion found himself awkwardly left out while the others paired off. Later on, she was moved to the infirmary to rest and heal. Although Arthur remained troubled by the enigma of the orb, its presence managed to soothe her nerves for the moment. The healers gave an update about its condition, explaining that her health was steadily returning to normal. Despite everything else, a single concern weighed heavily on their minds. Her core stage remained a serious source of worry. No matter how hard they tried, the team couldn't determine the value of her core. Picks it up and makes up his mind to examine it. He discovers something that completely astonishes him. The situation left him speechless, as growth had accelerated to the point where her core was now approaching the silver stage. The two of them left her room, each silently wondering how she had managed to advance through 3 stages in a single leap. For now, she was encouraged to take some time to recover. Meanwhile, Arthur had recently developed a fascination with lances and was eager to deepen his understanding of them. Speculation arose about the power possessed by those who had reached the level of a white core mage. To put things into perspective, a single silver core mage could overpower at least 20 yellow core mages. However, the leap in ability from silver to white core mages was even more dramatic, with their strength increasing at an exponential rate. Virion II possessed the strength of a mid-silver mage, yet even a group of 10 mages of his caliber would struggle to match the power of a single white core mage. Arthur made fun of the elderly man, pointing out his frailty. Despite appearances, his strength was not lacking. Rather, the extraordinary power of white mages set them on an entirely different level. Arthur began to question how white mages, still so young, managed to achieve such incredible power. It seemed illogical to her that these men had not already taken control of the kingdom. Explains that lances can only achieve such power once they have been officially recognized as knights. Arthur found the situation quite confusing. He discovers that the royal bloodlines are the source of their power. He was about to share highly secret information with the boy and made it clear that he must not discuss it with anyone else. He proceeded to inquire whether the boy held any belief in deities. During the Beast era, all three races wandered the globe together, living as nomads among their own people. The two groups interacted solely for exchanging goods, and their ways of life remained deeply different from one another. Despite their differences, the three races got along well. Harmony existed among them as they shared a peaceful coexistence. The Manhwa beasts suddenly broke through and began hunting the three races mercilessly, treating them as nothing more than prey. Over time, their populations dwindled, growing smaller and smaller until finally, one day, a single deity came down from the heavens. This powerful being provided each of the three races with the means they needed to overcome the Manhwa beasts and bring an end to the Age of Fear. The deity revealed itself to three individuals who would later become the ancestors of the royal bloodlines. The royal families of the kingdoms were. The three were granted 6 artifacts, intended to be divided among them when each ascended to the throne. The 3 kings were forbidden from using these artifacts themselves. Rather, they granted them to their strongest followers during special knighting ceremonies. The items they received offered them crucial knowledge, allowing them to understand and control mana with greater skill. The 3 kings instructed the initial 6 artifact users to share their wisdom by instructing others, helping them grow stronger. In this way, the earliest mages came into existence. In the end, the elves, humans, and dwarves joined forces and managed to push the Manhwa beasts away through a fierce and decisive war to an area presently known as the Beast Glades. Peace once again settled over the land, and each of the 3 races began to forge their own destinies, each choosing a unique direction for themselves. They settled into residences that reflected the traditions and values of their heritage. The ruler of the humans guided the western lands, bringing about an era of riches and flourishing communities. The king of the elves ruled over the northern lands, coexisting peacefully with the enchanted woods and the creatures that called it home. The king of the dwarves took charge of the southern lands, driven by a desire to uncover valuable ores, precious metals, and sparkling gems hidden beneath the earth. In time, the trio of kings took charge, wielding their lances as symbols of authority. Under their rule, lasting peace finally settled over the land. Arthur quickly gave a brief overview of the tale, cutting the old man off in a disrespectful manner. The boy wonders what event could have triggered the conflict among the 3 races. As approached the pivotal moment in the story, he tugged at his ear, frustrated with himself for spoiling the narrative. He chooses not to go into the specifics of the war, believing the boy already understands plenty. What truly matters is that peace endured for only a few generations. During that time, the 3 races slowly lost sight of their former unity. Eventually, their desires for more overcame them. Regarding the lances, they were never lost or mysteriously disappeared. Instead, these weapons had always been present, carefully maintained and developed by the royal families, who intended for them to be used as powerful artifacts. The lances had only been revealed to the public after the second continent was discovered. Arthur realized the importance of keeping this information hidden, since the lances were meant to be carefully raised for the use of kings. The stability of the continent would be shattered by internal conflict if people ever discovered that special artifacts existed with the power to create lances. The boy feels a deep sense of pride after being trusted with such important knowledge. Observes that the child's physical growth has at last caught up with his advanced intellect. Arthur found himself unable to refute what had just been said. His grandfather made it clear that he shared this information specifically because the child was crucial to all the matters he had discussed. Arthur finds himself utterly bewildered. Virion then revealed that was far more than an ordinary Manhwa beast. The creature bonded to him, the tiny dragon, was in fact a deity. The deity in question was now thoroughly unconscious, lost in a deep and undisturbed sleep. Arthur found it impossible to imagine how such an adorable, laid-back ball of fur like her could one day ascend to godhood. Virion clarifies that beings known as deities differ greatly from the gods commonly described in literature. Rather than remaining bound to their physical forms, these beings have the ability to rise above their mortality and attain complete unity with mana. The body considered whether her abilities might be connected to her being a dragon, possessed remarkable intelligence and strength. The elder elf explained that seeing a dragon was widely regarded as a symbol of good fortune, and this belief was one of the reasons Arthur chose to conceal her real identity. He recognized the boy's decision, realizing he would have acted similarly if he were in the same situation. He wishes for Arthur to understand that their acquaintance was not a mere coincidence. The world stood on the edge of yet another transformation, and although Arthur's place in this unfolding future remained unclear, hoped the child would be prepared when the time came for him to fulfill his role. Following their intense discussion, the boy wandered along the path, his mind filled with thoughts about whether gods truly existed. Found herself curious about their next destination. The boy seemed curious, as if he wanted to examine something closely. He found himself once again in the miserable location where he had first encountered the shop's proprietor. In that place, he notices the identical sphere positioned within a thin, straight line. The boy grabs both the object and the note at the same time. She discarded it without hesitation. The next morning, Arthur spent quality time surrounded by his family, enjoying the warmth of their company. He often found himself lost in thought, making him seem preoccupied most of the time. Alice looks at him, concerned, and questions inwardly whether he is okay. The boy forced a cheerful expression onto his face as he expressed how much he had missed the taste of his mother's cooking, praising her meal warmly. Despite her son's slow eating and attempts to stall, his sharp-witted mother easily sees through his excuses. As he glanced downward, he discovered that was the one enjoying bites of his meal. Alice reassures her son that she understands if something is causing him to feel uneasy. The boy brushed aside any concerns and insisted on his desire to visit the Aurora constellate. Despite this, could sense that his son was troubled by something, so he advised him against making the trip. No matter what the future held, his parents only wished for his safety and happiness. Known for her adorable personality, often requested her brother to bring her souvenirs since she never liked the gifts their father chose for her. His misfortune was evident, but Arthur couldn't help but smile, feeling thankful for how supportive his family was about everything he was going through. At last he says his goodbyes to them. He prepared to leave for his next stop, clutching a note. At last, the contents of the message became clear. The sender expresses a desire to share the entire story with Arthur and asks him to come to the teleportation gate. The scene shifted to a recollection from King Gray's past. In this memory, a loyal follower explained the significance of taking a woman's life, believing it would prove the king's resolve and loyalty to his nation. The people were united in their desire for him to commit the act, convinced it would serve as a warning and protect their homeland from future threats. The only message that reached his ears was the relentless call to continue the cycle of killing. The sound of calling his name jolted the boy back to full awareness. He gently stroked her fur, reassuring her that she had only experienced a bad dream and nothing more. A sudden recollection surfaced in Arthur's mind, leaving him puzzled about why that particular memory appeared out of nowhere. He retrieved the note once more, his mind drifting back to the limited encounters he had experienced in recent days. He feels fairly confident that the shop owner left this note. He had clearly listened in on their conversation, and now seemed eager to share with Arthur a crucial piece of information that the elf elder had overlooked. At that moment, Arthur reasoned that Virion would never overlook something so important. He questions internally how anyone could possess greater knowledge about this important issue than Virion does. The carriage carries him to the entrance, where a guard stops him and asks to see his identification. The elf informs the child that the gateway connects to the realm of, and that permission is required before entry can be granted. Arthur found himself bewildered by the unexpected situation, still unsure of the reason he was being sent specifically to. He displays the royal seal belonging to his family. Even the guard could not help but tremble. Arthur was allowed to pass, stepping confidently into the room just as a streak of yellow light washed over him. Two feels concern, noticing that their bodies hang precariously, supported only by thin strands of mana. In time, they found themselves drawn into a space filled with darkness. Arthur glanced around, trying to understand the situation. The most unsettling part was that, who had never felt fear before, now seemed genuinely frightened. The boy lit a small fire, hoping the light would reveal what was happening around him. He remained clueless about the situation. Without warning, an intense surge of energy coursed through both of them, so strong that enduring it felt nearly impossible. Overwhelmed, squeezed her eyes shut. Arthur wonders aloud about the identity of the person they are looking at. Eyes keen and piercing like those of a serpent fixed their gaze on the group, watching them intently. Fear washed over the boy and his companion, leaving them both frozen in place. A mysterious sound filled the air, pulling the surrounding darkness away and transforming it into a bright, white space. Trembled so violently that Arthur's patience began to wear thin. He spots the cat, the very one he had encountered at the store earlier that day. The cat gazed at him intently, then slowly shifted its form until it stood before him as a humanoid figure. Referring to himself as Winsome, the mysterious figure attempts to ease the confusion by revealing that he is one of the gods. The scene ended at that moment, shifting the focus to Director, who now appeared alone. Inside the council chamber, she listened as the members expressed their deep distress over the loss of the lances. Among them, one individual reacted angrily and insisted on questioning the student who had seen what happened. However, the remaining council members concluded that proceeding with the interrogation would serve no purpose, as it would yield no valuable information. The group carefully considered their next steps, ultimately deciding to send their most skilled mages to investigate the remnants of the dungeon. Stood before the council and refused the request. The group reached a consensus that the headmaster had fulfilled his duties to the council and now should focus on managing the academy. Good Sky found herself lost in thought, reminiscing about moments from the past. She questioned whether her decision to conceal the boy's identity had truly been the correct choice. Her own familiar regarded the boy as an enigma, sensing that the situation would only become more complicated if the council began to suspect he played a role in the events. Felt a wave of relief and happiness knowing that he was out of danger. Suddenly, several launched an attack against her, and one managed to land a blow. She quickly summoned a protective barrier around herself, then unleashed a powerful attack that overwhelmed the four who had ambushed her. She relies on her partner to handle the remainder of the battle. As the monstrous being shifted its form and consumed the attackers, she questioned one of the remaining assailants. Defeats her opponent decisively, showing no sign of pity. Despite being questioned, the man stubbornly keeps all details to himself. He believes that she has seriously misjudged the situation by expecting the continent to survive for several more decades. Spies could be found throughout the entire continent, hiding in plain sight, and many believed it was only a short time before a war would break out before this traitor had the chance to expose the organization he served. Deliberately ends his life, likely due to her prior knowledge of the situation. Found enjoyment as he consumed the flesh of humans. Noticed that her injury was not serious, yet she remained uneasy, unsettled by how effortlessly the fight had ended. She set her sights on making the coast her next objective. She silently wished that her doubts would prove to be true. In a shocking turn of events, a curse mark appeared carved into her back, revealing her past connections with the villains. This revelation brought to mind Arthur's earlier encounter with the divine being. A rush of recollections sweeps over him as he stands in the presence of the charming deity. The creature transformed itself to look like a human, hoping this new form would make their conversation easier. Deities possess power that surpasses even that of white core mages. Arthur struggles to comprehend that it exists right before him. He attempts to steady himself. Prior to their conversation, he hopes to clarify the reason for their journey to the Elf Kingdom and whether it has anything to do with. Winsome explains that his only intention was to help him pass through the gate. He raises his hand, revealing that Virion and are both safe and unharmed, just as usual. The princess's health had improved because of the elixir pearl he had given her just before her core had burst. The boy was allowed to keep the second pearl for himself. Arthur was taken aback upon learning that core might have broken, yet this revelation explained Winsome's decision to bring the child to this place. He initially views the child as a resident of. It had recently been discovered that the world contained a second continent in addition to. Its rule had long been in the hands of powerful beings dwelling in. While the lesser inhabitants referred to these figures as deities, the beings themselves identified as asuras. The same deities who once bestowed magical artifacts upon the three races, enabling them to battle against the magic beasts, were involved again. Winsome reveals that his knowledge of the artifacts comes from Virion, yet he admits that the true nature of the Asuras is beyond what anyone could comprehend. He notes that the Asuras themselves have long been ruled by a noble class. According to him, the Asuras were never meant to get involved with the three races or the continent, choosing only to act if the peace was in danger. The rule was eventually overturned after split into three separate factions, each made up of various clans from different races. Each faction's leading clan focused on its own interests above all else. Despite possessing great strength, they chose not to use their abilities against those they considered lesser. Everything changed, however, when Rose to lead the clan, driven by ambition, shattered the ancient laws to push his people ahead. Arthur took time to process the recent revelation, gradually realizing that he had already met several individuals belonging to that clan. Even among the Asuras, the clan held a reputation for infamy. They resembled scientists and researchers, always dedicated to making progress in the study of mana. After rose to power, the clan experienced a dramatic increase in strength. In time, the deities uncovered that the clan's members had been conducting various experiments on weaker races to boost their own abilities. Upon hearing those words, a wave of revulsion swept over Arthur. Now, uncertainty clouded his mind as he wondered about the purpose of his actions and the part he was meant to fulfill. Winsome insists that the situation does not directly involve the child, yet he believes the boy ought to know the truth due to his ties with the gods. He used his abilities to compel to undergo her transformation, forcing her to show what she really was. For countless years, the gods had been on a quest to locate, and just as they finally uncovered her whereabouts, they noticed a young boy cradling a tiny divine figure in his embrace. Winsome reveals that Arthur shares a special connection with his master's daughter. Stood unrivaled as the most formidable being across all 3 continents. Her strength was so remarkable that even and Arthur found themselves at a complete loss for words. The elder elf had spoken the truth. Dragons were truly gods and both ranked among the most formidable beings to have ever lived. Most gods usually transform into one of 3 different shapes. Usually chose to remain in her small, adorable shape so she could save her strength. In contrast, Asuras typically stayed in their human-like forms because it helped them conserve their magical energy. Arthur reacts with genuine astonishment upon learning this news. Had not changed into that form yet, only because her current abilities wouldn't allow it. Her core was less advanced than most, and given the way things were progressing, this limitation was becoming clear. Winsome delivered troubling information, revealing that spies had already infiltrated the continent. The deities could hardly deny it any longer. War was approaching swiftly, and Arthur's involvement would inevitably alter the course of the conflict. Should he choose to side with the gods, they would allow him to keep his connection intact. However, this offer came with an unspoken warning. He was facing a threat at that very moment. If he refuses, his bond will be revoked. Arthur felt the looming danger the war would bring to those he cared about, leaving him with no option except to take action, even if it went against his wishes. Yet, in that same moment, he realized the gods were attempting to manipulate him for their own purposes. Winsome feels relieved by the youngster's surprising maturity. It becomes clear that the gods have decided to bring both Arthur to the continent so they can be trained. The revelation leaves him stunned. Possesses a rare ability so coveted that even the gods would go to great lengths to claim it, and now that incredible force lies hidden within Arthur himself. Only in the distant realm will Arthur find the means to awaken and harness this power, growing more formidable as his connection deepens. If he takes that action, his odds of overcoming mages and rescuing the continent will greatly improve. They decided to move forward to the part involving the disciplinary committee. Observes that just a few days have passed since came back from their field trip. Despite everything, the students have been overwhelmed by events happening at school. Many of them have started to bully others, causing chaos throughout the campus. Has been deeply shaken since witnessing the events that unfolded in the dungeon. Both he and his companion are overwhelmed with remorse for abandoning Arthur when he needed them most. As the topic shifts to the subject in question, a student inquires about the progress of the ongoing search mission. In response, shares that his efforts have not yielded any significant findings so far, and he lacks any evidence implicating the students under suspicion. Grew increasingly frustrated with the disciplinary committee's inability to address the incidents that kept happening at the academy. Paused for a moment, realizing that the situation could only be settled by the director. The school's performance was declining, and everyone pointed fingers at one student, holding them responsible for the downturn. The atmosphere in the room shifts to a tense silence as, filled with fury, passionately stands up for Arthur, highlighting both his excellence as a professor and his skills as a student. Everyone recognizes this fact, but even so, the accusations are still directed toward him. Found herself powerless in the moment, while burned with frustration, convinced that if Arthur stood in her shoes, he would have already figured out the perfect way to deal with everything. Reminded everyone that they must never talk about him when he isn't present, no matter the circumstances. Is certain that he will come back. Seemed ready to speak to her, but just then, Elijah unexpectedly arrives, revealing himself as a companion of Arthur. He intends to let them know what is happening with Arthur. Without warning, the entire building trembled violently as an earthquake struck, causing it to collapse. The members of the disciplinary committee hurried outside without delay. Recalls that her mother always placed great importance on the value of equality. She consistently encouraged her to show kindness to everyone, regardless of their social standing. She believed that a person's background held no real significance. In her view, everyone possessed unique qualities that made them important. Her mother stood as a beacon of kindness, always putting the needs of others before her own. She had been the strongest advocate for transforming the academy into a symbol of unity among the three races. The hall, once meant to stand as a beacon of harmony and togetherness, now burned fiercely as they watched, its promise consumed by fire. Flames engulfed the whole area, consuming everything in their path. Along with the other mages, worked tirelessly to raise protective barriers and suppress the spreading fire. Professor Glory relied on her connection to swiftly transport the wounded students to the closest hospital. The water mages focused their efforts on extinguishing the fires burning at both ends. At last the fire died down, leaving behind nothing but scattered, charred fragments. Before anything else could happen, Charles let out a loud roar, calling out Snape's name. Approaches quietly from behind, intent on capturing the culprit. He channels gravity magic to hold his opponent firmly against the ground before. He was quickly drawn into the ongoing investigation. Curiously, Charles acted as though he were an innocent man who had been unfairly accused. A teacher hurried over to help him, insisting that bothering other students was inappropriate at that moment. Glory observes an unusual detail about the man. Charles presented himself as an innocent bystander, as if he had narrowly escaped an explosion without any fault of his own. He forcefully restrained his opponent, all the while convincing himself that he bore no guilt. He had frequently been seen among a notorious group, consistently found at the center of criminal activity. The teacher stood up for Charles, expressing firm disagreement with the actions taken by the disciplinary committee. Glory stepped forward to intervene, positioning herself between the two and bringing their confrontation to a halt. She could sense growing frustration, yet she understood they couldn't accuse any student unless they had undeniable proof. The disciplinary committee's decisions now took center stage. The other students whispered among themselves, spreading rumors that the committee was on the verge of misusing its authority. Reached out to hold back and halted too. The group realized that their main priority was rescuing the students trapped inside the building, rather than going after the villain. Filled with anger, abruptly withdraws his spell from Charles. He seized the other boy's shirt and pushed him back, as the two of them moved apart. Caught sight of a wicked grin spreading across the man's face, which confirmed her suspicion that he was the mastermind orchestrating everything from the shadows. Meanwhile, Elijah dedicates himself to intense training within the gym, pushing his limits as he strives to sharpen his mastery and command over his elemental powers. The effort leaves him drained, a clear sign of his commitment to improving his skill and accuracy. Even after advancing to the light orange stage, he believes there is still significant improvement needed for his growth. His special ability offered no advantage in this situation, leaving him to wish he had confided in Arthur about his shortcomings, since Arthur might have provided the support he needed. Had he been present with the group, he would have been able to prevent the whole situation by himself, making the committee's involvement unnecessary. Once the flames had died down, Elijah shared the news of Arthur's survival with everyone, which brought them immense relief. They hoped to straighten things out ahead of his arrival, aiming to spare him from dealing with all the problems himself. Most of the group remained unaware of the full extent of his powers. Only Elijah truly understood what he was capable of. He believed that their concern for him was sincere. Even though he kept his abilities a secret, the committee members as well as the princess treated him with respect. Elijah found himself drifting into thoughts of comparison, questioning whether his own life could have mirrored the humans' experiences. Though both he and Arthur were unusual in their own right, destiny seemed to grant Arthur greater fortune than ever before. Elijah's mind became a whirlwind of emotions, each one stirred by memories of the tender times they had experienced together. He remembered the difficult challenges they had endured. He quickly regains his composure, realizing just how much Arthur has always been there to help him. Despite everything, he now confronted challenges greater than those faced by anyone around him. Elijah realized that if he wanted to measure up to that person, he would have to grow even more powerful. At the location designated for teleportation, several weary travelers grumbled to themselves, frustrated by the overwhelming amount of tasks they were expected to complete. One of the group noticed Arthur and quickly blocked his path, insisting that Arthur was not actually an elf. He reprimands the boy for straying from his path, and as the woman discusses how vital he is to the kingdom, the man, his face contorted with anger, forcefully pushes her arm aside. Roger felt frustrated that he and his friends had to go through the hassle of getting licensed. while this scrawny newcomer managed to bypass the line without any difficulty. The boy makes it clear that he is cutting in line because he believes the matter is significant enough to justify his actions. Roger resorts to aggressive tactics in his approach this time. He reached out with his magic, seizing the boy firmly. Although he had no intention of ending Arthur's life, he hoped to frighten him into submission. However, this guy failed to realize he had picked a fight with someone he shouldn't have underestimated. Arthur unleashed a burst of blue flames of his own. He looked at the man standing in front of him, overcome with a sense of hopelessness. After making his statement, he turned and left alongside his escort. Now it was time to review the events from his discussion with Winsome. Arthur wondered why the deity had failed to find them after all this time. Whenever he used feathers to cover the mark of his bond, he managed to keep it hidden for an extended period. At last, they had discovered his whereabouts, leaving him with no option except to ready himself for his journey to the distant land of. While making his way forward, Arthur considered where he should head next. He approaches a group of elven guards, presenting the royal family's official pendant that has already been, and greets them swiftly. People's constant doubt about the badge, even though it was genuine, left the boy feeling somewhat irritated. He had been given guidance on what to do next. However, at that moment, a powerful earthquake suddenly jolts everyone, causing them to stumble from their places. The guards quickly moved forward, placing themselves between Arthur and any potential danger. This turns out to be fortunate, as he feels relieved to discover that they are actually worth something. Despite everything, the boy began casting a spell, channeling its power from deep within himself. Virion stepped forward, showing clear signs of exhaustion after struggling against a challenging adversary. The enigmatic challenger reveals herself to be. She had grown so powerful that managing her abilities was now beyond her reach. Arthur could hardly believe it when he discovered that had already bonded completely with an S-class beast. He wondered if the unusual marble played a role in what had happened. Although she remained awake and aware, she still couldn't command the vines. They continued to spread endlessly. At the same time, hoped Arthur would join the battle. She turns away from the royal guards, seeing them only as hindrances to her path. The royal guards could not hide their confusion as Virion dismissed them from the scene, yet allowed Arthur to remain and continue participating in the battle. The reason for this careful secrecy was to ensure that very few individuals were aware of how strong Truly was at this point in time. Prepared herself to take action, yet Arthur insisted that she hold back and limit the use of her abilities. Arthur surged forward, but a vine lashed out and cut him as he passed. He recognizes the danger that comes with casting a fire spell in this environment. The boy chooses to unleash the abilities granted by his beastly will. He triggered the thunderclap impulse, causing his hair to transform into a bright shade while vivid purple energy spread across his body as he pushed forward through the tangled vines. Arthur stood close to, reminding her to keep control over her vines. She tries to endure as long as she can, waiting for Arthur to come to her rescue. He pulled her close into a protective embrace and then unleashed his ice deviant magic, using its power to eliminate the remaining vines. The boy made sure she was safe, then checked to see if was okay. Although she found herself out of danger, she couldn't help but feel irritated by how much she relied on his assistance. Arthur tried to comfort her, but she refused his efforts. She gave him a gentle poke, then explained that he had inspired her to improve herself and gain greater strength. A smile spreads across the boy's face as he listens to those words. As their fists collided in a show of camaraderie, Winsome watched from a distance. Observing the moment, she realized that Arthur would eventually need to put in every effort to uncover the mysteries surrounding and discover the true story of her family. While the two exchanged warm smiles, suddenly appeared, breaking up their tender moment. He intends to let the affectionate pair know that the cleanup team has arrived to handle the aftermath of the chaos. Arthur and his paths crossed for a short moment, allowing them to interact briefly. Feeling self-conscious, they quickly broke eye contact and pulled away from each other. The boy wonders aloud about their destination. Virion didn't mind what happened, as long as things didn't end up in ruins like their current surroundings. Inside the carriage, dozed peacefully as Virion quietly reflected on the heavy burden of guilt he carried about the events unfolding around them. He believed she was capable of handling the initial stage and felt confident that he alone could manage the task. Arthur, however, believes that her integration happened more quickly than normal, causing her to miss the training stage and resulting in her current lack of control. He immediately noticed that Beast Will felt completely unlike his own. Even after their powers had supposedly merged, her Beast Will continued to resist her, refusing to submit. Arthur asked the elderly man to remind her to act with greater caution, since another mistake like that could put those nearby in danger. Upon hearing those words, Grandpa suddenly raised his voice, insisting that his only intention had been to help his granddaughter grow strong. Virion recognizes that sealing Smana is important until she learns to control her abilities. However, he realizes this would leave her vulnerable to danger. Because of this, he considers that a protective artifact might offer a safer solution. Arthur accepted the plan and promised to remain with until he was certain she was completely out of danger. Virion, now adopting a more earnest demeanor, turned his attention to Arthur and sincerely sought out Arthur's thoughts about. He wonders whether the boy has any genuine plans to eventually make her his wife. In response, the boy remains silent, his expression turning serious as he pauses to reflect thoughtfully. Just as he prepares to reply, criticized, expressing his disapproval of her bitter and entitled attitude. Arthur felt a bit out of his depth, surprised by the idea, since he had always believed that elves typically waited until much later in life to get married. The elderly man stood prepared to cast aside a long-held tradition, believing that abandoning this simple rule could lead to greater advancement. He made sure to express his intentions in the clearest way possible. Directly inquires whether the boy has developed feelings for. Arthur responded with an unhesitating affirmation. He shifted into uncertainty, admitting that he still didn't understand what it truly meant to like or love someone. He decided he needed more time to figure out his feelings before responding. He hoped to strengthen his skills as much as possible before the moment came when he could propose to her. Virion felt a sense of admiration, noticing that the young boy was making choices that set his life on a positive path. As usual, couldn't resist making fun, eagerly declaring that her suspicion about Papa having feelings for Mama was correct. Arthur felt a hint of concern, yet Virion quickly eased his mind by confirming that was completely unconscious. The amusing part was that, despite appearances, she was fully awake. She struggled to keep her composure as Arthur finally admitted the truth, her mind spinning with disbelief. Beads of sweat gathered on her forehead while her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Arthur and both question whether the girls are troubled by nightmares during their sleep. Arthur reflected inwardly, realizing that his feelings for were unique compared to how he felt about others. However, keeping her safe was what mattered most to him at the moment, and he believed that an artifact would help with her protection. He also felt reassured knowing that both his mother and sister were already wearing their own pendants. Despite his efforts, the protection remained insufficient, and his sister had not yet regained consciousness. The boy worried anxiously about the looming conflict that Winsome had cautioned him about. An unexpected thought sparked within his mind. He needed to find a bond strong enough to shield his sister from danger. He couldn't help but imagine her pet ruthlessly eliminating any boys who dared to show an interest in her. He always acted so overprotective. They reached the place they had been heading toward. Becomes the first one to exit the car. She rushed toward her mother and embraced her tightly, feeling overwhelming joy at being reunited with her family. Arthur glanced around, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar surroundings with evident confusion as he tried to figure out their location. His parents feel a deep sense of relief and joy knowing he's always around to look after their daughter whenever any problems arise. The crowd was eager to learn the fate of the royal manor. Virion struggled to find the words to describe how it had completely shattered it. The unfortunate girl admitted that the event truly occurred, leaving both parents stunned. Acted unfazed as he explained that he had simply been practicing with his granddaughter when the destruction happened by mistake. Arthur found himself puzzled by this version of events, knowing that it was actually who had caused the manor's ruin. Despite his confusion, Arthur went along with the explanation, while remained relaxed and unconcerned about the complete devastation of their once beautiful home. He had wanted to see for quite a while. His grandmother has been exceptionally occupied lately. Her attention has been particularly drawn to what lies ahead for Arthur. The boy remains puzzled, unable to grasp the reason behind it. As he looks around, he realizes he has no memory of seeing this place during his previous visit. His mother remarks that none of them have visited for quite some time. She had decided to keep her distance from others, driven by an unusual motivation. On one occasion, had come dangerously close to losing his life because of one of her traps. The seriousness of her situation had reached that extreme. He hopes they realize she might be in hiding because she is being pursued by dangerous individuals. Arthur felt a sense of unease as he tried to figure out the identities of those mysterious individuals. As they continued on their way, skillfully interrogated various forest creatures, showing no difficulty in getting the information she wanted. Each time his father looked at her, he found himself in awe of the connection they shared. He wished to express his gratitude to the two of them for consistently looking out for and ensuring she stayed out of trouble. He discovered that she had survived perilous moments solely because he had come to her aid. The boy responded with a casual attitude, unfazed by the mention of assistance since he had benefited from her help as well. This caught the attention of her father, who, curious about the situation, inquired about the details of how it happened. The boy glanced upward, silently acknowledging that her support had been what kept him from losing his mind. His reaction was remarkably uncommon for someone his age, especially a 13-year-old boy. He acknowledges that Arthur gives off the impression of being more mature than his years. The boy interprets the remark as praise directed toward him. However, the elf leader suddenly halts and insists that there is more to his words than just a compliment. He explains that parents prefer their children to stay young, hoping to shield them from the challenges and responsibilities that come with adulthood. Arthur reflects inwardly, realizing that almost 30 years have passed since his days of youth came to an end. To everyone's surprise, the only reason the TBATE Council existed at all was because of that boy. His father held a deep and unwavering hatred for humans. After the war ended, their actions left others feeling deeply let down. He could never forgive the humans for what they had done, especially after the war took his mother away from him. At that point, he almost lost his daughter as well, but everything changed when a young boy appeared in their lives. A human boy had saved his daughter and returned her safely. He rescued her from the hands of the slave traders and showed courage by challenging the authority of the Elven king. During that period, the young boy managed to help the king regain his composure. Even this man acknowledged that he would accept Arthur joining their family. His wife, Moral, also revealed that the king had been wanting to meet the boy for some time. The exchange between them had been overheard by the entire group, leaving little room for secrecy. After some time had passed, raised his hand, gesturing for everyone to settle down and be silent. As impatience grew, her actions became more forceful, while the boy gripped his sword, readying himself for any commotion that might arise. Each individual themselves to confront the looming danger. An elderly woman stepped out from behind the thick bushes, but their attention remained elsewhere. The boy, acting recklessly, attacked the helpless elderly woman before she could defend herself. Had it not been for Virion's timely intervention moments earlier, she could have been cut completely in two. The woman shouted angrily at the man, furious that he had attempted to harm an older lady. Rushed forward and wrapped her arms around in a warm embrace. She cherished him just as much. As the group moved forward, had anticipated finding her waiting at the entrance, yet instead, she had already set out to look for them since they were running behind schedule. In a playful, grandmotherly fashion, she reached out to pinch Arthur's cheek, joking that if she were younger, she might have found herself smitten by someone like him. He nearly had a heart attack when she suddenly appeared from behind the bush, leaving him completely startled in a way no one expected. Granny misunderstood his words, believing he was insulting her looks, and looked too, hoping he would recall and describe how beautiful she had been in her younger days. Even was considered no more than ordinary. Makes an inappropriate remark about the fact that Virion's wife has passed away. Everyone responds with expressions of disappointment. Virion offers an apology, expressing his understanding of the emotions shared by those around him. Abruptly changes the subject, mentioning that they will arrive shortly. Just as Arthur is on the verge of asking about the location. For reasons he can't quite explain, his sense of right and wrong holds him back. The group continued their walk until she pointed out a stunning waterfall waiting just ahead. The breathtaking view left everyone frozen in astonishment and wonder. She invites the group to enter the cave and advises against using any spells that produce light. They continued forward through the darkness. At last the group arrives at its house. She had many topics on her mind to share in this familiar setting. Within the warmth of her inviting home, they sipped their tea and took in the peaceful surroundings. Yet, Arthur found himself baffled by the unusual magic employed, which made the interior of the space seem far more expansive than its outward appearance suggested. Granny had a few clever tactics hidden away, but it wouldn't be long before they were revealed. The tea causes everyone to lose consciousness, leaving them all knocked out. The boy takes another careful sip from his cup of tea. Was encouraged to observe that he showed no surprise while sipping the tea, even after witnessing others collapse from drinking it. The boy reflected on his past experiences, thinking that after everything he had endured, nothing could catch him off guard anymore. Meanwhile, already seemed to know what was going on. The boy sets his tea aside, realizing that the words she is about to share are highly confidential and meant for his ears alone. prior to anything else, announces her identity as a diviner and states that she needs to provide a more thorough explanation of her abilities. Despite gaining extensive knowledge about magic during his time at the academy, Arthur still could not uncover any information pertaining to divine magic. He finds it hard to grasp that he is about to receive important wisdom directly from a diviner. Noticed his interest and decided it was the right moment to start her explanation. She explains that some deviants must draw their strength from sources beyond the traditional four elements. Unlike ordinary mages who typically draw in particles from the environment, these individuals possess a unique approach. A clear example was the boy's mother, an emitter who possessed healing abilities. Throughout her life had met many kinds of unusual people, yet every one of them shared a single common trait. They possessed their own reserve of mana, which allowed them to strengthen their magic whenever they wished. In contrast, the boy's abilities worked differently, as he was considered an elemental deviant. Diviners experience the emergence of their abilities in unique ways, with their powers sometimes surfacing unexpectedly at various stages of their lives. Glimpses of the days ahead appeared before them, but these visions were so unclear and mysterious that making sense of them proved challenging. Strangely, witnessing these signs didn't demand any of their magical energy. From what had explained, she believed this ability would be a curse rather than a blessing if someone was unable to master it. The boy wanted to know more about the spell she had used when he was a child. That magic allowed him to find his parents and talk with them face to face. She had cast a spell that required her to use her abilities to project images. Genuine divination involves carefully interpreting signs to understand what the future holds. The boy remains confused, unable to follow her reasoning. He wonders how she manages to fuel her magic when her mana core is not involved. It became clear that diviners paid a steep price for their abilities, sacrificing years from their own lives to glimpse what lay ahead. This was the true source of their power, while all other supposed skills were dismissed as mere tricks. Thinking back to when she had brought up his wife some time earlier, he begins to discuss. The individual possessed not only the abilities of a diviner, but also held far greater power than she did. His predictions about the future contained greater detail than those made by. She possessed a beauty unmatched by any other, drawing envious gazes from all the elves throughout the realm. The entire kingdom regarded her as their greatest treasure and source of happiness. Not long after developing deep feelings for Virion, she married him in a lovely ceremony. Happiness appeared to be on their side, yet destiny soon intervened and altered their paths. As the conflict between elves and humans neared its conclusion, discussions about a peace agreement began to circulate. The elves believed the struggle would go on, expecting the humans to keep using their abilities. The king from that era carried out his last move, targeting the successor to the 11th throne. The person they were after turned out to be, in time, was haunted by disturbing images foretelling her husband's approaching demise. Although she could foresee his fate, her visions never revealed the manner in which his death would occur. Even though she possessed the powers of a diviner, she found herself unable to alter any details within the prophecies she foresaw. They would simply end up dying for a different reason, arriving at the same fate but through another path. He realized that his wife's abilities were draining her strength, so he tried everything he could to convince her to rest. Despite his efforts, she pushed herself to her limits and continued until her energy was completely spent. Shared her own story about witnessing future events and explained the heavy toll it took on her own life. She reflected on how, on the other hand, endured this burden daily, driven only by her devotion to love. He suffered through countless difficulties. Virion managed to survive just long enough for the new king to rise and challenge the throne. The king overthrew his own father, bringing the conflict to an end. Though achieved her goal, she sacrificed a significant portion of her own life in the process. Just a few weeks later, her life came to a heartbreaking end. Because of this, she harbored resentment toward Virion for many years and felt bitterness toward her sister for abandoning her. Arthur could hardly believe it when he discovered that Anne were actually sisters. It was clear that the elderly had faced many hardships throughout his lifetime, although she constantly appeared upbeat in their presence. Opened her eyes and immediately saw that her father was sitting nearby, looking worn out and dejected. Explains why she decided to share everything with Arthur at that moment. She relied on her prophetic abilities once more, gazing ahead to glimpse what awaited the boy in the days to come. Upon hearing those words, Arthur halts in his tracks. She wondered about the reasons behind her actions. Looking forlorn, climbs onto his lap. She appeared to sense a threat and felt unsettled by Arthur's presence. He gently pats the young girl's head, reassuring her that he is unharmed. reveals that she has seen fleeting images of the boy in her mind long before their first actual meeting. Such an event was completely unprecedented among all diviners. Despite everything, was moving into a new era. A lot was shifting, and soon the boy would become the center of it all. Arthur is curious about the reason, yet even cannot fully grasp the answer herself. She worries that revealing too many details might alter what lies ahead. Meanwhile, avoiding the truth would only leave him unable to take action. Arthur notes the extent of her dedication, observing that she is willing to risk her life for the sake of the visions, which compels him to offer his support in return. At that moment, he realizes that Even remains unaware of her abilities. She had hidden the truth from him for a long time, insisting that her experiences had already filled a lifetime. By looking into the boy's future, she accidentally drew many adversaries toward herself, leading her to live in isolation. The choice had been made for personal reasons. Finally, discloses what lies ahead for the boy. No matter what lies ahead, challenging choices and struggles are certain to fill his future. He would encounter numerous adversaries and challenges, yet his hope would lie in having a final purpose to strive toward. The ultimate purpose remained unknown even to Arthur himself. In fact, the future depended entirely on which path Arthur would decide to pursue in his life. She leaves the boy behind, offering him 2 crucial suggestions before she goes. She hopes he will realize that countless individuals commit harmful acts, all believing they serve a greater good. She also hopes he will pay attention to threats that are less obvious, those who are isolated, desperate, and have nothing left, rather than directing all his concern toward more powerful figures. Other than that, is unable to focus on any particular details. The boy worries about the consequences he might face if he chooses incorrectly when the critical moment arrives. Reassures him, explaining that making the right decision doesn't always mean choosing the absolute best option. At this moment, she advises him to take some time to rest and come back the following day. The scene shifted back to the Sinister, who now held a vial filled with a mysterious green liquid. It was the very object that had seized before causing it to detonate upon himself. Charles still had not attempted to use it, while realized that he had been judged unfit to handle the vial at all. Gazes at the green liquid, quietly realizing that the strength of everyone else's cores falls short compared to his. Even brief exposure to this uncomplicated substance could prove fatal to them. Charles lost his temper and insisted that immediate action was necessary, particularly since the disciplinary committee had begun enforcing stricter measures. Bonded by summoning a surge of fire. He sends the boy tumbling to the ground, making it clear that the kid is merely a messenger with no further purpose. Twisted off the cap of the tube and swallowed its contents. As soon as he moves, tension tightens his entire body. He collapses onto the ground. Charles feels a surge of happiness as he observes current condition. Meanwhile, the other clowns mock, pointing out that much like he is unable to handle the effects of the drug. Even Charles acts superior, referring to as merely a worthless mutt. He pushed his boundaries further by daringly resting his foot atop his own head. Reached out and seized Charles, sending a sudden jolt of electricity shooting through him. He was launched through the air, his foot brutally cut off, while his entire body crackled with waves of wild, unstoppable energy. Memories of a recent argument with his brother resurfaced for him. His brother had harshly criticized him, calling him weak and accusing him of always depending on the family's influence to get out of trouble. In that heated exchange, his brother had urged to stand up for himself without anyone else's help. Now consumed by this sinister energy, burst into laughter, his happiness overflowing in a way that almost seemed monstrous. The red-haired troublemaker attempts to flee, but with one quick burst of energy from his opponent collapses immediately. The group's soul healer ignored Charles's wounds, choosing instead to rush over to Juno in a desperate attempt to preserve his life. However, when she finally arrives, it is already too late. The man had already been reduced to nothing but a pile of ashes. She faced the creature responsible for his death and she unleashed a barrage of water bullets, aiming them directly at. The man was losing his grip on reality, showing no remorse for his actions. He lunged forward and slammed her against the tree, his grip tightening around her neck until blood streamed from her eyes. Desperate, she pleaded for mercy, but her cries went unanswered as ended her life, now with both of them lifeless. He glances over at Charles, noticing that tears stream down his face as he sobs uncontrollably from the pain. Challenged the man to repeat the insult he had used before, questioning if he still had the same boldness. Charles desperately begs for mercy, but his fate is sealed as his life comes to a tragic conclusion. The next morning, everyone gathered around the table, already up and ready to share a meal. found herself unimpressed, her mood dampened by the food that failed to suit her tastes. Openly admits to the soothing influence of the calming herbs she has mixed into her tea. She pretends the incident was accidental, masking any hint that it might have been deliberate. Felt frustrated knowing he had important tasks waiting for him, and blamed her tea for making him fall asleep so suddenly. Cheerfully revealed the truth about him and along with the fate of the royal manor. Hearing this, he quickly silenced her. The princess receives a tiny artifact intended to help her manage the wild urges of her inner beast. Lifts the lid and discovers a stunning bracelet nestled inside. Arthur struggled to understand how she managed to create something in such a short amount of time. At that moment, he notices that he is surrounded by the renowned elves and reminds himself that their presence should not catch him off guard. The Elven King felt a surge of happiness upon seeing that had created something so important for his daughter. They choose to package the leftovers, quickly leads Arthur and to the portal that will transport them to city. The boy is astonished to realize that she possesses her own teleportation gate and seems to have acquired it effortlessly. Simply offers him a gentle smile in reply. His parents wrapped their arms around her, silently conveying their hopes for her happiness and success. At the same time, hopes she will visit the director's office so he can check on her well-being. Feels overjoyed to finally meet her grandmother and wraps her arms around her in a warm, affectionate hug. Arthur observed the tender exchange between them, his heart heavy with sadness as he anticipated the inevitable outcome. And her companion took their leave from the royal family, offering their goodbyes before stepping through the teleportation portal together. There were no guards stationed at the exit of this gate. He speculates about whether the team might be short-handed or preoccupied with other duties. Arthur and strolled together beneath the dazzling lights of the Aurora Constellate, their path illuminated by its breathtaking beauty. Observed the scene before her, thinking to herself that its beauty never faded, no matter how often she witnessed it. At the same time, the small, fluffy creature gazes upward, convinced that something is wrong with the sky. Eagerly clawed at the door as they arrived home. After a long separation, they happened to cross paths with Jasmine, appeared with his hair styled in a bun reminiscent of Arthur's signature look. The girl, often considered odd by others, hurried over to Arthur and shoved him onto her soft pillows. His cheeks flushed with mortification the moment she witnessed the scene. However, she also becomes a target of the same behavior. The boy returned to his house where his family greeted him warmly and everyone agreed to head indoors together. Prepares to depart, having stopped by just to greet everyone. With responsibilities awaiting her and Arthur expressing concern, she knows she must attend to other matters. However, had responsibilities that required her attention. She feels guilty about having fun, believing that the other students are likely struggling with challenges at school. Arthur recalled the vow he had made to Virion to remain by the princess's side and ensure her safety. Now, as he prepared to leave her alone, a wave of guilt washed over him. Reassures herself that everything will be all right because it's just for a single day. Alice approached and gently draped her scarf over the small elf princess, making sure she would stay warm. He says her goodbyes as Arthur watches her leave. Within the hall, the celebration continued in full swing, even though the princess had already departed ahead of everyone else. Arthur enjoys a series of hearty laughs, but eventually, a wave of hopelessness washes over him. The entire group had become intoxicated, Jasmine among them, despite her earlier concerns about the boy's well-being. She had brought it up over and over again, slurring her words like someone who had clearly had too much to drink. Since Vincent behaves like an animal, Arthur believes that stepping outside for some fresh air would be beneficial. He listens to a variety of unbelievable tales and often recounts the ways his actions regularly cause his mother concern. The black-haired elf recognized the boy's unique talents and understood the important part he would play. She believed that as long as he stayed humble, an extraordinary future awaited him. He recalled how had expressed similar thoughts, making him realize that his ultimate ambition would shape what was to come. Arthur suspects that Helen might be slightly intoxicated as well, and Helen confirms his suspicion. Ever since the new continent had been discovered, her mind had been filled with worry. Helen decided it would be wise to check on her teammates to see how they were doing. Arthur expressed his gratitude for her presence and she suggested that he should take some time to rest as well. After she departs, the child is left alone, filled with questions about his purpose and the reason for his existence. He refused to believe that there might be a serious and intentional reason behind his arrival. He had come to treasure the joyful expressions of those he cared about deeply. The boy paid no mind to gods or any creatures that threatened him, His only concern was keeping his loved ones safe. That was the future he was determined to build. At the same time, the cult's primary leader completed his preparations at last. The character calls forth a vast array of unusual creatures to launch the concluding assault. Glanced toward the disciplinary committee as he focused on assembling an artifact. He insisted on handling everything himself, even though everyone else understood that the cultists were preparing to unleash a vicious assault on the academy. Strongly insists that pushing themselves with additional training would eventually cause them more harm than good. The athletic girl hurried over, carrying resistance bands to begin her workout session. The characters stumbled and lost their balance, crashing to the ground. Picked up the bands, wondering aloud about their usefulness since wearing them would only sap their mana, which could become a serious problem if they were attacked. Feels certain that motives are trustworthy. With present as well, he directed to put up the barrier. For reasons unknown, the barrier that appears takes on a red hue. Quickly ordered the system to be turned off while questioned whether they could be heard from inside the room. Decides to handle the situation with assertiveness. Even his strongest punch proved useless, unable to break through. Believed it was unwise to use up mana unnecessarily, and felt that searching for the emergency kill switch would be a better solution. However, as investigates further, she manages to find the kill switch. The object had fallen apart, leaving it in a state of complete disarray. Horror swept across the faces of everyone on the committee. The barrier remained partially open when an entrance formed, allowing cultists to launch an attack. And both moved quickly, raising their arms in an effort to defend themselves. Their adversaries burst through the entrance. Realizes that what lies ahead is more than a simple exercise, it is a real confrontation. With determination, she steps forward and guides her team into the fray. The fighters defeat their nearby opponents. The ice mages focus their efforts on launching attacks from a distance. Relentlessly pummels his opponents with powerful blows from his fists. As unleashed her stunning fire magic, flames dance through the air, overwhelming their foes and forcing them to fall. She signals for the group to move ahead with the same tactic, urging them to hurry outside and assist. Rather than entering the room, it was the troublemaker who walked in, eager to reveal the truth behind the situation. The committee members stare in disbelief as they discover him standing within the barrier. A look of satisfaction spreads across his face while he announces with pleasure that it was who had orchestrated their entrapment. At first, the committee members dismissed his statements, convinced that he was not telling the truth. Believes there is no reason for him to lie, especially when he can simply demonstrate the truth through a fight. He moved with such incredible speed that he darted between them effortlessly and with remarkable agility. He lunges at the entire group simultaneously, prompting to step forward in an effort to stop him. He summoned a fiery creature that almost brought her to her knees. Fortunately, she remains unharmed and has discovered a gap where one of the resistance bands slipped off the edge of the barrier. She signals too, directing her to widen the gap enough for both of them to get through. However, accomplishing this proved challenging, particularly given the way currently presented himself to them. He realized that his opponent possessed strength surpassing even that of the professor at this moment. To gain an advantage, cleverly employed his gravity magic to catch him off guard. The crazed sorcerer seized his throat, sneering and belittling him by comparing his efforts to those of a mere insect. Let go of the man and turned his attention to his transmitter, inspecting it carefully. His true objective was close at hand, prompting him to step beyond the barrier without sparing a glance at the disciplinary committee members. Needed to focus on a task that was important to him personally. Suddenly, the remaining cultists emerged into view. As gestured to and she wordlessly instructed them to conjure a protective spell, hoping to create an opportunity. After casting their spells and created an ice barrier together. This brief moment allows to create an opportunity for herself. Despite the danger, she decides to put herself at risk to stall the enemy, allowing her friends a chance to escape. She pushed aside with a swift kick but soon found herself under assault. Fortunately, arrived just in time to come to her aid. The two of them prepared for a last, desperate battle against the members of the cult. Side and her companions have already made their getaway. She intends for the group to begin looking for the professors as soon as the glass breaks. Terror gripped her as something caught her eye. Steps outside to investigate the commotion. The members of the disciplinary committee stare in shock, their faces pale with fear. The creatures continued their relentless attack, mercilessly taking the lives of students one after another. The most troubling aspect was that was already headed toward the academy. She anxiously glanced at her nails, concerned that her manicure was completely ruined, and silently wished the director would come to her rescue. At that moment, a piercing roar from a monster echoed in her ears. As the princess steps out of the carriage, she notices an enormous red barrier ahead, immediately realizing how serious and threatening the situation has become. Longed to go back, but before she could act, unleashed a devastating assault that set her carriage ablaze. He finds it hard to believe that she arrived at this place by herself, finds herself facing an even more unhinged version of the psychopath. His sanity had vanished, and the twisted expression on his face appeared more grotesque than it ever had before. Focused all her effort on rescuing the coachman, determined to put his safety above everything else. Despite her efforts, the situation remained hopeless, as ensured the man was lifeless, allowing her attention to be fixed solely on him. Believes that her inability to stand up for herself shows that her priorities are out of order. Without warning, the elf princess unleashed a powerful attack in an attempt to halt his advance. Despite her injuries, remains determined to bring an end to the chaos by herself. Found the idea of her resisting so amusing that he couldn't help but laugh to himself. He ridiculed her weakness, pointing out how she struggled just to remain upright. The bracelet genuinely restricted her abilities, stopping her from tapping into the full range of her powers. In this place, she found herself completely unable to perform any magic at all. The maniac seizes her arm, suggesting with a sneer that she should remain where she is. At the same time, he ridicules Arthur, taunting her with cruel jokes at his expense. A realization dawned on as she pieced together the situation. She figured out that the only reason she was still alive was because she wasn't the primary focus of his intentions. He was willing to go to incredible lengths, all for the sake of surpassing Arthur. After learning the truth, anger surged within him, and he forcefully drove her to the ground without hesitation. Kept ridiculing him, finding amusement in how insecure he felt about himself. Anger flaring in his eyes, lashed out and struck her cheek with an open hand. He made it clear to her that destroying her physically would easily fulfill his objective. She responds with a confident smile, radiating an undeniable sense of boldness. Reached out and took hold of his arm, a realization settling over her that she would need to give up her own safety to ensure victory in this battle. Vines extended from her, wrapping tightly around. They held him down and cut off his arms and legs. Struggles to stay strong, determined not to let herself be used as a means for him to control Arthur. Clearly fed up, retaliates with a powerful strike that launches her through the air. The bracelet slipped from her wrist, yet hesitated, unwilling to endanger her life by launching a full-scale assault. He gently slipped the bracelet back onto her wrist. He seized her by the hair and pulled her across the ground, forcing her inside the barrier. Could no longer feel anything throughout her entire body. As her eyesight blurred, her only remaining hope was to find a way out, even as she caught a fleeting glimpse of students being crushed beneath the monster's massive feet. Despite the dangerous circumstances, Elijah takes every possible action to keep the students safe. He quickly becomes overpowered as the snarlers surround and attack him from all sides. Unwilling to give up, he unleashes a barrage of, determined to eliminate every one of his enemies. He quickly flees the scene, determined to search for another person. Elijah spotted a member of the cult and swiftly concealed himself from view. The cultist is presently guiding the students, explaining that joining their alliance is the sole method for the beasts to spare them from the assault. The dwarves and elves faced an even grimmer outcome, knowing they would be permanently wiped out. Elijah wonders what could have caused events to end so terribly. He struggled to comprehend why the director permitted events to deteriorate this far. The girl's desperate cry for assistance catches the boy's attention. The professor from before, who is also revealed to be part of a cult, appeared once again. Elijah launched his attack, but the professor quickly responded by summoning a barrier of water to shield himself. Bond struck the scoundrel, shattering the protective barrier around him. Has arrived to keep them safe. Elijah moved closer to the unpleasant teacher. The professor quickly slips away without delay. Hopes the students will make their way to the training facility because it offers them protection. Elijah discovers that the other members of the disciplinary committee are in trouble and remained behind to fight the cultists, sacrificing their own safety to ensure the others could get away. Arthur and were missing, with no sign of their whereabouts. Feels relieved that the visitors have not shown up at the school, and this reassurance eases some of Elijah's worries. Feels uncertain about what actions they are supposed to take. In this situation, their options are so limited that survival is all they can manage. Without warning, a piercing screech echoed through the air, instantly drawing every student's gaze. The mastermind responsible for the assault intended for the students to understand that his creatures would no longer pose a threat. He simply hopes they arrive at the clock tower before the last battle starts. A group of worried parents gathered just beyond the edge of the barrier, their anxious faces revealing their concern for their children. However, someone was preventing them from going in. The remaining mages focused their efforts on finding a way to break through and gain entry. Even the Artificers Guild had never encountered a barrier so unusual. When the possibility of shattering the barrier is brought up, regrettably, the group lacks sufficient potent artifacts needed to generate a passage. The team hoped to use a bigger beam drill for their task, but it still hadn't shown up. They considered reaching out to the lances for help, but realized they had already done so with no luck. The lances were preoccupied, dealing with the situation all over the area, figured that this was likely just one piece of a larger, organized assault. He fell silent, realizing that speaking any further might lead to significant problems. The guild worked diligently to locate vulnerabilities in the barrier, hoping their efforts would soon create an opportunity to break through. They silently wished they had arrived sooner, knowing chaos was already unfolding within. The students had already gathered together inside the training facility. Decided to search for the other committee members, leaving Elijah in charge of watching over the students. The atmosphere was bleak, with an overwhelming number of students suffering from injuries. Some individuals carry the emotional scars for the rest of their lives. The reason behind this remains unknown. The students longed to escape and demanded answers from the cultists responsible for their predicament. The leader appeared before them, his expression bright with satisfaction as he presented a blood-stained bag. The students tried to launch their attacks, yet the barrier held firm against their efforts. The man who had masterminded the entire event burst into uncontrollable, wild laughter at the unfolding situation. He could hardly believe how clueless these fools remained about how serious things had become. He grabbed the bag and flung a severed head into view, causing the students to recoil in terror at its shocking and miserable condition. Overwhelmed by shock and revulsion, Elijah doubled over and threw up. Unwilling to accept the reality of the situation, she clung to her disbelief. Filled with anger, put all his strength into trying to shatter the barrier. Despite all their efforts, nothing could change the outcome. Was gone, and there was nothing anyone could do to bring her back. Overwhelmed by intense feelings, he challenges the leader to a duel, requesting a battle between just the two of them. The leader let out a booming laugh while pulling off his mask, revealing his identity as the Formidable. Prepared to attack, but the deranged man swiftly grabbed his hand to stop him. He is pulled within the confines of the barrier. Using his gravity magic, retrieves his foot and becomes uncontrollably furious, determined to take this man's life. Stands ready, anticipating the moment when his opponent will make a move. Unleashed his initial strike, causing the earth to tremble and sparking hope among the students who had faith in his abilities. In the end, however, he suffered the most severe injuries. Pressed his foot down on his head, doubting whether his words held any real substance. Unleashed a powerful incineration spell, scorching his body until it was charred completely black. Faced the students with a wide grin, confidently revealing that remained unharmed and full of life. He then extended an unsettling invitation, suggesting that any one of them could be chosen as the next target in this unfolding event. The remaining prisoners come into view, among them a wounded Fae. Elijah's gaze falls in horror upon the scene before him. The limp form of the council president was being pulled along, completely unconscious. Flames engulfed the academy as chaos unfolded, with signs of death and destruction everywhere. Body showed clear signs of severe burns. Struggled to restrain, using every bit of strength she had. She recognized how aggravating the circumstances were, yet she prevented him from entering. Seethed with anger while hesitated, unwilling to take the chance of losing him as well. Despite the danger, finds it impossible to stand by and let his friends perish. In an attempt to assert dominance over the situation, lifts her hand toward her brother. He was reminded of the urgent need to come up with a plan to keep the students safe. However, if he lets go of his emotions and sense of self, it will mean the end for everyone. Comes to a realization and stays by his side, offering him comfort in that moment. Professor Glory, along with the rest of the group, observed as remained trapped in captivity. As pulled his body along, Elijah feels confused by her presence, realizing that this is the last thing he wanted to happen. With the crowd's focus firmly captured, chose to introduce himself once more, this time making it clear that he was a savior sent from a distant place to rescue them. The location proved unbearably harsh for anyone lacking strength. Those facing him were recognized as the continent's most elite individuals. In his homeland, people like these were considered worthless and insignificant. He repeatedly emphasized that idea to them, choosing to train only a select few with the intention that, in time, when his master ascends to lead the entire continent, he, too, will earn a position of honor within the kingdom. Believed everyone ought to be marching around joyfully, thrilled by the power they might soon possess. He summoned, claiming him as a member of his group. He asserts to the group that his power now surpasses not only the elf princess, but also the committee members. Elijah's expression twisted with rage as he looked at the traitor before him, realizing he had been deceived yet again. Noticed the fury burning in Elijah's eyes as he stared at their betrayer. He chooses to push things even further. He moved his distorted face closer too. Elijah's body becomes flooded with an astonishing surge of power. He is consumed by one overwhelming feeling, a fierce urge to take a life. The boy remained confused by the changes overtaking him, watching in bewilderment as metal spikes shot out and a purple cloak formed around his body. Despite the overwhelming fear coursing through him, Elijah's body moves instinctively, acting without his conscious control. Moving swiftly beyond the obstacle, the creatures were being destroyed as they were impaled on sharp metal spikes. In this form, he appeared ominous and unforgiving, displaying a cold-hearted nature that unsettled him and caused him to doubt who he truly was. The attempt to block his path fully grasped how serious things have become. Elijah suddenly lost control and dropped to the ground without warning. In a desperate attempt to eliminate, he began to sacrifice his own body, pushing it to the brink of destruction. A sharp metal spike successfully punctured his shoulder. However, at that point, he loses all his energy. As he slipped into unconsciousness, the most unexpected thing was seeing outside, gently consoling his physical form. Elijah's last hope lingered on the idea that Arthur might arrive in time to rescue them. The qualities of humility, loyalty, determination, and bravery stood out. Had been raised among the 4 esteemed members of the great family. Her unique traits led her to master the art of swordsmanship. She had always put her faith in those traits and relied on them up to this moment. It was only then that she came to understand just how little she truly knew. Despite her efforts, the nature of the magic that shattered the barrier remained a mystery to her. She realized that this moment was their sole opportunity to make a move. Despite her determination, fear overwhelmed her body, leaving her completely paralyzed and unable to move at all. The professors arrived, expressing their intention to handle the confrontation themselves. Understands, however, that their efforts will not be enough to match abilities. They seemed ready to face their own end without fear. His committee waits for her instructions, uncertain about whether they ought to back the professors. Despite everything, she found herself teetering on the edge of madness, silently questioning why the burden of such a difficult command had fallen onto her shoulders. They stood ready to obey her orders, yet beneath the surface, wished that the professors would take on the battle themselves, hoping to spare others from risking their lives. She watches as Drive lifts Elijah's body. He is reduced to ashes and faces the same fate that Aaron once endured. Professor Glory spun around, a warm smile lighting up her face as she looked at the girl. The memory brings core beliefs to the forefront of her mind. Drawing strength from these principles, she manages to conquer her fear. He commands his forces to defend city. Meanwhile, approaches and informs him that he must return due to an unexpected shift in their strategy. He started to leave, clearly anticipating that would do the same. Immediately after dealing with the professors and getting rid of Spotty, tries to prevent from leaving, driven by his curiosity about what makes Elijah unique. Without warning, an overwhelming force presses down on him, causing him to collapse. Feels no desire to respond to any inquiries at this moment. He casually enters the portal, filled with anticipation for the impressive results his servant will deliver. The professors made every effort to prevent the man from getting away. Suddenly intervened, cutting off their assault as he released a wave of intense, searing flames toward his opponents. The professor called forth a monstrous creature that began consuming every summoned being had brought forth. Professor Glory confronted, skillfully wielding her twin blades as she challenged him in a fierce close-quarters battle. Unexpectedly, a creature lunged at her from behind, catching her completely off guard. Fortunately, Glory defeated the creature and, filled with determination, continued her pursuit of. The cult members put all their effort into helping, making it difficult for Glory to gain the upper hand. The disciplinary committee offers her support, choosing to help through their unique methods. Glory wondered aloud why they had ended up in such a perilous battlefield. Defeats the monsters with determination, reminding everyone that the fight belongs to them all. They were simply following the lessons they had learned. Glory shifted her attention, redirecting her energy toward achieving her objective. At that moment, happened to notice the traitor casually strolling away as though he had done nothing wrong. The red-haired individual bursts with fury and directs their wrath toward him. She darts through the chaos and launches herself straight at. Despite her efforts, metal strings surrounded her on all sides, leaving no path for escape. She attempts to uncover the motive behind his betrayal, but he remains unresponsive. He focused solely on finding a way out. Felt uneasy about the situation, Confusion filled her mind as she watched her friends approach her, even though it was the one they should have focused on. A devastating series of events unfolds next. His body hung motionless, pierced by a sharp spike that struck her when she least expected it. The situation appeared grim for the heroes, but then the battlefield fell silent as a legendary dragon unleashed a mighty roar, commanding everyone's attention. Stood frozen in disbelief, his expression a stark contrast to the joy radiating from and the rest of the group. Into the heart of the battle strode Arthur, his eyes blazing with intense determination, accompanied by his dragon, now revealed in her magnificent true form. The crowd gazed at the horned beast, struck by the intense and wild look in its eyes, a fierceness unmatched by anything they had ever known. Yet it was not the mighty dragon that impressed them most. Beneath the surface, the true embodiment of terror revealed itself in the form of a child. With every stride, he radiated an otherworldly assurance. As seconds passed, fury visibly swelled within him, threatening to burst forth. Wished she had noticed the defeated expression that clouded face when the fight was finally over. All the teachers stood wounded, while began to speak at length. He possessed an endless reserve of magical energy and a physique that set him apart from everyone else. With the aid of his potion, he managed to surpass the mortal world, leaving the elites feeling insignificant in his presence. Without warning, an unfamiliar sense of unease washes over him, leaving him puzzled. The deranged sorcerer considers whether Arthur's companion might be the key to winning this battle, a battle so difficult that even the professors had failed to defeat him. Arthur simply continues on his way, moving past the other person without stopping. In an instant, she dismissed him completely, acting as though he wasn't even there. He walked over to where Lei, preparing to lift her gently. The remaining cultists stood frozen in disbelief, paralyzed by fear as they faced an actual dragon. Struggled to understand how anyone could overlook him so completely. Arthur approached to assess her state, soon discovering that she had been sedated and kept unconscious by the effects of a drug. He felt relieved to see that she was safe, at least for now. Decided to taunt him by mentioning that had been desperately pleading for his assistance, tears streaming down her face. Found himself unable to resist, even though their leader had strictly forbidden him from touching her. He was driven by a desire to torment Arthur after finishing off both him and the princess. Infuriated by his harsh language, let out a furious roar. Yet, despite the bold statements he had just made, the boy pays no attention to him and acts as if he isn't there. Decided he would not hold back any longer and unleashed a surge of fire. He continued to utter inappropriate words, unaware of the consequences that would soon unfold. A crushing heaviness settles over him as if a wild, frenzied demon is trapped within, desperately trying to tear its way out. Could not understand the strange reactions of his own body, nor could he explain why this mysterious presence seemed far more daunting than any professor from the most prestigious academy. Arthur's attention lingered on his brother more than anyone else. Finally, a single word slipped from Arthur's lips. He contacted and reminded him that he had dismissed him as nothing more than an insignificant insect long ago, someone not even deserving of notice. Arthur remained vigilant, ready to crush the pest at the first sign of aggression. Freezes in fear as the warning sends a chill down his spine. He notices several dark, ghostly arms stretching out above him. Found himself unable to move, trapped where he stood. Despite the circumstances, he could not bring himself to accept what was happening. He had always believed his abilities surpassed Arthur's, but now he was the one who felt afraid. He struggled to grasp how many people Arthur must have killed to develop such an intense craving for blood. Desperate, he decided to make one last attempt. Unleashed Hell's Rain, demonstrating the immense power of one of his most devastating attacks. The figure pointed the weapon directly at Arthur, causing to watch with growing worry. The young man, no longer interested in games, immediately calls forth his inner beast. He focused his will, causing his abilities to evolve beyond their previous limits. The boy effortlessly halted the assault with one hand, appearing completely unfazed by the event. He moved toward, carefully navigating the slippery trail of ice beneath his feet. For the first time, the clown witnessed Arthur wielding both ice and fire magic together. Despite everything, hurled a spear toward his opponent, aiming to inflict harm. However, Arthur skillfully the attack, avoiding the weapon with ease. He reached out with his left hand and managed to grab it. As he concentrated, electricity sparked in his right hand, shaping into a precise bolt of lightning. He unleashes a surge of electricity, sending a crackling bolt hurtling toward. The bolt hits its target with devastating force, knocking to the ground and brutally tearing off his arm. Lay defenseless on the ground as Arthur drew closer. overwhelmed by pain and disbelief, cried out, stunned to discover that Arthur possessed the ability to wield lightning magic in addition to his other powers. The boy used his only arm to pull himself free. Encasing it in a layer of ice, Arthur shot a piercing look at, silently acknowledging that was telling the truth about himself. Putting all his power into his next move, Arthur broke arm clean off, leaving no doubt about his strength. The boy's defiled body collapsed lifelessly onto the earth. Could barely get any words out before tears streamed down his face. As he stood there, he tried to remind Arthur about his ties to the family, but in that moment, the reminder seemed almost meaningless. Arthur steadied his leg, then unleashed a surge of downforce gravity magic that shattered the limb and left it drenched in blood. As the agony overwhelmed him, released a piercing scream. There is uncertainty about whether is the one who caused the chaos at the academy. Maintains his pride, refusing to humble himself even as his final moments approach. The situation made it clear that had participated and was responsible for removing Elijah. Arthur moves quickly, shattering his last remaining leg and leaving him helpless, sprawled on the ground like a broken shell. In that moment, comes to terms with how much the world is shifting around him, realizing there is almost nothing he can do to change it. He was determined to ensure that someone as despicable as would not survive the day. Arthur planted his foot firmly on his groin, causing to cry out in distress. Overwhelmed by the pain, pleaded desperately for Arthur to let him go. Although Arthur knew it was useless, he still hurled a curse at the mage, wishing misfortune upon him even in his next life. With downforce engaged, he utterly destroys in a manner so revolting it defies belief. The mage who had been vanquished now lay lifeless, his passing marked by a lack of dignity or valor. The witnesses to the slaughter found themselves gripped by terror. Although a few people looked on in awe, Arthur ultimately found himself facing his solitude once again. He had just used more of his strength than he should have. The situation weighs heavily on him, and the most difficult aspect is yet to come. The man's brother showed up, flanked by two others carrying lances. Baron's anger burned fiercely as he stared down at his brother's motionless body. His anger boiled over until he launched a fierce assault. The force of the attack leaves Arthur stunned, while narrowly manages to evade it. Arthur crashes hard against the wall. Ignored Arthur's caution and launched herself at the lances, determined to fight. She, like the others, found herself immobilized by the overwhelming power radiating from Lance. Summoned his lava golems, sending them to assist the students and handle the chaos that had erupted. Arthur, still reeling from the severe wounds inflicted during the last assault, summoned his remaining strength as he struggled to transition into the second phase. Baron, having lost his grip on reality, struggled to accept that a mere boy had driven his brother to endure such unbearable suffering. Intervened, blocking his attack and attempting to assert authority over the unfolding events. Baron had completely lost his grip on the situation, failing to realize that it was who had intimidated everyone present. Clarifies to those around him that Arthur should be seen as their savior, rather than as a danger. Despite receiving that information, he remains undeterred and begins plotting revenge against Arthur, determined to make him suffer as mercilessly as his own younger brother had. Decides to intervene, commanding his golems to block the other's path and bring him to a halt. Baron, unable to contain his rage, unleashes all of his power, disregarding the fact that his opponent is also a lance. Arthur stood motionless, bracing himself for whatever would come next, while Baron prepared to unleash his most powerful attack against him. And find themselves powerless to prevent the situation from unfolding. Lance stepped in, wielding her ice magic, and managed to force Baron to drop to his knees. She makes it clear that she and the council hold the authority to determine what will happen to the boy and his dragon. Baron regains his composure and carries out the instructions given to him. At long last, order is restored when the students are saved and the academy is made safe once more. Numerous people perished as a result of the event. Arthur received care from the healers, their hands working quickly to tend to his wounds. As they finished, approached him with concern, wanting to know if he was okay. Although he was mostly unharmed physically, he had nearly exhausted all of his mana. Temporarily gives him a pair of handcuffs. She realizes that these restraints are not strong enough to hold him back. She moves forward and brings an artifact crashing down. Holding his hand close to his chest, Arthur considered obeying their directions, all the while wishing they would also respect the connection he cherished. Could hardly believe her eyes when she realized the boy had formed a bond with a whole dragon of his own. She lets the magic flow from her grasp. Arthur commanded her to shift back into her fox form. Felt a surge of anger over their actions. At that moment, even Arthur could see that the lances held the upper hand against them. agreed and immediately shifted back into her fox form. She hurried over to Arthur, anxiety filling her mind as she imagined the possible dangers awaiting them. Arthur is unsure as well, yet he believes that everything will turn out fine. The boy and his companion remained shackled side by side, trailing behind the lances who led the way. Both were being escorted to the Mage Guild camp where they would wait for additional instructions. In this place, a crowd whispered among themselves about the recent passing of a noble belonging to the family. Although the real circumstances remained hidden from most, people began to question the harsh ways Arthur dealt with his enemies. At the same time, many criticized him simply because of his social status. His family soon appeared at the location, their faces filled with concern. He requested a private moment with his family and allowed it. Baron found himself the most enraged by the decision. Despite having heard countless accounts of what happened, the older brother couldn't keep his emotions in check. Arthur stood before his family, a gentle smile on his face, even as a barrier kept them apart. He reassures them that everything is simply a misunderstanding and expresses confidence that he will be fine regardless of what happens. All he asks is that they handle everything else in his absence. Arthur reassures them that he will be all right in his role as their son. His ring began to emit a yellow light, a clear sign that the council had already reached their verdict. The lance advised Arthur to keep traveling with the group. He found himself compelled to follow their commands, unable to protest. Meanwhile, unrolled a scroll and read aloud the council's formal verdict. The authorities reached a verdict that did not support him, declaring that his mana core was restricted and stripping him of his mage status. He would immediately face full imprisonment, as the decision took effect without delay. The boy positioned himself in the heart of the academy. His family began to cry as the verdict was announced against their son. Several students could be heard whispering, with some speaking positively about him while others expressed their disapproval. Chose to assert her rights on her own, handling the situation independently. She struggles to understand why they are blaming the very person who rescued everyone. In his absence, the lances would have failed to rescue anyone. She intends to persuade her parents to reverse the decision. The truth came to light in a startling twist. Both the human and families had supported the decision. Only the Elven King and Queen had opposed it. Struggled to come to terms with the sense of betrayal from her family, while resigned himself to the belief that it was unavoidable and insisted there was nothing more they could do. Arthur comes to the troubling understanding that the lances cannot be held back if those in authority choose to send them. To make matters worse, others now view him as if he had been the one responsible for initiating the assault. The boy caught his eye, silently seeking her approval to say goodbye to his family one last time before his departure. Seeing his need, she nodded her consent, granting him this final moment. The boy walks over to his parents, who look anxious. He offered his usual smile, concealing the anxiety and feelings churning inside him. Arthur assured that, in time, he would resolve the confusion. Arthur's mother wept uncontrollably, realizing that even her son remained uncertain about what the future held. His tears fell silently, and Arthur's heart ached with remorse as he realized how little time he had given her. He promised her he would return, offering his word before leaving. His father is the one who speaks at the end. Wishes to reassure the boy that, regardless of what unfolds, his family would never stop standing by his side, offering their unwavering support. The admiration felt for him seemed to fall short of what he truly deserved. He promises Arthur that their care will never fade, and hearing this leaves the boy feeling vulnerable as he departs. The three lances stood together, conversing among themselves. Baron steps out ahead of the others, his eyes fixed on the boy with a look so intense it could be mistaken for a threat. He collected his brother's body and departed. Summoned a golem made of molten lava, intending for it to help him control flight. He calmly explained to the boy that he would be safe from any burns. He found himself trapped, realizing that, regardless of his actions, there was no option available to him. The group soared into the sky with leading the way, their ascent powered by magic, while even Young found herself trapped within a swirling prison of water. Arthur cast one last glance at the academy before the scene drew to a close. A fierce rumble unleashed by crashed down toward the family manor from afar. He lifted his brother's lifeless form into his arms. He paid no attention to the butlers surrounding him. He burst through the door with a forceful kick, startling the maids who were not expecting anyone. Baron urgently sought out his father for a meeting, highlighting the gravity of the circumstances. Not long after, his father discovered what had happened to his son and grew furious about the impression had left on the family. Despite pouring countless resources into him, everything ended up being for nothing. He continued to harbor deep resentment toward Baron, going so far as to bring the villain back, yet he remained unable to achieve the vengeance he longed for. Baron grabs his father's hand just before the blow can land, determined to prove that, no matter how chaotic things have become, he remains a true lance. The patriarch intended to make it clear to Baron that his current role was solely due to his connection to the family. He is eager to learn exactly what took place. Baron explained that had taken charge of an assault on an academy, working together with someone named. Meanwhile, the boy who ended his life subjected him to cruel torment before finally killing him. Upon hearing the news, the patriarch begins to consider that they could possibly shift the situation to benefit their side. He contacts who is known as one of his most dependable secretaries. He intended for the council to be informed about the recent assault. He also tries to create the impression that his unfortunate son was influenced and controlled by. He had suffered as a victim, his life cruelly taken by a commoner who showed no concern for his suffering. In exchange, their only demand was the demise of whoever had taken the life of the person who brought shame upon the family. While the council deliberated, preparations for his funeral began, with everyone placing their hopes in the council's upcoming verdict. Baron expressed his complete agreement and offered his unwavering support for these arrangements. The secretary exits the room to deliver the message. Meanwhile, the head of the family remains focused on his own affairs. When it came to the funeral, he couldn't have cared less about. He expected to take care of everything from that point on, showing no concern or interest whatsoever. The story shifts focus back to Arthur in the following scene. Someone in the group wonders exactly how much effort will be required. He believes the handcuffs are unnecessary since he clearly stands no chance against two skilled fighters in an aerial confrontation. However, their concern isn't about him escaping. Their real fear is unpredictable mana beasts suddenly turning on them. Such actions would only cause more problems. Arthur feels let down by the lances, believing they should be able to defeat a group of mana beasts with ease. It is explained that although lances possess tremendous strength, they remain mortal beings. The beast glades harbors countless unknowns, making it possible for unexpected dangers to catch even the strongest off guard. Catches himself realizing he is addressing a child, yet Arthur subtly points out that he remains a captive. He was an easygoing person who simply enjoyed having conversation. He found himself paired with, and neither of whom showed any warmth or interest in talking. Feels an intense curiosity about how the boy could have achieved such remarkable magical power despite his young age. Arthur found it unexpected given that he had never sparred where the lances could witness him. It seemed had picked up quite a bit from Baron as well as his fellow classmates. Now Arthur wondered about the things might have heard from the others. He was destined for prison no matter what happened. They had at last reached the place they had been traveling toward. Led the way, creating an open route for the group. They headed toward the council's official floating castle. Upon reaching their destination, gathered his golems back under his control. It is said that dwarves are recognized for always bringing a small amount of soil with them, no matter where their journeys take them. Since damaging the castle walls was not an option, he needed to gather it himself. Explains that magic is forbidden at the castle's entrance. They choose to ascend the stairs by foot, continuing upward until they arrive at their destination. The boy found himself squinting as he entered a dazzling hall, its brightness overwhelming his senses. Within the castle walls, advised Arthur to avoid interacting with any of the lances at that moment. The castle reminded Arthur of the one he had known in a past life. Despite its breathtaking beauty, the place felt deserted and overwhelmed by a sense of solitude. As the gates swung wide, the boy was led forward to stand before the assembled council members. The royal members from each family stand in anticipation. Acknowledged to the council that she had escorted Arthur to them just as they had requested. The boy bows his head in a gesture of respect. The king, overflowing with pride, perceives the boy's refusal to kneel as a deep insult to their honor. Not wanting to draw attention, Arthur offers an apology to the others and admits his lack of formal education. Compared to others, the family showed more leniency toward him and asked to remove Arthur's restraints so the procedure could start. She follows through with the request. The Elven king and queen wish to express their gratitude to the boy for rescuing their daughter. Meanwhile, the Grey Sunders, who hold power over the continent, are furious about the situation. The focus shifted solely to Arthur's actions, emphasizing the brutal injuries he inflicted on a fellow student before ultimately ending the victim's life. More details are given about the violent way lost his life. As the king continued to push boundaries, his actions and words exhausting even the elf king and queen. Despite their frustration, they felt compelled to remind him that he now bore the responsibility of protecting Academy. Considered the explanation to be merely a convenient excuse, believing it could not possibly justify the way it was treated. In his view, Arthur had orchestrated the entire plan as a way to outmaneuver his hated rival. The Elven King highlights Arthur's heroic act of rescuing the Academy, along with the children from all races. The Queen's only goal was to ensure the boy would never again wield magic. He was considered a danger beyond control, and many were anxious about a time when he and his companion might turn against all other peoples. The Elven Queen believes that their response is excessively critical. She seeks out Priscilla's opinion regarding what's happening. Both she and her husband have come to the consensus that Arthur has become the main reason they feel the need to safeguard their children. However, when considering them as the ones who governed and led the entire continent, the Grey Sunders remained impossible to overlook, their minds fixed on assessing the situation with clear, unbiased judgment. The Elven King's anger flared at the suggestion, unable to come to terms with the extreme measures being proposed, first injuring the boy and then destroying his bond. Let out a furious roar directed at the Elven King, who stood his ground and insisted that no one could make wild accusations without evidence. Pushing the argument further, spoke recklessly, uttering things better left unsaid. He highlights how the Elven family's strength has diminished because they have lost their most valuable and trusted weapons, the lances. Arthur, feeling the urge to respond, prepares to say something. Asserted his authority, forcefully putting the boy back in his place. One group's behavior struck Arthur as wildly unreasonable, and he quickly noticed it. Deciding to make his opinion known, Arthur raised his voice to address the situation. He felt there was no reason for him to stay if he couldn't speak at all. He wishes to share his perspective and explain what happened after the incident. The loud and stubborn Queen completely ignored his attempts to speak and immediately commanded to imprison him until she gave new instructions, insisting that Spet should be locked away as well. The Elven King spoke with authority, standing up for Arthur and ensuring that his one and only lance was brought into the situation. His name was announced, yet responded with smug confidence, pointing out to the Elven King that his resources were limited to a single lance. As he took his seat, the atmosphere eased, and he gently prevented from making any sudden moves. Summoned his golems and promptly guided the group out of the room. In the hallway, Arthur realized that both the Dwarf King and Queen harbored strong opposition toward him. They, in contrast, remained completely impartial. He is escorted to his cell, feeling relieved that is too tired to notice or question the disorder surrounding him. The boy considers his situation and realizes that, in this moment, depending on and might be his only option. Known for his gentle nature, promises that he will return frequently to see him. Arthur appeared to have finally discovered a sense of calm and quiet isolation. He suddenly recognizes a voice he knows well. It belongs to Director. For several days, Good Sky remained trapped within the massive cell, sharing the same fate as any other prisoner. Arthur took it upon himself to recount the entire incident to her, since the details of the attack had been hidden from her. Despite his best efforts, he remained baffled about the Council's decision to imprison her right after her meeting. Good Sky listened intently to Arthur's explanation. Her relief at finally learning the truth was mixed with sorrow over the trouble the boy had endured. She felt a strong curiosity about the events surrounding. Arthur revealed that he, too, had taken the drug. However, his experience set him apart. He managed to hold on to a part of his sanity. He acted with clear purpose. Beyond that, the boy could not make out the features of the person who had started the assault. Sought information about the individual's looks, hoping to verify certain details. She had expected the attack, but its early arrival caught her off guard. The opposition was advancing more quickly than she had planned for. As she spoke, those around her listened intently. Arthur's curiosity grew as he pondered the mysterious enemy. When the silence stretched on for some time, Arthur began to suspect that he was finally uncovering part of the truth. Reflects on how she lost her position as director after the council used her as a scapegoat. The fact that she was stuck in this place could be traced back to that exact reason. The council would probably hold her solely responsible for everything that happened. Good Sky found herself unable to reveal the truth, as every attempt she made only caused the curse to tighten its grip on her. Arthur, clearly irritated by her well-timed excuse, forcefully shuts the cell door in front of her. He took a seat, expressing his gratitude to her, even though offered an apology, once the council meeting ended. The Dwarf King seethed with anger, furious that the Human King had broken the terms of their agreement. Blaine assured Das that he was sticking to their deal and felt confident that the vote would still go their way. Simultaneously, he realizes he cannot accuse the boy who rescued the academy without any evidence or reason. Claims that without cooperation between humans and dwarves, future generations may never come to be. He forcefully brought his hand down on the table, declaring with certainty that surrendering Arthur was the continent's sole chance for survival. Blaine grasped the seriousness of the situation and felt it was important to caution Dost that their choices would amount to a betrayal of the people. Dost believes their actions are reasonable, given that the continent is already on the brink of ruin. The only option left is to preserve whatever can still be saved. Blaine believes that his explanation is just a weak justification, since they are still leaving everyone else behind in order to protect themselves. The Dwarf King seemed content to give up power in exchange for promised advantages from across the sea. Meanwhile, both Blaine and remained uncertain about the future that awaited their lands and citizens. Doust believed the elves cared more about proving themselves correct than showing the qualities of a real leader. He encourages them to imagine the advancements in technology that will experience after they agree. They imagine themselves gaining immense wealth and influence, eager to display their newfound fortune to everyone around them. Blaine had grown tired of listening to the man nervously ramble on about his dreams of becoming wealthy. He pursued the enigmatic adversary purely out of devotion to his family. Pursues wealth with no regard for what might happen as a result of his actions. Blaine allows his feelings to guide his decisions, choosing to prioritize his children's security even if it means risking the well-being of the entire kingdom. He is determined to succeed, driven by the sacrifices he has already made in pursuit of the throne. Blaine silently wished that his ancestors would show him mercy and pardon the wrongs he had committed. Doust leaves him alone as the human king pays no attention to the wealth that had been promised in their agreement. From a young age, he devoted himself to mastering magic, driven by a desire to surpass all others and honor the legacy of those who came before him. Despite his considerable talent, he saw no results, and even with the aid of powerful elixirs, he remained unable to surpass the red stage. Compared to him, his wife and children possessed far greater talent. The boy realized why his father was so intoxicated by having control over others. Because of this, he decided to focus on what mattered most and made a promise to himself to always look out for his loved ones. Even with a pair of lances within reach, he finds himself overwhelmed by uncertainty and a sense of helplessness. Blaine wondered whether his motivation truly stemmed from loyalty to his family or if he was simply intoxicated by the lure of power. Meanwhile, the human king, overwhelmed by too much wine, lost his balance and fell to the ground, lying motionless. He remembered when he met the boy for the very first time. He burst into laughter, finding the situation incredibly funny. Arthur possessed an extraordinary strength, yet it was matched only by his remarkable misfortune. Blaine looked upon the child with deep sympathy, convinced that the boy's sacrifice must happen for the sake of the continent. Holding on to this belief, Blaine continually reassured himself that his actions were justified. The boy scanned the area, confusion flickering across his face as he tried to figure out his location and wondered what had attracted the crow's attention. He puts all his effort into scaling the castle walls. His hands were covered in bruises and smeared with blood. He wonders about the strange situation unfolding around him, only to be confronted by the terrifying sight of his friends and family impaled on spears. All at once, they whipped their heads around and let out cries of pain, revealing themselves as the very family Arthur had once held dear. From that instant, he begins to plummet toward his demise. The boy opened his eyes, startled after escaping the grip of a troubling dream. His body continued to tremble, a lingering chill from the recent cold ordeal. He suddenly catches sight of who is known as the Lance. A woman's mere presence unsettles him. She silently commands him through her thoughts to remain quiet, then passes him a letter for him to read. Arthur paid careful attention to the directions and took his time reading through the letter. The boy discovers that the council's true plan is to accuse both him and the director of being responsible for the terrorist attacks. The Elven King overheard and Dost discussing their intentions and realized that they were planning to hand over both Arthur and to another individual. Virion had already received orders to escort the boy's family to a safe place, ensuring they would not be put in danger. The king recognizes the hardships the boy has endured to protect their daughter and expresses regret that offering this gesture is all he can do in gratitude. Once the boy finishes reading the letter, it disappears into nothingness. Baron arrived on this occasion, his purpose clear as he sought out the boy to escort him to the council. In the following scene, they are positioned beside the door. looks forward to the trial with eager anticipation, determined to repay the boy's family for the loss of his own brother in the massacre. Arthur made a light-hearted joke at the man's expense, teasing him about attempting to pick a fight with someone who was only 13 years old. Seized the boy's collar, warning him that he was meddling in matters far beyond his understanding and had no idea how serious things were about to become. Meanwhile, Arthur taunted, accusing him of targeting harmless families just to get back at a dangerous killer who had already taken the lives of students. He goes on to point out that had made the conscious decision to side with the villains, taking it upon himself to end the lives of the students and even allying with the forces of darkness. As these words sink in, Baron, seeing no alternative, forcefully pushes the other person down to the floor. The heavy door swung open, revealing the grim fate that awaited Director. As an official announcement declared her punishment, she was to be executed in front of the public. The boy happened to catch the conversation and noticed being led away by the royal guards. The two of them glance at one another, sharing a silent understanding. Arthur felt a deep sadness as he looked at her, noticing how helpless and broken she seemed. The boy is then led to stand before the council. The statement began with an announcement about the council's act of mercy. Arthur's choices had placed him in such grave danger that they could have easily resulted in his execution. Despite everything, the group eventually concluded that the boy's choices had benefited everyone in the end. Because of this, part of his severe punishment would be the removal of his title. The decision was made to withdraw HSI benefits, at last. He would remain behind bars until additional instructions were given. Arthur became noticeably more attentive when he heard the last part, prompting him to ask for further explanation. Blaine notes that officials are keeping a watchful eye on the families of the victims at the moment. He believes that once the public's attention shifts away from the tragedy, the boy will be quietly released from captivity. Rather than facing a full prison sentence, the situation resembled a short-term detention. There is no confusion in his mind. He knows these men have no intentions of being generous. Their true intention is to hand him over alive to another person. Because of this, they are subtly encouraging him to consider the possibility of his own release in the future. Accepting this logic, the boy wonders about the fate of his connection. Queen Grey Sunder seethed with anger, unable to believe that he would dare to focus on his bond during such a critical moment. The Elven King clarifies that when someone is stripped of their status as a mage, they also become disconnected from the bond they once shared. Despite how harsh it may seem, Arthur grasps why things are the way they are. Displays a haughty attitude, confidently assuring everyone that his pet will receive excellent care and attention. Blaine instructed his lance to escort the boy back to his cell and ensure he remained securely chained. During this encounter, Arthur realized that the Grey Sunders were motivated purely by self-interest, as shown by their decision to join forces with the clan. Baron escorted the child back to the prison cell. Arthur found himself pushed inside and the door slammed behind him. As he considered his surroundings, he realized the place actually felt rather calm, so long as he could overlook the fact that he was being held captive. He found this place an improvement over his last cell, which had been nothing but a stark white room. It appeared that Winsome had already arrived. Arthur had spent quite some time eagerly awaiting his arrival. At the same time, the people of the Dwarf Kingdom gathered in excitement, eagerly anticipating the transformations that awaited their realm. With their enigmatic companion at their side, they stood ready to usher the continent into a fresh chapter. During this time, discovered that their new ally possessed a power far more frightening than any mana beast the Dwarf King had ever battled. In that moment, experienced a level of fear that surpassed anything he had felt before. The moment the enigmatic power revealed itself for the first time, it was as overwhelming and awe-inspiring as standing before an actual deity. God had selected them, even though their involvement was unnecessary for accomplishing any divine purpose. Unaware of the truth, these misguided individuals believed themselves fortunate simply because they had been chosen. As for the rulers of the humans and elves, Dost boasted about a time when his strength had outmatched both of theirs. A single event haunted him, and although it weighed heavily on his mind, he still hadn't revealed it to. The boy carried himself with an air of importance, despite the fact that, at his current stage, he was nothing more than an orange core. They repeatedly found themselves intoxicated from drinking wine. Dost reflected deeply on the lasting harm to his, a consequence of one determined peasant's successful blow, a punishment for his own infidelity. Doubted the heavy-set man's understanding of the situation, thinking he seemed clueless. In his mind, wondered what had caused the peasant's anger, especially since there were so many women available. No punishment, not even the harshest torture or the finality of execution, could ever match the suffering he endured. Pointed out to her husband that their people held him in high regard, yet he believed they simply followed his orders rather than truly respecting him. The only reason he still held onto his throne was the support of the lances. Without them, he would have been overthrown. Just as unhinged as her husband, firmly believed that ending the lives of anyone who challenged their claim to the throne was completely justified. She reasoned that, with his strength and command over 2 lances, he held both the authority and the means to do so. Now, with the addition of their latest ally, their strength would only continue to grow. The royal refrigerators seemed to be becoming more numerous. Their growing excitement was suddenly cut short by a sharp, unexpected noise that echoed through the room. In the shadowy corner, the lifeless body of a royal guard lay, evidence of a violent end. An imposing elderly man, dressed completely in black, appeared on the scene, making his presence known with a commanding air. Lost attempts to act tough and show anger toward the other person. He radiated nothing but malice, viewing the dwarf king and queen as a blight that must be eliminated. Just as expected, that very event was on the verge of unfolding. Prior to his intervention, the group had been in danger, but he arrived and rescued them by commanding his golems to protect them. The intruder arrived with a clear goal, to claim the heads of the Grey Sunders, however, had no intention of surrendering them without a fight. He has no choice but to utilize the castle's architecture as a foundation for summoning his magma knights. His confidence swelled as he convinced himself that these knights would more than suffice. The intruder suddenly found themselves surrounded as 5 knights lunged forward and attacked together. He only needed to raise his hand. With just one powerful strike, he was able to wipe out every opponent at once. Recognized the gravity of the moment and enveloped himself in a protective layer of hell armor. He possessed an extraordinary reinforcement power that elevated him to a nearly divine status. Secretly hopes that the intruder will meet their end. Gathered all his strength into one powerful punch, determined to inflict significant harm. His strike fails to make contact with the intruder. The man remains perfectly still, never straying from the protection of his shield. He stands rooted in place, unwavering beside his shield. Before launching across the room and crashing him into the closest wall, the force pinned him in place. With just one strike, the elaborate infernal armor was completely torn apart. The intruder expressed silent admiration for his abilities, noting that such power was unexpected from someone considered part of the lesser race. He also thought strength could play an important role in shaping's future. At this moment, there is no need for them, since he materializes directly before him. A hand gestured towards head and an immense force launched him through the air, causing him to crash straight through the castle walls and out of sight. And his wife stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding before them. The man slowly shifts his gaze and expresses regret for having kept them waiting. At that moment, the dwarves' second lancer charged forward, swinging a heavy mace with fierce determination at his opponent. The man effortlessly struck, his demeanor unfazed and collected. Meanwhile, announced her position as the second lance and offered a polite apology for her tardiness. She assures everyone that she will handle the intruder using her abilities. Micah's curiosity surged forward, striking with compelling force. She possessed remarkable skill in manipulating gravity. Though impressive, it seemed insignificant when compared to the divine being standing before her. Struggled to understand how he moved so effortlessly, even while his body was forced to bear a weight of over 4 tons. Micah pushed past every boundary, forging an enormous mace with the determination to bring his opponent down. In turn, the man simply extends his finger, repeating the same action as before. With just one strike, he completely overwhelms her, even though she possesses immense strength. Doust realized how insignificant she was when faced with the overwhelming power of her adversary. Eventually, they revealed their true identities, along with their ties to and the clan. Forced her head downward, making her kneel in submission, knowing they stood no chance in this situation. The intruder made it clear to them that deities did not exist in this world, only Asuras held power here. Changed his demeanor suddenly, looking as desperate as someone with nowhere left to escape. Despite this, he was not the type to be underestimated. In his mind, he was convinced that had made a poor decision by selecting people as feeble as and his kingdom. The dwarf king insists that he has never come across and explains that he surrendered solely because of the immense danger posed by the intruder. Hoping for mercy, he pleads for forgiveness from this formidable stranger. The intruder demanded that the group break their pledges to their lances, an order that felt deeply offensive. Despite the disrespectful request, the old man's expression made it clear he was not joking. Although Doust had always been instructed to honor the oath above all else, self-preservation now drove him to consider betraying that solemn promise. He hurriedly lets go of both and pleads desperately for mercy, yet this is the moment he enjoys the most. The intruder did not bring up the possibility of letting them live. Instead, he simply gave commands which they obeyed without question. The Dwarf King's life comes to a brutal halt when a deadly beam slices through his body, marking his ignoble demise. Faced the same fate as both insects perished. The chess match was now officially. They decided to return and find out what events had unfolded with Winsome. He had little with him. Arthur felt a sense of relief upon discovering that she remained asleep. He expressed his gratitude to the other person for all the assistance he had received. The deity had not anticipated that they would be discovered so quickly or without warning. He respected the boy's efforts to protect his academy, yet he knew that safety had to come first. Arthur had made his choice out of a deep concern for others, placing their well-being above his own. Not only, but also the disciplinary committee and Elijah were included. Winsome acknowledges that altering what has already happened is impossible. He couldn't understand the reason behind Elijah being captured by the villains, leaving him puzzled and uncertain. Arthur also cannot grasp their plan, yet he feels relieved to have Winsome's support, believing that with her help, he will finally get the chance to save Elijah. Despite Arthur's hopes, the deity startled him with a firm revelation. Elijah had already been transported to the second continent. Rescuing him now would not be as simple as it once might have been. Winsome points out that despite the boy's helplessness and inability to free himself, his thoughts are already focused on rescuing someone he cares about. In the end, all his hard work would amount to nothing. Arthur desperately wished that his closest friend had survived, but deep down, he understood he stood no chance against the villains and would be defeated instantly if he dared enter. With no place left to turn, he wonders what his next move should be. Winsome felt relieved that Drive had departed shortly before the boys showed up. He knew the clan wanted Arthur unharmed and intact. If it became known that he shared a connection with and no divine power would be enough to keep the boy safe from harm, the outcome was certain: Elijah would not be saved. Arthur found the situation impossible to accept, particularly because he was aware that most council members were secretly allied with the clan. He realized he wouldn't be able to keep his family hidden much longer, and he knew the Lances would make their move soon regardless. Arthur realized that hiding in the Beast Glades territory was impossible due to the presence of dangerous mana beasts. Faced with such a grim situation, he desperately searched his mind for any possible options. The deity sensed the boy's irritation and realized that Arthur had spent a long time quietly reflecting. The Grey Sunders maintained a strong bond with the clan, while the supported them only with hesitation. Winsome found himself genuinely impressed by the boy's keen perception. Just as he prepared to outline their next steps, Baron eased the door open and demanded to know who Winsome was. He wonders whether there is a link between himself and the other trespasser, and Winsome assures him that there is. That was all the encouragement Baron required to become a human lance. Without hesitation, he unleashed his intense flash ray. The attack is effortlessly deflected, as though it posed no challenge at all. Winsome regarded the human as merely a child, unworthy of serious consideration. He offered a clear display, showing just how inferior the lance was when set against the power of a deity. Baron, driven by his overwhelming pride, unleashes a fresh wave of assaults. Winsome treated the electrical discs casually, tapping them lightly as though they posed no challenge at all. He activated his healing power, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent Baron crashing to the ground. The lance offered no strength or advantage under these circumstances. Decides to take matters into her own hands and firmly instructs Baron to give up his efforts. However, Baron remains confused and fails to understand her intentions. Quickly realizes that they are in the presence of a god, making it clear to everyone that this is not a situation where humor or casual behavior would be appropriate. He shows the respect he deserves. Prior to seeking an audience with the human king in a respectful manner, all the council members gathered in the room, joined by Winsome's partner. Arthur spotted the unfamiliar man, who went on to state that his name was. He intended to leave no room for confusion. Winsome and had both been dispatched with the purpose of offering the three races a fighting chance in the impending war. Fortunately, Director had also survived without any harm. The Elven King and his companions had no doubt left that conflict would soon break out, regardless of what they did. systematically wiped out the Grey and seized control of their lances. With careful words, he reminded everyone about the agreements established with the humans. Blaine acknowledged the overwhelming strength of the deities compared to the three races, expressing his humility. He then wondered aloud why the Asuras themselves did not take action to overcome the clan. Acknowledges the question, but points out that the situation is more complex than it appears. The clan maintains control over three subordinate groups. The wicked Asuras have violated the clan's established rules, and should conflict break out between them, the destruction could wipe out the whole world. To prevent such devastation, the Asuras have agreed to a pact that forbids them from launching direct assaults or meddling in the lives of weaker beings. Arthur, however, wastes no time in highlighting the inconsistency. Their recent efforts to remove the Grey Sunders were in direct conflict with the treaty they themselves had agreed to uphold. Winsome reveals that the people of will soon be called upon to unite and confront the threat posed by the clan. Arthur seethed with anger as he recalled the demons, the very creatures that had plagued their nation for countless years, bringing chaos and destruction wherever they went. Anger surged through him as memories of the brutal killing of a lance flashed in his mind. The Elven King rises from his seat, bewildered, as he wonders aloud how the boy could possibly possess that knowledge. Director opened her hand, displaying a fragment that illustrated the subject of her discussion. Finally understands the reasons behind Arthur's reputation for complexity. However, he soon discovers that the spies dispatched to are not Asuras. Instead, these monsters were once lesser beings themselves. They had been subjected to an endless series of experiments. Felt a deep sense of anxiety as she realized how incredibly strong these monsters were, knowing they could effortlessly destroy even the most powerful mage in Olive. With odds like that, she saw almost no hope for victory. Revealed that the demons served as secret weapon, though their ranks were not large. He stated that these demons would only be sent into battle once their participation became known. Himself intended to take on the role of a commanding general in the imminent conflict. Yet, despite everything, even the Asuras aimed to safeguard and defend in accordance with their own strategies. Once the meeting ended, Arthur wondered aloud about their destination, feeling they ought to participate in the war discussions. Winsome reassured him, explaining that would handle the negotiations. At present, he planned to escort the boy back to his relatives, where he intended to say goodbye to them for a while. The boy looks puzzled, seeking an explanation to better understand the situation. Winsome spun around and made it clear that Arthur would be brought to their native land, in the realm of He, and prepared to advance their training together. Arthur moved alongside Winsome through the woods, his irritation clear as he begrudged the lengthy trek required of him. He had hoped the deity would allow him to instantly travel to where was. Although he possessed the ability to do so, using it would break the protective barrier shielding his family. Arthur finally realizes the truth. The conversation shifts to the subject of the 8 Asura races that inhabit the realm of. Although every race was made up of many different clans, just a single clan from each race held membership among the High 8. The clan belonged to the Basilisk race. Despite everything, the boy continued to struggle with the fact that the other clans had attempted to assassinate independently. Since maintaining the treaty was supposed to be their main concern, he had assumed they would be committed to preserving peace. Posed such a terrifying danger that even the Asuras felt compelled to set aside the treaty for the time being. His motives and what he planned for the future remained a mystery to them. In the end, the clans chose to eliminate, using the method they believed was most appropriate. Although Arthur tried to piece everything together, he still couldn't understand how his bond with fit into the story, nor could he figure out the reason why Smother had ended up on the continent of. Winsome paused, preparing to share a valuable secret known to just a select few within the clan. Long ago, embarked on a journey alongside the elite division, determined to confront on her own. From the very beginning, the plan was doomed, destined to end in self-destruction. Despite Lord's efforts to keep from leaving, she managed to slip away in secret. By the time she unveiled her abilities, it was already too late for her to make her way back. Additionally, there were no details available about how she was apprehended or the reasons behind her decision to stay concealed. The boy recalls his past encounter with the dragon. She wonders about the fate of the Asuras who once walked beside her. Winsome's irritation grew as he noted that none of them had anticipated the would be ready for their trap. He had assembled a massive force made up of basilisks and numerous lesser races. In the shadows, the clan had begun to mix their bloodline with those of the weaker races across. Arthur stood in shock, his jaw dropping as he discovered the truth behind these experiments. The armies differed greatly in size, with one side vastly outnumbering the other. Nearly all the inhabitants of met a grim fate, either being slaughtered without mercy or forced into slavery. Made his presence known to Face directly, choosing that moment to inform him of his passing. Upon learning this, lowered himself for battle, while the other clans sought a peaceful resolution through a treaty. The treaty strictly prohibited the Asuras from intervening themselves to stop the planet from falling apart. The 7 Asura races realized that their ongoing war could bring about total destruction, so they decided to hold the basilisks responsible for the conflict. However, they soon understood that blaming the entire race for the actions of a few leaders would be unjust. Arthur found their tactics horrifying and almost impossible to describe. He considers how the other clans might have chosen the same path as the clan, using experiments to produce warriors, yet they chose instead to hold on to their ethics and compassion, unwilling to sink to ruthless standards. Given that had indeed spent those years on the continent, it was reasonable to believe that his forces had expanded to an astonishing size. In addition to the overwhelming disparity in strength separating the 2 continents, there was now the pressing threat of a vast military force looming over them. At that moment, a thought struck Arthur. He recalled the 6 legendary relics that had been entrusted to the inhabitants of. The items had been distributed solely to allow the 3 races to assist one another and balance the ongoing conflict. At this moment, Arthur made his own entrance. He served as a crucial piece for the Asura clans during the Great War. Winsome reflects that imagining his family and friends gives him a clearer reason to keep fighting. Regarding that matter, Winsome wonders what the boy intends to tell everyone before he leaves. Arthur nodded, his expression tinged with sadness, yet his decision remained firm. The scene shifted to focus on his family's point of view. Make sure everyone is cared for and comfortable. Arthur's unexpected arrival startles the crowd, prompting everyone to rush in his direction. The family gathered their cherished son into a warm embrace, coming together for their last reunion. His worries centered on above all else. She knew her brother's stubborn determination meant he would always return safely, no matter how tough the battle. Without warning, an overwhelming force surrounds the trio, striking fear deep into their hearts. Arthur hoped that Winsome would relax and feel at ease in the calming atmosphere he brought with him. He tells them that the man is his teacher. The deity fixes a piercing gaze on them, exuding an intense and intimidating presence. She expressed her gratitude to him for rescuing their son. Alice feels a strong curiosity about what type of teacher Arthur might be, but just as he is about to respond, she no longer worried about those matters and instead wanted him to enjoy a good meal before they discussed anything further. After changing their clothes, they spent some time enjoying themselves and having fun. Winsome eventually gives Arthur a discreet signal to let him know the moment has arrived. The boy gives a nod, then asks to step out so he can have a private conversation with his family. They trailed behind him and before stepping through the doorway, paused to cast a meaningful glance at. Wonders aloud whether the boy's teacher will be attending as well. Arthur simply shook his head, making it clear that he refused. Arthur's silence unsettles those around him as they sense his unease. Despite their concern, he gathers his courage, ready to tackle a subject he finds hard to talk about. He begins by sharing the story of how he arrived in this world. Arthur suddenly hesitates, prompting his mother to wonder aloud if he is referring to the day he first entered this world. The boy implied that he had never truly come into existence, leaving Alice confused by his words. Arthur recalls the moment when he first came into the world. During that moment, he found himself sent to a new world, experiencing rebirth rather than a normal birth. By doing this, he shattered the usual conventions, making it clear that his previous life had truly been stripped away. Alice found herself puzzled, unable to make sense of the situation, while struggled to comprehend what the boy had said. His mother leaned in close, her eyes searching his face as she wondered aloud whether something might be wrong with him. She remained confused by his words, uncertain whether his teacher had influenced his thinking. Arthur, however, rejects the accusation, insisting that the secret has only ever been known by his parents until now, as he reveals it himself. He was just as baffled by the events, but the only explanation he could offer was to compare what happened to the concept of being reborn. Alice wonders once more whether the boy might have experienced something unusual during his absence. Maintained a steady, resolute voice, encouraging his son to continue speaking. Arthur went on to explain in detail everything he knew about the world before and shared the story of his own life. He aimed to portray the sort of person he had been and the connections he had formed with others during that period of his life. His goal was to illustrate every aspect so vividly that others would see he was not inventing the details. During his tale, his parents fell into a deep silence, overwhelmed by despair, unable to utter a single word. Continued the conversation by tossing out questions that kept things light, though his expression remained carefully unreadable, hiding what he truly felt. Meanwhile, Alice grew increasingly unsettled. Her body trembled more as the story unfolded. Even though their exchange was brief, it seemed to stretch on endlessly, as if hours were slipping by in just a few minutes. Eventually realized the source of the boy's remarkable abilities in both magic and combat. He had grown accustomed to relying on the system in his former world, so he naturally applied its methods to understanding and controlling mana in this new one. Upon hearing these words, his mother is overcome by a mix of tears and laughter, unable to believe what is happening before her. She suspects that someone must be playing a cruel prank on her. She repeatedly attempted to convince herself that others were simply playing tricks on her. Alice simply wishes that he would admit he is only joking. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment as she refused to accept that the spirit of a past king had taken over her child's body. Arthur averted his gaze, his expression heavy with the weight of confessing that everything was painfully real and not a joke at all. Gently tugs her closer, triggering a flood of cherished memories from their past together to surge through her mind. Alice clutches her hair tightly, unable to believe the situation unfolding around her. Overwhelmed by the harsh truth, panic surges through her. Does his utmost to soothe his wife, offering her reassurance in the way he knows best. Arthur's body stiffens noticeably in response to the statement, unable to hide his unease. He rose to his feet, realizing his words had reached their limit, and quietly exited the room. The boy stepped outdoors, ready to join in play. Eventually stepped outdoors and instructed his daughter to spend some time consoling her mother. Arthur quickly reached for, pulling her close, while momentarily stepped away but soon returned. She rushed to her brother and wrapped him tightly in her arms. The siblings shared a heartwarming experience together. Longs for her brother's return, willing to endure his repeated departures as long as he comes back to them. Leads the boy on a stroll, explaining that his mother is resting after being overwhelmed by the startling events. Arthur found himself at a loss for words, yet he realized at that moment that his parents finally trusted what he had said. Trust his son completely, finding no cause to question him. Every part now settled perfectly within the frame, and suddenly everything became clear. Arthur, feeling a wave of disappointment, hesitantly wondered about his father's well-being after receiving the news. Usually calm and composed, Bert suddenly lost his temper and exploded with anger. He found himself confused by his family and uncertain about his own son. The moments they had once cherished together now felt fake, like scenes from a play. In his mind, he held Arthur responsible for pretending to be the son he wished he had. Felt uncertain about how to behave around the child, knowing that King Gray's real age was even greater than his, despite the fact that the boy's appearance was that of a 13-year-old. Grew increasingly frustrated as he realized that Alice had taken care of an adult man, all the while truly believing he was her son. His anger boiled over, leading him to punch the wall beside them with such force that he hurt his own hand. Desperately yearned to learn whether Arthur was genuinely his own son or if the process of reincarnation had stolen away his real child's mind. After taking in everything that had been said, the boy stood quietly, offering no response. Realizes he let his anger get the better of him and admits to feeling confused by this unexpected news. Arthur always catches himself just before he accidentally calls Dad, choosing instead to address him by his proper name. A sense of burden pressed down on him, yet the actual circumstances remained a mystery even to himself. He couldn't tell whether he had taken the place of their child. In truth, the way it all happened was still unclear to him. He hadn't wanted to pretend any longer, yet now uncertainty crept in as he wondered whether the tough decision he made was actually the best one. For years, he had hoped to share this secret with his family. Arthur felt uncertain about the way forward, unsure of the steps he needed to take. At last, he revealed the true reason behind sharing his secret. He decided to go, believing that stepping away for now would be the right choice for him. Discovers that his son will not return home for several years. The truth weighed heavily on him, filling him with sorrow. While others might feel differently, the narrator believed remained the greatest father and that the way he responded made perfect sense. Arthur strode by the other person without pausing, reflecting aloud that not a single memory remained of the family he once had in his previous life. He grew up in a place devoid of affection, which forged him into a relentless warrior while also shaping his harsh character. Once he entered this world, he reunited with his parents and felt a special closeness with his sister. These feelings were new to him, ones he had never known before. Even though he wasn't the most powerful person in this world, his character had grown much stronger than it ever had in his previous life. Arthur expresses his remorse for the hardship and distress he caused them. He sincerely expresses his gratitude, too, for guiding him into becoming a competent individual. The character appreciated being cared for and accepted as a son. Both men's eyes filled with tears as they listened to those painful words. The boy reveals his true feelings to Winsome, and she immediately senses that their conversation has reached its end, signaling that it is finally time for her to walk away forever. Couldn't believe the boy intended to leave without saying goodbye to a single member of his family. Arthur believed his words sufficed, so he simply entrusted them to her and walked away. Halts the boy and notices how much his face shows his struggle, looking nothing like the gentle person she knows him to be. She silently wishes that all his effort and determination will finally pay off. He avoids falling back into his old habits, knowing that if he lets himself slip that far, escaping will become even more difficult. After making her statement, assures that she will handle everything for the boy during his absence. Winsome carefully himself, placing a disc in position as part of his preparations. He activated it by using his own blood. The disc activated, creating a swirling portal. Arthur wondered if his face showed any signs of discomfort or unease. The deity observes that his face mirrors the cold, determined look of those legendary warriors known for suppressing their feelings to unleash astonishing power in battle. He hopes the boy will concentrate completely on the future once he finishes his tasks here. Arthur's eyes shone with determination as he mentally prepared himself, signaling that he was ready. The story shifted to a response to the aftermath of the scene. Deep inside, was filled with self-loathing because he hadn't managed to assure Arthur that he was still regarded as family. Yet what troubled him most was the regret he felt for ever revealing the harsh reality to them. Emerged carrying the weight of defeat as a father, yet with a newfound understanding that he had always recognized his son's uniqueness and individuality. Accepting the truth proved difficult for him as his pride made him cling to the idea that he had nurtured a prodigy. All the evidence seemed to support this belief. From an early age, the boy stood out for his peculiar nature and remarkable skill with a sword. As he grew, he also unveiled a remarkable aptitude for magic. He informs everyone that the boy has left. To his surprise, she possessed knowledge of the boy's previous existence. She constantly dreaded the moment when he might finally reveal everything. She had given up so much in her efforts to understand Arthur. However, with the discovery, now believed he had his childhood. Regarded him as a child since at her age, nearly everyone seemed young to her. She often found it amusing that others praised the wisdom that supposedly came with getting older. They also assumed that those with high intelligence were expected to be unemotional and driven purely by logic. With both intelligence and age, a person like that would naturally seem quite unfeeling, playfully provoked, questioning whether he saw her as nothing more than a heartless machine. The father fails to understand how any of this relates to his son. Admits to himself that his real fear lies in the possibility of the boy revealing the truth, secretly hoping that the confession never happens. He now questioned the reasons behind the boy's choice to reveal the truth to them from the beginning. Expresses the belief that men can occasionally let their minds cloud their judgment. The heart's emotions stand in stark contrast to the mind's logic, often coming into conflict with one another. Their instincts often led them into danger, sometimes resulting in injury or even death, yet people felt compelled to obey them. These impulses could make a person appear less capable on their own. Although the situation brings them closer together as a team, turns to his son with curiosity, questioning whether his recent words were guided by emotion. Meanwhile, silently contemplates what could have been on the boy's mind. She remembered that her connection to Arthur stretched back to when he was just a small child. He had traveled a great distance, and this moment was essential for him to surpass his own boundaries. Handed an item carefully wrapped in a white cloth, explaining that Winsome had entrusted it to her as a present meant for Arthur's family. As unfolded the fabric to reveal what was inside, a small adorable bear appears from within. Feels an instant connection to the bond, and eagerly asks if she can have it. Was taken aback when his daughter appeared without warning. The bear begins to feel drawn toward. Had secretly wished to keep it, yet he found comfort in knowing that his daughter would be the one to receive it in the end. She chooses the name Boo for the tiny creature built for destruction. The bear's eyes gave the impression that it was forever angry. Let her father know that Alice had woken up as well. In the following scene, paid her a visit to check on her well-being. She had spent several hours in deep sleep. Alice feels a deep sense of heartbreak upon discovering that Arthur has abandoned them. She is overcome with regret for the way she treated him. However, was convinced that she managed the situation as well as anyone could have. Despite everything, the mother feels remorse for having labeled her son as unwell. She struggled to come to terms with what was happening, but eventually broke down in tears while her husband held her close. Even recognized that her response made sense given how unbelievable the situation was. Alice then wondered if her doubts about the boy truly being their son made her a terrible person. Although realizes that what she says isn't right, he finds himself unable to voice his own doubts, especially since he doesn't have a clear answer himself. Alice, as the child's mother, went through many hardships to give birth to her child. She was the person who looked after him and guided him through life's lessons. She had only recently discovered that everything she believed was untrue. Meanwhile, was determined to take charge, hoping his wife would depend on his strength. Alice offers another apology. He wraps his arms around her with affection, reassuring her that they simply require some time to process everything that has occurred. Before revealing the news, their son was already aware of this situation. Alice soon realizes that it will be several years before they see him again. Alice pressed her words further, harshly wondering aloud what sort of son they might have raised if Arthur hadn't simply taken control of his own life. Felt a jolt of surprise ripple through him as those words reached his ears. She would be advised to avoid dwelling on those thoughts or accepting such statements as truth. Alice lay motionless, her mind swirling with imaginations of what their real child might have been like. Weeps openly, struggling to maintain his composure even as he tries to appear strong. Deep down, he hopes she will embrace Arthur for his true self. Alice, however, found herself unable to come to terms with the situation. She felt a strong urge to point out to her husband that ever since the discussion started, they had stopped referring to the boy as their son. Deep within themselves, they had come to terms with the harsh truth that he was not truly one of their own. Gently soothes her fears, explaining that both of them are facing the same hurt together. They would eventually adjust and accept it as part of their lives. They had also spent 13 full years sharing their lives with Arthur. They faced battles side by side and shared in countless moments of happiness. The significance of their bond went far beyond shared blood or connections from previous lives. It was truly shaped by the memories they had created and weathered together. Hoped Alice would recall the moment Arthur risked his safety on his return journey to the city. That act alone proved Arthur cared deeply for them, since he would not have taken such a risk otherwise. He hopes his wife realizes that both of them are doing their best and that neither one is to blame, though he knows it will be a while before they both come to terms with how delicate things have become. Alice, struggling with her emotions, brushed the tears from her cheeks. She believed she appeared pitiful as tears streamed down her face. Instead of responding, gently pulls her closer and places a quick kiss on the top of her head. He reminded her that her beauty hadn't changed at all. The way they interacted showed a strong, natural connection, as if they truly belonged together. At that moment, walked over and asked her mother to check out her new pet. Alice is completely unaware of Boo's existence. Despite the circumstances, the two found a way to bring humor and happiness to the moment, celebrating together with another joyful embrace. Meanwhile, attention shifted to Arthur to reveal how he was coping with everything on his end. He had only recently set foot in a continent known as the home of the Asuras. The entire area possessed a striking beauty in every aspect. Winsome greeted the boy as he entered the clan's castle, a building that stood apart from all others in its uniqueness. The boy wandered through the mystical pond, surrounded on all sides by enchanting beauty. He observes that there are no security guards present. Winsome insists that they have been vigilant since the moment they crossed over. According to Winsome, it is crucial for them to rendezvous with Lord. Within the building, the boy's gaze is immediately drawn to an enormous hall, its surfaces gleaming with lavish gold decorations. Arthur came to the understanding that this place was truly where it belonged. Before facing the powerful, he turned to Winsome, hoping to receive some helpful advice. In this situation, however, he found himself uncertain, unable to predict what might happen due to how unusual everything was. The group is led into a room, where they notice two figures with human-like appearances standing guard. The group called Winsome an elder and expressed their relief at having brought the human boy back. The group is guided to the private quarters of Lord. As Arthur stands filled with anticipation, the door swings open and the others step into the room. The Supreme Leader lounged at ease atop his grand throne. Winsome dropped to his knees in front of his master while Arthur lowered his head in a swift, respectful bow. The initial detail that catches his attention about Lord is the complete absence of any noticeable aura surrounding him. Without warning, a sudden, intense force presses against the boy's body. A searing sensation spread within him, and his marks glowed more vividly than ever before. He suddenly finds himself forced down onto his knees, pressing against the ground. Paused to inhale while Arthur's attention shifted to the unexpected absence of from his side. He struggled to comprehend just how fast truly was. In just a few seconds, someone managed to pull the child away from him. Longs for the joy of seeing his granddaughter again, wishing for a heartfelt reunion. He feels a sense of letdown upon realizing that Arthur never provided her with any training, leaving her with only the most basic control over her mana. Observing her as she rests in her dormant state, concludes that the boy has merely hindered her progress. Winsome expressed regret that he couldn't help with her training while he was in. Decides to take direct responsibility for it at this time. The boy becomes deeply angered, feeling a strong connection to her. The man gently tapped the top of her head, startling her awake as she suddenly sat upright. Fixed her gaze on, meeting his eyes with unwavering focus. She wonders about her current location. Arthur found himself at a loss for words, so instead, he quietly inquired about her well-being. The child felt sleepy and wished to go back to bed, so Arthur allowed her to do as she pleased. He then faces Lord and shares that Winsome has already clarified his responsibilities. He remained uncertain about how he should spend his time in this place, realizing that if training alone was needed, a dungeon inn would have been enough, making it unnecessary for him to be brought to the land of. Announces that he has recognized Arthur as one of the select few. He positioned all the crucial elements for his conflict with. He believes Arthur already understands what both parties stand to gain and what is at risk. Sought the expertise of many specialists to guide the boy's development. For a human, considered an inferior race, being taught by the gods was an extraordinary honor. Arthur is curious about the other person's opinion on the upcoming war and wonders when it might start. Kept his thoughts on the subject to himself, instructing Arthur to concentrate solely on his training. Once Arthur had reached the necessary level, would give Winsome direct orders to bring the boy back to. Was also set to remain with until she finished all of her training. Arthur cared more deeply for than he did for himself. His thoughts were consumed by the question of when, or even if, he would get to see her again. Instead of encouraging more questions, Winsome urged him to hurry up and get going. Once the meeting concluded, Arthur's anger simmered as he realized the true reason behind the gathering. He braced himself for harsh words, yet nothing could have prepared him for the possibility of losing. The Usuras didn't care much for the boy, which was precisely why the gathering took place behind closed doors. The gods faced the problem of depending on a single mortal to act as their instrument, a fact that deeply wounded their sense of pride. Despite this, Winsome hoped he would realize that both he and the gods would be treated with respect and fairness. Both held significance in the end. Arthur understands that his value stems solely from how useful he is in the ongoing war, and that there is nothing else that makes him important. Winsome reached out and took hold of the boy's arm, advising him to keep a firm grip. Arthur, however, remained unimpressed, finding little reason to be concerned since, in his view, it was nothing more than a tree. It turned out that Winsome forcefully hurled himself straight against the trunk of the tree. The force drew him in, dragging him straight into what seemed like a dungeon or a cave. Inside, Winsome welcomed. A bald figure stood there, his body covered in intricate markings etched into his skin. He realizes that Arthur has been sent to him so he can begin his training. Winsome introduces the newcomer as a close acquaintance from the Thyestes clan, similar to his relationship with. The boy offers a polite greeting in response. Wondered how Winsome had managed to obtain the orb. It became clear that had given this gift to help Arthur reach his full potential. Arthur appeared puzzled and asked about the true function of the orb. In reality, the orb would greatly accelerate his training and development. The group was harnessing the abilities of the dragon race to manipulate ether, a fundamental force that governed the universe's balance. The glowing orb in their possession was set to pull Arthur's soul apart from his physical form. This ability granted him enhanced mastery over the flow and alteration of time. Arthur struggled to understand what had been discussed and hoped someone would summarize it for him. Winsome took the opportunity to clarify, mentioning that had not only sent the orb but had also granted access to special training grounds. The training area brimmed with ether, enhancing Arthur's development and instantly mending any injuries he sustained. The pawn closed in around the boy, who looked bewildered as he tried to understand what was happening. Winsome encouraged him to be patient, suggesting that watching events unfold would provide answers. The story then shifted to explore memories from King Gray's earlier life. During his time at the institution, he underwent 8 grueling hours of relentless combat training. Once this intense session ended, they faced another challenge, 10 hours dedicated to meditation, all aimed at strengthening The training proved to be harsh and revealed its own shortcomings. During his time there, he discovered that understanding the critical points on the human body was the most valuable knowledge he acquired. In contrast, the training focused mainly on methods designed to cause the greatest possible harm to an opponent. Despite everything, he diligently adhered to his teacher's guidance and made sure to be present at every lesson available to him. He refined his abilities through persistent practice. Before his key center had even begun to develop, King Gray devoted endless hours to battling his classmates, often experiencing defeat at their hands. He believed history was repeating itself as he found himself in a familiar training scenario. He was relentlessly overpowering his opponent. Arthur suffers another defeat and falls to the ground in exhaustion, yet continues his relentless assault without pause. He suddenly swung his fist and delivered a harsh blow to the boy's shoulder. Arthur endures intense pain as his shoulder, both swollen and fractured, throbs relentlessly. Tears streamed down his face as the overwhelming pain consumed him. Despite everything, he rises once more, demonstrating his unwavering determination. Launched into another relentless assault, yet without warning, the battle came to an abrupt halt. Arthur slowly regained consciousness, his mind still reeling from the ordeal of the intense training session. Right after the incident, she threw up without delay. He had never experienced training this grueling in his life. The boy, breathing heavily, rose to his feet once more and expressed his eagerness to try again. Admires the determination shown by the kids, noting that they have already spent an hour training within the spatial dimension. Despite everything that happened, just 5 minutes had slipped by in the outside world. Winsome reveals his concern that being pushed out of the realm repeatedly would only cost him valuable training time. Even with time moving much slower than usual, frequent interruptions would leave him unprepared for the approaching war. Neither could the child be blamed for the situation. The real problem was that eliminated Arthur within minutes, and he didn't stop there. The bespectacled individual clarifies that he is greatly restraining his power, pointing out that this poses a problem since younger Asuras are able to endure much longer than Arthur manages to. Found himself admiring the boy's ability to handle his own death with such composure. In Arthur's mind, he considered this a remarkable compliment, especially given the circumstances. The training session pressed on, and once more both of them shifted into the alternate dimension. A week had gone by since they endured their harsh training. Arthur endured a relentless barrage of fierce blows from every direction. At the very start, Arthur discovered that his upcoming battle would be against, and it would take place in their soul forms. The pain of dying had lessened for him solely because of the remarkable power of the orb. In truth, the thought of enduring such excruciating agony in his real body sent chills through him, as Arthur lay beaten on the ground again, delivered a crushing blow to his ribs. By this time, he had already passed countless months on the familiar grassland, endlessly practicing with, who always managed to remain patient with him, back when he first arrived in this place. Arthur's neck snapped instantly from one powerful blow, leaving him no time to defend himself. Maintained his usual training routine, and after several weeks, the boy still struggled to dodge any of strikes. Once again, he experiences defeat, and someone encourages him to trust in his own body, assuring him that it will always remain faithful to him. Arthur slowly emerged from his frightened daze, his thoughts consumed by the overwhelming difference in strength between himself and his opponents. The comparison left him feeling humiliated, as if he were nothing more than an ant standing before a towering mountain. Arthur returned to his training, gradually improving his ability to dodge with each attempt. He suffered minor scrapes, but none of his wounds were serious. Found herself impressed by how well he endured and persevered throughout the training. He hopes the boy will let go of his worries about the pain, trusting that his body will heal itself naturally. Arthur still had to learn how to control his sense of desperation. After repeatedly evading attempts, the boy took a hard kick to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. observing this, felt a sense of admiration, recognizing how the boy had managed to avoid a fatal blow. In reaction to this, Arthur responds with a bold, defiant gesture so intense it could be compared to unleashing a nuclear explosion, perfectly reflecting the chaotic circumstances he faces. Believes the child should take some time to recover, suggesting a pause in combat training to allow for rest. Arthur's lack of progress could not be blamed on his own abilities. In fact, found himself admiring how quickly Arthur adjusted and improved. However, it was Arthur's unyielding determination that led to suggest a different approach to his training. Arthur remained puzzled, having believed that the orb would heal any wounds and preserve his essence, even in the face of death. However, it does not appear to be talking about the physical form of the boy. He gestures toward his head, insisting that if he were to get hurt, it would be in his mind. The boy endures loss after loss until death no longer feels final to him. The sorrow he faces grows so intense that even the fierce Asuras would dread it. This deep-seated trauma threatens to overwhelm him, standing as an obstacle to his progress in training. By bearing excessive pain, a person's body starts to suffer and will instinctively try to protect itself, regardless of Arthur's wishes. Advises finding a careful balance, enduring enough pain to use it as a powerful tool in battle. Arthur, showing his usual stubborn side, insists that he is prepared, while firmly stands by his own opinion, refusing to back down. A strange force escapes, creating a pressure unlike anything he has experienced in the past. Summoning every ounce of power he possessed, he drove his fist directly through the essence of Arthur's soul. With one powerful strike, the attacker ended his life instantly, displaying a fearsome level of strength. He carefully lowered the boy's body until it lay gently on the ground. Arthur's experiences set him apart from the average person, shaping a life unlike most others. However, these unique circumstances have led him to develop certain negative behaviors that he will need to work on changing. Envisions transforming him into a formidable warrior, one capable of standing toe-to-toe with the mighty Asuras. Arthur, his fist from the boy's chest, the horror of the moment weighing heavily on his mind. Shaken by what he had just done, he found his body trembling uncontrollably, uncertain of the reason behind his reaction. In his confusion, he questioned whether the wound itself was causing his distress. He couldn't tell if the rush he felt came from his intense training or the looming possibility of an approaching war. The boy lay sprawled across the grassy field, crimson blood streaming from his wounds. He concludes internally that it must be a combination of all three emotions. Arthur reflected on his recent encounter, characterizing as a genuine predator. The battle resumed and Arthur charged forward at top speed, brandishing his sword. The man effortlessly deflected the attack, and with that simple act, time moved differently. 30 days slipped by in the outside world, while an entire year unfolded within the confines of the training field. Arthur dedicated his time to sharpening his abilities with the sword. Found himself impressed by the precise and swift way he moved. Despite that, a single blow drains all his energy. Arthur made an attempt to rush at, determined to confront him in battle. Despite his determination, his body gives out, sending him crashing to the ground. Completely exhausted, he can go no further. Remained amazed by how far he could push himself. Arthur conceded his loss, wondering aloud about the duration he managed to withstand the king's strength. It was obviously insufficient. Encourages him to try again, instructing that he should do so without relying on any weapons this time. Although the boy typically excels at sword fighting, his role as a mage makes mastery of hand-to-hand combat just as important, and sometimes even more advantageous during battles. Set out to strengthen Arthur, focusing on everything from his bones and muscles to his mind, determined to push each part of him to new limits. He aspired to become the kind of knight who could defend his entire continent. Although Arthur's abilities in hand-to-hand fighting were impressive, his fighting style worked best when facing a single challenger. However, in the chaos of war, the Asuras would not fight alone, and their half-blood offspring would emerge as some of the most dangerous opponents possible. Urges the boy to imagine himself going up against a powerful foe on the battlefield, one as formidable as an Asura. In his view, mastering physical fighting techniques combined with effective mana control might become the boy's most valuable asset in the challenges ahead. Arthur fully grasps what is happening around him. Had previously explained the techniques needed to evade danger and stay safe while moving quickly. The upcoming lesson focused on battling in high-stress situations and understanding the experiences gained through them. Power, known as King Force, could be described as killing intent when put in terms that people understood. Over the recent months, Arthur had grown much more accustomed to enduring its effects. He remained overly fixated on one thing, making it easy for distractions to catch him off guard. The boy whirled around at top speed, meeting Satak head-on with a rapid series of punches. The teacher can't help but feel impressed by how fast he responded. Arthur pressed on, launching a series of aggressive attacks. Meanwhile, mocked him, pointing out that no amount of strength in his punches would matter if he couldn't last several days fighting with that intensity. The boy must distribute his mana carefully to endure extended fights. This approach allows him to make the most out of his abilities. Seized the boy by the arm and brought him down from behind, instructing him to channel mana as a means of protection during their training session. Not long after, Arthur is struck by a powerful blow that reduces him to ashes, leading to his death once more. He stepped out of the pool just as noticed his subordinate, who had at last shown up. He notices a boy standing in the pond and quickly shifts his attention back to. Arthur's mind raced with curiosity as he tried to uncover who the mysterious individual might be. Presented Takai to the group, announcing that he would be the boy's new training partner. Neither of them had anticipated what was happening. Couldn't hide his surprise upon realizing he had been summoned solely to practice alongside someone he considered beneath him. Swiftly pointed out to the young student that Arthur had once been his apprentice. He emphasized that Arthur had also received the rare opportunity to train with the orb, a special privilege reserved for only a select few. Considered it unwise to spend valuable time on a human when capable students from the clan still waited eagerly for his guidance. Informed Arthur about rigorous training in the unique techniques practiced by the clan. By sensing an adversary's weight and the force behind their movements, a fighter could counter their assault and use their own power to gain the upper hand. By using this method, a person is able to save their strength and still strike back effectively. Arthur had already caught a brief look at how the process functioned, but intended to give him a clearer example by having him watch a match against. For his part, was advised to unleash his full power on Arthur since there was no risk of anyone getting hurt in this situation. At the same time, Arthur received firm orders to avoid using any of his mana and focus only on defending himself. Grew irritated, feeling insulted that his master chose to limit the actions of someone considered beneath him, rather than imposing rules on his own students, even though the other person was still allowed to throw if he wanted. Growing weary of the constant complaints from the children, decided to step into the training chambers. The battle starts as Arthur quickly moves out of the way, narrowly avoiding a fast kick aimed at him. The character quickly evaded another series of strikes from Takai. Unexpectedly, Takai was the one facing difficulties in this situation. Although he was just 7 years old, his remarkable skills in training set him apart from others. Despite all the limitations imposed on his body, Arthur continued to stand his ground. He began to control his movements with care, skillfully reacting to every attack that came his way. All aspects of his abilities were advancing rapidly, with his body seeming to shed any movements that weren't essential. The situation explanation even couldn't grasp how many individuals Arthur must have encountered to develop such keen awareness. The boy managed to defend himself against a strike, all the while his mind remained focused on analyzing the boy's actions. He had trained many students who came from the powerful clan. Training Arthur, however, proved to be an entirely unique journey. Through this process, Arthur discovered a fresh sense of self-awareness. A sense of anticipation filled the air as others wondered about the boy's future and his potential growth as a fighter, feelings that himself had never experienced about his own journey. His sole concern centered on Arthur's certain development, and the feeling he expressed about it was pure anticipation. Had the boy entered the world as an Asura, he would have swiftly climbed to the ranks of the most exalted gods. He recalled that using throws was an option available to him in this battle. Arthur forcefully hurled to the ground. Although Arthur possessed extraordinary abilities, felt sorry for him, viewing him merely as a tool for the gods, destined to be discarded once his purpose was served. The situation had taken a grim and unexpected twist. Lunged ahead, his emotions fueling a powerful strike. Arthur took advantage of his vulnerable moment, quickly lowering himself to avoid danger as he moved in toward the next opponent. He notices that her leg is raised much too high, a mistake that will soon cause her to lose her balance. Arthur notices her unsteady stance and skillfully uses it to send her tumbling over. He moves forward to confront the third opponent. He had his punch before the right moment. Arthur quickly judged the incoming threat and moved out of the way just in time. He managed to grab it just before sprinting off. Now all three of them lunged at him at once, each targeting a separate part of his body. Arthur remained unfazed by their synchronized attacks. The character swiftly evades incoming attacks, skillfully trading blows during the battle. Approach from both sides. The boy deliberately dodges the strike aimed at his back, then moves in closer, positioning himself to shield his ribs from the next blow. He kept his space by leaping backward while the four opponents relentlessly pursued him, each one springing forward in an attempt to catch him. Signaled for a pause, indicating that Arthur had passed this challenge. Despite outnumbering him 4-1, his students still voiced their grievances. Expresses happiness and looks to Arthur for his opinion, while Arthur, refreshed, experiences a renewed sense of self. He then faced his instructor in battle, after 4 months had gone by in the world outside. Over the course of 4 years within the training realm, Arthur endured relentless and punishing exercises, his appearance showing little sign of the time that had passed. Although it came with challenges, this path gave him valuable years to build muscle memory and gather experience he would not have gained in any other way. The boy had just turned 14, yet his special day felt no different from any other, as he remained completely absorbed in his training. Although the teacher had assisted the boy in sharpening his mana during battles, he had never introduced him to any fresh training ideas. The boy felt uncertain, questioning whether humans were simply too limited compared to the gods. As he pondered, a different idea occurred to him. Perhaps believed the boy should not practice the clan's unique arts on someone unworthy. Nevertheless, Arthur continued to trust promises and eagerly soaked up every lesson. Eventually, the time arrived when Winsome appeared to assess his progress. Arthur expressed his gratitude to the 4 students who had assisted him during his training. Although they had tried their best, frustration and resentment showed clearly on their faces after failing to defeat him. Takai, more furious than usual, stood out among them all. The boy shifted his gaze toward, expressing his gratitude for the years of guidance he had received. Both teacher and student shared a quiet sense of fulfillment in that moment. Arthur looks forward to beginning the next phase of his training. For reasons unknown, the 2 Asuras simply remained silent, standing still side by side. Winsome assured everyone that the following stage of their training would start shortly. Despite this announcement, both individuals couldn't hide their disappointment as the boy showed no signs of change, behaving just as he always had. Arthur felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He noticed that his had rapidly advanced, climbing several levels and now nearing the mature yellow stage. Despite acknowledging that the ether orb aids in physical training, Winsome makes it clear that using it on children for extended durations remains strictly prohibited. Doing so could potentially create a dangerous separation between body and soul, particularly in those who have not yet fully matured. Lord initially felt unsure about using the orb on the boy, but the threat of an approaching war left him with no alternative choices. What truly surprised Winsome was that, since the training started, the boy's behavior and way of speaking had remained completely unchanged. Despite showing signs of mental growth, Arthur's body remained unchanged, lacking the typical physical development expected in a child his age. The boy reflects on how people have always viewed him as mature beyond his years, shaping the way he acts out of lifelong habit. Additionally, achieving the role of professor at academy set him apart from his peers, causing a noticeable gap between himself and the other students. Upon hearing the news, Winsome felt a wave of relief wash over him, realizing that his training would not be significantly affected. Receives another round of gratitude for his assistance, since none of the other Asuras can match his seasoned skills and composure in hand-to-hand fighting. The master isn't particularly concerned about the harshness of the training, since he shares the goal of shaping Arthur into a powerful warrior capable of defeating even the largest monsters. Placing a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, he explained that the mages living on the continent had training from the Asuras as well. Because of this, the mana arts practiced there were far more sophisticated than those found in. Realizing this left them both troubled, as they understood just how dangerous of a predicament they were now facing. However, violating the treaty would lead to the destruction of the entire world. For this reason, he and his companions knew they had to give everything they had, enduring and battling with all their strength. Arthur silently acknowledges Winsome's statement and accepts another scroll handed to him. The boy lifts the object and begins to read, but as his eyes scan the words, surprise washes over his face at the unexpected message. Arthur walked alongside the others, unhappy as he learned from Director that the four scythes were now considered their new adversaries. Their connection had been officially recognized, involving not only a retainer but also a personal assistant and an immediate subordinate, each of whom possessed enough skill to overcome a lance single-handedly. There were still 4 individuals whose abilities surpassed those of the previous group. This discovery came from the horn fragment that had secured shortly before her violent demise. The director went on to explain that the fragment came from a prime blood, someone with power equal to that of a retainer. Arthur was taken aback by this revelation, especially since he had previously heard from Good Sky herself about the curse that prevented her from sharing critical details. The deity remained silent, offering no response to the boy's inquiry. This realization leads Arthur to consider that killer was likely a retainer-class mage rather than someone from the scythe rank. The information allows him to understand just how massive the approaching conflict will be, with each continent preparing to deploy millions of troops. Although his loved ones remain unharmed for now, he knows that chaos is inevitable once forces are unleashed. Arthur pushes aside his wandering thoughts and concentrates on his latest mission, taking down a series of new targets. He had already fixed his gaze firmly on those he considered his foes. Winsome escorted the boy to the location where his training would continue. The location turned out to be just as disappointing as before. The deity took a moment to go over the rules of the new training with the boy, making sure he understood the limitations he would face. Arthur found himself limited to only the contents of his bag, unable to rely on any mana arts from outside sources. Winsome proceeded to explain to the boy the requirements he needed to fulfill in order to successfully complete his missions. To begin his quest, he must acquire the fur of a raptor squirrel, followed by securing the core of a silver panther. At last, the creature revealed the massive claws of a giant bear. The items would serve as tangible evidence of the boy's preparedness, clearly reflecting how ready he was to advance to the upcoming stage of training. A bell appeared before him, signaling the last requirement needed to unlock certain advertisements. The boy is required to keep the bell on him constantly so that he stands out and draws notice. After he has gathered all the items, he is to shatter the bell, which will call Winsome to his side. The deity also insists that the items must be found and assembled in a particular sequence. Arthur faced an overwhelming list of demands, and irritation began to show on his face. He prepared himself to unleash his energy, positioning directly beneath the edge of the cliff. The boy tumbled into the bushes, determinedly trying to capture the squirrels darting around him. The loud ringing of the bell made things even more difficult for him, as its noise startled the animals and caused them to scatter. Arthur, feeling let down, slipped back into hiding. He spent several days watching the squirrels and soon realized that the bell was just one of many obstacles he had to overcome. The boy realized that the squirrels possessed a keen sense for detecting mana, which allowed them to sense his approach from a great distance. Although these squirrels rank low in the food chain, they rely on their sharp senses to compensate for their small stature and limited power. Arthur found that simply concealing himself proved too challenging, so he was forced to come up with an alternative plan for his escape. Learning the proper techniques to capture them had been included in his instruction. Arthur arrived at a spacious attic. He began to meditate, drawing the mana that flowed through his body inward. Although this choice left him vulnerable to attacks from lurking creatures, he understood it was a danger he needed to face. However, controlling his mana was not the sole limitation he faced. The boy soon understood that focusing his thoughts and clarifying his purpose were just as important as speed when tracking animals. He followed through with his actions, which soon attracted a group of curious squirrels to the area. The kid's overconfidence caused the others to become frightened and leave once more. Arthur faced defeat once again, finding the challenge to be far tougher than he had expected. As the days went by, he continued to push the boundaries of what the squirrels could handle, hoping to learn as much as possible. He soon discovered that even a small release of his mana caused the squirrels to become extremely agitated. Realizing this, he understood the importance of controlling his power with great accuracy. The next thing he understood was that drawing his mana inward could also solve the issue. Yet, whenever he focused too intensely, the squirrels seemed to sense his intentions and quickly darted away. The last and most valuable realization he made was that the outward movement of his mana no longer posed any obstacle. Arthur, after careful consideration, makes up his mind to lay out his trap. He remained perfectly composed, directing his mana as in to flow through every part of his body. He typically relied on a method that required him to carefully regulate the purified mana flowing from his core along specific channels, enabling the atmospheric mana to enter his veins. Countless years had gone by since the boy first learned the art of mana rotation. Over time, he had grown so accustomed to it that guiding the flow of mana felt completely natural. With perfect control, he could channel his energy in a way that left no trace, making his presence undetectable to those around him. He slowly opened his eyes to find a group of squirrels twirling and leaping around just a few feet away from where he lay. A wide grin spread across his face as he finally discovered the right answer, his voice echoing with excitement. One evening, Arthur reflected on the strain his new workout routine was putting on him. Despite practicing for several days, he still struggled to keep the technique steady while moving. The situation only became more frustrating when a bothersome bell interrupted him, making things harder. He finds himself curious about what might be doing and whether she is managing all right. Memories of his family and friends also surface in his mind. Thoughts of them linger, impossible for him to ignore. His mind quickly shifted back to his training, reminding him of how crucial it was to finish it without delay. The next morning, Arthur planned to release his mana in quick, powerful surges, hoping to catch the squirrels off guard before the bell signaled. He now practiced racing to the tree before the bell rang, focusing on controlling both his inner and outer mana to avoid alerting the squirrels. During his initial attempt, he did not succeed. Each attempt ended the same way, since he was unable to keep the bell silent while trying to move at a steady pace. The process proved to be extremely exasperating for Arthur. As he struggled, memories of advice surfaced in his mind, had always emphasized the importance of mastering both mana and power, especially when it came to handling one's own presence. The technique involved blending into the surroundings by manipulating atmospheric mana, followed by harnessing extraordinary speed through internal mana to swiftly approach the target. Winsome aimed to evaluate whether Arthur possessed this particular set of abilities. As night settled in, Arthur wore himself out with repeated attempts, pushing himself again and again. From a distance, the deity watched the boy's training, puzzled by the strange exercises he saw. He had spent 2 weeks of his life with nothing to show for it. Winsome believed he had greater abilities than he actually possessed, and he assumed Arthur could easily catch a squirrel. He realizes that raptor squirrels are not very intelligent, so all he needs to do is remain completely still and make himself unnoticed while holding the bait in his hands. Despite everything, he felt relieved that Arthur had managed to grasp the basic technique of concealing his presence. Winsome could hardly believe her eyes as Arthur demonstrated his swift technique right before her. Just before the bell rang, he reached out and snatched the squirrel with impressive speed. Winsome feels a surge of excitement at witnessing the young boy successfully perform the initial stage of Mirage Walk. He finds it remarkable that a human child could understand the basics of such a unique skill. The unique physical abilities of the clan set them apart from the other Asuras. Winsome found himself curious about how much further the boy might advance over the next 5 years, especially considering how much he had learned simply by watching. He considered who he would pursue next. Arthur spots the silver wolf as it stalks a helpless young squirrel, preparing to pounce. The boy blended seamlessly into his surroundings, making himself nearly invisible before skillfully repeating the move to deliver a strong, precise punch. He swung at the wolf, but it evaded him effortlessly, darting aside with incredible speed and leaping out of reach. Arthur quickly adjusts his pace, skillfully aligning his movements with the path the wolf is taking. However, he soon realizes he is disoriented and trapped with nowhere left to go. As his latest challenge commenced, frustration overwhelmed him, driving him to strike the nearby tree with force. After the boy achieved his first success in hunting a raptor squirrel, Winsome chose that moment to come over to him. Winsome explained to the boy exactly what he had accomplished and described how he had managed to perform the first stage of the Mirage Walk technique. After 3 weeks spent exploring the forest, the boy finally located Claude, the silver wolf he had chosen as his quarry. By this point, he had mastered the use of burst step, yet there remained a lingering hesitation within him. Arthur's attempts to catch the silver wolf fell short, revealing his lack of skill. He gazed wearily at his own reflection shimmering in the flowing stream, the exhaustion clear on his face. Once he had freshened up, he glanced over and noticed a squirrel busily nibbling on its food. The boy's stomach growled with hunger, making him desperate for something to eat. At that spot, he watches as a hawk swoops down, seizing the squirrel in its sharp talons and carrying it off to eat later that evening. The boy gained a single important lesson from this hunting technique. He discovered that the hawk carefully observed the squirrel's every move, then adjusted its own flight path to outsmart its prey. Arthur realized he had uncovered part of the mystery. A different squirrel drew the bird's gaze. The creature darted through the air and landed beside the second squirrel. Before Arthur had a chance, someone else reached out and took it. Even though Arthur tried to use his burst step, he was unable to succeed. For the next stage of his training, he decided to dedicate himself to carefully watching birds. The group moved with remarkable silence, displaying agility that surpassed even the quickest squirrel. They seemed to anticipate exactly where the squirrel would dart next, subtly steering its path to their advantage. Arthur observed every moment with sharp clarity, understanding what the bird intended before it even acted. However, this exception did not extend to his own pursuit. The silver wolf known as Claude, his target, displayed intelligence far beyond that of any squirrel he had encountered. Claude was so clever that he consistently managed to steer clear of any straightforward confrontation with the young human. Even though Arthur relied on his mirage walk technique, he found it difficult to coordinate his muscles well enough to launch an effective attack. Although the pace suits squirrels well, it can't match the speed needed by the silver wolf. The creature slipped out of reach just moments before Arthur arrived, leaving disappointment clear on his face once again. The boy started to contemplate whether it was possible to remove the need for movement altogether during the burst step. If he could achieve that, it would appear as though he vanished from one spot and instantly reappeared somewhere else. Such a tactic could be used to control the wolf's actions. In his past existence, he had studied the complex network of muscles in the human body and understood how they operated together in pairs. When he bent his arm, his biceps would contract, and when he extended it, his triceps would take over, each muscle group working in harmony during these movements. In a similar way, the abdominal muscles tightened as the body moved forward, yet the calf muscles played an equally important role. Although they were tiny, these parts played a crucial role in moving the body forward. Whenever the body sprang into action, its inner workings became more intricate than anyone might expect, no matter the type of physical activity involved. The insights he had carried over from his former life were beginning to demonstrate their value. Arthur chose to conceal himself by focusing intently on channeling mana into individual muscles one after another. This exercise served as the foundation for his current training regimen. He focused intently on achieving perfect accuracy and timing. His goal was to master a technique where his body could shift positions so subtly that no outward movement could be detected. Arthur realized that if he could perfect this technique, he would exceed his abilities within a specific domain. Summoning every ounce of his power, he created an illusion of himself walking upright. However, accomplishing this task had become more challenging than before. The next morning arrived. The forest felt unusually silent to him, and he still hadn't spotted even one squirrel among the trees. Arthur soon discovered that two silver wolves were fiercely battling each other out in the open. The two opponents clashed fiercely, each unleashing relentless attacks on the other with unyielding intensity. Arthur noticed the precise moment when one person harmed another's eye, but an unexpected event occurred immediately after. Claude, expected to claim victory in the battle, fled from the scene instead. Arthur began to question whether this was his sole chance to achieve victory. He pushed himself to the limit, channeling all his energy into his burst step technique and moving with incredible speed that surpassed expectations. He suddenly materialized directly before the second silver wolf. A conflict erupted between the pair, and at the beginning, Arthur found himself at a disadvantage. Ultimately, they managed to restrain the creature by locking it in a firm chokehold. Despite everything, he also ended up being slashed across the back. The animal used all its strength to try to send both of them tumbling over the edge of the cliff. Faced with the danger of plummeting, Arthur realized he needed to channel his mana, knowing that failing to do so would result in a harsh landing. Using wind magic, he guided himself gently to the ground, ensuring a safe and smooth landing. The silver wolf lay motionless, lost in unconsciousness. At that precise instant, the boy sensed the overwhelming presence of something far greater. The enormous creature glared down at him with a menacing intensity. The creature before him was an enormous bear, unmatched by any opponent. In that instant, he realized he had made a terrible mistake. Arthur stood before the Titan bear, expecting a towering creature, but confusion washed over him as he realized the bear was actually smaller than he was. After all the anticipation, the mighty beast turned out to be unexpectedly miniature. The boy questions in his mind whether the creature before him might be a young animal. To everyone's astonishment, the bear revealed its ability to talk and then proceeded to pull the silver wolf's body away. Arthur's meddling causes the bear to become agitated. With just one powerful beam, he is completely destroyed. The force hurled the boy backward, leaving him confused about what threat he was supposed to be fighting. The Titan bear unleashed powerful waves of energy that they cut through anything before them, leaving destruction in their wake. Though Arthur tried to dodge the attacks, his efforts fell short, and a sharp pain in his ankle told him he had been wounded. The Titan bear experiences unexpected delight upon realizing that the human opponent possesses the strength and determination to offer such formidable resistance. Arthur skillfully dodged several additional swipes from the creature. He absorbs the intense energy from the beams until blood poured from their mouth as they collapsed to the ground, overcome by violent retching. He suddenly understands what could happen if he fails at this moment. This ether orb would not sustain his life, yet the small bear he once thought harmless now moved closer, ready to end him. Arthur, left with no other option, conjured a thick cloud of smoke to shield himself and slipped away once more. He observed that the bear repeatedly relied on its slashing attack. The Titan bear exposed its fierce face, showing clear frustration at Arthur's repeated attempts to escape. He allowed himself to fall into the creature's trap, yielding completely so the attack could strike him at full force. A powerful beam launched from the bear's grasp struck him directly in the face. Arthur narrowly avoids the powerful strike, quickly realizing that every time the bear swings its massive paw, it's unleashing a heavy, forceful blow. The boy's strength was fading fast as blood continued to flow from his wounds. He realized that if he didn't end the battle soon, the bear would truly have him for dinner. Arthur relied on his incredible quickness, darting around until he positioned himself at the bear's back. The sound of his bell caught the creature's attention, prompting the bear to lash out with a sudden, forceful swipe. Arthur, on the other hand, is nowhere to be seen. He rang the bell solely to divert attention and create an opportunity for himself. He quickly emerges from his hiding spot in the back. He unleashed all his strength into delivering a powerful, two-tiered Omega-level Texas smash. Arthur unleashed a powerful blow, striking his opponent with such force that the bear was defeated instantly. The battle drains his strength, leaving him defeated as well. Due to significant blood loss, she eventually lost consciousness. Winsome arrives at this place in search of the boy. Arthur's reason for coming to this place puzzled everyone. He then observes how the bear fared in its battle with Arthur. The deity swiftly mended the boy's fractured bones and closed the wounds scattered across his body. Winsome found it astonishing that even a fully matured Titan bear would be unable to inflict such a devastating level of destruction during a battle. At that moment, the bear begins to behave in an unusual way. A demonic leech burst from its chest, startling everyone with a scene straight out of a science fiction horror film. Winsome had not anticipated that such an uncommon and clever being would disrupt her plans. The entity was infamous for taking over a host and greatly enhancing the host's abilities, to the point where even an Asura would have difficulty handling it. During experiments, he developed a powerful serum designed to boost strength, which was later administered to the cultist students during the assault. He swiftly yanked the demon leech from his body and destroyed it without hesitation. They questioned whether this might be another example of the boy's unfortunate streak. A significant marble emerged from within the leech's body. Winsome feels admiration upon witnessing Arthur's victory over the empowered cub. The man forcefully pushes the marble between the boy's lips. She felt a sense of satisfaction as she saw the boy's hard work beginning to pay off. Arthur's body began to emit a radiant light, and in an instant, his surroundings changed before he could comprehend what was happening. He lay quietly, wrapped in layers of bandages as he focused on getting better. He remains unable to sense any movement in his legs. An older woman offers him comfort, noting that his legs are holding up well at the moment. The boy wondered aloud whether he remained trapped in the land of. In response, the woman revealed her name was, and explained that his legs could have only been healed in this place, as nowhere else in the world offered such a possibility. Although conventional mana healing techniques might have been effective, they would not have been able to properly mend his bones. 2 entire days slipped by, leaving Arthur feeling more astonished than before. Explained to the boy that he should remain in bed for another night, reminding him that it had taken her several hours to repair his legs. She insisted that resting was the most important thing he could do for his recovery at that moment. Arthur expressed deep gratitude to her for everything she had done, while found genuine happiness in carrying out his duties. Although she chose carefully whom she healed, her curiosity about the human boy destined to save the world made her eager to meet him. Once she departed, Arthur was suddenly struck by a sharp pain coursing through his body. Believing that calming his mind might help, he chose to meditate. The most surprising thing happened next. Arthur was utterly shocked to discover that his core had advanced all the way to the silver stage. Without warning, his body began to shift, triggering his beast transformation, and vibrant hues exploded throughout the room. Arthur gazed in shock, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Until now, the mysterious purple particles had always been invisible to him. He attempts to muster some energy, but the effort drains him until he slips out of the state. Felt a surge of happiness when he discovered that the realm heart would at last become his inheritance. The boy remained unaware of what was happening, prompting her to clarify that the strange changes he experienced after using his abilities were known as the realm heart physique, a rare trait found solely within the bloodline. She proceeds to inquire whether the boy managed to perceive all 5 colors present in the physical world. Arthur acknowledged the information and discovered that the realm heart physique was named in honor of the clan's forebears. In this condition, a person's strength was considered unparalleled. It granted the individual rare perceptions inaccessible to anyone else. The idea returned to a familiar saying, true strength comes from knowledge. Arthur revealed that when he first triggered the second phase, his vision was limited to just 4 colors. However, now he noticed that the color purple had become visible to him as well. He considers whether this might be yet another hidden truth he hasn't discovered. Let out a laugh, acknowledging that the clan had a reputation for closely guarding its traditions and taking great pride in them. She was just like the rest, but years of experience had taught her to ignore matters like these. Decided to share some advice with the boy while they walked together. She wheels him through the halls, guiding him into the breathtaking sanctuary. Across the land of the Asuras, beings nourished by raw mana could be found thriving in every corner. You discern that the boy senses it too. Manipulating raw mana was an ability that did not come naturally to either lesser beings or Asuras. This rule also applied to all other living beings, even those known as mana beasts. Images associated with specific elements naturally draw in the surrounding mana that matches their elemental type. A firebug perched delicately on the boy's fingertip served as one such example. Though it was surrounded by the world's mana, it naturally absorbed only the particles best matched to its own form. The situation was similar for those who practiced magic. To an observer, a mage with the realm heart physique and an affinity for fire might appear to draw in just the red-colored particles. However, once their mana underwent the refinement process, it would ultimately transform and appear white. The mage possessed an affinity that closely resembled the qualities of water. Throughout the process of refining raw mana, the amount of water taken in usually exceeds the proportion of the other elements involved. Despite this, the mage carefully adjusts the water so it matches what his body requires. The unprocessed mana then transforms him, making his form increasingly attuned to the water element. When a mage cast a fireball, the water mage needed to adjust many elements like its form and thickness to create an attack. However, splitting water came easily to the same mage. Questioned whether Arthur understood why this difference existed. The boy explains that the mage's power is drawing in the majority of the water element throughout the refinement, causing this effect. He responds with pinpoint accuracy, impressing, who then explains that a mage steadily gains deeper understanding the longer they interact with a single element. She leads him over to a small tea table, where she plans to test how much the boy knows about ether. Arthur admits that his knowledge is quite limited. He is certain that it possesses the power to control time. It became clear that it was fundamentally unlike mana in every way. Although in mana both shape the world they inhabit, functions on a plane distinct from that of mana. Many believed that ether formed the very foundation of their world, serving as its essential building blocks. Ether served as the vessel, acting as the cup, while mana was the nourishing liquid inside, providing vitality and energy. In other words, ether formed the structure and mana was the life-giving substance that filled it. It was possible for anyone to control the water effortlessly, even without the use of mana. However, shaping the cup while keeping reality intact proved to be an even more challenging feat. Despite their prestige, the clan had never developed a solid explanation for the workings of. All they truly understood was that their unique realm heart physique allowed them to sense presence. Clarifies that physical beings are unable to detect ether at all, as there are basic rules in the world that prevent them from perceiving it. The boy, during his second phase, noticed some purple particles. These turned out to be ether particles themselves. Only when he harnessed the power of the realm heart physique did he become aware of the glass cup and the invisible limits that shaped his world. The stronger his core became, the greater the amount of mana he could handle. However, ether stood apart, for mastering it had the potential to render someone invincible. There were three main elements that came together to form ether as a complete entity. The initial power is known as granting mastery over the flow of time. The next is its command over space itself, referred to as. The third factor concerns the impact it has on all forms of life, also known as. Among the three, their complexity and depth are such that no mage is ever able to master more than one simultaneously. Despite everything, they managed to uncover a method that allowed specific asuras to challenge and determine the extent of their own abilities. Arthur looks on with curiosity, silently wondering how, as he awaits a response. The woman offered a gentle smile as her form shifted, revealing the stunning and ethereal physique that embodied the essence of her realm. The solution could be found by examining the body's runes while in the unique condition. The boy stares in disbelief, unable to process what he has just heard. Explains further, mentioning that the rune symbols are unique to each individual who possesses the realm heart physique. Her unique markings signified her powerful sway over all forms of life, granting her extraordinary healing powers that allowed her to accomplish feats once thought unattainable. At this moment, she encourages the boy to enter his special state. While seated in his wheelchair, Arthur performed the action, resulting in a radiant glow that enveloped his entire body. Previously, she had caught just a brief look at his condition, but seeing him now left her feeling even more amazed. The boy experiments with each element individually, exploring them in turn. He must wait until he can once more observe the ether particles. He had never managed to see them until now. Thinks that humans can't be expected to grasp the real reason behind the form, since its purpose is to explore things that can't be seen or sensed. Was fundamentally unlike mana, and the boy would fail if he attempted to control it using the same methods he used for mana. She attempts to illustrate her point by imagining a glass brimming with water. With this glass, anyone who understands the process can sip the water or spit it out. However, attempting the same actions with the glass itself would be nonsensical. Ether works in a similar fashion. It is unique and shapes the boundaries of existence, which affects all living things, enables the fostering of what would otherwise be unattainable. The boy stared in disbelief as he watched her manipulate the ether particles, completely unaware of how she was able to do it. He is filled with curiosity, his mind racing with countless unanswered questions. Responded at a measured pace, sharing that she had dedicated hundreds of years to examining with great care, but even after all that time, her understanding remained incomplete. The boy's eagerness to gain knowledge becomes clear, giving her a good reason to start a conversation with him. She clarifies the main distinction that sets mana apart from ether. Absorption was possible with one option, but not with the other. Arthur questioned whether the answer might lie in a person's core, since the core simply served to link their body to the physical world. The core remained essential in this situation too. Mentioned that, in time, his path would become clear, yet for now, she preferred to emphasize the fundamental aspects of his cultivation. Once a cultivator advanced far enough, progress no longer depended on refining mana. Instead, it relied on understanding secrets that could never be taught or handed down. Although fate wasn't entirely to blame, there existed a single, significant barrier that prevented someone from using ether. The girl tested the boy's understanding, hoping he could identify the correct explanation. Arthur replied, sharing that he had always believed his beast will was the cause. Although this explains part of the situation, it isn't the primary factor preventing him from controlling ether. A sudden realization dawns on the boy as he understands that his ability to control all 4 fundamental elements is the reason behind his enlightenment. By understanding all 4 elements, they were able to anticipate the movement of mana and extend their reach toward the glass cup or container before anyone else. She notices that Arthur is having difficulty keeping his realm heart ability active, so she suggests that he let go of its energy. The boy did as she directed, quickly exiting the state with a tap. He wonders whether knows which type of ether would suit him best. Before sharing her response, she cautions him. She hopes the boy will admit that it remains unclear whether he is capable of controlling the way the Asuras do. The boy possessed mastery over all 4 elements and carried within him the spirit of a dragon. Among these gifts was the realm heart's physique. However, even with such remarkable abilities, he remained constrained by the limitations of his human form. The boy feels a surge of frustration at the response he receives. Sensing the shift in mood, attempts to lift his spirits by presenting a new advantage. Though she remains uncertain about the reason behind his inability to control time with his present level of evil, she speculates that the boy's journey might not involve commanding or mastering the movement of time at all. She thought that, even with the dragon's abilities, he had never truly mastered the art of controlling ether. Just like the boy manipulated the limits of space. According to his theory, this suggests a single conclusion. The boy's power lies not in mastering time, but in shaping the very fabric of space itself. However, knowing this information made no difference. He still hadn't figured out how to manage his power. Arthur found himself in a difficult situation, desperately searching for a way to ease his concerns. Despite his remarkable talents, he had never managed to put them to proper use. The restrictions of his human form meant he would never be strong enough to withstand the strain that ether would place on him. Recognizes and appreciates his frustrations. The woman felt sorrow for the boy, who carried an overwhelming promise for greatness, yet was trapped by the limitations of his own body. She had spent her time explaining these things to him, hoping he would understand that a special ability still remained within him. In time, as his understanding grew, the boy might reach a limit that even the mighty Asuras could not comprehend. At last, the woman reveals that she has already violated several of her clan's laws by revealing such important secrets to him. She knows this information could be dangerous for the dragons if someone with bad intentions got hold of it. Because of this risk, she urges him to act carefully in all matters. Although he was unable to fully unleash the power of the realm heart physique, possessing even a portion of its strength would grant him a remarkable edge in the battle that lay ahead. He possessed the ability to control all 4 elements and skillfully used a wide range of techniques with this power. Feels it is important to caution the boy about the burst step movement technique he developed. She instructs the boy to avoid using the technique in the future, warning him that its risks far surpass any possible advantages. Arthur's spirits sank as disappointment washed over him. He had devoted countless weeks and every spare moment to developing a formidable technique, only for his efforts to end in failure. Meanwhile, grew curious about the idea behind Mirage Walk and its mechanics, and she was left speechless when she discovered that Arthur had invented it himself. The boy clung to the hope that his detailed explanation might change her perspective, yet as she listened and absorbed every nuance of the technique, her worries only deepened, and her belief in its risks grew stronger. The boy lay comfortably in his bed, feeling content about infiltrating the silver core. He knew that his recent fight achieved without tapping into his mana, was impressive enough to earn him a AA adventurer rank. At this point, he had barely made any progress in refining his mana. The single technique he managed to create after much hard work had been stripped away from him. The thought of Asuras living in weighed heavily on his mind. Their ability to control mana surpassed anything the boy could have imagined. Winsome had also mentioned that even one retainer possessed enough power to eliminate whole squads, even those commanded by a lance. The boy sat with a heavy heart, his gaze fixed sadly on the cup now void of anything to offer. He recalled reminder that knowledge grants strength, yet he remained certain that understanding alone would not be sufficient to win his struggle against the continent. The following day, feeling much better, the boy finds he can move around on his own. She could already tell by his appearance that he had endured a rough night. Arthur remained uncomfortable even with the simple act of shifting his legs, yet he took some comfort in the fact that he was finally able to move again. Considers it a positive development since she herself asked Winsome for time to work with him. The length of this training will be determined by the boy's progress and whatever time is allotted. She hopes to share some of her wisdom with the boy, aiming to steer him onto the right path. Since he is only human and still has much to understand about mana, she feels it is important to help him learn. Decided to begin with magic, instructing Arthur to recall all the spells he could and use them against her. The boy gets ready to make one. She could tell right away that he was forming a ball of water in one hand and gathering a swirl of wind in the other. Arthur was amazed by how accurately she figured it out. She urges him to stay attentive and directs his efforts towards striking at her. Arthur, feeling irritated that his intentions had been so easily predicted, moved into stance. With just one swift motion, she senses his plan to control the earth beneath her feet, leaving Arthur repeatedly stunned by the uncanny accuracy of her insights. Clarifies that her ability simply grants her certain knowledge, which she believes will help steer them toward the proper path. Several weeks slipped by while he steadily improved under the elder's guidance. Arthur felt a bit downhearted whenever she defeated him so thoroughly in battle that he always needed her to heal his wounds afterward. He also found himself genuinely puzzled about why she hadn't simply used her unique abilities to remove his legs and grow new ones for him. Goes on to clarify that controlling ether demands certain sacrifices. Although significant wounds could be mended, she would need to draw ether from another living being to aid Arthur. The young boy had grown weary of her relentless attacks and wished for her to relent. Amused by his candid complaint, chuckled at his youthful outburst and suggested he begin dodging her blows. She hopes he keeps in mind that the power of the spell depends largely on how he uses his imagination. The boy is about to face numerous opponents who might cast spells to deceive him, yet Arthur grows frustrated because she has been repeating this lesson over and over for weeks. Believes his recent confidence in responding quickly comes from anticipating and neutralizing the spell before it can even begin to take shape. She had spent countless decades honing her skill, a pace considered swift among her kind. Meanwhile, Arthur stood up, determined to try again. He transitions into the realm heart state. She observes as the girl skillfully controls ether particles, blending them seamlessly with the movement of the wind. The boy realizes the danger approaching and braces himself to shield against the force of the wind bullet attack. She countered her opponent's move with impressive skill. He quickly dodges as a spike of earth suddenly shoots up from beneath his feet. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts close to him, but he manages to block it. Another earth spike struck him from behind. Unexpectedly, Winsome appeared and managed to catch the piece on his behalf. The man arrived to retrieve the boy, offering his apologies for interrupting. Arthur was taken aback to witness even Winsome showing deference to. The sight made him question just how much power she truly wielded within the clan. Winsome expressed regret for how he looked, explaining that had summoned Arthur to participate in a fresh session of instructor training. Grasped what was happening and took pleasure in sharing how much the boy had improved within the realm heart state. She expresses a strong desire to oversee his future training and informs Winsome that she plans to stay nearby to observe his growth. She reminded the boy of the important lessons she had shared with him, silently wishing he would make greater use of his realm heart physique. Arthur made a vow to himself, determined to perfect the skills she had shared with him before they met again. They parted ways with a final goodbye. After strolling through the forest, Winsome keeps casting sharp, unfriendly looks in Arthur's direction. The Asura could hardly believe the extent of effort had invested in training the boy. Arthur's curiosity grew as he wondered about's condition. Even Winsome had nothing new to offer, repeating only what she had already shared with him. At first, the boy held Winsome in high regard, but now he was beginning to realize that his opinion was changing. Even who rarely lets things bother him found this sort of provocation unacceptable. He cautioned Arthur that, although he was considered lower ranked among the Asuras, his strength still far surpassed that of any ordinary creature. The boy's upcoming teacher steps confidently through the portal, eager to observe what he is doing next. As Arthur stepped through the portal, he was surprised to see that he was surrounded solely by rocks. Through his lessons with and Winsome, the boy gained a wide range of abilities useful for battle. He prepared to combine his elemental abilities with close-range fighting techniques, planning to use both skills together in a new, powerful way. A single voice echoed powerfully from the top of the cliff. He observed the human destined to be his pupil. With a hint of arrogance in his words, the voice expressed clear disappointment that Arthur would be the one chosen to rescue the continent. The instructor made a dramatic entrance, skillfully descending the cliff with impressive flair. An explosion erupted, and immediately after, a massive arm reached out and seized Arthur's small frame. He looked up, his eyes locking onto the massive golem looming in front of him. The creature gently placed the boy on the ground, its form shifting and dissolving until it took on the shape of a human. His relative, who seemed as if he had stepped out of My Hero Academia, attempted to frighten his student. However, his efforts did not succeed at all. Ren stood before him, introduced as his most recent teacher. Arthur stated his name, yet Ren immediately dismissed any formalities and moved straight to the point. He had already formed an opinion about the boy's tardiness and considered whether cutting Arthur's fingers might serve as a fitting consequence. The child now felt a deep sense of fear, believing it was extremely unfair to receive such a harsh punishment for a mistake like that. Winsome tells Ren that being late doesn't really lead to any serious trouble in human society. Ren felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, having expected the race to at least keep a steady pace with the passage of time, if nothing else. He viewed Arthur's people as backward and, to put it bluntly, extremely ignorant. The man displayed his confidence by whipping his cape across Arthur's face, then proceeded to clarify why they had met atop the mountain. Without a single moment of hesitation, the man instructs Arthur to remove all of his clothes. Soon the boy removed both his shirt and pants, displaying a fit, well-toned physique. With a playful grin, he joked with Ren, wondering aloud if he should strip further and show off everything, including his so-called T-Rex and private parts. Ren observes that the person destined to save humanity has a noticeably sharp wit and isn't afraid to make bold remarks. He noticed the feather tied around the boy's arm, a feather that belonged to and, with swift movements, grabbed it before anyone could react. Ren feels insulted by the fact that Arthur is using it to keep his arm warm. The feathers on a dragon's wings possess special qualities, drawing from both mana and ether. Remarkably, these wing feathers remain with dragons for their entire lives, never falling out. It was incredibly rare for a dragon to present someone with one of their own feathers. This action reveals a deep and caring affection. Arthur feels his heart grow tender, fully aware of how much cherished him. Ren interrupted his joyful moment by reaching out and tugging on his arm. He examined each of the man's muscles with intense focus, almost as if he was some sort of expert inspector, leaving others to wonder what possible reason he could have for such scrutiny. Ren finished analyzing the situation and instructed Arthur to perform a spell with his right hand. To start, Arthur was to create a stone pillar, ensuring it matched the precise height and exact radius Ren required. Although both ideas go right past him, Arthur still chooses to obey the order and carries it out without hesitation. He proceeded to demonstrate a variety of spells, each representing a different element. He possessed absolute control over each and every element at his disposal. The array of elements spanned from ice to lightning.